Chapter 1 The Goddess at the Door, System Awakening. Su Mangao. Seeing the beauty at the door, I froze for a moment as memories from 3 years ago instantly flooded my mind. During my senior year, I rented an apartment off campus. Su Mangao had been a sophomore then, the campus's renowned ice queen. One night, I noticed her looking terrified. After asking what was wrong, I ended up bringing her home with me. When I got home and was about to call the police, her flushed face suddenly started undressing. Turns out she had been drugged, and she even stopped me from calling for help. That night felt like a dream, and I never expected to be her first. But the next day, she left and even dropped out of school to attend university abroad. Cici, come here. Call me daddy. Su Mangao turned her head and spoke. A shy little girl peeked out from behind the door, her big beautiful eyes looking up at me as she asked, "Are you my daddy?" I couldn't believe my eyes, staring at Su Mangao in shock. She calmly said, "That time I got pregnant with Cici, the doctor told me my constitution wasn't good, that I might only be able to carry one child in my lifetime, so I went ahead and had Cici. Originally I planned to raise her alone without bothering you, but other children all have fathers, and Cici wants one too. Besides, I've been quite busy lately, could you look after Cici for a while?" Right at that moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out in my mind. Super Dad system activated. Host, don't doubt it, the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will help you become an invincible super daddy. My heart leaped with joy. Suddenly gaining an adorable daughter while awakening a super daddy system, this was the rhythm of skyrocketing to the peak of life. Su Mangao, come in quickly, I said. She shook her head. I won't be coming in. Cici is your daughter, you can do a paternity test, but we have no relationship between us. Cici, this is your daddy. Weren't you always asking to find your daddy? Now just like other children have daddies, Cici has her daddy too. Su Mangao crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy, Lin Xiaoxi called out sweetly, her voice melting my heart. Oh, Xiaoxi, you're such a good girl, I said, feeling a bit flustered. Su Mangao stood up and handed me a business card. Here's my contact information. Call me only if there's something important. Otherwise, don't bother. This suitcase contains Cici's clothes. She's a bit picky with food, so you'll need to put extra effort into her meals. You just need to take her to kindergarten. Xiaoxi, be good and listen to daddy, okay? Mommy has things to do and will come see you after some time. Lin Xiaoxian nodded and said like a little adult, Mom, don't be afraid when you're alone, okay? I'll stay with Dad first. Dad must be very lonely by himself. Mum. Su Mangao reluctantly walked away. I bent down to pick up Lin Xiaoxi. She looked so much like me, and with what the system had said, this adorable little girl was undoubtedly my daughter. Dad, I'm so happy. Other kids have a dad, and now I have a dad too. Lin Xiaoxian said excitedly. Carrying Lin Xiaoxian in one arm, I used my other hand to lift the suitcase into the house. The suitcase looked quite expensive. Dad, your place is so small. Lin Xiaoxi looked around. I'm renting this one-bedroom apartment. It's compact, perfect for just me, but with Xiaoqi here it feels cramped. She can't even play freely in the living room. Xiaoqi, was your previous home much bigger? I asked. Lin Xiaoqi nodded. Yes, it was. Mom's house was huge, like a castle. But sometimes Mom wasn't there, and I wasn't happy being with the two nannies. I like being with Mom and Dad. I kissed Xiaoqi's cheek and said, Daddy likes Xiaoqi too. Dad will find a bigger place these 2 days. The company's performance had been poor, and I got laid off last month. Fortunately, I'm frugal, and the severance package added to my savings. There's about 60 to 70,000 in my bank account now. Dad, why don't you live with Mom? Lin Xiaoqi asked puzzled. Although she acts mature for her age, she doesn't understand these kinds of things. I patted her little head and said, Xiaoqi, let me ask you something. Has Mommy ever brought any other uncles home? Since I've been intimate with Su Mangao and we even have a daughter together, it's natural that I have certain thoughts about her. But it doesn't matter if she's been with someone else. No, she hasn't. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. My eyes lit up, it seemed there was still hope. Su Mangao had been the campus beauty queen 3 years ago, extremely gorgeous, and now 3 years later, I felt she had become even more beautiful. If I could win her over, it would be absolutely delightful. Xiaoxi, play by yourself for a bit. Daddy needs to organize your things first. I smiled and dragged the suitcase into the bedroom. When I opened it, I froze. Inside was a bag containing several stacks of cash. Counting them, I realized it was 60,000 yuan in total. There was a note in the bag. Linshan, this is 3 months living expenses for you too. I know you're currently jobless. Please take good care of Qianqi first. Once Qianqi starts kindergarten, you won't have to look after her anymore. I muttered to myself, impressed by Su Mangao's thoughtfulness. She must have given me living expenses, worried I might not treat Lin Xiaoxi well. However, I don't intend to use this money. Lin Xiaoxian is my daughter, it's only natural that I should provide and care for her. I don't need her to give me living expenses. Soon I finished packing Lin Xiaoxian's clothes. The system's voice echoed in my mind, Host has packed a suitcase, activating system space. System space capacity, 1,000 cubic meters. Allows storage of any touched items within it. I was astonished. Packing a suitcase unlocks system space? 1,000 cubic meters isn't exceptionally large, but it's more than sufficient. The interior space of an average villa might not even be this spacious. Store. With a thought, the bag of money vanished into the system space, then reappeared in my hand the next instant. Storing and retrieving items was effortlessly simple. Awesome. I was overjoyed. Even without any other benefits, having 1,000 cubic meters of system space alone would allow me to make a fortune if used properly. Life is truly strange. After being single for 24 years, I suddenly have an adorable daughter. I murmured to myself, feeling both happy and somewhat lost. Becoming an instant father was something I couldn't adapt to so quickly. Chapter 2, Culinary Skills and Enhanced Physique. Should I tell mom and dad? I wondered to myself. After thinking it over, I decided to keep it to myself for now. I was still somewhat confused about the whole situation myself, and my relationship with Su Mangao wasn't something easy to explain. It would be better to wait until I'd adjusted before telling my parents. Cece, what kind of food do you like? I asked as I returned to the living room and picked up Lin Xiaoxi. She was tiny, soft and adorable, comfortably nestled in my arms, and I couldn't help but smile. Daddy, I like eating meat, and I like eggs too, but I don't like green veggies. Green veggies don't taste good. Lin Xiaoxi said adorably. I smiled and replied, Xiaoxi, you need to eat both meat and vegetables, okay? If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. At home, do you usually eat meals prepared by the nanny? Yeah, Lin Xiaoxi nodded. She nestled her little head close to my ear and whispered, Daddy, I'll tell you a secret. Mommy isn't a great cook, but I eat more when she makes food. Puzzled, I asked, why? Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, that way mommy would stay home more often, and I'd get to see her more. I froze for a moment, such words unexpectedly coming from a little one like Lin Xiaoxian. Her maturity was almost heartbreaking. Xiaoqian, mommy is very busy, but daddy isn't. Daddy will have lots and lots of time to spend with you. I kissed Lin Xiaoxi tenderly and said, some kids say I don't have a dad. They're all wrong. I do have a dad, and my dad is the best dad ever. Lin Xiaoxi smiled until her eyes curved like crescent moons. I asked, Xiaoxi, what about your grandparents? If Su Mangao was too busy with work to make time, shouldn't at least her parents have been available? How could there be no one to look after Lin Xiaoxi? It seems that when Su Mangao wasn't around, it was the nanny who took care of her. Lin Xiaoxi muttered, Grandma is sick, and Grandpa is accompanying her for treatment abroad. I miss my grandparents. I quickly reassured her, Xiaoxi, I'm sure your grandparents miss you too. They'll come see you when they have time. I nodded obediently, responding to Dad's words. Dad, why didn't you come find me and Mommy? I couldn't help but voice the confusion in my heart. I sighed inwardly. That night with Su Mangao had merely been an accident. But this unexpected experience had a significant impact. Having once been with someone like Su Mangao, the most beautiful girl on campus, raised my standards so high that I'm still single to this day. Your mom and dad's situation is a bit complicated. You're still too young to understand these things. Play by yourself for a while. Dad's going to make dinner for you. I patted your head and added, eat well, and you'll understand when you grow up. You nodded, and I went to busy myself in the kitchen. Normally, making one dish would be enough for myself, but with you here now, every meal has to have at least 3 dishes. I enjoy spicy food, so one dish must have chili peppers, while the other 2 should be mild to suit your taste. Just 5 minutes later, the system's voice echoed in my mind, Host, your culinary skills are improving. For every hour you spend in the kitchen, you'll gain 1 year of chef's experience. I was thrilled. An hour's work in the kitchen equals a year's experience. At this rate, in just 10 days to 2 weeks, I could become a master chef. With daily cooking for 3 meals taking about 2 hours, within a month, even 5-star chefs would pale in comparison to me. And after 3 months, I'd be nothing less than the god of cooking. As time passed, various culinary experiences kept surfacing in my mind and seamlessly blending with my cooking techniques. When the 3 dishes were ready, I could hardly believe I had made them myself. I've been cooking for myself for 2 or 3 years. But usually just going through the motions, it couldn't be considered 2 or 3 years of real experience. The skills I gained from this single meal surpassed all my previous experiences combined. Daddy, it smells so good. Daddy, are you tired? You asked adorably as you walked over. I smiled and said, Daddy's not tired. Let Daddy take you to wash your hands. We should wash hands before eating, right? Aha. After washing your hands, I carried you back, only to realize a problem. Without a high chair, you couldn't possibly reach your food. Looks like we'll have to hurry and move to a new place, I thought to myself. The apartment I'm living in now is too small. The living room is barely over 10 square meters, with no proper dining area. The dining table is crammed into the living room, leaving no space for a high chair. Xiaoxi, sit next to Daddy. Daddy will feed you, I said with a smile. I spooned a small bite for you. You took a bite and happily said, "Daddy, the food you make is so much tastier than Mom's. This can be our little secret, don't tell Mommy, okay?" "Deal, this is our little secret," I replied with a smile. By the end of the meal, I noticed you really don't enjoy vegetables, you barely touched the greens I cooked, though I didn't force you. "Just wait till my cooking improves, I bet you'll eat them then." "Daddy, I'm a little sleepy," you said. "I want to go night-night. If I fall asleep, you won't leave me, will you?" You looked at me with slight worry. "Of course not," I assured you. "Daddy will stay right here at home with you. I carried you to your bed with its freshly changed sheets, no need to replace them again today. Daddy, kiss." You kissed me and then closed your eyes for a nap. I gazed at you adoringly, finding you utterly adorable no matter how much I looked. "System, does washing dishes improve chef experience?" I asked while tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. "Counts," the system replied. I smiled, my experience was leveling up even faster this way. System, thumbs up to you. After finishing the dishes, I could clearly feel my culinary skills improving again. Time to clean up. Living sloppily is fine when I'm alone, but Xiaoxi is so little, if the house gets dirty, she might get sick. I quickly started cleaning. An hour later, the system's voice echoed in my mind once more. "Host, you've worked for a full hour. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. The average constitution score for a normal adult male is 60 points. System, what's roughly the constitution of a top boxer?" I inquired mentally. The system replied, "Host, a top boxer's constitution is approximately 3 times that of an ordinary adult male. When constitution doubles, combat effectiveness can increase tenfold or more." System, what's my constitution score now? I asked again. The system responded, "Host, your initial constitution was exactly 60 points. With today's increase, it's now 61. You can improve your physique by up to 3 points per day. Physical labor or exercise will help enhance your physique." I gave a slight nod. Improving by 3 points daily wasn't bad at all. In just 1 month, I could gain 90 points. Added to my original 60, my physique could reach 150 points. Top boxers have a physique 3 times that of an average man, amounting to 180 points. If I max out my daily improvements in just little over a month, my physique could surpass even the strongest boxers. I wonder if there are any rental apartments in Zun residential complex. I took out my phone to check. Purple Garden Community is a high-end residential area nearby, featuring beautiful landscaping and children's playground facilities. I've been inside once and it felt really nice. In the past, I wouldn't even have dared to think about renting a place there. "So expensive," I muttered. After checking, I found the smallest units in Purple Garden Community are at least 160 square meters, with the cheapest rent exceeding 10,000 yuan. And the cheaper rentals usually have basic interiors, while the well-decorated ones have rents soaring above 15,000 yuan. I'm in Magic City, where housing prices are high, and naturally, rent is steep too. Such rent is really hard for ordinary people to afford. Should I rent here? I pondered. If it were just me, I definitely wouldn't consider it such expensive rent. I couldn't earn that much in a month. But now I have you, little one, and I've also awakened my system. If I rent a place for 15,000, with 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent upfront, it would cost 60,000. I only have 60 to 70,000 in my bank account in total. I thought about the 60,000 yuan Su Mangao had left. With the system in place, repaying Su Mangao shouldn't be a problem in the future. I've got 60 or 70,000 of my own, so I won't need to use much of Su Mangao's money. After careful consideration, I still decided to rent an apartment in Zun residential area. With the system, if I rented a worse place, I might end up needing to move again soon. I have to think about you. After moving, you'll make new friends, but if we move again, you'll have to start over making friends. Suddenly, your crying echoed from the room. I rushed in quickly and said, "Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Daddy's here, don't be scared. Daddy will protect you." "Daddy, I woke up and couldn't see you. I was afraid you didn't want Xian anymore." You wiped your tears and said pitifully, "I picked you up and reassured you. How could that be? Daddy promises I'll never not want Xian from now on. Come on, let's pinky swear, whoever breaks the promise is a puppy." You hooked your little finger with mine. "Daddy, I need to pee." I carried you to the bathroom, and you asked in confusion, "Daddy, Mommy holds me while I pee sitting down. How do I pee like this?" I guess Su Mangao must have a toilet at her place, while mine has a squat toilet. "Daddy will hold you while you pee, okay?" "Shu, I held you until you finished, secretly relieved that you knew to speak up. Otherwise, with all the bedwetting, things could get complicated." "Xiaoxi, what did you usually do in the afternoons before?" I asked. You thought for a moment and said, "When Mom's at home, she teaches me to recite ancient poems, takes me drawing, and even sings to me." "Daddy, I'll ask Mommy to sing for you later. Mommy sings really beautifully." I thought to myself, this probably won't be easy. Su Mangao and I barely knew each other, we'd somehow ended up with a child, but there was no emotional foundation between us. "And when Mom isn't here?" I asked again. You mumbled unhappily, when mom isn't here, I just play by myself at home. Sometimes auntie takes me out in the stroller, but auntie isn't as good as mom. I like mom best. I love you too, dad. I patted your head. Though you're still little, you understand many things. Children can always sense who truly cares for them. Su Mangao could afford a nanny, but good ones are hard to come by. Xiaoxi's dad will take you house hunting. We're moving, this place is too small for just the two of us. I lifted you up as you cheered. Yes, daddy, I want to buy lots of toys later. Mommy has so many toys, but you don't have a single one here. No problem, I replied cheerfully, soon carrying Lin Xiaoqian out the door. I asked the system in my mind, system, does holding Xiaoqian count as exercise? The system notification chimed, host, exceeding 5 minutes counts. I couldn't help but smile, the system really knew how to read the room. Holding Lin Xiaoqian for more than 5 minutes counts as exercise, coupled with daily chores and such, steadily boosts my constitution by 3 points every day. Just as we left the neighborhood, Lin Xiaoqian asked softly, Daddy, are you tired? If you're tired, Shanshan can walk by myself. Hearing this, my heart warmed, my daughter truly was a thoughtful little angel. I kissed her cheek and smiled. Daddy's not tired. Purple Garden was only about 2 or 3 kilometers away, and Lin Xiaoqian wasn't heavy, so I simply carried her all the way there. My physique had only increased by 1 point today, so I definitely needed to allocate the remaining 2 points properly. Arriving at a real estate agency outside the UN community, I told the agent, hello, I'd like to rent an apartment in the UN community, preferably one with eco-friendly renovation. Do you have any good recommendations? Soon, the agent recommended several properties to me. Out of 3 options, 2 were spacious while the other had poor renovation. I dismissed them immediately. I'd like to view these remaining 3 in person, I said. The enthusiastic young agent took me to see them. After viewing the first 2, I wasn't particularly satisfied, mainly because the renovation style wasn't to my taste. When I asked Lin Xiaoqian, she also said she didn't like them. As the agent led me to the final property, he explained, Mr. Lin, this last one has excellent renovation. But this particular property has a special condition. The owner initially entrusted it to us to help sell, but with the recent poor market conditions making sales difficult, they've now switched to renting it out. I asked, what's so special about it? He replied, the owner prefers to sell, so long-term leases aren't possible. If the market improves, the owner might sell it. Additionally, the property is brand new and hasn't been lived in before. Since you have a child, there might be complications if any damage occurs. I said, let's take a look first. Before long, we stepped inside the house. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she said, Daddy, I like this one. I carried her around for a tour, and the decorations and scenery of this house were truly excellent. I really liked it. I told the rental agent, Cici is very well behaved and won't cause any damage. If anything does get damaged, I'll naturally compensate accordingly. How much is the rent for this place? The agent replied, Mr. Lin, the price is 15,000 with no discount, but the other 2 units can have some price flexibility. The deposit is 1 month's rent plus paying the first month upfront, with no fixed lease term. Rent is due at end of each month. The advantage is that the landlord covers the agency fee for this property. My eyes lit up. A 1-month deposit with first month's rent upfront and no agency fees was exactly what I'd been hoping for. I then asked, since the landlord wants to sell, will there still be house viewings? The agent said, yes. Mr. Lin, if there are clients viewing the property, we'll schedule all visits within one fixed time slot each week. It definitely won't take more than half an hour each time. What do you think? I asked Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, how about you? She replied cheerfully, Daddy, Cici likes it here. I said, I'd like to know the reason the homeowner is selling. Also, I have one small request. The house absolutely cannot be a problematic one. The agent said, the owner's son wants to study abroad. The expenses of studying abroad are high, so I want to sell this apartment. Mr. Lin, your request is, I said, don't show the property to anyone for 3 months. If I find it comfortable to live in and the price is right, I'll buy it. I only have tens of thousands in my bank account right now, and this house costs over 10 million. But I have the system, and I'm absolutely confident I can earn that much in 3 months. Putting everything else aside, with a system space of 1,000 cubic meters, earning 10 to 20 million in 3 months wouldn't be difficult if utilized well. The agent said, Mr. Lin, let me discuss this with the landlord. Soon after, he made the call and reported, Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed. We quickly returned to the agency office to sign the contract. After transferring 30,000, I still had 30 to 40,000 left, without needing to touch the money Su Mangao gave me. I cheerfully told Lin Xiaoqian, we're moving tomorrow. Afterwards, I took Lin Xiaoqian back to the rented house. Lin Xiaoqian asked puzzledly, Dad, why are we here again? Aren't we moving tomorrow? I explained with a smile, no one has lived here for a while, Xiaoqian. Don't you see how dusty it is everywhere? I need to clean the house first, so tomorrow we can just move our things straight in. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and said, Dad, I'll help you. I replied, sure. With Xiao Qian helping Daddy, we'll definitely get this cleaned up faster. Soon I rolled up my sleeves and got to work, while Lin Xiaoqian helped beside me. She's only 2 years and 2 months old, tiny. What real help could she offer? But having her nearby filled the air with joy. An hour later, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Host, your physique has increased by 1 point. Today's constitution increased by 3 points, reached the daily growth limit. A smile appeared on my face. Holding Lin Xiaoqian while doing chores made it effortless to hit the limit. From now on, my constitution should increase by 3 points every day. After giving the floor one final mop, I smiled and said, Xiaoqian, time to wrap up. We've already cleaned up quite nicely, Lin Xiaoqi said happily. Daddy, you're amazing. I wish tomorrow would come quickly, then we can move into our new home. Cici really likes it here. As my gaze swept across the room, the cleaned-up house looked even better. I was quite satisfied with every aspect of this place. I thought to myself, I need to figure out how to earn money to buy this house. Otherwise, if the landlord decides to sell, moving might make Shishi cry. The average housing price in Shanghai has dropped slightly, now 57,000 yuan per square meter. Purple Garden is a high-end community that's considerably more expensive, averaging just over 80,000 yuan per square meter. This apartment would cost around 13 million yuan total. I carried Lin Xiaoqian home, stopping by a roadside bookstall where I bought several storybooks. Back at home, Lin Xiaoqian clutched the storybooks eagerly and said, Daddy, will you read me a story first? Sure thing, I replied. But Daddy needs to start cooking dinner first. After putting the rice on, I took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony, the tiny balcony of my small apartment. Holding her, I began narrating slowly. Xiaoqian, this story is called The Ugly Duckling. 5 minutes later, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Host, your fairy tale reading comprehension and creative storytelling abilities are now improving. Both are less difficult than improving physical fitness. After accumulating 10 hours of storytelling, you can reach a very high level. I muttered in my mind, System, with your current explanation, it's hard for me to judge. From levels 1 to 5, level 1 is ordinary, level 2 is proficient, level 3 is master, level 4 is grandmaster, and level 5 is supreme grandmaster, the highest standard in the world. What level could I reach? The system said, in 10 hours you could reach grandmaster level. In 20 hours you could achieve supreme grandmaster level. Host, there needs to be higher levels above these, I said. Then, level 6 could be legendary, and level 7 mythical. The system kindly responded, understood, host. All skills will be classified according to the tiers you just described. Lin Xiaoqi tilted her head adorably and asked, Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? I smiled and said, Daddy was thinking about something else, then continued with the story. Countless stories and knowledge flooded my mind as my reading comprehension system expanded effortlessly. Simultaneously, my storywriting abilities advanced at a staggering pace. Nowadays, parents are very willing to spend money on their children. If I could write some good stories, I'd earn a decent income. But to make money, you first have to improve your own skills. After watching with Lin Xiaoxi for half an hour, I said, Xiaoxi, can you watch by yourself for a bit? Daddy needs to go cook. There's some meat you like. She responded with an It only took me half an hour to finish cooking. Lin Xiaoxi took a bite and happily exclaimed, Daddy, it's so yummy. Even tastier than lunchtime food. I served her some greens saying, Xiaoqian, have some green veggies now, we shouldn't be picky eaters. She replied, Daddy, I'll eat just a little bit, really just a tiny bit. True to her word, she took only a nibble, though still an improvement from lunch when she'd refused greens completely. After dinner, I gave Lin Xiaoqian her bath and changed her into pajamas. When I emerged from my quick shower, I found her weeping. I hurried over asking, what's wrong, Xiaoqian? 2 teardrops clung to her little face as she whispered, Daddy, I miss Mommy. I held her tight and comforted her, Xiaoqian, Mom will come to see you in a few days. Mommy is working now, let's not disturb her work, okay? Daddy will keep telling you stories. Su Mangao didn't add me on WeChat, so I couldn't video call Xiaoqian. It seems she's still resistant to me, and I didn't bring it up either to avoid getting rejected. An hour later, Xiaoqian fell asleep listening to a story. A smile appeared on my face as I thought, having a precious daughter, the system awakening, improvements in cooking skills, physical fitness, and storytelling ability, what a perfect day. I asked the system in my mind, if I practice something else now, can other abilities appear? The system replied, forcing it won't work. New abilities will naturally emerge during your time spent with the child. I nodded slightly, this was just as well. No need to rack my brains figuring out how to improve. On the other side, Su Mangao's best friend Shenqing asked her, Mangao, what's bothering you? Troubled by so much money and not knowing how to spend it? Su Mangao said as she brought Xiaoxi to me. Shenqing was surprised and asked if she wanted to be with me. Su Mangao shook her head, saying she had no such intention, that we were from 2 different worlds and simply not suited for each other. Xiaoxi said she wanted a father. Seeing other children with their daddies by their side made her envious, and when other kids said she didn't have one, it would sadden her. Xin Shang asked if she had ever considered marrying someone. Su Mangao replied that she likely couldn't have more children and that the chances of her partner cheating were high. Having Xiaoxi was enough for her. Xin Shang said that as Xiaoxi's father, there was no problem with me. Yet Su Mangao muttered quietly, worried I wouldn't take good care of Xiaoxi. Xin Shang asked Su Mangao about my current situation, and Su Mangao sighed, saying I got laid off last month and was living in a one-bedroom apartment smaller than 40 square meters in an urban village. If it weren't for Xiaoxi missing her father, she wouldn't want Xiaoxi to suffer here. She left me 60,000 as living expenses for 3 months, but she was afraid giving more might make me have other ideas. Xin Shang felt the money was enough, what mattered was whether I put my heart into it. Su Mangao said she'd assess the situation later and mentioned she'd be flying to the US the next day for her mother's surgery. Xin Shang reassured her to focus on accompanying her mom, saying I'm Xiaoxi's father and wouldn't treat her poorly. Su Mangao nodded in agreement and left in the Bentley. Xin Shang felt it was a pity for Su Mangao, murmuring to herself that if she had been more outstanding, the two of them might have gotten together. She decided to check on the situation in a few days. In the middle of the night, Xiao Qian woke up and gently pushed me with her tiny hand, saying, Daddy, Daddy. I woke up immediately, and she whispered in that adorable baby voice that she needed to pee, because good girls don't wet the bed. I quickly carried her to the bathroom, and she peed as soon as she squatted down. Just a moment later and she would have wet the bed. I carried her back to bed and asked, Xiaoxi, do you usually wear diapers to sleep at night? She said cutely, Daddy, I don't wear diapers anymore. I'm 2 years old now, not a 1-year-old baby. I praised her for being so good with a smile and told her to go back to sleep. When I woke up again, it was already daylight. Xiaoxian woke up first and didn't disturb me. Seeing me awaken, she giggled and said, Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says going to bed early and waking up early makes a good baby. I smiled and praised her for being a good girl. She snuggled into my arms and said she wanted to wake up seeing both me and Mom. In my heart, I also wanted to wake up seeing Su Mangao, but I could only say that Mom was too busy. Xiaoxian said she missed Mom and wanted to call her. Sitting up, I tried to persuade her, Xiaoxian, you've only been with Daddy for 1 day. If I call Mom now, she might think Daddy can't take good care of you. Let's get up and have breakfast, then move, okay? Xiao Qian's eyes lit up as she agreed. Fortunately, kids are easy to persuade. Su Mangao told me not to call unless it's important. Soon after we got up, Xiao Qian said she didn't have a toothbrush, and Mom warned that skipping brushing would let bugs bite her teeth. I felt a bit awkward. She had towels in her suitcase but no toothbrush, and I forgot to buy one yesterday. I quickly carried her to a nearby convenience store to buy some. I asked if she'd like noodles for breakfast, and she asked if there was meat in it. I said yes. After breakfast, I packed my things to move. I didn't have much, and some items I didn't plan to keep anyway. Once the suitcase was packed, I hailed a taxi and arrived at the new place. When we got to the new home, I said, Xiaoxi, let's go to the big supermarket. We'll buy lots of groceries so I can cook you something delicious for lunch. There was a supermarket in Ziyuan community where we bought quite a few things. Xiaoxi happily held her paintbrushes and said she wanted to draw. She'd paint me, her mom, and herself. I prepared brushes and paper for her, and when she couldn't draw well, I held her little hand to teach her. 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice rang in my mind, Host, your drawing skills are beginning to improve. After accumulating 10 hours, your drawing skills can reach the master level. 20 hours to grandmaster level. I smiled at the corner of my mouth. Teaching my daughter to draw for 10 hours could elevate my skills to master level. This system is truly amazing. If this keeps up, I'll definitely become an all-around awesome dad. Countless painting experiences flooded into my mind, and with the system's assistance, I quickly digested and absorbed them all. Dad, you're amazing. Dad, can you teach me how to paint? Lin Xiaoqi gazed at me with admiration in her eyes. I kissed Lin Xiaoqi gently. Of course I can. Besides painting, what else would you like me to teach you? Lin Xiaoqi counted on her fingers. I want Dad to teach me painting, singing, swimming, and also, oh yeah, I also want Dad to teach me how to play soccer. Yan Yang has a big soccer ball. He said he won't not play with me. I found it amusing in my heart playing soccer at just over 2 years old, but since my daughter likes it, I definitely have to support her. If I just teach her casually, she'll probably become a soccer star. CC, Dad can totally teach you these, but is there anything you can do? Can you teach Daddy something too? I said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqiu tilted her head in thought, and after a while, she blurted out a few English phrases. Daddy, I know some English. Can I teach you English? Sure, then it's a deal, I said with a laugh. Lin Xiaoqian said with all seriousness, Daddy, put your hands properly, I'm going to start class. Good morning is said like this, she taught with great imitation of a teacher's manner. 5 minutes later, the system's voice echoed in my mind, Host, if you study for 3 hours, you will master English fluently. For every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoqian a foreign language, you will master another foreign language proficiently, with no upper limit. Chapter 6, Learning Foreign Languages from Su Mangao? I mentally gave the system 10,000 thumbs up. Mastering a foreign language in just 3 hours? Now that's what I call stellar efficiency. Though the speed can't compare to the crude check-in system, in the process of teaching Xiaoqian, I naturally acquire the language. I really enjoy this process. Daddy, you're not being serious. Kids who aren't serious don't get little red flowers, Lin Xiaoqian said adorably. I snapped back to attention. Teacher Xiaoxi is right. I'll listen carefully to your lecture. Please continue with the lesson. Okay, Lin Xiaoxi resumed teaching me. Born in Huagua but having spent some time abroad, Su Mangao had also taught her English, so she knew quite a bit. Right now, she was teaching me with remarkable skill. Time ticked by as a flood of English knowledge poured into my mind. In just 3 short hours, I could already master the language proficiently. These 30 minutes alone had taught me more than all my previous studies combined. Teacher Xiaoxi, can we continue in the afternoon? It's almost noon, and I need to cook lunch for you, I said with a smile, raising my hand. Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Daddy, class is over now. You can't call me Teacher Xiaoxi anymore, I'm your little darling. That's right, you're my little darling. I patted Lin Xiaoxi's small head, feeling warm inside. Then I'll go cook for my little darling. Xiaoqian, you can draw by yourself for now, and you can give me your lesson this afternoon. Soon I was busy in the kitchen. After 5 minutes, my cooking skills began to improve rapidly. System, do the first 5 minutes not count? I asked quietly in my mind. The system said, Host, it only counts if it lasts more than 5 minutes. When calculating, the first 5 minutes are also included. I get it. 3-minute enthusiasm won't work, but the system's requirements aren't that high. 5-minute enthusiasm will suffice. Half an hour passed, and I finished cooking. Daddy, it smells so good. It must be super yummy. I'm gonna eat 2 bowls of rice. Lin Xiaoqi came over, drawn by the aroma. I picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, let's wash our hands first, then you can sit in your high chair and eat by yourself. You're not a 1-year-old baby anymore, you can eat by yourself, right? Lin Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. Soon, I helped her wash her hands. Lin Xiaoqian looked at the dishes on the table. Daddy, the food you made looks so pretty, it seems really yummy. Dad, you're amazing. I used baby utensils to serve Lin Xiaoqian her meal. Xiaoqian, let's eat an extra piece of greens today. Lin Xiaoqian made a bitter face, but the greens didn't taste as bad as she expected when she ate them. This improvement was thanks to my upgraded cooking skills. More than 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoqi enthusiastically resumed her role as a little teacher after her afternoon nap. In the morning, I only studied for half an hour. In the afternoon, I studied for an hour. I feel like I can already communicate fluently in English. System, what exactly is your proficiency standard? I asked in my mind. The system replied, Host, proficiency means being capable of simultaneous interpretation. I thought to myself in astonishment, quite a proficiency standard indeed. Even most native English speakers probably couldn't achieve that level in a lifetime of study. No wonder the 3 hours of study time felt so effective. I already feel amazing after just an hour and a half. Cece, it's time for outdoor activities now. Didn't we buy a soccer ball? Dad's taking you to play soccer, I said with a smile. Every day should include an hour or 2 of outdoor activities. Okay. Yay, we're going to play soccer. Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed happily. When she lived at Su Mangao's villa, the nanny could take her out for walks, but hardly ever arranged outdoor sports for her. After all, children from wealthy families are precious. What if they get scratched or bruised during outdoor activities? Xiaoxi, Daddy will carry you, and you hold the soccer ball, I said, taking out the soccer ball with a smile. Aha, Lin Xiaoxi replied, clutching the ball with both little hands. Soon, I took Lin Xiaoxi downstairs. The Yuan community was an upscale neighborhood with vast stretches of grassy areas right within the complex. Xiaoxi, kick it to Daddy, I said with a smile. Ha! Lin Xiaoxi gave a strong kick, sending the ball 2 or 3 meters away. Xiaoxi, catch the ball, I gently kicked it back. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice echoed in my mind. Host, your football skills are improving. You'll reach master level in 10 hours, and grandmaster in 20 hours. A smile spread across my face. Having clear levels made everything much more straightforward. 10 hours. If I practice 1 or 2 hours outdoors each day, in about a week my skills will be World Cup ready. I felt absolutely thrilled, though I had no intention of becoming a professional player in the future. Wouldn't it be way better to enjoy being a stay-at-home dad and raising Lin Xiaoxi? System, mastering a language only takes 3 hours, but this one requires 10 hours. Is it considerably more difficult? I inquired in my mind. The system replied, yes, host. Even a 3-year-old can learn this language. Its difficulty level is relatively low. Mum. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian pouted with a troubled expression. Daddy, this soccer ball won't listen to me. Let's buy a new one. Her little feet often missed when she kicked. I chuckled softly. Xiaoqian, it's not that the soccer ball won't listen, it's that Xiaoqian needs more practice. Look, Dad, I said as I lifted my foot and began juggling the ball with both feet continuously, not letting it drop for several dozen touches. Wow! Lin Xiaoqiu gazed at me with adoration. Daddy, Yang Yang said his daddy is the best, but he's wrong. My daddy is the best. I stopped and crouched down, smiling as I said, Xiaoxi, we shouldn't compare ourselves to others. We just need to focus on studying hard, okay? You're already amazing as long as you put in effort. Lin Xiaoxi nodded with partial understanding. Let's keep practicing our passing now. Another half hour passed when Lin Xiaoxi frowned pitifully. Daddy, I'm so tired. Can we go home and sleep? I smiled and said, you took a nap at noon, but we don't go to sleep until nighttime. Since you're tired, let's not play soccer. We'll take the ball home and go buy you some books at the bookstore instead. Let's buy lots and lots of storybooks. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up excitedly. Great idea, Daddy. Let's go to the bookstore. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and I attended another hour-and-a-half lesson taught by Lin Xiaoxi. Host, you've now mastered English fluently. Continuing to listen to Lin Xiaoxi's lessons will no longer yield any improvement. The system reminded me. After 3 hours of teaching combined, Lin Xiaoxi had nothing left to teach either. Teacher Xiaoxi, you just taught something you already covered before, I said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi's little face flushed red. Daddy, I won't do it again. Daddy, you should get Mommy to teach you English from now on. Mom is really good at English. Learning a foreign language from Su Mangao? That actually sounds pretty good. I said to Lin Xiaoqian, you're amazing. After you taught me, Daddy remembered a lot of English knowledge he'd forgotten before. How about Daddy teaches you instead? The roles of teacher and student had reversed, leaving Lin Xiaoqian somewhat bewildered, probably wondering how her father had suddenly become so proficient. Chapter 7, Mommy, you should call him hubby. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. The incoming call displayed a strange number on his phone, so he simply hung up. But soon, the person stubbornly called again. Hello. Lin Chen answered the call this time. Su Mangao's voice came through the phone. Lin Chen, it's me. How's Qianqian? Is she doing okay with you? Lin Chen, sounds good. Let me put Qianqi on the phone. He muttered to himself. Didn't Su Mangao say not to call unless it was something important? Or is he just missing Qianqi? Su Mangao called first in just this short amount of time. Qianqi, you can keep drawing later. Mommy's on the phone. Lin Chen put the phone on speaker and handed it to Lin Xiaoqian. Clutching the phone with both hands, Lin Xiaoxi chirped happily, Mommy, where are you? Cici misses you so much. On the other end of the line, Su Mangao's nose tingled with emotion. Mommy misses Qishi too. Qishi, are you doing alright at Daddy's place? Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Mommy, I'm great. Daddy's cooking is super yummy. Daddy is so amazing. Even better than Yang Yang's dad. Mom, come quickly, let's go to sleep together. Then when Cici wakes up, she can see both Daddy and Mommy at the same time. Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. Although she had been with Lin Chen and even had a child with him, her memories of that night when she was drugged remained very hazy. Lin Chen silently gave Lin Xiaoqian a thumbs up in his mind. What a good daughter. Lin Chen, you're beside us, right? Could you step back just a little? I'd like to chat with Qianqian. Su Mangao spoke up. In her adorable childlike voice, Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, other mommies call their husbands dear. You should call him dear too. Lin Chen quickly said, I need to use the restroom. You two carry on. Soon he was gone. Cici, Mommy and Daddy's situation is special. You must never say things like that again, understand? Su Mangao reminded her. Having said that, she found herself rather amused. Lin Xiaoxi was barely over 2 years old, could she possibly remember? Cici, are you happy staying with Daddy? If you're not, Mommy can have Aunt Qingqing come pick you up. Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoxi pleaded anxiously, Mom, I don't want to leave. I love Dad, he's the best father in the whole world. Su Mangao sighed inwardly. Blood truly runs thicker than water. In such a short time, little Cici had already grown so attached to Lin Chen. Qianqian, Mom is a bit busy and might come home late. Listen to your dad, be good, and eat your meal properly, okay? Don't worry, Mommy, I'm a good baby. Aha, Cici's the best baby. After chatting for a while, Su Mangao hung up the phone. She wasn't in the mood to talk much right now. Her mother had just been wheeled into the operating room. Dreamyao, how is Cici doing? Su Dreamyao's father, Su Guofeng, inquired. He missed Lin Xiaoxi too, but he couldn't say much otherwise. Lin Xiaoxi would surely want to speak with her grandmother, who wasn't available at the moment. Cici is fine. After all, Lin Chen is Cici's father, and she's very close to him. Su Mangao said. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen is Cici's father, and you are her mother, but you must maintain your distance. You and Lin Chen are from two different worlds. Dad isn't looking down on him, it's just that your social standings are too far apart. Being with him would only hold you back. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. Dad believes you will surely find your prince charming. Su Mangao fell silent. The events of that year left her with psychological scars. She had no intention of finding another man and entering into marriage again. Dad, if Mom's surgery is successful this time, does that mean you can return to China and take back control of the company? Su Mangao inquired. Su Guofeng shook his head. Even if the surgery is successful, he'll definitely need months to recuperate. How could he rush back to China so soon? Just keep managing the company, it's working out well. After all, you'll have to take over the family business sooner or later anyway. Su Mangao. Dad, that's not what you said at the beginning. You initially told me to manage things for 3 to 5 months, and now it's been over a year. Are you really thinking of retiring before you're even 50? Su Guofeng cleared his throat and said, I had no choice, son. Your mother's condition was serious, I had to stay with her. The results prove you're doing an excellent job. Su Mangao frowned and said, but I'm too busy managing company affairs, I hardly have any time to spend with Cici. Just hold on for another 6 months, Mangao, Su Guofeng said. By then, your mother should be mostly recovered. 6 months, alright then. I only intend to let Lin Chen take care of her for 6 months at most. When Cici starts kindergarten, I'll need to devote more time to raising her. Su Mangao said. Got it. Su Guofeng nodded. Daddy, did you and mommy get divorced? Lin Xiaoqi asked in her childish voice. Ha? Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, do you know what divorce means? Lin Xiaoqi nodded. I know. Yuan's parents got divorced, and she said her dad doesn't want her anymore. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, mommy and daddy would never abandon you. We're not getting divorced, so don't imagine things, okay? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian as he spoke. Not that they could get divorced anyway, he and Su Mangao would have to get married first. Xiaoqi, can you write your own name? Let daddy teach you, okay? Lin Chen inquired. Okay. Lin Xiaoeleven's attention was quickly diverted. Lin Chen prepared paper and pen and began teaching. 5 minutes passed. Host, your calligraphy skills are improving. Practice for 10 hours to reach the master level, and 20 hours for the grandmaster level. The system's voice sounded. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Just as expected, teaching Lin Xiaoxi to write would enhance his calligraphy. His handwriting used to be completely ordinary, he couldn't even write with a brush. But now, both his hard-tip and soft-tip calligraphy would improve. Through every dynasty and in every calligraphic style, he could effortlessly summon them at will. Daddy, my name is so hard to write. Can I change my name to Lin Yi from now on? 30 minutes later, Lin Xiaoqian said with a pouting face. Lin Chen kissed her little cheek. Cici, that won't do. How can we give up just because of this small obstacle? Our Cici is the best. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely teach you. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen continued teaching her for another half hour. For someone as young as Lin Xiaoxi, staying focused for a whole hour was quite remarkable. Xiaoxi, what would you like to do next? Lin Xiaoxi eagerly replied, Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park. Mom took me there before, and it was so much fun. Lin Chen gently patted her little cheek and smiled, then we'll go to the amusement park. But remember, Xiaoqi, we can't go too often, you still need to study, right? MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded obediently. An hour later, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to play with that. Mom took me to play that too, hee hee. Lin Xiaoqian pointed to the carousel not far away and said, Chapter 8, finally started making money. Soon Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi were seated on the carousel. Xiaoxi, hold on tight, alright? Lin Chen reminded Lin Xiaoxi. He sat beside her, ready to reach out and steady her if she lost her grip. MHM. Dad, you should also be careful and stay safe, Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly. The music started playing, and the carousel began to turn. System, does this count as riding a horse? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, host, even if you're riding a horse, it shouldn't take 5 minutes to turn around. Sure enough, it stopped spinning after just 3 minutes. Dad, let's go play bumper cars. I played with my mom, and the bumper cars were so much fun, Lin Xiaoxi said excitedly. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Bumper cars counted as cars too. He had a driver's license, but he'd gotten it during his sophomore summer break and had never actually touched a steering wheel since. That license was practically gathering dust. Boss, how many minutes per round here? When they reached the bumper cars, Lin Chen inquired. 10 minutes. Hearing the owner's reply, Lin Chen paid happily. Let's go. 5 minutes passed. The system's voice indeed sounded, Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve. It will take 10 hours to reach master level, and 20 hours to reach grandmaster level. It feels good. Lin Chen secretly felt overjoyed. Driving skills were still quite practical. He would definitely need to buy a car in the future. It would make going out much more convenient. Otherwise, when it's windy or rainy, imagining him holding Lin Xiaoqi while waiting for a taxi by the roadside would be downright depressing. Missing the ride would be even worse. Time ticked by second. Lin Chen's driving skills improved rapidly. CC, do you want to ride it one more time? After finishing the first round, Lin Chen chuckled and asked Lin Xiaoqi. Think about it. Dad, I want to go on 2 more rides. Lin Xiaoxi said happily. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi for 2 more rides. After about half an hour in total, Lin Chen's driving skills had improved significantly compared to a beginner's level. If he brought Lin Xiaoqi to the amusement park more often, he'd soon become a seasoned driver. A few more visits, and he could even consider becoming a race car driver. Xiaoxi, want to try shooting? If you hit the balloons, you might win one of those plush toys. Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian. A big doggy. Lin Xiaoqian looked and said, Daddy, you do the shooting, I want that big dog. The doggy is looking at me, hee hee. Alright. Daddy will definitely win it for you. Lin Chen chuckled and said, Bang, bang. Lin Chen fired the gun slowly, finishing only after 5 minutes. The system's voice rang out. Host's marksmanship is beginning to improve. Gun skills will reach Grandmaster level in 10 hours. A flood of shooting experience surged into Lin Chen's mind. Xiaoxi, Daddy didn't succeed this time, but I'll keep trying. Daddy will definitely win that big stuffed dog for you today. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said with a smile, Sure, Dad will definitely succeed. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen still didn't succeed in the second round, but after 2 rounds, his shooting skills had improved significantly and became quite proficient. In the third round, Lin Chen finally won the big dog. The boss was quite astonished. Lin Chen's marksmanship was terrible at first, so how did it become so good later? Boss, we'll leave the doll here for now. We'll come back to pick it up later. Lin Chen chuckled as he carried Lin Xiaoxi away. As time passed, Lin Chen didn't acquire any other skills. There were games like archery and basketball shooting in the amusement park, but Lin Xiaoxi wasn't interested in playing them. His main purpose was to accompany Lin Xiaoxi. Acquiring skills was just a bonus. Xiaoxi, it's time for us to go home. Look at those dark clouds gathering in the sky, it's likely to rain soon. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxi as he spoke. Lin Xiaoxi pouted reluctantly. Daddy, the amusement park is so much fun. Can we come back again sometime? That would be wonderful. Lin Chen replied with a smile. He still needs to work on improving his driving and shooting skills. Taking along the stuffed dog he won, Lin Chen and the others hailed a taxi home. Shortly after getting in, thunder began to rumble as rain started pouring from the sky. The house is too expensive, there's no need to rush for now. The car needs to be bought as soon as possible. Lin Chen muttered to himself. To buy a car, he would have to solve one problem, he needs money. Lin Chen fell into silent contemplation which skill could earn money most conveniently. So far he had acquired quite a few skills: culinary arts, fairy tale writing, painting, football, calligraphy, driving, shooting, and English. If painting and calligraphy reach a top-tier level, they could earn quite a lot, but right now, my skills aren't there yet. As for culinary skills, I'm not interested in cooking for others. Soccer and driving, if I excel in them, I could make a lot by playing professionally or racing, but that's not a path I'd choose. Right now, the easiest ways to earn money would be fairy tale writing and English. Lin Chen thought to himself. He could tell Lin Xiaoxian more fairy tales to rapidly improve his skills, as online submissions could quickly earn him royalties. His English had reached simultaneous interpretation level, allowing him to take on highly challenging translation jobs online. Although many Chinese study English and the translation industry is fiercely competitive, extremely few could match his current proficiency. There was no doubt he could make money. Daddy, I really miss Mommy. How wonderful it would be if Mommy were here with us, Lin Xiaoxi murmured while snuggling in Lin Chen's arms. At the amusement park, she'd seen so many children with both their parents by their sides, and she couldn't help feeling envious. Lin Chen comforted her, saying, Xiaoxi, when Mommy comes back, you can talk to her about us all going to the amusement park together, okay? MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded eagerly. Let me tell you a story, Dad. MHM. Lin Chen now had many fairy tales in his mind, so even without a book, he could directly tell one to Lin Xiaoqian. After arriving home, eating dinner, and taking a bath, Lin Xiaoqian quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen started searching online. I should be able to translate this in just a few hours. The translation fee is 5,000 yuan, pretty decent. Might as well give it a try. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He took on an online translation job. Very few people accepted such highly difficult translation tasks. Although the payment isn't low 5,000 yuan with my current skill level, I might not be able to deliver a proper translation even within a month. If the translation was a complete mess, no one would pay for it. Crackle pop. Lin Chen went to the study and started typing on the keyboard. There was already a computer in the study of this house. I'm typing much faster than before. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He guessed it must be due to his improved physical constitution. Originally estimated at 4 hours, Lin Chen actually finished the translation in just over 3 hours. After checking it through without finding any issues, soon Lin Chen sent the completed translation to the recipient's email. He checked and found the other party had a pretty good reputation. Even if they tried to cheat him out of his translation fee, all it cost him was a little over 3 hours. He could always settle the score with them later. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Ha, so fast? A supervisor at some translation company was very perplexed. Their company receives many translation tasks, but when they can't handle them all, they post some assignments online. He remembered this task had only been accepted last night. Hopefully the translation won't turn out to be complete garbage. The supervisor quickly opened the email to check. Soon, astonishment flashed in his eyes. The translation was extremely accurate. He felt the translator's skill far surpassed his own. Checking the timestamp, the supervisor realized the translator had completed the entire task in just 3 hours from acceptance to delivery. Holy shit, we've encountered a real master. The supervisor was thrilled beyond words. If they could establish connections with such an expert, they could take on more challenging projects and skim even bigger profits from them. Master, your translation is excellent. We'll make the payment immediately. Boss, could we establish a long-term collaboration? Here's my phone number and WeChat ID. The manager quickly replied to Lin Chen with an email. Chapter 9, Did you get a paternity test done? Clang. Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a text message notification. He took out his phone and checked. It was actually a text message from the bank, notifying him that the 5,000 yuan for the translation job had already been deposited. Pretty efficient, aren't you? Lin Chen muttered to himself. If the other party dared claim his translation had issues, he'd have to set them straight properly. Xiaoxi, go play by yourself for a bit. Daddy has something to take care of. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's head and said with a smile. Okay, Daddy, you can go. Lin Xiaoqian replied obediently. Lin Chen went to the study and turned on the computer. After logging into his email, Lin Chen opened the reply message sent to him. Long-term cooperation? Lin Chen muttered. He had little interest in long-term cooperation, as the potential earnings were limited. Even making thousands per day would only amount to over 100,000 per month. For ordinary people, that might be a lot, but with his system, earning just over 100,000 a month would be laughable. Transporting goods using the system space alone earned him more than that. However, making some short-term money this way wasn't bad. Not counting Su Mangao's 60,000, he only had about 30,000 of his own left. Moving expenses had cost him several thousand already. 30,000 yuan would last him quite a while if it were just for himself, but with Lin Xiaoqi included, it drained quickly. Just one trip to the amusement park yesterday cost them a fair amount. His rent was paid monthly, already taking up 15,000 each month. Hello. Lin Chen quickly added the other person on WeChat. Hello there, boss. You're translating both quickly and excellently. We often have some urgent and high-quality jobs here, with rates higher than the standard. Would you be interested in collaborating? On the other end of the phone, Yao Bin, the supervisor of the translation company, replied. I'm just looking to make some extra cash short-term. You can definitely send the tasks my way. I'll take them on if I feel they're manageable. Lin Chen responded. All right. Yao Bin felt somewhat regretful. But top-tier experts have their own quirks. He couldn't force the issue. If the expert didn't take jobs from him, they could always accept them from others. Hey expert, I've got 3 jobs here. See if any of them interest you. Yao Bin quickly sent Lin Chen 3 highly challenging manuscripts. Their team wasn't quite capable of handling such orders themselves. Posting them online for outsourcing proved difficult. The pay was too low to attract takers for such demanding work, with no quality guarantees either. The price is slightly low, increase it by 10% across the board. If that works, I'll take all 3 orders. After reviewing them, Lin Chen replied. Yao Bin hesitated. Are you sure you can handle all 3 at once? No big deal. Yao Bin quickly agreed to Lin Chen's request for a price increase. After the 10% increase, the total for all 3 orders came to 21,000. Lin Chen estimated the work might take around 10 hours in total. Lin Xiaoxi needs her afternoon nap, an hour or 2 at noon, 3 more hours in the evening. 2 days would be enough to get it done. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Lin Chen had acquired only one new skill. Singing skill. This emerged while teaching Lin Xiaoqian nursery rhymes. Clang. A text message from the bank arrived. His translation submission was accepted, earning him 21,000. Combined with the previous 5,000, he made 26,000 in just over 10 hours. Lin Chen realized it. Knowledge truly is power. He used to work hard for a whole month and only earn a few thousand yuan. Cici, you didn't read that correctly just now. Daddy will read it to you again. Lin Chen glanced at the text message and continued teaching English to Lin Xiaoqian. Soon, the system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your French has reached the proficient standard. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Learned another foreign language. Piece of cake. System, next up is German. Lin Chen gave the mental command he could freely choose. Understood, host. Continuing to teach Lin Xiaoqi foreign languages will enhance your German proficiency. The system responded. Knock knock. Shen Chang arrived outside the house where Lin Chen used to live. She knocked for quite a while, but no one answered. Are you looking for Lin Chen, girl? A woman coming down the stairs asked. Shen Chang quickly replied, yes, sister, I'm here to see Lin Chen. The woman looked Xinqing up and down. You must be Lin Xiaoqian's mother, right? Xiaoqian is adorable. Parents ought to be responsible for their children. Xinqing. You've got it wrong, ma'am. Cici is my best friend's daughter. The woman awkwardly said, oh, I see. Lin Chen doesn't live here anymore. I don't know where he moved to. Thank you, ma'am. Xinqing hurried downstairs and left. Beep beep. Xinqing dialed Su Mangao's number. Su Mangao often traveled abroad, so Xinqing had long activated international long-distance calling. Xinqing, how are things? Su Mangao asked with some nervousness. She knew Xinqing would go to Lin Chen's place to check on him today. She was worried that Lin Xiaoqi wasn't doing well. Mangao, Lin Chen has moved. Didn't he tell you? Xinqing asked. Su Mangao, no, he didn't. I told him not to contact me unless it was important, and he hasn't called me. I'll give him a call to ask, and I'll let you know later. Sure. After hanging up the phone, Su Mangao dialed Lin Chen's number. Hello. Lin Chen answered the call. He already knew this number belonged to Su Mangao. Su Mangao said, Lin Chen, where have you moved to? A friend went to see Cici only to find you'd relocated. Lin Chen said, Building 5, Unit 2001, Ziyuan Community. Don't worry, Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I won't treat her poorly. Did you take a paternity test? Su Mangao inquired. No, Xiaoqian looks so much like me, and I believe you wouldn't lie about something like this. With your qualifications, you could easily find plenty of men willing to take responsibility. Lin Chen said, you talk to Xiaoqian yourself. Turning on speakerphone, Lin Chen handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. He got up and went to the bathroom on his own. Cici, you've been with Dad for a few days now. How do you feel? Do you still want to keep living with Dad? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Xiaoqi replied cheerfully, of course I do. Mom, let me tell you, Dad is amazing. He's like a superhero. Oh really? What makes Dad so special? Lin Xiaoxi held her phone and said, Daddy is amazing. He teaches me to sing, draw, write, and tells me stories. Daddy knows lots and lots of stories. Mommy, when are you coming home? Cici misses you so much. Su Mangao replied, Mommy won't be back for another week. Lin Xiaoxi's grandmother's surgery was fairly successful, but she's still in the hospital. After chatting with Lin Xiaoxi for a while, Su Mangao hung up the phone. She gave Xinqing Lin Chen's new address. Xinqing, when you get to Ziyuan Community and meet Lin Chen later, make sure to take plenty of photos and send them to me. Su Mangao reminded her. As you command. Ziyuan Community wasn't far away, and Xinqing arrived quickly by car. After registering as a visitor, Xinqing entered the residential complex. This complex isn't bad at all. Xinqing muttered to herself. She checked online, the property prices at Ziyuan residential complex weren't cheap. Ding dong. Xinqing arrived outside Unit 2001, Building 5, and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10, Xinqing's shock. Hello, you must be Xinqing? Please come in. Xiaoqian, Auntie Qingqing that you've been talking about is here. Lin Chen said with a smile. Xinqing sized up Lin Chen, whose first impression on her was rather favorable. His attire was simple yet impeccably clean. Aunt Xinqing. Lin Xiaoqian came trotting over. Xianqian, Aunt Xinqing has missed you so much. Xinqing crouched down, picked up Lin Xiaoqian, and said with a beaming smile. Lin Chen, since it's my first visit, I bought some fruit. There are blueberries inside that Cici likes to eat. You can take them yourself. Xinqing said. Alright, thank you. Xinqing carried Lin Xiaoxi into the house. Her gaze swept across the room. The space was quite spacious. Though it couldn't compare to the villa where Su Mangao lived, it was still very nice. For Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi, this place was more than enough. The interior decoration of the house also gave off a very comfortable vibe. Auntie Qingqing, some kids say Cici doesn't have a daddy, but I do have one, and my daddy is the best there is. Lin Xiaoqian said with a little pride. Xinqing kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Cici, don't listen to those kids' nonsense. Of course you have a father. Lin Xiaoqian said Lin Chen was the best, but she ignored that. The Su family had investigated before Lin Chen was utterly ordinary. In high school and college, he barely stood out at all. Lin Chen's family background was also quite ordinary. Both his parents were just ordinary farmers. Although the Lin family wasn't considered poor, they certainly weren't wealthy either. Compared to the Su family, they were as different as heaven from earth. Lin Chen, could I take a look around and snap some photos? Mangyao wants to see. Xinqing asked. Lin Chen nodded, sure, go ahead and take as many pictures as you like. The apartment was 160 square meters but had only 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Xinqing carefully took several photos in each room. Lin Chen, the rent for this place isn't cheap, is it? Xinqing asked. Lin Chen nodded, 15,000 a month. By the way, help me return this to Su Mangao later. Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I don't need her money to take care of her. Lin Chen opened the suitcase and took out the bag containing the money. Xinqing was somewhat surprised. You don't want it? This is Mengyao's living allowance for you and Cici. Lin Chen said, I can earn money myself. For the first 2 years when she was taking care of Xiao Qian, I didn't provide any living expenses. Now that I'm taking care of Xiao Qian, she doesn't need to give us any living expenses either. I won't treat little she badly. Xinxing shook her head and said, you can give it to her yourself later. She'll definitely come visit Cici in the future. Lin Chen, it's almost noon. Let me treat you and Qianqian to lunch. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Xiaoqian said, Anqingqing, I don't want to eat out. Restaurant food isn't as good as Daddy's cooking. I love Daddy's dishes. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xinsheng, if you don't mind, why not have a meal at home? You can play with Xiaoqian for a while, and I'll cook. It'll only take about 40 or 50 minutes. Then I'll trouble you. Xinsheng nodded. Qianqian, how about Anqingqing tells you a story? Xinxing carried Lin Xiaoxi to the balcony, where there was a low little table with many storybooks on it. Lin Chen quickly got to work in the kitchen. Lin Xiaoxi had been following him for 5 days, helping with dishwashing daily. He spent over 2 hours in the kitchen each day, with every hour counting as a year's experience. His culinary skills now amounted to more than a decade. This decade plus of chef experience wasn't that of an ordinary person for over 10 years, nor was it an ordinary restaurant chef's decade plus. His expertise came from over 10 years of direct mentorship under top-tier chefs. Without exaggeration, Lin Chen's current culinary skills now surpass those of most head chefs at 5-star hotels. About 20 minutes passed. Xinxing sniffed. The aroma from the kitchen smelled delicious. After 40-some minutes, Lin Chen brought the dishes out from the kitchen. The fragrant smells Xinxing had noticed earlier grew noticeably richer. Xinsheng, Xiaoxi, dinner's ready. Lin Chen called out. Auntie Qingqing, let's go wash our hands. We can only finish eating after washing our hands. Lin Xiaoqian said in a childish voice. Soon, the two of them finished washing their hands and arrived at the dining room. Xinsheng looked at the 5 dishes Lin Chen had prepared on the table in surprise. In such a short time, Lin Chen had actually made 5 dishes, and each one looked quite appetizing. Aunt Qingqing, Daddy's cooking is super yummy. Daddy, I want that meaty meat. Little Lin Xiaoqian pointed her tiny finger at one particular dish. Alright, Daddy will get some for you. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head with affection. Lin Chen, your cooking skills look quite impressive. Xinsheng praised. Lin Chen chuckled, it's passable. If you enjoy it, you and Su Mangao should come over for more meals in the future. Xinsheng chuckled coquettishly and said, Mangao is my best friend. If you want me to sell her off, the food would have to be exceptionally delicious. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. The moment the food touched her tongue, Xinxing froze in surprise. Lin Chen's culinary skills were in no way inferior to those of a 5-star chef. Not bad at all, she commented on the dish. Let me try this fish. Xinxing sampled the second dish, finding the fish extraordinarily fresh and delicious. After tasting all 5 dishes, Xinsheng was utterly amazed. Lin Chen's cooking skills left Su Mangao miles behind. It very likely reached the standard of a 5-star hotel's head chef. Bear in mind that 5-star hotels have numerous chefs. Ordinary diners could never typically enjoy dishes prepared by the head chef himself. Auntie Qingqing, Daddy's cooking is yummy, right? Cici loves eating it so much. Lin Xiaoqi said sweetly. Xinsheng thought to herself, with Lin Chen's superb cooking skills, how could it not be delicious? Even picky little Cici had stopped being fussy about food. The nanny Su Yao hired cooked decently, but it was nothing compared to this. As for Su Yao's own cooking, well, it was best not to mention it. Cici, your dad's cooking is really delicious. Xinsheng praised. After finishing the meal, Xinsheng found herself completely stuffed. She usually didn't eat much to maintain her figure, but Lin Chen's dishes were so delicious that she couldn't resist. Xiaoxi, go over there and play by yourself for a while. Xinsheng, for the sake of this meal, can I ask you a question? Lin Chen said with a smile. Xinsheng nodded. Go ahead and ask. Lin Chen asked, has Su Mangao been with anyone else these past 3 years? Xinsheng raised an eyebrow. If she had been with someone else, would you really not consider her even if she doesn't have a boyfriend now? Lin Chen smiled faintly. 3 years is such a long time. It's normal if she's been with someone else, but in that case, I won't disturb her. He was a man with a system and standards to match. Xinxing replied, since we're having this meal together, I can tell you, she hasn't been with anyone else. After what happened that year, she developed psychological trauma and became very resistant towards men. Even a simple handshake is hard for her to accept. Even if you're Xiaoxi's father, chasing after her would still be difficult. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, thanks for the intel. I didn't have time to perform at my best today, but feel free to bring Su Mangao over more often in the future. I promise you'll get to taste even better dishes. Right now, his culinary skills are still improving rapidly. By the time Xinxing visits again, his cooking won't be at its current level. Lin Chen, you call this just average? You're being a bit humble bragging there. Xinxing laughed. With cooking skills like yours, why not become a chef? Being a chef would definitely be much better than your current job. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. In the past, even he couldn't stand his own cooking. Chapter 11. Did the fairy tale just explode? At noon, Lin Xiaoqian wanted to take a nap, so Xincheng left. Beep, beep. After leaving the residential area, Xincheng called Su Mangao's phone. Su Mangao was abroad, and it was very late there, but Xincheng knew Su Mangao definitely wouldn't be asleep right now. Sure enough, the call connected instantly. Xincheng, what's the situation? Su Mangao quickly asked. Xincheng laughed. Mangao, we've been worrying for nothing. Shanshan is probably living even better with Lin Chen than before. The residential complex Lin Chen rented is upscale, and the apartment itself is quite spacious with nice furnishings. It wouldn't just be enough for the two of them, you could move in there too without any issue. Su Mangao said irritably, don't talk nonsense. Xincheng said, anyway, Xiaoxi is living quite well. As for food, what Xiaoxi eats now is definitely better than what we have. That can't be possible? Su Mangao asked doubtfully. They're wealthy, they certainly don't eat poorly. Mangao, didn't you say your father investigated him before? Couldn't he find out that Lin Chen's culinary skills are exceptionally outstanding? His cooking is at the level of a 5-star hotel head chef. Su Mangao exclaimed in disbelief, you're making this up, right? If he had such culinary skills, why isn't he working as a chef? The treatment of a 5-star hotel head chef is never lacking. Hard to say. Anyway, I had lunch there today, and all 5 dishes were incredibly delicious. I'm so full right now I can barely move. Xincheng rubbed her stomach and said. Su Mangao still couldn't quite believe it. He never received specialized training. How could his culinary skills be this impressive? Maybe it's natural talent. Cici said her dad's cooking was the best, and I thought she was just making it up. Turns out it was actually true. Xincheng sighed with emotion as she spoke. At this point, Xincheng paused before continuing. Mangao, Lin Chen didn't use that 60,000 yuan you gave him. It's still in Cici's suitcase. Lin Chen asked me to return it to you, but I didn't take it. You'll surely visit Cici someday, you can take it back yourself then. Su Mangao frowned slightly. Why wouldn't he accept it? The rent for that apartment he's renting can't be cheap. The rent is 15,000 a month. Lin Chen said it should be dad looking after Cici, and we shouldn't accept your money. Mangao, maybe Lin Chen isn't as ordinary as he seems, Xincheng remarked. Lin Chen gave her a sense of unwavering confidence. Su Mangao retorted irritably, you're a classic case of the hand that feeds you rules your mouth. One meal and you're already singing his praises. Didn't I ask you to take photos? You did take them, right? Xincheng, yes, I did. I'll send you the photos later. Soon, Su Mangao received the photos Xincheng had sent her. This living environment actually looks pretty good. Su Mangao heaved a sigh of relief. It seems Lin Chen still dotes on Lin Xiaoqian very much. Seeing Lin Xiaoqian doing well allowed her to stay longer with peace of mind. While being a mother, she was also a daughter herself. Her mother had just narrowly escaped death's door. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen completed 3 more translation orders and earned over 20,000 yuan. His bank balance had now exceeded 70,000 yuan. Host, your fairy tale writing ability has reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Within a week, he had spent 20 hours telling stories to Lin Xiaoqian, 10 hours as a grandmaster, and 20 hours as a supreme grandmaster. This has reached the highest global standard. Another piece of good news. Lin Chen's face broke into a smile. Just half an hour ago while teaching Lin Xiaoqian English, the system had reminded him that his German had reached a proficient level. Now he had mastered 3 foreign languages, English, French, and German, and could perform simultaneous interpretation in all 3. Daddy, your story is so wonderful. Lin Xiaoqian whispered softly beside Lin Chen. Daddy, can you tell me another story? Sure. Lin Chen smiled. He began telling a new story, but before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxi sweetly drifted off to sleep. Leaning down to kiss Lin Xiaoxi, Lin Chen then went to the study. Fairy tales have reached master-level status, it's time to monetize this. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Earning a few thousand or even tens of thousands per translation job is still too little money. Saving up to buy this house feels impossible. The children's literature market is massive, and there's great demand for good fairy tales. Making a name for myself and publishing books would earn far more than translation work. Plus, if this thing takes off, it could generate a steady stream of income. Lin Yu. Lin Chen started by registering a pen name for himself. Crackle Pop. He quickly finished writing a 1,000-word fairy tale and uploaded it to the newly registered fairy tale platform, Tongxin.net. Tongxin.net is the largest domestic fairy tale platform, offering online reading. Popular works attract editors who then reach out for publishing opportunities. After uploading one piece, Lin Chen continued writing. He wasn't aiming to sell just 1 or 2 stories, he wanted to write prolifically, build his reputation, and eventually publish a complete collection. Su Xiao was an editor at Tongxin.net. Childhood.net is the largest fairy tale platform in China, but even in this lucrative industry, it now faces significant pressure. Their editors need to identify quality stories to feature. Only then can they attract more users. With an expanded user base, they can naturally retain more talented authors as well. What on earth is all this writing? Su Xiao frowned. She hadn't come across many decent pieces all day. The field was so mixed now, full of too much trash. Linu, a new author, huh? Su Xiao read the one written by Lin Chen. After reading it once, she carefully read it again, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As a professional editor, she could tell that this was undoubtedly a top-tier masterpiece. Editor-in-chief, I've stumbled upon a celestial herb. Su Xiao quickly made a phone call to the editor-in-chief. She has the authority to make recommendations, but her authority is quite ordinary. Her recommendations naturally aren't as impactful as those from the editor-in-chief. Really? Editor-in-chief Chen Wenhan said delightedly. Chief editor, perhaps even more than that. I feel this fairy tale could be passed down for centuries. Su Xiao remarked. Chen Wenhan was at home right now. He quickly turned on his computer, and after reading it, his feelings aligned exactly with Su Xiao's. This fairy tale might be passed down for 100 years. Ha! Chen Wenhan noticed Lin Yu had posted another new article. Great, absolutely fantastic. After finishing the second piece, Chen Wenhan was exhilarated. He felt this story was even better than the first one. Editor-in-chief, have you read Lin Yu's second story yet? He's undoubtedly a master storyteller. Shouldn't we feature him before someone else snatches him up? Su Xiao called Chen Wenhan again. Right away. Chen Wenhan promptly arranged for the best recommendation. Only a dozen or so readers, that's way too few, but they all gave perfect 10s, so the ratings aren't bad at least. Lin Chen muttered. After sending the second piece, he checked the results of the first one. Just a dozen clicks, quite dismal. Keep going. Lin Chen continued typing away. His mind was brimming with stories, each tale around 1,000 words, and he could easily write 3 in an hour without any trouble. Tonight, he'd start by putting together 10 pieces. With 20 or 30 stories, one could publish a fairy tale collection. Immortal-grade literature, really? The editor-in-chief actually wrote such a comment? Let me take a look first. Reaching immortal-grade quality would already be impressive enough. Chen Wenhan arranged for the promotion, and soon many people clicked on it. Every night, countless people search for stories on Tongxin Web. Right now is the peak traffic period for the website. Truly beyond celestial grass levels, Master Lin Yu is incredible. Full marks, no explanation needed. Tomorrow night I'll tell my kids these 2 stories. The comments section quickly filled with numerous new replies. 3 hours passed. Phew. Lin Chen wrote another 8 articles in one go and planned to upload them all together later, thinking it would be too troublesome to post them one by one. What's going on here? Opening the website, Lin Chen froze in astonishment. Both fairy tales had surpassed 50,000 clicks, with thousands of comments. This was an explosive success. Chapter 12, Signing with Tongxin Web. It turned out to be featured on the homepage. The combined tips from these 2 short stories already reached 1,000 yuan, not bad at all. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He quickly uploaded the other 8 articles he had written. These fairy tales were bound to blow up. Soon they'd be bringing him substantial daily earnings through reader tips. Truly impressive. Chen Wenhan was overwhelmed with emotion. After making the recommendation, he monitored the data closely. Within the same 3-hour period, Lin Yu's 2 short stories had significantly higher click-through rates. His favorable review had certainly contributed to the outcome. Additionally, he guessed that some readers recommending the stories to others attracted quite a crowd. Under normal circumstances, with the same recommendation spot featuring other stories, clicks would only reach about 10 to 20,000 within 3 hours. 30,000 clicks would already be considered excellent data. Yet both of Lin Yu's pieces had astonishingly surpassed 50,000 clicks. Beep beep. Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Chief editor, you're not asleep yet, are you? I just got into bed and was about to sleep. No problems, right? Chen Wenhan grew slightly nervous. Could it be that another website poached Lin Yu, and Lin Yu directly announced switching platforms? Editor-in-chief. Su Xiao's excited voice came through the phone. It must be because we gave him timely recommendations. Lin Yu felt our sincerity. He's just released 8 more fairy tales. I picked one to read, it's still top-tier material. Chen Wenhan immediately sat upright. He hastily went back to his study and turned on the computer again. Sure enough, Lin Yu had updated 8 more chapters. Strong, incredibly strong. Brother Lin Yu's skills are absolutely world-class. Chen Wenhan read through 2 of them at top speed. These 2 maintained the same exceptional standard as the first pair. Beep beep. Chen Wenhan's phone rang. It was a publisher calling. 3,000 per story for full rights? Directorly, if you actually have fairy tales of this caliber, I'll pay 5,000 each. I'll buy every one you've got. Chen Wenhan hung up the phone. Thinking of buying this caliber of fairy tale for 3,000? Dream on. For newcomers, 3,000 per story might seem generous, but with Xu Lin's exceptional talent, Chen Wenhan was certain she couldn't possibly be a rookie. She had to be a top-tier master. If he dared to quote Lin Yu that price, Lin Yu might flee overnight. Beep beep. Less than 2 minutes later, Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Someone else asked for his contact information to make a purchase. Lao Zhang, paying 11,000 per immortal great story is acceptable, but Lin Yu's works are all masterpieces far beyond that level. A century from now, when we're long gone, these fairy tales will still be standing. Do you really think someone writing at Lin Yu's level could possibly be a rookie? 30,000 per story? I can ask Lin Yu for you, but at that price, I seriously doubt you'll make the purchase. After chatting for a while, Chen Wenhan ended the call. 30,000 per story wasn't a low price, but he knew that obtaining fairy tales of this caliber at such a cost was still quite rare. Beep beep. Soon enough, the third call came through. A night passed. Lin Chen slept soundly, while Chen Wenhan only fell asleep around 3 in the morning. Before 6 o'clock the next day, he was already woken up by a phone call. Lin Xiaoxi was still asleep when Lin Chen got up and went to the study. Opening the author's dashboard, Lin Chen was astonished. The first 2 articles had garnered nearly 100,000 clicks each. The remaining 8 articles had also achieved between 40 to 50,000 clicks. The total amount of tips from the 10 chapters combined had actually exceeded 10,000. Of course, not all the money from the tips was his. The platform took a 30% cut. Chief Editor Chen Wenhan? Lin Chen noticed there was an internal message in the back end. The editor-in-chief of Childlike Heart Network wanted to add him on WeChat. Let's hold off for now. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to accept the request. Adding them too eagerly would make him seem like a newbie. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Lin Xiaoqian played for a while after lunch and then fell asleep. Only then did Lin Chen finally add Chen Wenhan as a friend. Chen Wenhan had been unable to focus on work all morning. Lin Chen's abilities were too formidable. If they didn't give him the best recommendation, he might just pack up and leave. Yet if they recommended him too highly, he might take their users with him when he departed. Given the current situation, having given Lin Chen the highest recommendation, if he indeed absconded with their client base, Chen Wenhan might very well have to resign. Ding! The phone rang. Chen Wenhan quickly picked up his phone. She added me. She finally added me. Chen Wenhan was beyond excited. Lin Chen hadn't added him for the longest time, leaving him restless and unsettled. Big shot, I'm Chen Wenhan, chief editor of Tongxin Publishing. I'm reaching out because many publishers want to buy the fairy tales you've written. Chen Wenhan quickly sent Lin Chen a message. What's the price? Lin Chen asked curiously. Chen Wenhan quickly responded, all 10 fairy tales are of excellent quality, with the highest bid reaching 680,000 yuan. Lin Chen's heartbeat slightly quickened. Those 10 fairy tales were written by him in 3 to 4 hours. However, they weren't his original works but were given to him by the system. Although his skills were exceptional, creating one fairy tale of such caliber would normally take him at least 3 days. Editor Chen, I don't want to sell for now. I still have other fairy tales to publish later. I wonder what terms Childlike Heart Network can offer me next. Lin Chen replied. Chen Wenhan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen doesn't run away, everything else can be worked out. Boss, I also recommend you don't sell now. These works of yours will definitely fetch a higher price in the future. Can we meet and discuss? We can offer you the best terms. Lin Chen pondered. If he didn't sign with Tongxin Network, they'd surely worry he could bolt any time without a contract. There's no need to meet in person. Discuss among yourselves what terms you can offer. If the conditions are favorable, we can sign the contract online. Lin Chen replied after some consideration. He had to take care of Lin Xiaoqi and didn't have time for an in-person meeting. Moreover, he didn't want to make public appearances or reveal his identity, as it might interfere with his parenting mission. Writing fairy tales is just for making some money, but taking good care of Lin Xiaoqi is the most important thing. Got it, boss. Chen Wenhan promptly reported it to his boss. Even though he's the editor-in-chief, this matter wasn't something he could decide alone. An hour later, Chen Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen clicked to open and looked through it. The terms offered by Tongxin Network were quite favorable, full recommendations within the platform, along with external promotional resources. In addition, the revenue split for reader tips was 90 to 10 and 90% for him and just 10% for Tongxin Network, which might not even cover the taxes. Chief Editor Chen, the terms are acceptable. I can sign a contract with the website. Lin Chen carefully examined the reply before responding. He only published it on Tongxin Net, so the copyright belongs to him. If he wants to publish it, the website will have to cooperate with him on promotions. Master, we'll prepare the contract immediately. The boss said to show our sincerity, we'll add another 300,000 yuan as a signing bonus. Chen Wenhan replied happily. For top writers, a signing bonus of 300,000 isn't much, but having terms negotiated smoothly plus an additional 300,000 signing bonus definitely warms the heart. Lin Chen smiled. The signing bonus had likely been agreed upon long ago, only he didn't fuss over it, and the website didn't skimp on the amount either. Thank you. Soon, Chen Wenhan sent over the digital contract. Lin Chen signed the digital contract. Master, happy cooperation. Feel free to contact me anytime if there's an issue. Chen Wenhan's face blossomed into a wide smile. With a supreme expert overseeing the website, it could rapidly develop. His bonus this year is definitely going to be substantial. Chapter 13, Taking Lin Xiaoqian Car Shopping. Clang. The alert tone of a bank card notification sounded. The signing bonus of 300,000 yuan from Kid Heart Network was swiftly deposited into Lin Chen's bank account. This money still needs to be taxed, but payment won't be required right now. Just make up the tax payment through the personal income tax app during the annual settlement. That was pretty quick. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. I've earned tens of thousands from translation work, plus the 300,000 signing bonus. Buying a 300,000 range car isn't a problem anymore. In a little while, he would have even more money to afford a better car, but for now, a 300,000 yuan vehicle would more than suffice. At the 300,000 renminbi price point, cars already offer excellent safety features and configurations. Anything beyond that is primarily about boosting prestige. What car should I get? He muttered to himself. If it were just for himself, he'd go electric, quick acceleration and a thrilling drive. But with Lin Xiaoqi in the picture, EV safety still needs more time to prove itself. Let's go with Volvo. After browsing online for a while, Lin Chen decided to buy a Volvo XC60. The price was reasonable, and Volvo's safety features were excellent. He wasn't particularly fixated on brand names. Besides, at the 300,000 renminbi level, it's just an everyday car. Even if he bought a BMW, Audi, or Mercedes, no one would think any higher of him for it. He didn't need a car to show off either. With his dad's system, as long as he took good care of Lin Xiaoqian, he'd become invincible eventually. Woo woo. The sound of Lin Xiaoqian's crying came from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurried into the master bedroom. Xiaoqian, Daddy's here, why are you crying? Lin Chen quickly embraced Lin Xiaoqian and asked. He reached out his hand, and it got wet. Lin Xiaoqi said tearfully, Daddy, I wet my pants. I'm not a good baby anymore, boo-hoo. Lin Chen quickly comforted her. Xiaoxi, who said that? It's perfectly normal for a little one like you to occasionally wet their pants. Some children still wet the bed even at 5 or 6 years old. Daddy will just change them for you. Lin Xiaoqi said pitifully, Daddy, really? The nanny auntie said kids who wet their pants aren't good children. Lin Chen frowned slightly to himself. Lin Xiaoxi's nanny must have wanted to avoid extra work, but a child her age would inevitably wet the bed sometimes. Xiaoxi, of course Daddy's telling the truth. Your nanny probably only took care of older kids before. She doesn't understand. Our Xiaoxi is barely 2 years old. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi's forehead and said. Soon after, Lin Chen cleaned Lin Xiaoxi up and changed her clothes. The sheets naturally needed to be washed too, but it wasn't much trouble. The washing machine was a washer-dryer combo. Just toss the sheets in and they'd come out clean. Dad, you've worked hard. Give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoxi kissed Lin Chen on both cheeks. Xiaoxi, let's go buy a car this afternoon. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars, I like dolls. Daddy, can we buy a doll instead? Lin Chen gently pinched Lin Xiaoxi's little nose. Daddy isn't talking about a little car, but a big car. When we go to places like amusement parks, we need to take cabs, which isn't very convenient. The taxis don't even have child safety seats either. Daddy, Mommy has 3 big cars, we can drive Mommy's cars. Mommy said we should share. Lin Xiaoxi asked puzzledly. Her little brain couldn't understand why Daddy wanted to buy another car when Mommy already had 3 cars in fact. Does Mommy have 3 cars? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. There's a very short car, a very long one, and another really tall car. I often ride the tall one. I've also ridden the long one, but not the short one. Lin Chen guessed that what Xiaoqian meant by short car was probably a sports car. A sports car simply couldn't accommodate Lin Xiaoqian. Cece, the car Mommy likes is different from Daddy's. Go put on your little shoes quickly, we're heading out. Lin Chen smiled and said. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the 4S dealership. After inspecting the actual car, which Lin Xiaoqian also liked, he purchased it directly. The car was in stock, and they could drive it away after printing the temporary license plate. Xiaoqian, Daddy has to drive in front. You must sit properly in your safety seat, or it could be dangerous. Lin Chen placed Lin Xiaoqian into the safety seat. These days, the car market isn't doing well, and prices are low. This perfectly good car seat was actually a gift from the dealership. Daddy, Xiaoqian is the best behaved. Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Mr. Lin, your daughter is adorable. I wish I had a daughter. My wife gave birth to twin boys instead. The salesman said with a hint of envy. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, keep trying, maybe the heavens will bless you with a daughter on the 3rd attempt. The sales guy shook his head helplessly. 2 boys are already exhausting, what if the 3rd is another boy? Mr. Lin, feel free to reach out if you need anything. Lin Chen nodded, got into the car, and drove away steadily. System, can improving my driving skills this way? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system replied, host, of course it can. Accumulate 10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours to reach grandmaster level, 40 hours to reach legendary level, 80 hours to reach mythic level. Lin Chen asked, and what happens after reaching the mythic level? Driving is often necessary when going out, and accumulating 80 hours isn't difficult. The system replied, host, the limits vary for different skills. The limit for driving skill improvement is 100 hours. Once you reach 100 hours, your driving skills won't improve any further. Got it. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. In 20 hours, he would reach Grandmaster level. The highest tier of the greatest racing legends on Earth was also Grandmaster level. His driving skills would max out at 100 hours. After he's finished leveling up, even legendary racers would be trash in comparison. Daddy, where are we going? Lin Xiaoqie, sitting obediently in the back, asked. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Xiaoxi, we're going to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can buy all the things that were inconvenient to get before. Think about what you'd like. MHM. Lin Xiaoqie said politely. Entering the supermarket, Lin Xiaoqie sat in the shopping cart while Lin Chen pushed her forward. She looked around excitedly from side to side. Before long, Lin Chen had filled half the shopping cart. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was his mother, Chen Mei, calling. It's time to talk to my family about it, he thought. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Though the place was still rented, moving to a new apartment meant his parents would have somewhere to stay even if they suddenly descended upon Shanghai. Now that he had a new car too, if his parents came, he could take them and Lin Xiaoqie out for a spin. Lin Chen quickly answered the phone. On the other end, Chen Mei asked, Son, don't you have a job now? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Mom, did Zhou Wei tell the family? Zhou Wei was from the same village and worked in a different department of the same company. He had been laid off, whereas Zhou Wei had not. Got it. He called home and said you got laid off. His mom just came by to sit for a while. On the surface she seemed concerned about you, but actually she just wanted to boast about how much better her son is, Chen Mei said. Lin Chen shook his head imperceptibly. This kind of behavior was common in rural areas. While some villagers were genuinely kind-hearted, there were also quite a few gossips and busybodies in the countryside. Mom, let's just focus on living our own lives well. Chen Mei replied, Son, now that you've lost your job, do you still have money? If you're short, I can transfer some to you. Chapter 14, Lin Chen's parents arrive. I still have some savings. Is Dad not home? Lin Chen inquired. Chen Mei, your father went to the fields. Son, if you're short on money, don't tough it out alone. Your dad and I have saved up a bit. Mom, when Dad gets back, video call me again. There's something important I need to discuss with both of you. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Chen Mei's eyes lit up. Son, did you find a girlfriend? I'll tell you later. Talk to you later, okay. Lin Chen hung up the phone. It wasn't very convenient with so many people coming and going in the supermarket. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen. Daddy, was that Grandma? How did you know? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Because the rocking horse told me. Lin Xiaoqian declared proudly. Dad's mom is called Grandma. Daddy, I want to ride the rocking horse. Alright, we'll go see the rocking horse in a little while. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head and said with a smile. Lin Chen's hometown. Chen Mei couldn't help but call Lin Chen's father. Honey, our son is being very secretive. He might have found a girlfriend. Really? Lin Chen's father, brightened up immediately. Chen Mei added, our son said he has something to report to us, his two leaders, when you come back. It's probably about finding a girlfriend. By the way, there's one more thing. Our son got laid off by his company last month. He's probably short on money now. In the fields, Lin Hai wiped his sweat and said, I still have some money on my card. Let's pool together and transfer him 10,000 yuan later. If it's not enough, go withdraw some funds from the term deposit. Chen Hai reminded her, come back early to take a shower and put on some decent clothes. His girlfriend might be with him, we shouldn't embarrass our son. Alright. Lin Hai quickly finished the remaining work. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi arrived home. Xiaoxi, if you see Grandma and Grandpa, remember to greet them properly, okay? Lin Chen said with a smile. He had already shown Lin Xiaoqian photos of his parents. MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded, her voice tinged with worry. Dad, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could that be? Xiaoqian is so adorable, Grandma and Grandpa are sure to love her. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoqian and gave her 2 kisses. Half an hour passed. Clang. Lin Chen's WeChat message notification sounded. He opened WeChat and saw that his dad had actually transferred him 10,000 yuan. Lin Chen video called his father. The call connected quickly, and Lin Chen saw his parents, both dressed in the new clothes they only wore during family visits. Dad, Mom, why did you transfer me money? I have enough, he said. Lin Chen said. Chen Mei spoke up, son, have you found a girlfriend? Your expenses will increase with a girlfriend, so your father and I can sponsor you a bit. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, Dad, I have a surprise for you. As he spoke, he waved towards Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian approached Lin Chen's side. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian called out in her adorable baby voice toward the camera. Lin Chen's parents. They were stunned. What's going on here? Isn't she supposed to be your girlfriend? Why is there a little cutie instead? And this little cutie is actually calling them grandpa and grandma. Daddy, grandpa and grandma won't agree. Don't they like Cici? Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen nervously and spoke. Sweetheart, be good, we love you. Son, what's going on here? Lin Hai quickly interjected. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, her name is Lin Xiaoqian. 3 years ago, an accident happened. Xiaoqian's mother became pregnant with her. Just a week ago, Xiaoqian's mother brought her to me. She is your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were overjoyed. They suddenly had such an adorable granddaughter. Xiaoqian, grandma was wrong just now. Grandma didn't respond to you right away. Wait for grandma to come over and buy you some delicious treats. Chen Mei coaxed. Lin Hai chimed in eagerly. Grandpa will buy it for you later. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly, thank you, grandma and grandpa. Grandma, grandpa, are you coming to see Qianqian? Yeah, we'll come tomorrow. Chen Mei replied, they could hardly wait to set off right now. Lin Chen smiled and said, Qianqian, go draw. Daddy needs to talk with grandma and grandpa for a bit, then I'll come play with you. Goodbye grandpa and grandma. Lin Xiaoqian skipped off to the balcony to draw. Lin Hai asked, son, have you gotten your marriage certificate with Cici's mother yet? Lin Chen shook his head. Cici's mother is Su Mangao. Our situation is somewhat special. Back then, we only knew each other, we weren't close. Under special circumstances, we ended up having a relationship. Later, she went abroad. I didn't even know she had given birth to a child. Chen Mei said, if Mangyao doesn't have anyone else, then you two should hurry up and register your marriage. We'll try our best to give more bride price. It's not easy for her to raise a child alone. Lin Chen said, Mom, it's not that simple. Su Mangao doesn't have others, but I checked online, her family's assets are conservatively estimated to be over 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were dumbfounded. 100 billion? For them, that amount of money was beyond astronomical. Little Qian is starting to understand things now. She wants her daddy, and Su Mangao has been busy lately, so she sent Qian over. But now I am me, and she is her. Lin Chen said. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded. They understood the situation. Chen Mei said, it's perfectly normal for someone with billions in assets. Your dad and I know exactly what you're capable of. We'll come tomorrow. Lin Chen said, Mom, send me your ID numbers. I'll book your flight tickets. If you have any questions at the airport, just ask the staff. Don't worry. Chen Mei quickly sent over her ID number. Lin Chen booked their flight tickets. Dear, what should we do about our son's situation in the future? It's unlikely he and Mangyao will work out. Will he ever get married again? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Hai slightly furrowed his brows. This was an issue. The Su family's assets amount to billions, so the probability of their son marrying Su Mangao is low. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had another daughter with someone else. We'll talk about it later. Lin Hai whispered with a sigh. Early the next morning, Lin Hai and the others boarded an unlicensed taxi to the provincial capital, arriving at the airport 2 or 3 hours later. There were still 2 hours until the flight's departure. After lunch at noon, Xiaoqian, let's go pick up grandma and grandpa. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian out the door. Lin Xiaoqian needed her afternoon nap, and she could just sleep in the car. Grandpa, grandma. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian went to pick them up. Qianqian, come to grandma for a hug. Chen Mei carefully took little Xiaoqian into her arms. Grandma, give me a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian kissed Chen Mei on the cheek. Chen Mei instantly burst into laughter, unable to close her mouth, while Lin Hai beside her watched with undisguised envy. Mom, Dad, Cici suddenly appeared, and I was a bit stunned too, so I didn't tell you right away. Lin Chen said. Lin Hai nodded, it's fine. We realized rushing over here might startle Cici, the whole family arriving at once would be too much. Now that Cici has gotten familiar with you, it's better for us to come visit. Got it. Lin Chen led Lin Hai and the others to the parking lot. Seeing Lin Chen driving, Lin Hai and the others weren't too surprised. The car, in their opinion, probably belonged to Su Mangao. Son, are you good enough at driving? It doesn't matter if you bump or scrape us, but nothing can happen to Shishi. Chen Mei inquired. In no time at all, Lin Xiaoqian had completely won over Chen Mei and the others. Don't worry, Mom, they call me the Autumn Echo Mountain Speed King. Lin Chen chuckled and said. Chapter 15, Dad, I've earned some cash. After driving several kilometers through the forest, Lin Hai and the others finally felt at ease. Lin Chen's driving skills were truly impressive. Despite maintaining a brisk speed, he kept the vehicle remarkably stable. Mom, Dad, was the trip smooth? Lin Chen asked. Lin Hai nodded, very smooth, except your mom was so impatient we left quite early and waited at the airport for nearly 2 hours. Chen Mei countered, early is better than late. If something had delayed us on the road, you'd have been even more anxious than me. Planes wait for no one. Granny, Grandpa, little she said in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy went abroad, otherwise she could have sent her plane to pick you up. That way the plane wouldn't have flown away. Lin Chen froze for a moment. The Su family owns a private jet? Then the Su family's assets must be substantially more than 10 billion. Considering a private jet probably costs several hundred million yuan, plus other expenses, maintaining assets barely over 10 billion would be quite a stretch. Lin Hai turned his head and exchanged a glance with Chen Mei sitting in the back row. The wealthier the Su family was, the slimmer the chance of Lin Chen and Su Mangao being together. Their son might face some difficulties when getting married in the future. Shishi, have you ever flown on Mommy's plane? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Xiaoxian nodded. Grandma, I have ridden it before. I've ridden it many times, but I can't count how many. Cici is still young. It's normal not to be able to count, Chen Mei said with a smile. An hour later, Lin Chen drove the car back to the residential area. Lin Hai said, Son, didn't you used to live around here? Got it. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Grandpa, Daddy and I picked this house together. We both love it here. As long as Qianxian likes it. Lin Hai secretly frowned. Lin Chen living here must be spending Su Mangao's money, which would lower the chances of him staying together with Su Mangao. The four of them took the elevator upstairs and entered the apartment. Lin Xiaoqian bounced around excitedly, showing Lin Hai and the others every corner of the place. Son, come here for a moment. While Lin Xiaoqian was playing with Chen Mei, Lin Hai pulled Lin Chen aside. Property prices are steep in the Magic City. This place must cost a pretty penny in rent. Did Xiaoxi's mom foot the bill? Lin Chen shook his head. I rented it myself. Lin Hai nodded. That's not too bad. Son, your mother and I aren't trying to climb the social ladder with the Su family, but since you and Su Mangao have a child together, it's best if you can stay together. Don't spend her money, it'll give people the wrong impression. Your mother and I have some savings. When we get back, I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Save where you should, spend where you need to. Lin Chen felt deeply moved. Earning 100,000 yuan in the countryside was no easy feat. Son, let me be straight with you. Our family has around 300 to 400,000 in savings, but the rest is needed for your wedding. All we can give you is this 100,000. Lin Haido Avenue. If Lin Chen and Su Mangao can't be together, and later marry someone else, they'll still have to host a banquet and pay the bride price. Money definitely can't all be spent. Lin Chen said with a smile, Dad, let me show you something. Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket. He opened the chat history with Chen Wenhan. Since I got laid off this time, I figured I might as well write fairy tales while I was free. Turns out I actually have a knack for it. My 10 fairy tales have already fetched the highest bid of 680,000 yuan. After signing with the website, they gave me a 300,000 yuan signing bonus, which I used to buy that car. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Hai was utterly astonished. Since when did his son have such a talent? Is this real? Lin Hai spoke with disbelief. Lin Chen nodded. Of course it's real, but you and Mom have to keep it a secret. If people find out about this identity of mine, I'm worried it might affect my ability to take care of Xiaoxi. Go check the website. Lin Hai said. He was somewhat doubtful. Could it be that Su Mangao had given Lin Chen money, and this chat history was fabricated by Lin Chen? Dad, what happened to the trust between us two? Lin Chen curled his lips and said. Soon after, Lin Chen switched on his computer and logged into Tongxin website. Lin Hai saw the data in Lin Chen's backend. Lin Chen said, Look, Dad, these 10 fairy tales alone have already earned 30 to 40,000 yuan in tips, and there will definitely be more to come. I get 90% of the readers' donations. Lin Hai asked, You haven't sold them yet? Lin Chen shook his head. 68,000 is a bit low. I plan to directly contact publishers for printing in the future. In the long run, the profits will definitely be much higher than 68,000. These are golden geese that lay golden eggs. Lin Hai nodded. That's genuinely better. Son, if you develop well in the future, is there hope with Su Mangao? Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, there's still hope. Even if there isn't, don't worry about me getting married in the future. Got it. Lin Hai nodded. As long as Lin Chen could earn his own money and build his own career, there would surely be no need for them to worry when he married later. Dad, you've got to keep this a secret. I don't want to be surrounded by fans every time I take Qianqi out. Lin Chen warned. Right now, he doesn't have many fans, but as he writes more and more fairy tales and publishes them later, his fan base will surely become quite substantial. If his identity gets exposed, he'll likely be swarmed by people. Alright, don't worry. If people find out we're making money, someone's bound to come asking to borrow from us, said Lin Hai. He knew the ways of the countryside. People despise you for being poor yet fear you for getting rich. Dad, I don't have much money right now. When I'm more financially stable, I'll send you some to show my gratitude, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Hai shook his head. You don't need to give us money. Your mother and I can still manage, earning a bit each year. We're not at the point where we need your support yet. Just take care of Cici and yourself. At this point, Lin Hai hesitated slightly and said, "Son, that money was originally saved for your wedding or to help you with a down payment on a house. But now, you don't need it anymore. Should I use that money to renovate the house? The house is shabby, Cici might not be used to staying there." Lin Chen said, "Dad, don't bother renovating. The layout of our house isn't great, and since it's not a frame structure, significant changes aren't feasible. It'd be better to demolish it and build a new Chinese-style villa. I'll give you the money when the time comes if it's not enough." Lin Hai frowned and said, "Demolishing and rebuilding the rough structure alone will cost 500,000, and with the renovations, the total is heading toward 1 million. Lin Chen grinned. "Dad, I wrote these 10 stories in a single month. They're worth at least 1 million by themselves. Don't worry about the construction costs. We should build the house properly, so you can live comfortably. Besides, Su Mangao might come back with me someday." Lin Hai took a deep breath. "Alright then, we'll build the house." "Daddy, Daddy." Lin Xiaoqian ran to the study door. "Xiaoqian, what's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi said, "Daddy, I told Grandma that you cook the best food, but she doesn't believe me." "Daddy, I'm a good kid who doesn't lie." Chen Mei also came over. "Son, with your cooking skills, why does Cici think it tastes good?" Lin Chen muttered to himself. He wasn't the person he used to be anymore. "I've practiced cooking every day, that's how I got good at it. I am a genius," Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. He would never let anyone know about the system's existence. Chapter 16, Who knew paper planes could be so beneficial? In the evening, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Chen Mei had originally planned to cook dinner herself, but Lin Xiaoqi said she wanted her father's cooking, and Lin Chen also wanted his parents to taste his skills. "Son, where did you learn such knife skills?" Chen Mei looked on in astonishment from the side. The knife skills Lin Chen displayed were far, far superior to hers. In just a few deft movements, Lin Chen had cleaned the fish completely. "Practice makes perfect," he said. Lin Chen said with a cheerful grin. Chen Mei was somewhat questioning her life's choices. After cooking for half a lifetime, how had she not reached this level of mastery through practice? "Mom, why don't you and Dad take Qianqian out to play? I picked you up today, and she hasn't had enough outdoor exercise yet. Come back for dinner at 6, Lin Chen said. Chen Mei nodded, and she headed out the door with Lin Hai and Lin Xiaoxi in tow. The moment they left, Lin Chen picked up his pace in handling the ingredients. If Chen Mei had seen it, she probably would have been stunned. A few minutes before 6, Chen Mei and the others returned. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by the rich aroma filling the air. "Dad, it smells amazing. Daddy, I want to eat meaty meat." Lin Xiaoqi ran to the kitchen door shouting. Lin Chen said with a chuckle, "Xiaoxi, take Grandpa and Grandma to wash their hands. We can eat once you're done." While Chen Mei and the others went to wash their hands, Lin Chen brought out all the dishes. Seeing the 6 dishes on the table, Lin Chen's parents were astonished. Each dish looked like a work of art. Even 5-star hotel dishes probably couldn't compare to these. Chen Mei said with annoyance, "You've hidden such excellent cooking skills from us all this time. Why didn't you ever cook like this at home before?" Lin Chen said, "Mom, I used to be terrible at cooking, but this year it's like something clicked in my brain. I learn everything quickly now. Even my English, which used to be awful, is really good now." Lin Xiaoxi, "Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy is amazing." Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoxi onto the dining chair. "Mom, Dad, I've basically become a genius. Just don't tell anyone about this. I don't want to get taken away and experimented on like a lab rat." Lin Chen reminded his parents. Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously, "Daddy, what's a lab rat?" Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded with grave expressions. Lin Xiaoqian didn't know, but of course they understood what lab mice were. They certainly didn't want anything to happen to their only son. Let's eat. "Son, this dish of yours looks good, but I wonder how it tastes," Chen Mei said as they picked up their chopsticks to take a bite. This taste left them even more astonished. Using the same ingredients, how did Lin Chen make it so delicious? Grandpa, Grandma, Cici wasn't lying. Daddy's cooking is the yummiest. Cici is a good girl. Lin Xiaoxi gnawed on a rib and said, "Yes, our Cici is the most obedient." Lin Hai and Chen Mei quickly chimed in. With a sweet smile, Xiaoqian Lin added, "Daddy, I want another big rib. The ribs are so fragrant and delicious." Chen Lin smiled gently and replied, "Xiaoqian, Daddy will get you another rib, but you should eat some greens too, okay?" MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded obediently. Lin Chan's stir-fried vegetables had gotten even tastier, and she wasn't nearly as resistant to eating greens as she had been at first. After the meal, Chen Mei and the others were completely stuffed. "Son, you take Qianqian. We'll clean up," Chen Mei said. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. "Why be polite with your own parents?" After Lin Chen left with Lin Xiaoqian, Chen Mei remarked, "Husband, with our son's cooking skills, I think there's a real chance he might get back together with Qianqian's mother someday." "Got it." Lin Hai nodded in agreement. "There's something I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Your son has started making money. Lin Hai recounted how Lin Chen wrote fairy tales. Chen Mei, it seems our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret strictly between us, it can't get out. Got it. Lin Hai nodded. There are many geniuses in the world, and even if the truth were revealed, nothing might happen, but as parents, they couldn't help but worry. What if something happens to our only son? Daddy, what's that? Lin Xiaoqian asked. They went downstairs and saw other children playing with paper airplanes. Lin Chen smiled and said, those are paper airplanes. If you want to play, go ask your auntie politely for a couple of sheets of paper. MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. She had a sweet mouth and quickly managed to get several sheets of paper. Dad, teach me. Lin Xiaoxi handed several sheets of paper to Lin Chen. Alright, Dad will teach you how to fold a paper airplane. Lin Chen patiently and slowly taught Lin Xiaoqi how to fold it. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Host successfully taught Lin Xiaoqi to fold a paper airplane. Reward, aircraft manufacturing technology acquired. 100 hours to master level, 200 hours to grandmaster level. Lin Chen froze. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to make paper airplanes earns airplane manufacturing technology? The system is awesome and powerful. System, the time for this increased. Lin Chen thought in his mind. System, host, this will be much more difficult. The time required for natural advancement will also increase slightly. Got it. 200 hours, he could reach the grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing technology, becoming globally top tier. What more could he ask for? System, does this include both fighter jets and passenger planes? Lin Chen inquired. The system replied, it includes all types of aircraft, small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, tankers, passenger airliners, and so on. Lin Chen was amazed in his heart. The system is really like a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. Dad, it's so hard. Cici can't. Lin Xiaoxi said unhappily. She took a piece of paper and tried herself, but being just over 2 years old, she couldn't even fold the simplest paper airplane well. Xiaoxi, don't rush. There are all kinds of paper airplanes online. Daddy will teach you all of them later. You'll be the best at folding paper airplanes, Xiaoxi. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Lin Xiaoxi pouted, Daddy, I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma, so they can have airplanes to fly home. But I don't know how to fold them. Lin Chen comforted her, so Xiaoqian wanted to give this to her grandparents. They'll surely be overjoyed when they receive it. Take your time, Xiao. Grandpa and Grandma will stay with us for a few more days. You still have time to learn properly. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Dad, I'll be serious. Before anyone realized, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen has uploaded 30 fairy tales. Each of these 30 fairy tales is like a celestial herb at its peak. The entire industry was shaken. Even producing one fairy tale of such celestial quality is no easy feat. Lin Yu alone had actually created 30 pieces. Big shot. With 30 fairy tales bundled together, a publisher offered 3 million. Chen Wenhan excitedly sent a message to Lin Chen. 100,000 yuan per fairy tale, that's a pretty good price. Editor-in-chief, I want to self-publish. Lin Chen replied. Big shot, self-publishing comes with certain risks. The highest royalty you can get is only 16%. For a book priced at 30 yuan, you'd only earn 4.8 yuan. You'd need to sell over 600,000 copies to make 3 million. Chen Wenhuan thought for a while before replying. Lin Chen, you think it won't sell 60,000 copies? It should be possible, but there's still some risk involved. Chen Wenhuan said. The work is of excellent quality, but good quality doesn't necessarily guarantee good sales. Chief Editor, I want to publish it myself. Chapter 17, a special contract. Chen Wenhan soon spread the news. Even 3 million couldn't sway him. Quite normal. Old Zhang used to make over 20 million in royalties a year. With Lin Yu's caliber, do you really think 3 million would satisfy him? What royalty rate should we offer? Though his pen name is new, his skill is absolutely top tier among master writers. Offer too low and will likely be eliminated right away. Publishing houses were all abuzz with discussion. Nowadays ebooks dominate the market, while physical books hardly sell. However, fairy tale books remain relatively popular, as parents don't want to hold a phone or tablet while telling stories to their children. This shrinking market leaves many publishers scrambling for survival. The conference room at Tongxin Network headquarters. Boss, we have our own publishing house too. After years of development, we've built considerable strength. We're fully capable of competing, Chen Wenhan declared. Liang Zhirong, the CEO of Tongxin website, said, Old Chen, although I founded Tongxin website, I don't know much about fairy tales. From a professional perspective, tell me if it's worth it? We might strain relationships with some publishers over this. Chen Wenhan replied, Lin Yu's fairy tales are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Even if we pay a higher price and suffer short-term losses, we'll reap substantial long-term profits. If he can write 30 stories like these every year, he'll be unstoppable. No god or Buddha could stand in his way. His position would be unshakable. In today's market, there's no room for sentimentality. We'd be fools to pass up an opportunity like this. Another editor chimed in, Chen, you make a good point, but what if this is all Linu has saved up? You're expecting 30 master-level fairy tales a year from him? You're overestimating him. If he can keep this up indefinitely, then it's worth every penny. His fame will only grow, and fame means traffic, which translates to money. But if he can no longer write good stories, it wouldn't be worth the high price we pay to secure him. The attendees voiced their opinions one after another. Boss Liang Zhirong listened carefully to their opinions. I understand what you mean. If Liaoning can continue to fly, we'll fly too. If it can't, we'll just be eating dust when we go up. Liang Zhirong said. Chen Wenhan and the others nodded. Liang Zhirong said, Old Chen, reach out to Linu and ask if he'd be willing to sign a special contract with us. For total book sales under 500,000 copies, we'll offer him a 15% royalty rate. Sales of 50,000 to 2 million copies, with a royalty rate of 16%. 2 million to 5 million copies at 17 points. Anyone who accumulates over 5 million copies across all books gets 18 points from me. Chen Wenhan stared at his boss in astonishment. 15 percentage points is normally the maximum. Their profit margins would shrink significantly at 18 points. Considering book publishing involves expenses across the board, 10 percentage points in royalty rates is already good for average authors. Some only get 6 or 7 points at most. Aren't you afraid he won't be able to write anything later? If he can produce the work, he'll probably sign. Liang Zhirong said. With such high royalty rates, he can afford it while others can't. He owns Tongxing Network, and with Linu improving, Tongxing Network will only grow stronger. That can make up for it. Boss, are there any other benefits? I'm afraid he might not be willing to cooperate with us on this matter. Chen Wenhan inquired. After some thought, Liang Zhirong said, we'll do an initial print run of 300,000 copies. We can pay him the amount for these 300,000 copies upon signing the contract. Boss, wouldn't an initial print of 300,000 copies be a bit risky? Another editor said. Liang Zhirong responded, you all agree that his fairy tales are of reliable quality. Given that, I'm confident the sales won't be disappointing. Lao Chen, tell him that for any future reprints, his royalties will be transferred to him immediately as soon as we begin printing. Chen Wenhan nodded. He quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. A contract like this? Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The cooperation with Tongxing Network was going quite well. He was actually quite happy to work with them. Sure. Lin Chen quickly replied to Chen Wenhan's message. Boss, Lin Yu has agreed. Chen Wenhan said cheerfully. Liang Zhirong, Old Chen, this contract is very important. We have to meet him in person and sign it offline. Arrange a meeting with him, and I'll go with you to see him. Got it. Chen Wenhan sent a message. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Now that his parents were around, he could meet with Chen Wenhan and the others. Chief Editor Chen, an offline signing is acceptable. But I have to take care of my child, so I can't travel far. Also, I don't want any publicity that might affect my child. You can come here to sign the contract, but please don't take or share any photos. Lin Chen thought for a moment before replying with this message. Bring the kid along? Seems Lin Yu is still quite young. Agreed. Let's hurry and set off. Liang Zhirong smiled as he spoke. They weren't in the Demon City. After purchasing plane tickets, Liang Zhirong and his group quickly headed to the Demon City and arrived that afternoon. Are you the legendary Lin Yu? Lin Chen and Chen Wenhan looked utterly astonished. The master they envisioned turned out to be so young. With a faint smile, Lin Chen said, President Liang, Editor-in-Chief Chen, my real name is Lin Chen. You can just call me by my name. Chen Wenhan and the others all shook hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so young. Chen Wenhan remarked emotionally. Lin Chen smiled and said, young people have childlike hearts, which gives them an advantage when writing fairy tales. Chen Wenhan nodded. That's true. Lin Chen, may I ask how much time you spent writing those fairy tales in total? Less than a month. I can write one per day no problem, though I might not keep up this pace in the future. Lin Chen said. Liang Zhirong and the others were utterly shocked. Chen Wenhan asked incredulously, Lin Chen, are you sure it's less than a month? You can finish one article per day? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He didn't write just one per day. When he had spare time with the kids, he could write 10. Got it. Lin Chen nodded. Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan were exhilarated. If Lin Chen could maintain this level of performance consistently, it would be fantastic. Lin Chen, for fairy tales of the same quality, as long as you produce more than 30 per year, I'll give you a 10,000 yuan bonus for each additional one. Liang Zhirong promised. Lin Chen smiled and said, President Liang, then I really appreciate it. A reward of 10,000 per article, that's incredibly tempting. Now he still has plenty of stock given by the system. Writing 10 articles a day would earn him 100,000 in bonuses. Of course, he couldn't keep writing that much every day from now on. That would just seem too freakish. Lin Chen, let's sign a contract. Chen Wenhan said, taking the contract out of his bag. Lin Chen examined it carefully and found no issues. He signed both his real name and pen name. Liang Zhirong also signed his name and stamped the company seal. President Liang, Editor-in-Chief Chen, you've come from afar. Let me treat you to dinner as your host. Lin Chen smiled. They were currently at a tea house, with a restaurant right next door. After dinner, Lin Chen hurried home. Grandma, when will Dad come home? Cici misses her dad. Outside the door, Lin Chen heard the voice of Lin Xiaoqian. His physical constitution had now reached 93 points. With the enhancement of his physique, Lin Chen noticed that even his hearing had improved significantly. Dad should be here soon. Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, said. She was somewhat helpless. Lin Xiaoqi had asked no less than 20 times. Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Daddy, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaoqian happily ran to Lin Chen and hugged his leg. Did you eat obediently? Lin Chen bent down and picked up Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian said, Daddy, I didn't finish. My tummy is full. It's not that Grandma's cooking wasn't yummy. Chapter 18 Su Mangao arrives. Chen Mei's expression showed a hint of helplessness. She had given it her all, but the gap in skill between her and Lin Chen was simply too vast. The dishes she prepared were undoubtedly far less flavorful. Mom, your cooking is still pretty good. After eating it all these years, I still prefer what you make. Lin Chen said cheerfully, it's fine if Xiaoxi eats less. For children to stay healthy, they should feel slightly hungry and cool sometimes. Got it. Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Sissy, Grandma will practice cooking properly when I get home. When you come to visit me someday, I'll definitely make much tastier dishes for you. Little Cici Lin said in her childish voice, Grandma, Mommy says kids shouldn't be picky eaters. Grandma's food is delicious too. Our Sissy is such a good girl. Chen Mei said with a beaming smile. Dad, teach me how to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoxi still remembered her promise to fold paper airplanes for Chen Mei and the others. Okay. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi to the balcony and began teaching her earnestly. 2 hours later, after bath time and bedtime stories, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep. Lin Chen went to the living room where Chen Mei and the others were watching TV. Son, how's the contract coming along? Lin Hai inquired. They knew Lin Chen was going out to sign a contract with the publishing house. Lin Chen smiled. I even treated them to dinner. Of course it's signed. The first print run is 300,000 copies, and the copyright fee of over $1 million for the first print should be transferred to me soon. Lin Hai and the others stared at Lin Chen in shock. They had never earned that much money in their entire lives. Dad, I'll find a reliable company online for the house, full-service contracting. That way it'll be much easier for you when the time comes. Just make sure to supervise it properly. Lin Chen said. Lin Hai asked in surprise, aren't we hiring locals to build it? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction team where we're from is only skilled at building those old-fashioned houses. Even if you gave them blueprints, what they'd end up constructing would probably turn out like some awkward hybrid. Hiring a professional company to build it might cost a bit more, but there really aren't any other downsides. Lin Hai nodded. Son, we plan to head back tomorrow. Lin Chen asked in surprise, so urgent? Lin Hai said, building a house requires going back to complete the formalities. We'll have to hurry if we want it finished by the end of the year. Otherwise, during the New Year holidays, we'll have no choice but to stay at someone else's place. Once the house is built, you might even be able to take Cici back for New Year's. Lin Chen guessed the latter part was probably the main point. Lin Hai and the others probably wanted him to bring Lin Xiaoqi back for New Year's celebration. Son, it would be best if you could bring Mangao back with you, Chen Mei said. The next day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian saw Chen Mei and the others off at the airport. Grandpa, Grandma, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, alright? Lin Xiaoqiu said mysteriously. Chen Mei, Lin Hai, and the others closed their eyes. Xiaoqian pulled out a paper airplane she had folded herself. Grandma, Grandpa, look, this is the paper airplane I made. When you see it, you'll remember Chi-Chi. Lin Chen asked in surprise, Cici, you said before that if Grandpa and Grandma's plane took off, we'd take yours. Why have you changed your tune now? Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, silly daddy, it's a paper airplane. It's not real, and you can't ride in it. Lin Chen. Lin Hai and Chen Mei burst into laughter. Thank you, Cici. Chen Mei hugged Lin Xiaoqian and gave her a kiss. Goodbye, Grandma and Grandpa. Chen Mei and the others entered the airport while Lin Chen drove away. An hour had passed. Host, you've accumulated 20 hours of driving. Your driving skills have advanced to the Grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen's parents came for 3 days, during which he took Lin Xiaoqi and his parents around many places in the Magic City. He did most of the driving. Reaching Grandmaster level just like that, how impressive. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Grandmaster level reaches the world's top tier. Now he could rival the world's top racing drivers. But Lin Chen's skills still had room to grow further. He can even achieve legendary level, mythical level. System, what levels have all my skills reached? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He really hadn't paid much attention to this. After all, improving these skills came naturally while raising Lin Xiaoqi. Forcing it deliberately wouldn't have enhanced his abilities. The system replied, your culinary skills after 30 hours are equivalent to what others would achieve after 30 years of dedicated study. Culinary skills have reached the Grandmaster level. Storytelling is at Grandmaster level, driving at Grandmaster level, painting and calligraphy at Master level, the rest haven't reached Master level yet. Also, your physique is at 95 points. Fluent in 4 languages, English, German, French, and Russian. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He hadn't possessed the system for long, yet he was already completely transformed. Daddy, I miss Mommy. When will Mommy come back to see CC? Does Mommy not want CC anymore? Lin Xiaoqian burst into tears as she spoke. Lin Chen quickly comforted her, Xiaoxi, how could Mommy not want you? She'll be back soon. Will you call Mom as soon as you get home? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, how much longer until we get home? I miss Mommy so much. Lin Chen replied, very soon, we'll be there after the next intersection. Half a minute later, as Xiao Shilin gazed out the window, she suddenly exclaimed with delight, Daddy, I see Mommy's car. That car just now was Mommy's. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoxi, are you sure? Other people might drive the same type of car as your mom. Daddy, that was definitely Mommy's car. Lin Xiaoxi said with absolute certainty. Lin Chen muttered to himself, wondering if Su Mangao hadn't told him on purpose, perhaps she wanted to launch a surprise inspection to see how he was handling fatherhood? Lin Chen soon drove into the residential area. Beep beep. Just as he got out of the car, his phone rang. It was Su Mangao calling. Lin Chen, where did you and CC go? I'm outside the house you rented, but no one answered the doorbell. Dream Yao, are you there? Su Mangao asked as the call connected. Lin Chen answered, we're in the underground garage, coming right up. Soon Lin Chen and the others came upstairs. Mommy, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaoxi saw Su Mangao and shouted excitedly. CC, Mom misses you too. Su Mangao smiled and took Lin Xiaoxi into her arms while responding. With an innocent expression, Lin Xiaoxi asked, Mom, do you miss Dad then? Dad misses you so much. Lin Chen. When had he ever said he missed Su Mangao? Su Mangao turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt somewhat awkward. He and Su Mangao might have been physically intimate and even had a child together, but they were practically strangers emotionally. Mommy, do you miss Daddy? Lin Xiaoqi asked once again. I do. Su Mangao nodded. If she said no, her parents' discord would affect Lin Xiaoqian. With hopeful eyes, Lin Xiaoqi pleaded, Mommy, then won't you stay? Shanshan wants to sleep with both Mommy and Daddy at night. My good girl. Lin Chen silently gave Lin Xiaoqian a thumbs up. Chapter 19, Discussing Marriage Registration with Su Mangao. Su Mangao, be good, CC. Mommy's been very busy lately. I just came to see you for a while and have to go back soon. Lin Xiaoxi said unhappily, Mommy, are you leaving again soon? CC misses you so much. Lin Chen opened the door. Su Mangao carried Lin Xiaoqian into the house, and Lin Chen fetched a pair of slippers for her from the shoe cabinet. CC, go play by yourself for a bit. Mommy and Daddy need to talk. Su Mangao placed Lin Xiaoqian on the ground and said, Mom, are you two going to kiss? Su Mangao. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Su Mangao entered the study, with Lin Chen following behind. She said, Lin Chen, the rent here isn't cheap, and your salary isn't high either. You probably haven't saved much money. Then why didn't you take that 60,000 yuan? Lin Chen said, Xiaoxi is my daughter too. It's only right that I provide better conditions for her. There's no need for your money, I can certainly afford to raise her. Su Mangao frowned. To her, Lin Chen seemed to be pretending to be something he wasn't. Lin Chen, you've put in the effort to take care of her. Since I have the money, it's only right that I give you some living expenses. Moving here would indeed be much better for CC. How about raising it to 50,000 a month for you? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. I don't think you're giving too little. 20,000 a month for living expenses is more than enough. I actually have my own money. As he said this, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and opened a bank notification. When he returned, he refueled the car, spending 400 yuan, and the text message showed his balance still had over 1.4 million remaining. Tongxin Network had already transferred the initial advance of 300,000 yuan to him. The initial royalty payment was 1.35 million yuan, which, combined with his existing tens of thousands, totaled over 1.4 million. Have you ever won the lottery? Su Mangao asked in surprise. Lin Chen, can't this money be what I earned myself? Su Mangao said doubtfully, before sending Qianqi here, I checked into your background. Before being laid off, you only made a few thousand a month. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Who doesn't have their secrets? I never knew you were actually an heiress from a wealthy family. Xiao Qianqi said you even own a private jet? Su Mangao explained, I bought it during pregnancy. It was inconvenient to travel on commercial flights while heavily pregnant. After giving birth to Qianxi, flying with a child became even more troublesome. So I just bought a small business jet. Lin Chen nodded, asterisk that would indeed be much more convenient. Take the 60,000 yuan with you when you leave, asterisk. Asterisk as you just saw, I can afford to raise Xiaoxi without any issues, asterisk. Su Mangao nodded in agreement. With over 1 million yuan in his bank account, Lin Chen had more than enough to cover expenses. Su Mangao, there's something I want to discuss with you. Suppose you marry someone else in the future, let Xiao Qian come with me. Lin Chen said. Su Mangao immediately responded, no way, Qian is mine. Lin Chen, don't get worked up. If you don't get married, this isn't an issue. But if you marry someone else, would Xiao Qian really be better off with you? If Xiao Qian stays with me, I'll take complete care of her. Su Mangao frowned. Let Xiao Qian stay with you, only to end up with a stepmother later? What's the difference? Lin Chen shook his head. It's not the same. It's fine for men to marry later, but women have a much narrower window for their prime marrying age. We could also change the terms. Whoever gets married first will have to give up custody of Xiaoxi. How about that? This would be better for Xiaoxi. Su Mangao nodded, fine. You can't get custody because I never plan to marry. Lin Chen asked, are you certain you never plan to marry? Of course. Having Cici is enough for me. Su Mangao said calmly. Lin Chen smiled and said, Su Mangao, since you have no such plans, why don't we go get a marriage certificate? Su Mangao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Lin Chen continued, Cici is already starting to understand things. It wouldn't be good for her to know we had her before we got married. Other children are the fruit of their parents' love, but she was an accident. Don't you think that could hurt her? Su Mangao pondered. Lin Chen said, don't worry, even if we get married, you'll remain yourself, and I'll remain myself. I won't take a single cent of your assets. We can have it notarized at the notary office. Your assets will still be yours after marriage. After thinking for a while, Su Mangao said, you do have a point. Cici is already more sensible than most kids her age. Lin Chen responded, it's just about getting the certificate, nothing else changes. If you don't intend to marry, it won't affect you. By the way, when Xiaoxi said I miss you, she was just making it up. I think she might have already sensed something. Su Mangao remained silent. She had originally intended never to marry in this lifetime, but getting a marriage certificate with Lin Chen would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoxi. I'm fine. Do as you said, first notarize it, then go register the marriage. Su Mangao said. Her family has too much money, so we definitely need to be careful about this. Got it. Lin Chen smiled and said. Su Mangao, if you fall for some girl and want to pursue her, you'd better file for divorce first before making a move. If you cheat while we're still married, it could have a significant impact on me. You'd do the same? Lin Chen said. Su Mangao nodded, of course. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's no problem at all. Quite fair. When would be convenient for you? Su Mangao thought for a moment and said, I'll have Xinqing take care of Cici. You bring the household registration booklet with you this afternoon and come with me. I'll go home to get mine, and then we can proceed with the formalities. All right. Lin Chen nodded. The two agreed to meet outside. Lin Xiaoqian was writing characters alone on the balcony. Su Mangao walked over to her. Look, Mommy, Daddy taught me to write this. Cici already knows how to write her own name. Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet, childish voice. Su Mangao was surprised Lin Xiaoqian's writing wasn't bad at all. Qianqian, did Daddy write this? Su Mangao picked up a nearby sheet of paper containing characters written by Lin Chen after he had attained master-level calligraphy. Each character was a visual delight. Right. Daddy is so amazing. Daddy teaches me how to write, how to draw, how to play soccer, how to sing, and he even teaches me English. Lin Xiaoqi said with admiration on her face. Su Mangao felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Xiaoqi had never admired her like that. She had taught Lin Xiaoqi those things too. Lin Chen said, Mangao, are you and Xinqiang having lunch here? There's no food left in the fridge, I'll go out to buy some groceries. Su Mangao froze for a moment. Lin Chen had actually called her Mangao. But Su Mangao quickly realized that Lin Chen probably only called her that because Lin Xiaoqi was nearby. Let's go out to eat. Don't bother. Su Mangao shook her head and said. Lin Xiaoxi said, Mommy, I don't want to eat out. Daddy's cooking is tastier than restaurant food. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'll go buy some groceries. I didn't know you were coming, there's only enough food at home for Xiaoxi and me. Got it. Su Mangao nodded. Lin Chen went out, and Su Mangao tapped Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. Cici, you little traitor, Mom took care of you for so long, and you still favor your dad more. Lin Xiaoqian looked at her mother in confusion. Mom, I don't. I love you the most, Mom. Lin Xiaoxi hugged Su Mangao and planted a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, did Daddy kiss you too? Su Mangao. Chapter 20 Su Mangao's shock. Cici, Daddy and Mommy have some small issues, but you must know that we both love you very much, okay? Su Mangao said to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian said gloomily, Mom, are you divorced? Will you abandon Qianqian? Su Mangao held Lin Xiaoqian tightly. Qianqian, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't mommy just say so? Both mommy and daddy love you. How could we ever not want you? Su Mangao quickly replied. What have you and dad been up to lately? Su Mangao successfully changed the subject. Lin Xiaoqian's face immediately lit up with a smile. Mom, let me tell you a secret. Dad and I found this house together, and we both love it. Lin Xiaoqian began chattering randomly about various things. Su Mangao seemed somewhat surprised. Lin Chen appeared to be quite capable. What surprised me even more was that Lin Chen's parents had already come to see Lin Xiaoqian. After Lin Xiaoqian and the others finished chatting, Lin Chen came back. Su Mangao walked into the kitchen. Do you need any help? Lin Chen shook his head. No need, Xiaoqian really missed you. She hasn't seen you for so long. You should spend some quality time with her. I cook pretty fast, it'll only take about an hour. Then I'll trouble you with it. Su Mangao finished speaking and returned to the balcony. Lin Chen quickly wrapped up his tasks, showcasing his full culinary skills. In less than an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ding dong! Xin Xing happened to arrive right at that moment. Wow, it seems I came at just the right time. Lin Chen, why do I feel like these dishes look even better than last time? Xin Xing gazed at the dishes on the table in astonishment. Su Mangao, having finished washing Lin Xiaoqian's hands, also revealed a look of shock upon seeing the spread on the table. Mommy, Qianqian didn't lie. Daddy's cooking is the tastiest. I love it so much. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi to the dining chair. Mangao, Xinqing, don't just stand there. Sit down and eat. I won't stand on ceremony. Xinqing sat down and quickly picked up a bite of food. With the first bite, Xinqing froze. Lin Chen, when Manhwa wasn't around last time, you were deliberately holding back your skills, weren't you? Although it was delicious then, the flavor now is simply on another level. Xinqing said. To test her theory, she picked up another dish with her chopsticks. So that's how it is. Manhwa, if you want the best food, you've just got to follow your lead. Xinqing said with a contented expression on her face. Su Mangao wondered, could it really be this delicious? These dishes not only look top-notch, but taste incredible too? Soon she picked up a morsel with her chopsticks. As the dish entered her mouth, Su Mangao was stunned. She had tasted many delicacies, but she wasn't overly demanding about food. Occasionally she might request the chef to prepare something special, but most of the time she wouldn't make such requests. Now, Su Mangao discovered that the dishes Lin Chen cooked were even more delicious than any gourmet food she had ever tasted before. Lin Chen's culinary skills had now reached the grandmaster level, among the finest in the world. Among all the 5-star hotels worldwide, chefs who attain master level already represent just a small fraction. Grandmaster level chefs can literally be counted on 2 hands across the entire globe. Lin Chen's understanding of food has reached perfection. Every single dish is surprisingly delicious. Lin Chen's cooking skills are simply god tier. Su Mangao quickly sampled all 6 dishes. Lin Chen, did you hold back last time? Xinqing asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, I told you, last time was rushed and my performance wasn't that great. This time we had more time to prepare. By the time the meal was over, Su Mangao was completely astonished. Lin Chen's culinary skills are so exceptional that he could easily handle state banquet cuisine. Lin Chen, have you ever thought about opening a restaurant? If you did, you'd surely make a fortune. Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. That idea never crossed my mind. With your frequent business trips and packed schedule at the company, if I were also busy, who would take care of little Qian? Money can never all be earned, but Qian will grow up day by day. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. My apologies. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. No need to apologize. I enjoy taking care of Xiaoxi. Xinshine, Manhwa, you two should get going. I've already had 2 meals for free. I'll do the dishes once Cici falls asleep. Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously, Mom, Dad, where are you going? Lin Chen crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi, saying, Mommy and Daddy are going on a date. Be good and sleep at home. Mom and Dad need to go on more dates to have a good relationship, right? Su Mangao's face turned slightly red. She really had never been on a date before. Cici, we'll hurry back soon. Soon Lin Chen and Su Mangao went out, with Lin Xiaoqi not making a fuss and even seeming quite happy about them going on a date. Your car is still outside the neighborhood. Ride with me, Lin Chen said. Got it. At the parking lot, Su Mangao got into Lin Chen's car. Qianqian told me you two went car shopping together? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen nodded. I just bought it a few days ago, but my driving skills are decent, you can rest assured about that. Soon Lin Chen smoothly started driving the car. They first went to the notary office to get the documents notarized separating premarital and marital properties, with neither party having any objections. Lin Chen, how did you get so good at cooking? Su Mangao asked curiously. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Maybe it's just talent, but don't even think about asking me to open a restaurant, I have no interest in that. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Su Mangao's phone rang. She answered the call, and the person on the other end said urgently, "President, there's a problem with a batch of goods we shipped to Russia. The other party contacted us. Our Russian translator is on vacation and unreachable, and their Chinese translator is terrible, can't make head or tail of it." Su Mangao frowned and said, "Then hurry up and find a Russian translator." "President, we're looking. They're in a hurry, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone in this field." Su Mangao said, "I don't know any Russian translators." Lin Shen suddenly spoke up, "Su Mangao, I know Russian. If it's urgent, I can help you translate." Su Mangao looked at Lin Shen in surprise. "Lin Shen, are you sure?" "Of course." Su Mangao held up her phone and said, "I have a friend nearby who speaks Russian. Turn on speakerphone and let him try to translate for you." Su Mangao also turned on the speakerphone as she spoke. "Understood, CEO." As time passed, Lin Shen translated effortlessly. His Russian was at simultaneous interpretation level. Translating such a call was child's play for him. "President, it's done." "Got it." Hanging up the phone, Su Mangao stared at Lin Shen in astonishment. Wasn't Lin Shen supposed to be completely ordinary, according to the information her father had dug up? How could his cooking skills be this exceptional? And his Russian was surprisingly fluent too. "Lin Shen, I heard from Chanshan that you've been teaching her English. Your English must be quite excellent." Su Mangao inquired. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Perhaps I have a talent for languages. I know English, French, German, and Russian." Su Mangao was astonished. Lin Shen actually speaks 4 foreign languages. Lin Shen's ordinariness is somewhat excessive. Chapter 21, Getting Married with Su Mangao. "You've mastered English, French, and German to the same level as your Russian just now?" Su Mangao said somewhat incredulously. "Almost. These 4 Russian courses were the last ones I studied." Su Mangao began chatting with Lin Shen in English. Lin Shen conversed with her effortlessly, speaking even more standard and idiomatic English. Even highly specialized vocabulary couldn't stump him. "You don't have to worry," Lin Shen said with a light laugh. "I won't have any problems teaching Xiaoxi, and I certainly won't lead her astray." "Lin Shen, you're at a level where you could work as a translator." "Amazing," Su Mangao exclaimed. Lin Shen chuckled and said, "I take on translation jobs online. There's no problem handling 1 assignment a day, and each one easily earns me 7 or 8,000. Did you earn all your money this way?" Su Mangao inquired. Lin Shen shook his head. "Some was earned this way, some through other means. Either way, none of it was illegal income. I can definitely afford to support Xiao Qian." Su Mangao gave a slight nod. "Why did you take your last job?" Su Mangao asked with some confusion. Given Lin Shen's culinary skills and language abilities, he could easily have found other, better-paying jobs. Lin Shen smiled faintly and said, "I'll tell you about it later." Showing his capabilities while maintaining an air of mystery would undoubtedly heighten Su Mangao's curiosity toward him. With her curiosity piqued, combined with his trick to get Su Mangao to register their marriage first, he was confident he could win her over eventually. "It's just the residential area ahead. Drive straight there. I'll inform the security guard," Su Mangao said. Lin Shen nodded as he drove into the neighborhood, finally parking outside Su Mangao's spacious villa. Most villas are typically around 300 to 400 square meters. A villa spanning 500 to 600 square meters is already considered quite large. Su Mangao's villa, Lin Shen estimated, must be over 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Xiaoxian said her mother's house was like a castle. "Lin Shen, would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Su Mangao inquired. Deep down, she felt some resistance. But after all, Lin Shen was Lin Xiaoxian's father. She had even shared a meal at his place, and now they were about to go get their marriage certificate together. "No, let's hurry up. I don't know how long it'll take at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we still need time to get back," Lin Shen said. Su Mangao nodded. She quickly retrieved the household registration booklet from the house. Perhaps in the future, marriage registration could be done with just ID cards, but since this policy hadn't been fully implemented yet, they still needed the household registration booklet if they wanted to get married. "Let's go." Su Mangao returned to the car and said calmly. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen and his group arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Su Mangao, later I'll call you Mangao. If I call you by your full name, the staff might find it odd. Also, remember to smile when we take the photo. Our marriage certificate might be seen by Xiaoxi someday," Lin Chen said. "Got it." Su Mangao gave a slight nod. The two got out of the car and entered the Civil Affairs office. Nowadays, with marriage rates low and divorce rates high, there were long queues in the divorce section of the Civil Affairs office, while the marriage registration area was quiet and deserted. "Move your heads a little closer, smile for me." Crack. The staff at the Civil Affairs office took Lin Chen and her partner's photo. Shortly after, they received their brand new marriage certificate. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Mangao seemed a bit dazed. She had originally planned to remain unmarried for life, yet here she was, holding a marriage certificate with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I won't tell my parents about our marriage registration, and you shouldn't tell yours either. This isn't about our two families, we're only doing this as parents, for Qianqian's sake. Back in the car, Su Mangao spoke up. Lin Chen nodded, no problem. You can rest assured, as long as you haven't agreed, I definitely won't say anything recklessly. Su Mangao, don't tell Cici for now either. Wait until she's older and starts doubting, then we'll bring it out. Got it. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Su Mangao was probably worried that if she told Lin Xiaoxian, Lin wouldn't be able to keep it secret and would soon spill the beans. Squeak! Lin Chen drove to the outside of a flower shop. On his way here, he had noticed there was a flower shop in this area. What are you doing? Su Mangao asked puzzledly. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm buying you a bouquet of flowers. Aren't we on a date today? Surely you won't go back empty-handed? Don't underestimate little Cici, she's very clever. Su Mangao said, I'll buy it myself. It's just a bouquet of flowers, I can still afford it. Lin Chen quickly got out of the car and entered the flower shop. How much is this? Lin Chen pointed to a large bouquet of roses and said. The florist promptly quoted a price slightly expensive, but Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. Could you give me a card, please? The boss handed Lin Chen a pink card shaped like a heart. Wife, I love you. Lin Chen wrote a few words. Boss, do you have any colored markers? Lin Chen inquired. Yes. The boss took out a box of colored pencils from the cabinet for Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly drew 3 little figures. Papa had his left arm around Mama, holding a little girl in his right arm. The 3 little figures looked quite like him, Su Mangao, and Lin Xiaoqian. Boss, thanks. Lin Chen scanned the code to pay, took the flowers, and walked out. Menyao, happy marriage. Lin Chen handed the flowers to Su Mangao. Su Mangao's face turned slightly red. Lin Chen said, let me take a few photos of you. You can show them to Cici later to tease her with them. Before Su Mangao could refuse, he took out his phone. Holding the bouquet of flowers, Su Mangao let Lin Chen take a few pictures. Lin Chen's heart raced. His wife was truly beautiful. Yet while their marriage certificate was real, their feelings were fake. Su Mangao was an ice mountain. She had been the ice-cold campus beauty before, but after that incident, she completely froze her heart. Let me add you on WeChat. I'll send you the photos. Xiao Qian would be really confused if I didn't even have your WeChat. Lin Chen said. Su Mangao took out her phone and added Lin Chen on WeChat. Go back to your seat. I'm just going to check on Cici and then I'll have to leave. Su Mangao said calmly. Lin Chen nodded, then started the car and drove back. Yao Yao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Chen asked. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen and said coolly, unless it's in front of Cici, you'd better call me Su Mangao the rest of the time. Got it. Lin Chen nodded. An iceberg doesn't melt all at once, take it slow with her. The marriage certificate was signed, and they already had a child. Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. Sooner or later, he would fully win Su Mangao over. What about the flowers? As the car returned to the residential complex, Su Mangao frowned and asked. Lin Chen replied, you carry them upstairs. Later, you'll hold the flowers, and I'll carry Xiaoxi to escort you outside the complex. Xiao Qian will probably be happy for a long time. Su Mangao hesitated a bit, but she still picked up the flowers. She hadn't noticed the card hidden inside yet. Dad, Mom. The two returned home, and Lin Xiaoqian shouted with joy. A look of surprise appeared in Xinqing's eyes. Su Mangao was actually holding a huge bouquet of roses. Could it be that she and Lin Chen had officially started dating? Cici, do you miss Mommy and Daddy? Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoxi and kissed her affectionately, dotingly saying. Lin Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly, Miss Daddy, Miss Mommy. Such pretty flowers. Daddy, are these for Mommy? Right. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Lin Xiaoqian blinked her eyes. Daddy, am I not your precious too? Don't I get pretty flowers? Lin Chen miscalculated this time. Chapter 22 The Fairy Tales of Linu. Su Mangao smiled sweetly. Lin Chen lightly tapped Lin Xiaoxi's nose and said, so our Cici likes flowers too. Daddy forgot this time, but I promise to remember next time. Hee. Daddy, let's pinky promise then. Lin Xiaoxi extended her little finger and hooked it with Lin Chen's for a promise. Oh, what's this? Xinqing spotted the card hidden among the flowers. She reached out and took it. Wife, I love you. Mangao, I feel like I'm a bit redundant here. Xinqiang read aloud from the heart-shaped card. Su Mangao snatched back the heart-shaped card, noticing the words written on it and the 3 little figures drawn above. Lin Chen, did you draw this? Your drawing skills are unexpectedly good. It's incredibly lifelike. Xinqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen. The 3 little figures drawn on the card were indeed well done. Lin Chen's drawing skills were truly extraordinary. Mommy, let me see. Lin Xiaoqian stretched out her little hand. Su Mangao handed the card to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, it's so pretty. Is this me? Is this Mommy? Lin Chen smiled and said, yes. If you like it, Daddy will draw another one for you later. Give this one to Mommy, this is specially for her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Mommy, for you. Mommy, are you happy today? Every time I go out with Daddy, I'm always so happy. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her adorable, childish voice. Yeah, happy. Cici, Mom just came back from abroad and still has lots of work at the domestic company. Mom has to go now. I'll come visit Cici again next week, okay? Su Mangao kissed Lin Xiaoxi. MHM. Mom, I'll be very good. I'm not picky about food anymore, you know. Lin Xiaoqian was somewhat reluctant, but she nodded and said. Xinqing said with amusement, it's because your dad's cooking is so delicious that you're not picky about food now, isn't it, Xianxian? He. I have such a great dad. Lin Xiaoqian said with a sweet smile. Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian, Mom's car is parked outside. Let's walk Mom and your Aunt Xingqing out. MHM. The group of four headed downstairs together. Su Mangao held a large bouquet of roses in her arms, drawing curious gazes from everyone they passed in the neighborhood. Su Mangao felt rather uneasy about the attention, but Lin Xiaoqi was absolutely delighted. Mangao, drive safely. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian and escorted Su Mangao and the others to the car. Su Mangao had driven her own sports car here. The car was a red Porsche 911. Given Su Mangao's financial status, driving this car could be considered quite modest. Got it. Xianxian, you must listen to Daddy, okay? Su Mangao reminded her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded her little head. Mommy, I will. Mommy, you must come see Xianxian early. Xianxian will miss you so much. Su Mangao nodded in agreement. She felt reluctant to part, but now she was the CEO of a corporation, with total assets worth 60 billion. Numerous decisions required her personal attention. Certain business matters also demanded her direct involvement. Having grown the corporation to such scale, could she possibly neglect the entire enterprise just to personally care for her daughter? If it were just a $6 million company, giving up might indeed mean giving up. But a $60 billion company? That's not something she can simply walk away from. Sell the shares for 20 or 30 billion in cash? Without the conglomerate, without those connections, holding 20 or 30 billion in cash might actually lead to a faster demise. All sorts of shady characters would likely come knocking. Bang! Su Mangao drove away. Not too far behind, another car followed. In this car were the bodyguards hired by Su Mangao. Mangao, how did Uncle Su investigate before? Or was he deceived? Did the people he hired not investigate thoroughly? It's unbelievable that Lin Chen's exceptional culinary skills weren't discovered. Xinsheng said from the passenger seat of the sports car. I don't know. Su Mangao shook her head. She was even more perplexed. It wasn't just his cooking skills that went unnoticed. Lin Chen was fluent in 4 foreign languages. Since when was that considered ordinary? How was the date, Mangao? Xinsheng asked with a smile. She didn't know Lin Chen and Su Mangao had already registered their marriage. Su Mangao had told her this was just a pretend date with Lin Chen to let Xiaoqian Lin believe her parents still loved each other. Su Mangao said, we're on a fake date. If you want to know how a real date feels, just find yourself a boyfriend. Xinqing Jiao giggled. Mangao, I actually think it wouldn't be bad if you developed something with Lin Chen in the future. Putting everything else aside, just Lin Chen's cooking skills alone, if you really married him, every meal would be pure bliss. Su Mangao fell silent. Xinqing said, Uncle Su's investigation showed he seemed quite ordinary, yet his cooking is excellent, his calligraphy is impressive, and his painting skills are remarkable too. That's already exceptionally outstanding. But he has one greatest advantage. Su Mangao asked casually, what advantage? Xinqing replied, he's Cici's father. Look how close they are. I've spent more time with Cici than he has, yet she's much closer to Lin Chen than to me. There's something truly magical about blood ties. Su Mangao teased, now I understand what they mean by the receivers of favors are obedient mouths. You've had 2 meals from Lin Chen, and now you're bending over backward to sing his praises. What's the matter, planning to mooch more meals off him in the future? Xinsheng nodded eagerly, absolutely. His cooking skills put even 5-star hotel chefs to shame. His cooking skills are truly impressive. Su Mangao said, but don't go selling me out just for a few free meals. Dad, I'm so happy. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned home, and Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. What's making you happy? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Daddy loves Mommy, Mommy loves Daddy, so they'll never get divorced. I can always stay with Mom and Dad. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said, don't worry, our family will definitely stay together forever. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Chen Wenhan calling. Editor-in-Chief Chen, what's the matter? Lin Chen inquired. On the other end of the phone, Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book has started printing. Send a message to your readers. The website will provide purchase links soon. Also, since you don't want to do a signing event, could we prepare a batch of signed copies? Readers might randomly receive signed copies when purchasing the book. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Editor-in-Chief Chen, have someone send over 1,000 books when the time comes. I'll sign 1,000 copies, rarity adds value, too many wouldn't be ideal. Alright, great, Chen Wenhan exclaimed joyfully. Cici, go play on the balcony by yourself for a bit. Daddy's got something to take care of, I'll come join you as soon as I'm done, okay? P.S. Lots of people seem to think this is dangerous, but it's really not, just compare with how we do it at our place, please ignore the mess. Lin Chen said with a smile. MHM. Lin Chen went into the study and turned on the computer. Let me upload a few more, he muttered to himself. On Tongxin Web, he had only posted 30 fairy tales so far, with 20 more drafts still saved in his computer. Soon, Lin Chen uploaded 10 of them. Printed book Lin Yu's collection of stories currently in production. Stay tuned. After uploading the 10 stories, Lin Chen posted an announcement. Chapter 23, Lin Chen's book goes on sale. Lin Yu actually updated 10 more chapters. I just read one to my child, and she loved it. It just feels odd reading from a phone. After finishing, she got all energized and wanted to look at the phone again. Hey, upstairs, Lin Yu the Great has posted an announcement, physical books are already in print. Same issue at my place. Many people left comments in the comments section. The first 30 stories have already attracted many fans for Lin Chen. There were many people who originally didn't know about Tongxin website, they were introduced to it by others. In some mom groups, a single group alone has many members. Some foreign fairy tales are excellent, but due to cultural differences, children might find certain tales strange. Many domestic fairy tale writers simply aren't skilled enough. Lin Yu's works perfectly blend with Chinese culture, brimming with fun while also imparting knowledge through fairy tales. Ladies, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 new fairy tales and is going to publish a book. Extra! Lin Yu is releasing a printed book. After reading the 10 newly uploaded fairy tales and notices, many of Lin Chen's fans spontaneously started promoting his work. Upon hearing the news, countless people quickly logged into Tongxin website. Boss, Lin Yu uploaded 10 more fairy tales, each one a classic. Readers' feedback has been excellent, Chen Wenhan said as he called Liang Zhirong. Liang Zhirong exclaimed in surprise, another 10 articles uploaded? Yes. Liang Zhirong was thrilled. As long as Lin Chen could maintain this momentum, his fame would undoubtedly grow higher and higher. Tongxin website was bound to make a lot of money. Budget 500,000, intensify the promotional efforts immediately. Find more promoters, Liang Zhirong said solemnly. Chen Wenhan was surprised, boss, spend this much? Liang Zhirong replied, yes, this money won't be wasted. Using others for promotion brings traffic, but most of it doesn't stay. However, Lin Yu can make people stay on our website. We won't lose money as long as website traffic increases. Chen Wenhan, boss, I'll arrange it immediately. I suggest spending this 500,000 over 3 or 4 days. You handle this as you see fit. Get the first batch of books delivered to Lin Chen as soon as possible, and send more. He might need to give some to relatives and friends later. Liang Zhirong hung up the phone after finishing his sentence. Chen Wenhan quickly communicated with the website operators, who would then seek out influencers one by one to heavily promote and drive traffic. 3,000 copies have already been printed? Boss Lu, please pack 1,100 copies of them. I'll arrange for someone to drive over and pick them up right away. Chen Wenhan called the printing press owner. This was a printing house they frequently collaborated with. An hour later, the person Chen Wenhan had arranged arrived. 1,100 brand new books had already been packed up. Be careful not to bump them. Boss Lu personally supervised as the cardboard boxes were loaded onto the truck one by one. Editor-in-Chief, all the books are packed and loaded. The driver informed Chen Wenhan over the phone. On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan replied, Shali, this trip might be tough for you, you'll need to deliver these books to Lin Yu. It's an 800 to 900 kilometer trip. Be careful on the road. There are 1,100 books in total, and you need to bring back 1,000 of them. Lin Yu doesn't want his identity revealed, so you can't leak any information about him. The driver, Li Lin, said sheepishly, Chief Editor, could I get one of Lin Yu's signed books? My wife and daughter are both his fans. Chen Wenhan, not a single book less than those 1,000. Just ask Lin Yu to sign one for you, would he really refuse you? Get me a copy too. Li Lin quickly responded, got it. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin their location. A night passed, and Li Lin arrived at the designated spot, a storefront outside Lin Chen's residential complex. The storefront's location wasn't great, so the rent wasn't very expensive. Lin Chen rented it yesterday. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I've arrived. Li Lin made a phone call to Chen Wenhan. Shaoli, there's a flower pot outside the door. The key is underneath it, use it to unlock the door. After you've put the stuff inside, lock the door and return the key to its original spot. Then find a hotel and get some proper rest, Chen Wenhan said. Lin Chen had instructed him the night before on what to do. "Daddy, where are we going?" After breakfast, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi to the rented storefront. When he opened the door, he saw 11 large boxes. "Got our work cut out for us," Lin Chen murmured to himself. He secretly rejoiced that his pen name only used 2 characters. If it had been 4, the workload would have doubled. "Daddy, why are we here?" "Daddy, what are these?" Lin Xiaoxi asked doubtfully. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Mommy has to work, and Daddy has to work too, right? This is Daddy's job. Xiaoxi, how about you go draw over there in a bit?" Lin Xiaoxi nodded obediently. Inside the shop front were tables and chairs. Lin Xiaoqian was drawing while Lin Chen took out a book and began reading. After finishing the entire book, Lin Chen didn't find any issues. Swish swish, Lin Chen started signing his name. With calligraphy skills of a grandmaster level, his signature flowed like soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, exuding exceptional beauty. Phew! After almost 3 hours of work, Lin Chen finally finished signing. Editor-in-Chief Chen, out of the 1,100 copies, I'll keep 20 for myself. The remaining 1,080 copies can be taken back. Consider the extra 80 copies at your disposal. Lin Chen made a phone call to Chen Xinhan. Excellent, excellent. Lin Chen, you've worked hard. Chen Xinhuan laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Lin Chen walked over to Lin Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, Daddy's done with work now. Let me take you to the amusement park." Okay. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with joy. In the afternoon, Li Lin, having woken up from his nap, arrived at the storefront. Dedicated to Li Lin, Words from the Forest. Lin Chen left a book specifically for him. But calligraphy is truly beautiful. Li Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen many writers' signatures before, some scrawled like a dog's paw prints, but Lin Chen's handwriting was far better. Li Lin grinned from ear to ear. With this book, the trip hadn't been wasted. Both his wife and daughter would surely be very pleased. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Li Lin had already returned the book, and Chen Xinhang informed Lin Chen that Tongxin Online would open for purchases at noon. How many people will actually buy this? Lin Chen wondered to himself. The first printing run was 300,000 copies. If only 3 to 5,000 sold, that would be truly embarrassing. However, Lin Chen believed things probably wouldn't turn out that bleak. The fairy tales he shared were system provided, all of them top-tier quality. There was no reason for them to flop. Judging by the website's popularity, there were plenty of people wanting to buy them. It was approaching noon. Many were waiting for the purchase link to go live. Tongxin website stated that the first 50 purchasers are guaranteed to receive signed copies, and these are not included in the original 1,000 copies available. Here it comes. When the purchase link went live, many people quickly placed their orders. Tongxin website has substantial traffic, and with promotional efforts, the number of people who have read Lin Yu's fairy tales has already reached over 1 million. Many of them have become loyal readers. Editor-in-Chief, it's blown up, absolutely blown up. We've sold over 10,000 copies in just 1 minute. Someone shouted excitedly. A smile spread across Chen Xinhan's face as he said, an explosion was inevitable. With Lin Yu's quality content, it would have been strange if it didn't blow up. Another editor joked, if this book of his doesn't become a hit, I think we should all consider changing careers. Chapter 24, Su Mangao sends Lin Yu a tip. Time ticked by minute after minute. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. By the end of the first hour, sales had reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this doesn't mean 100,000 people actually made purchases. Some people buy multiple copies. Books can get lost or torn by children, and such high-quality editions make excellent gifts too. Certain bookstores and libraries also make purchases. Their orders often run into dozens of copies at a time. Lin Chen bent down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, who had fallen asleep for her afternoon nap. Editor-in-Chief Chen, absolutely no news? The sales are terrible? Lin Chen went to the study, turned on the computer, and sent a message. He logged into the author's backend to take a look. The additional tips and substantial increases in clicks and favorites suggest the sales shouldn't be too dismal. Big shot, feeling a bit nervous? Chen Xinkan quickly replied to Lin Chen. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. After all, it's his own book, so he cares about it. But there's absolutely no way he'd be nervous about it. With his system, how could he possibly get nervous over something like this? If fairy tales don't earn much money, at worst he can switch tracks. It's not like this is all he knows how to do. Not bad. Lin Chen replied. Beep beep. Chen Xinhuan called, and Lin Chen answered the phone. Overjoyed, Chen Xinhuan exclaimed, Lin Chen, 100,000 copies. We reached 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. 100,000 copies in just an hour? The first hour's sales are definitely the strongest, but at this rate, we might sell all 300,000 copies in just 1 day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book speaks for itself. As long as we get good word of mouth from readers, future sales will undoubtedly be strong. We could very well surpass 1 million copies in the first month. Chen Xinjian said with great excitement. Lin Chen joked, I'll be relieved once the first print run sells out. Don't let yourselves suffer heavy losses right away. Chen Xinhua laughed and said, we were just saying that if a book like yours doesn't sell well, we might as well change careers. Lin Chen, the boss will probably contact you about another print run tomorrow or the day after. You'll be making a nice profit again. Lin Chen asked, if 300,000 copies sell out quickly, will you be able to keep up with the printing? Chen Xinhan's hearty laughter came through the phone. Don't worry about that. The printing factory we're partnering with is a major manufacturer. Their printing division isn't very busy these days. In our country, as long as the client pays promptly, they definitely have the capacity to handle the printing volume. After hanging up, Chen Xinhan instructed the operations team to act quickly. They needed to start promoting immediately that they'd sold 100,000 copies in the first hour. Su Mangao was scrolling through short videos in her spacious office. She had just finished a meeting and decided to unwind. Moms with kids, let me recommend an amazing book. It's the best fairy tale book I've come across this year. Su Mangao came across a short video. Since she had children, the algorithm often pushed such content to her. Fairy tale books? Su Mangao clicked on it. Next time when I see Lin Xiaoxian, I could bring her a storybook. But she's picky, ordinary books wouldn't catch her interest. Time passed gradually, and Su Mangao became completely absorbed. Knock knock. The office door was knocked. Su Mangao snapped out of it. She was surprised that she, an adult, could become so engrossed in a book of fairy tales. A fine book indeed, each fairy tale is wonderful. Su Mangao thought to herself. President, it's time for you to leave for the airport. The car is waiting downstairs. The assistant reminded Su Mangao. Nowadays, Su Mangao took at least one flight every day, sometimes up to 3, making her schedule incredibly hectic. The company has a lot of business, and there's already a backlog of work. Some matters require the president herself to step in, as even the vice president's presence wouldn't carry enough weight. Let's go, Su Mangao said as she got into the car downstairs. The book wasn't finished yet, so she continued reading. Before she knew it, she had finished reading all 40 fairy tales written by Lin Chen. Each one is a classic, simply brilliant. This Lin Yu is absolutely going to become a master storyteller. Su Mangao thought to herself. She ordered 2 copies, one to keep at home, and another to take to Lin Chen's place. Maybe Lin Chen could read it to Lin Xiaoxi later. Please tip if you like it. Su Mangao murmured to herself. She normally never had the habit of tipping, but she felt Lin Yu's fairy tales were genuinely excellent. Regular supporter costs 1,000, silver supporter 10,000, golden supporter 100,000. Su Mangao noticed Lin Yu didn't have a silver supporter yet, though there were already over 10 regular supporters. I'll be the first Silver Alliance leader, then. Su Mangao tipped 10,000 yuan. A Golden Alliance leader tip would be pocket change for her, but she didn't know Lin Yu well yet. His writing might be good, but his character could be questionable. For now, a Silver Alliance leader tip would suffice. Even if their character is questionable, their work is still worth this much reward. Ha! Lin Chen was currently at his computer. He discovered, to his surprise, that he had gained a Silver Alliance leader. A Silver Alliance membership costs 10 grand. This person must really support me. Thank you for your support. Lin Chen gave a simple word of thanks. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Chen Xinhan and the others stared at the large screen displaying the sales figures. The numbers kept fluctuating. Suddenly, the count jumped directly from 299,996 to 300,001. Crash! Thunderous applause erupted. It was now 10 a.m. 22 hours later, and all 300,000 copies of the first print had sold out. Boss, all 300,000 copies have sold out. Chen Xinhan immediately called Liang Zhirong. On the other end of the line, Liang Zhirong was exhilarated. This gamble had paid off. Old Chen, call Lin Chen and have another 500,000 copies printed. Actually, never mind, I'll make the call myself. Liang Zhirong said. Soon Liang Zhirong called Lin Chen. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, President Liang, a reprint so soon? On the other end of the phone, Liang Zhirong laughed heartily. Exactly. We're not playing scarcity marketing games here. Go big and satisfy every demand. As long as users love it, I'll do my utmost to meet their needs. Lin Chen, let's sign the additional print run contract online. The money will be wired as soon as the contract's signed. With ready-made contracts that just needed figures adjusted, Lin Chen completed the supplemental printing agreement with Tongxin Web in about 10 minutes. Clang! In less than 2 hours, the bank sent a text message. The deposit of 2.35 million yuan had arrived. Of the original amount, he had transferred 700,000 to his family, leaving over 700,000. Combined with this new deposit, it totaled 3.1 million. He had originally planned to give 1 million, but his father adamantly refused. Only after much persuasion did he agree to accept the transfer of 700,000. According to his father's wishes, he only needed to give 500,000. The total cost would be 1 million, and they still had 3 to 400,000 in savings. Even if they needed to borrow some money, they could repay it themselves later. Even though Lin Chen was currently earning money quickly, they knew it wouldn't be easy for him to buy a good apartment in Shanghai. 310,000, still a long way off from the house payment. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The additional print run of 500,000 copies won't sell out anytime soon, so this book probably won't generate substantial profits in the short term. But he could still publish a second book. With fame and reputation established, sales of the second book won't be poor either. Chapter 25, Dad, I'm hurt. I was the 15th to order and received the book with teacher Lin Yu's autograph. The signature is absolutely beautiful. I got lucky in the prize draw. My grandfather is a Calligraphy Association member, and he says he's far inferior to teacher Lin Yu. The fairy tales by great god Lin Yu are wonderful, with beautiful writing. It's a shame I didn't win the prize and can only admire them online. Many recipients of the book shared photos of it online. Some people who received signed copies posted them on the internet and their social media feeds, earning numerous likes from others. This wave of popularity has drawn many more readers to the book. After reading it and finding it satisfactory, they placed their orders. Sales and reputation are soaring, what a rush. Back then, somebody's sales started off alright, but then their reputation tanked, and in no time, sales plummeted like crazy. The team at Tongxin Network was in high spirits. Lin Yu brought a lot of traffic to the website, and the boss made money. How could their bonuses be anything less? Old Chen, judging by this situation, maybe we can sell all 500,000 copies in just half a month. Tongxin website owner Liang Jirong said to Chen Xinhan. He was in an excellent mood. The royalty rate promised to Lin Chen might be higher, but it's nothing compared to the boost he brought to the website. Chen Xinhuan smiled and said, I originally estimated that selling these 500,000 copies would take at least 20 days, but now it seems it won't take that long. Lin Chen's autograph has generated significant hype. Liang Jirong chuckled, we're saving money. Even spending $1 million might not have gotten us this much attention. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Liang Jirong said. Soon, someone pushed the door open and entered, delightedly saying, Boss, Mr. Gu, the president of the Calligraphy Association, tweeted praising teacher Lin Yu's calligraphy. He also said that teacher Lin Yu's fairy tales are excellent and that he plans to read them to his granddaughter later. Liang Jirong's eyes lit up. Don't underestimate the influence of the Calligraphy Association. Figures like Elder Gu carry substantial weight. Numerous official media outlets keep tabs on Elder Gu. Boss, it's incredible that Elder Gu is publicly supporting us. I was worried some might try to tarnish our reputation since we're drawing too much attention. Now I can finally relax. Chen Xinhan exclaimed happily. Elder Gu's open support forces those who want to smear us to think twice. Liang Jirong said excitedly, with Elder Gu publishing this article, some official media outlets will probably give us free publicity. The second batch might sell out within 10 days. Chen Sinan nodded in agreement. This is entirely possible. If it gains popularity, many people will spontaneously promote it, and with good word of mouth, sales will naturally improve. China's birth rate has declined, but there weren't fewer children in recent years. They're now precisely at the age for listening to stories. Lin Chen's fairy tales are suitable for children from 2 to 6 or 7 years old, and there should be about 50 million kids in this age group. The first and second batches combined only amounted to 800,000 copies. When it comes to children, many parents are willing to spend money. Besides, a single book doesn't cost much. Knock knock. Before long, someone knocked on Liang Jirong's office door again. More good news? Liang Jirong asked the person who had just entered the room. Boss, a female celebrity just posted online. She bought our book, read the stories to her child, and the kid loved them. She ended up recommending the book to her fans. She has over 10 million followers. The editor who walked in exclaimed excitedly. Liang Jirong and Chen Xinhan exchanged a glance. Old Chen, it seems we still underestimated Lin Yu. Chen Xinhan nodded. Celebrities cherish their reputation. They wouldn't easily give out free endorsements like this. I really love this. With the first one, there might be more to follow. Liang Jirong and Chen Xinhan walked outside. The sales curve appeared on the large screen. After an initial decline, it was now rapidly rising. The influence of celebrities with tens of millions of followers remains formidable. This situation, these 500,000 copies will last 10 days at most. Chen Xinhan said. Liang Jirong laughed. Old Chen, you're being conservative. We can't afford celebrities, but their promotion effect is incredible. These 500,000 copies probably won't last a week. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Over a dozen celebrities helped promote it for free. The second batch of 500,000 copies sold out completely. Let's print another million copies? President Liang, don't let them pile up unsold. Lin Chen said in surprise. Chen Xinhua didn't say anything, and he didn't ask either. He never expected it would sell out again within just 3 short days. Lin Chen, no, I should say, Master Linu, you have no idea how wildly popular your fairy tales are right now. If we print another 1,000,000 copies, they'd definitely sell out within a month. Liang Zhirong said with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen, Mr. Liang, since you're so confident, I certainly have no problem with it. If you're giving me money, of course I'll take it. Liang Zhirong coughed lightly and said, Great Linu, there's a small issue. Many people have mentioned that the second batch didn't include signed books. Could we arrange another batch of signed books for the third release? Lin Chen, how much? Liang Zhirong suggested, how about 2,000 copies? Lin Chen sighed inwardly, signing 2,000 books would take the better part of a day, wouldn't it? All right. Have Li Lin deliver the books to the usual spot. Lin Chen said. Lin Chen and Liang Zhirong soon signed the third contract. Previously, 500,000 copies yielded 2.35 million. This time, for 1,000,000 copies, he earned 4.8 million. Sales volumes vary, so his royalty percentage is floating. Ding! Liang Zhirong quickly arranged for the financial transfer. Lin Chen's bank card balance had suddenly surged to 7.9 million. If it weren't in a city like Demon Capital, 7.9 million might be enough to live comfortably without a care for the rest of one's life. Wah, wah! Lin Shaoqing burst into tears. Lin Chen quickly stepped out of the study and entered the living room. Shaoxi, what's wrong? Lin Chen quickly scooped up Lin Shaoxi and asked anxiously. Tears welled up in Lin Shaoxi's eyes as she whimpered, Daddy, I hurt my hand. Look Daddy, I got wounded. Lin Chen hurriedly checked. Lin Shaoqian's hand was slightly reddened, but the skin wasn't even broken. Had he arrived any later, the redness would have likely faded completely. Daddy will rub it for you. Cece be good, don't cry, it's alright. Lin Chen said. Lin Shaoqian, Daddy, aren't you going to apply the medicine? When I got hurt before, Mommy would always put medicine on me. Alright then, Daddy will put some on for you. Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. The red marks had almost faded away by now. He fetched the first aid kit. Worried Lin Shaoqi might have gotten injured or something, he prepared a medical kit containing some common medicines. Host applies ointment to Lin Shaoqi, acquiring ancient medical skills. 30 hours to reach Grandmaster level, 60 hours to Transcendent level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen froze for a moment. Applying medicine for Lin Shaoqian actually unlocked ancient medical skills. This is pretty impressive. Normally it takes about 10 hours to reach the master level, and 20 hours to reach the grandmaster level, but this one takes 3 times as long. Currently, among the skills he has acquired, this one ranks second in difficulty, surpassed only by aircraft manufacturing technology which demands higher expertise. That will take 50 hours, and that 100. Xiao Chen, does it still hurt? Lin Chen chuckled and said. It seems he shouldn't view things from an adult's perspective. Applying ointment to Lin Shaoqian unexpectedly yielded such substantial rewards. Ancient medical arts are truly remarkable. It doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy's amazing. Lin Shaoqian said, hugging Lin Chen's head and planting a kiss. System, how do I level this up? It doesn't seem like there's usually any opportunity for that. Lin Chen thought to himself. System, host, children getting sick is a common occurrence. Then maybe we shouldn't prioritize improving that for now. Lin Chen didn't want Lin Shaoqian to get sick. Chapter 26, Dad, your wife's phone call. Shaoqian, this Chinese character isn't written correctly. Look at how Dad writes it and compare it to yours. Can you see the difference? Lin Chen was teaching Lin Shaoqian how to write characters. Lin Shaoqian had already learned to write her name, so he began teaching her simpler characters. She was studying quite diligently. Dad, you're a grown-up, I'm a little one. Your steps are big, mine are just smaller. Lin Shaoqian said with an innocent look on her face. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly and explained. Shaoxi, people aren't classified as big people or little people, and we don't use little person to describe children, alright? You could say you're a baby instead. You could say you're a child. Lin Xiaoxi nodded with a dawning understanding. Lin Chen smiled and began telling the story. Shaoqian, a long time ago, we humans were just like other animals. We had no written language and couldn't write. Then think about it, how did people in the past manage? Lin Xiaoxi, like a puppy, using your mouth? Lin Chen smiled and said, when we're face to face, we can use our mouths, but what if we can't meet? How do we tell each other? How do you warn others about danger in a place, or how do you find your way back home in the forest? Lin Xiaoxi was deep in thought. A moment later, her eyes lit up. Daddy, I know. They could use drawings to communicate with others. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoxi's head and said, how clever you are, Xiaoxi. That's exactly how ancient people first did it. The oldest writing systems were just like drawings. Later, wise people among humanity gradually created characters. Lin Xiaoxi listened with rapt attention. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoxi calligraphy for 20 hours. Your calligraphy skill has now reached the Grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. A flood of information continuously poured into his mind. With the system's assistance, Lin Chen swiftly assimilated everything, as if he had been practicing calligraphy for decades. Half an hour passed. Xiao Qian, let's take a break from calligraphy for now. You should rest your eyes, Daddy will teach you English. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi began conversing in English. He didn't teach Lin Xiaoxi vocabulary or grammar, just speaking was enough, believing she would learn simply by practicing conversation. Most children learning English may never use it, but the Su family has many overseas businesses, and the family's assets will likely belong to Lin Xiaoqian in the future. He himself will also earn plenty of money later, perhaps even start businesses abroad, all of which will also belong to Lin Xiaoqian. It's essential for Lin Xiaoqian to master English. Host, your Japanese has reached proficiency level. After nearly half an hour passed, the system's voice echoed. So far, Lin Chen had mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. Not bad, won't need subtitles for movies anymore. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Learning Japanese is still necessary. It comes in handy when watching adult films, and will also be useful if we ever fight against the Eastern Sakura Kingdom. Learning English used to be so difficult, killed so many of my brain cells. Now I've effortlessly mastered 7 foreign languages. Lin Chen thought to himself. If he kept teaching Lin Xiaoqi, Lin Chen estimated he'd soon be fluent in African tribal dialects too. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Su Mangao. He had video called Su Mangao twice before via WeChat, both times at night when Lin Xiaoqi wanted to see her. It's morning. At this hour, Su Mangao is usually busy with work. Xiaoxi, it's a video call from Mom. Lin Chen answered the video call and handed it to Lin Xiaoxi. He didn't talk much with Su Mangao in previous videos either. They had children and were officially married, so naturally he wanted to truly win Su Mangao over, but he couldn't afford to be too proactive. There was simply no way around it, the Su family was too wealthy. If he appeared overly enthusiastic, Su Mangao and her parents might think he was only after the Su family's money. Mom! Lin Xiaoxi cried out happily. Cici, Mommy will video call you tonight. I need to talk to Daddy now. Give the phone to Daddy. Su Mangao said with a smile. Daddy, your wife's calling. Lin Xiaoqian said with the earnestness of a precocious child. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled. Mangao, what's up? Su Mangao replied, Cici, play by yourself for now. Lin Chen, go to the study, there's something work-related I need your help with. Sure. Lin Chen quickly made his way to the study. Su Mangao asked, Lin Chen, you said you know English, German, French, and Russian? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I also know a tiny bit of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese. Why do you ask? Su Mangao was stunned. Turns out Lin Chen knew even more languages than just those 4. I urgently need a German document translated, but it contains many technical terms. Our company translators aren't skilled enough for it. I wonder if you can understand it. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen smiled and replied, send it over, I'll take a look for you. Soon after, Su Mangao sent over the document. Lin Chen opened the file and glanced through it. There shouldn't be any problems. I'll give you the translated document in half an hour. Lin Chen said. Thank you, Su Mangao said. After ending the call, Lin Chen quickly switched on his computer to begin translating. Even the most obscure technical terms were child's play for him. Meanwhile, at Su Mangao's side, boss, we've contacted 4 translation agencies, and all of them replied they couldn't complete the translation within 2 hours. They said there are too many specialized terms. One of Su Mangao's assistants said helplessly. I've called someone, let's wait a bit. Su Mangao said, you go out first, I need some time alone. After the assistant left, Su Mangao dialed her father's number. Dad, how's Mom doing? Su Mangao inquired. Su Mangao's father, Su Guofeng, smiled and said, your mom is recovering quite well. In another 2 months, once her condition stabilizes, your mother and I will return home. Su Mangao exclaimed in surprise, coming home in just 2 months? Su Guofeng had originally planned to stay longer. Su Guofeng said helplessly, your mom misses home, Mrs. Cici. She can't wait to fly back right now. Is Cici doing alright with Lin Chen? He knew Lin Xiaoxi was with Lin Chen, but he'd never contacted Lin Chen, he didn't approve of him. Lin Chen was just an ordinary guy. He only had one precious daughter, Su Mangao, and naturally he didn't want Lin Chen to be with her. Fortunately, Su Mangao wasn't interested in Lin Chen either. Su Mangao, Lin Chen is Cici's father. He treats Cici very well, and she feels extremely close to him. Yes, that's good, Su Guofeng said. Su Mangao asked, Dad, back when you had someone investigate Lin Chen, was he really completely ordinary in every aspect? Yes, why do you ask? Su Guofeng inquired in return. Su Mangao, Dad, who did you hire for the investigation back then? Could they have just done a cursory job and fooled you? Su Guofeng was taken aback for a moment. Mangao, are you suggesting Lin Chen isn't ordinary? Su Guofeng inquired. Chapter 27, Su Guofeng's Worries. Su Mangao asked, Dad, who did you have investigate him? Su Guofeng replied, "It was my former bodyguard Xiao He who checked into it." Lin Chen comes from an ordinary family, has average academic performance, and while his looks are passable, his clothing and style are completely unremarkable. He went to their village, visited the high school he used to attend, and even asked his former homeroom teacher. There shouldn't be anything missing. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Guofeng's heart tightened. Could it be that his daughter has fallen for Lin Chen? Dad, he doesn't seem that ordinary. His cooking is amazing, and he even speaks several foreign languages. Su Mangao said. Su Guofeng exclaimed in surprise, he knows several foreign languages? I have his college entrance exam results. His English scores were just average. He barely passed the CET4 exam. Su Mangao, his English is better than mine. Besides, his Russian, German, and French are also excellent. Su Guofeng couldn't believe it. Even if nothing else works out, having such strong language talent is still exceptional. Why did you appear so ordinary before? Other times might be excusable, but hiding it during the college entrance exams too? Yao, are you sure? Absolutely, I've spoken with him in English, and I've also seen him converse with others in Russian right in front of me. Su Guofeng, so you fell for him just because of that? Dad, of course not. I've got something to do here, Dad, I'll talk to you later. Su Mangao hung up the phone. Su Guofeng wondered how a person could change so much. He stepped inside the hospital ward. Honey, what happened with our daughter? Su Mangao's mother, Yang Qingyue, woke up and asked. Su Guofeng sat by the bed and said, Honey, Mangyao called saying Lin Chen doesn't seem as ordinary as we thought. She mentioned he speaks several foreign languages, he added. He also said his cooking is quite good. Yang Qingyue was astonished. Did our daughter really say that? Got it. Su Guofeng nodded. Then she must have developed some fondness for Lin Chen. She's probably already quite curious about him. Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng frowned. Yang Qingyue said, Honey, don't call and tell her. Let our daughter make her own choice. Isn't she smarter than you? Su Guofeng. Even if he speaks several foreign languages, he's still not good enough for Mangyao. Yang Qingyue said irritably, in matters of the heart, there's no such thing as being worthy or unworthy, it all depends on fate. After that incident, our daughter was left traumatized. She completely shut herself off from the world. If Lin Chen can help her break free from that, wouldn't that be a good thing? Su Guofeng looked at Yang Qingyue in surprise. Honey, you didn't used to think this way. Didn't you want Mangyao to marry someone of comparable social standing? It'd be best to find someone with better conditions. Yang Qingyue said, once you're on the operating table, staring death in the face, I feel many things don't seem so important anymore. As long as our daughter likes them, we shouldn't interfere too much. Su Guofeng frowned, but, stop with the buts, help me up, said Yang Qingyue. Su Guofeng quickly assisted Yang Qingyue to her feet. Husband, even if Lin Chen is completely ordinary, as long as our daughter loves him, our wealth is enough to support them for 10 lifetimes. Su Guofeng sighed softly, Wife, you don't understand. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. What do you mean I don't understand? Su Guofeng frowned and said, if our family only had 30 or 50 million, it wouldn't be a big problem. We could live comfortably without anyone bothering us. But now we have 30 billion. In the eyes of those financial giants, we're just a piece of juicy meat. Yang Qingyue asked in confusion, we haven't encountered any major troubles along the way, have we? Su Guofeng said, that's because I had a good father-in-law. But your father has been gone for 2 years now. We've nearly exhausted the goodwill he left behind. Our path ahead is bound to be much rougher. Yang Qingyue, haven't we still been maintaining those connections? Su Guofeng shook his head. It's different. Although our family has money, we no longer belong to that circle. In at most 2 or 3 years, someone will definitely target us. Yang Qingyue said, but we can't sacrifice our daughter's happiness for that. Su Guofeng, I hoped Mangyao would find someone who was both compatible and well-matched. That way, it'd be the best of both worlds. At this, Su Guofeng let out a sigh. If only that incident hadn't happened back then. Su Mangao being unmarried yet raising a child would surely discourage some high-profile second and third generation suitors. Honey, don't overthink it. Even if we lose most of our fortune, having 300 to 500 million would still be enough for our family to live comfortably. Yang Qingyue reassured him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Don't overthink it now. Focus on recovering. We shouldn't face any major issues in the next year or two. Done. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He meticulously checked it once more to confirm everything was correct. Su Mangao, the translation is ready. Lin Chen sent the translated file to Su Mangao. Su Mangao checked the time. She was astonished. Lin Chen had only taken 27 minutes in total. Thank you. Counting the last time, is 20,000 yuan acceptable as translation fee? Su Mangao replied. Lin Chen, we have children together and we're legally married, so we're practically friends, right? Friends don't need to pay each other for small favors like this. If you insist on paying, then don't come to me for help anymore. I can't be bothered with this small change, I'm too busy raising our child. Lin Chen quickly replied. Su Mangao remained silent for a moment before replying, thank you. 5 minutes later, Su Mangao's assistant said, President, the company's German translator said the document is flawless. He added that the other party's skill level is far superior to his own. Got it. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. She was inwardly astonished. They are big companies, and their translation departments are fairly competent, yet they're still nowhere near Lin Chen's level. His English, Russian, and German are also strong. I bet his French isn't much worse than these three. Su Mangao thought to herself. Meanwhile, on Lin Chen's side, Daddy, there are so many boxes. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the storefront he had rented. 2,000 books had already been delivered. Each set contained 100 copies, and there were a full 20 large cardboard boxes on the floor. Lin Chen smiled and asked, Xiaoqian, do you want to play for a while first or go to sleep? Lin Chen set up a small bed inside the storefront. Here, Lin Xiaoqi could work late into the night. I don't want to go to sleep yet, I want to draw. Lin Xiaoqi said in a sweet, childish voice. Lin Chen smiled and said, alright, you can draw for a while then. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian grew sleepy. Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she soon drifted into a sweet sleep. Swish swish. Lin Chen swiftly signed one new book after another. His signature appeared similar to before, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry an additional, unique charm. This nuanced charm was something ordinary people couldn't quite articulate. One simply felt it was more enduring and captivating to behold. But if seen by a masterful calligrapher, they would notice his calligraphy has already transcended to a completely different realm. Lin Chen's calligraphy was originally at master level, but now it's grandmaster tier. This places him firmly among the world's elite. Chapter 28 Lin Xiaoxi's Talent Upgrade. Phew! Lin Chen let out a long sigh. From noon until dusk, he finally finished signing all 2,000 books. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxi was very well behaved. She didn't disturb Lin Chen after waking up in the afternoon. Just being by Lin Chen's side made her happy and content. In the past when Su Mangao went on business trips, Lin Xiaoqian only had the nanny to look after her, but now she has her dad keeping her company. Xiaoqian, let's go home. Lin Chen neatly packed the signed books and smiled. Daddy, come here for a moment. Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly. Lin Chen squatted down beside Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian, Daddy, look, this is you, this is Mommy, and this is me. Pretty, right? Lin Chen gazed at Xiaoqian's drawing in amazement. Despite her young age, she had drawn it quite skillfully. Xiaoxi, your drawing is amazing. It seems you have a real talent for drawing. In that case, I'll teach you more often from now on, Dad. Lin Chen said. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Host, as certain abilities of yours continue to grow stronger, they will exert a powerful influence on Lin Xiaoqian in this regard. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Can his enhanced abilities affect Lin Xiaoqian? System, only in certain aspects? System, yes, host. When you reach Grandmaster level in a certain skill, it can double Lin Xiaoqian's talent in that aspect. Legendary level doubles it, mythical level triples it. %. Lin Chen achieved the Grandmaster level in painting just yesterday. Lin Chen pondered, if Xiaoxi has some innate talent, then doubling it would be quite significant. What if there's no talent? Would tripling it still not work? System, host, yes. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was quite excellent actually. Lin Xiaoqian didn't need to become a jack of all trades. It would be perfect if she could become exceptionally strong in the areas where she had talent. System, how are these double, triple, and quadruple calculations determined? Lin Chen asked while carrying Lin Xiaoqian home. For all individuals' various talent values, if the lowest is 0 and the highest is 100, most of a person's talents fall below 10. A minority reach between 10 and 20. Few talents reach between 20 to 30. For an ordinary person, it's already quite good if one talent reaches 30, but even with effort, such a talent would hardly yield much result. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The gap between ordinary people and geniuses was enormous. For the vast majority, learning various arts could only be a pastime. Do you think you can rely on it to achieve success in the future? Very difficult, extremely difficult. System, continue speaking. The system replied, a talent score above 40 falls into the genius category, and above 60 can make you among the best in the province. Over 70 points qualifies as national level elite. Above 80 is continental level genius, above 90 is world class. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement as he thought, if Xiaoxi's initial talent was 20, doubling it would make 40, tripling would reach 60, and quadrupling would hit 80? Yes, host. A broad smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Perfect. Lin Xiaoqian is bound to have several talents reaching 20 or 30 points, with a high probability that tripling them would exceed 90. There's even a possibility of hitting the full 100 points. Her talents currently in the teens would still be quite high when tripled. Daddy, what are you laughing about? You seem very happy. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her adorable, childish voice. Lin Chen said with a beaming smile, because Daddy loves you. Just holding you makes Daddy so happy. Mwah. Daddy, I love you too. Lin Xiaoxi gave Lin Chen a sweet kiss. System, can you check Xiaoxi's talents? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, no. With your current abilities, you can judge for yourself during your time together. Got it. Lin Chen felt no regrets. He pondered for a moment. Among his current skills, those that had reached the Grandmaster level included culinary arts, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, painting, and driving. Foreign languages counted too. Skills like soccer, singing, and shooting hadn't yet reached the Grandmaster level. As for Xiao Xilin's talent in cooking and driving, it's hard to say. When it comes to creating fairy tales and calligraphy, Lin Chen estimates her talent is likely below 20. The improvement isn't particularly noticeable. Foreign languages and drawing show more obvious progress, especially drawing. Her artistic talent has shown the most remarkable improvement. Xiaoxi's painting ability should now be approaching, if not surpassing, 30. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Xiaoxi's artistic talent is currently estimated to be around 60. This places her among the provincial elite. With another doubling of her talent, her painting ability could reach approximately 90. Over 90 is world-class. Xiao Qian, do you love painting very much? Lin Chen asked. Right. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiao Qian, from now on, Dad will spend a little more time teaching you to paint. Alright? Lin Xiaoqian cheered, yes. Wonderful. Li Lin packed the books carefully and drove home through the night. Editor-in-Chief, the signed books from the Great Linu have arrived. Someone reported to Chen Xinhuan as soon as he arrived at work. Got it. Chen Xinhong arrived at the place where the books were stored. He randomly opened a box and took out a book. Ha! A look of astonishment appeared in Chen Xinhong's eyes. He rubbed his eyes. The handwriting was identical, yet somehow he felt Lin Chen's characters appeared more refined now. Chen Xinkan had Lin Chen's previous signature. He retrieved the earlier autographed book for comparison. What's happening? Clearly it's the same, but I can't help feeling there's a difference. Chen Xinhuan thought to himself. Old foam, come here for a moment. Take a close look at both these signatures. Chen Xinhuan called out. Another senior editor approached. Soon, he exclaimed in surprise, Editor-in-Chief, what's going on? This signature looks more pleasing to me somehow. This must be the later one, right? Chen Xinhua nodded. I think it's better written too. There's an indescribable aesthetic quality to it. Wait, let me check the other books. Chen Xinkan took out more autographed books. The signatures on these books were all better than the original one. Editor-in-Chief, perhaps after signing more books, Lin Yu improved his technique, the signatures became more refined. Editor Feng said with a smile. Chen Xinhuan gave a light nod. Possibly. For the third batch of 1 million copies, mix one in every 500. Don't get it wrong. Editor Feng nodded. Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Chen Xinhong picked up one of the autographed books he had received later. I'm heading out, call me if anything comes up. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at a gated villa community. He had come to visit an old man. This old man was formerly part of the National Calligraphy Association, a towering figure in the calligraphy world like Mount Tai and the North Star. Even the current president of the Calligraphy Association has to address him as uncle when they meet. Chen Xinkan once visited him in the past. Ding dong. Chen Xinkan pressed the doorbell. The nanny quickly opened the door. A hoarse, aged voice came from inside. Xiao Chun, my legs aren't what they used to be, so I won't come greet you. Come in by yourself. Chen Xinhan entered the villa and bowed slightly. Old Master Jiang, it's been a long time. Old Master Jiang, named Jiang Xuesong, gave a slight nod. It's been 4 or 5 years. I've grown old and don't receive visitors casually these days. What brings you here, Xiao Chen? He wouldn't welcome random visits without purpose. Old Master Jiang, I'd like you to examine a signature for me. Chen Xinhan said respectfully. Chapter 29, The Shock of the Calligraphy Master. Jiang Xuesong asked, what signature? Chen Xinhan, could you please take a look at this signature on the book? I've seen quite a few calligraphy works, but this signature strikes me as particularly distinctive. In what way? Jiang Xuesong put on his reading glasses and asked. Chen Xinhan cleared his throat lightly. Master Jiang, I'm not knowledgeable enough to describe it properly, but I can't help feeling it's extraordinarily pleasing. This signature alone has mesmerized me completely. Percent. Jiang Xuesong laughed. That means your state of mind is decent. For ordinary people, seeing a mountain is just seeing a mountain, seeing water is just seeing water. You've probably reached the second state. Seeing a mountain isn't just seeing a mountain, and seeing water isn't just seeing water. Let me take a look. Chen Xinhan hastily opened the book. Grandpa Jiang, it's this signature right here. Jiang Xuesong smiled. It's Lin Yu. Someone showed me his work. His calligraphy skills are remarkably advanced. Ha! Jiang Xuesong froze for a moment. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing it carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhan remained silent, waiting patiently. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xuesong exhaled deeply and admitted, impressive. Lin Yu's calligraphy surpasses my own. I originally thought I was slightly better than him, but now it seems he has broken through to a higher realm. Chen Xinhuan, Grandmaster Jiang, what realm are you referring to? Jiang Xuesong took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is passable, and I've gained some modest fame these days, but in the grand sweep of history, I'm nothing at all. Lin Yu's calligraphy can stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Yan Jinqing and Lu Gongquan. Chen Xinhuan exclaimed in shock, Yan Jinqing, Lu Gongquan? Elder Jiang, aren't you overpraising them a bit? In the grand sweep of history, Yan Jinqing and others are indeed among the very top masters of calligraphy. Above them, only Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy, stands higher. Not at all. Lin Yu's skill truly reaches such heights, but strangely enough, why haven't I heard of any calligrapher this remarkable in our circles? Jiang Xuesong asked in confusion. Chen Xinhan, Old Master Jiang, perhaps he's only good at signatures, and his other handwriting might be just average. Jiang Xuesong shook his head. Xiao Chen, impossible. Do you think that by writing more, you can reach such a state without first attaining that level of mastery? Without that caliber, even reading would be beyond comprehension. Chen Xinhan gave an awkward chuckle. He's one of those who just can't understand it. Jiang Xuesong, Xiao Chen, I wasn't referring to you. You could recognize it wasn't straightforward. That shows considerable insight. Where might Master Lin Yu be? I'd like to pay him a personal visit. Chen Xinhuan quickly replied, Old Master Jiang, you're over 80 years old. How could we possibly let you travel far and exhaust yourself like that? Lin Yu is actually a fairy tale author affiliated with our website. Ha! Jiang Xuesong froze for a moment. With his caliber, he's writing fairy tales for you? Chen Xinhuan nodded. His fairy tales are truly remarkable. This is one of his books. It sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Sigh. Jiang Xuesong let out a sigh. Calligraphy doesn't make money, your kind does. At his level of calligraphy, there are only a handful in the entire country who can truly appreciate it. Chen Xinhong said respectfully, Master Jiang, though calligraphy may not be profitable, the top-tier calligraphy masters hold high status and may even be remembered for generations. Jiang Xuesong, Master Lin Yu certainly deserves to be remembered through the ages. As for a half-baked amateur like me, forget about it. Xiao Chun, Grandmaster Lin Yu must be in his 60s or 70s by now, right? Chen Xinhong froze for a brief moment. Lin Chen, 60 or 70 years old? Old Master Jiang, he's not that old yet. Jiang Xuesong exclaimed in astonishment, he's only in his 50s? At that age, to have reached such a level, impressive indeed. Chen Xinhan cleared his throat lightly and said, Elder Jiang, please calm down first. Lin Yu is actually only in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong froze. Half a minute passed before he shook his head, muttering, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone in their 20s achieve such mastery? Chen Xinhuan said, Mr. Jiang, I've met him. He's genuinely still in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong put on his reading glasses again. He examined the signature a while longer. That can't be right. Could someone else have signed it for him? Jiang Xuesong said with disbelief in his voice. Chen Xinhan replied, that seems unlikely. His fairy tale writing is exceptionally strong, there's no need for him to fake this. If discovered, it would be a massive stain on his reputation. Jiang Xuesong pressed, Xiao Chen, you can reach him, right? Could you ask him to write a calligraphy piece for me? I'll pay 300,000. Should I ask for you now? Chen Xinhan said. Jiang Xuesong nodded, yes, please write the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Chen Xinhan dialed Lin Chen's number. Master Lin Yu, are you free now? Need to consult you about something. Lin Chen's voice came through. I'm free, what's going on? Chen Xinhan said, Master Lin Yu, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who thinks your signature is exceptional. He's offering 300,000 yuan for one of your works. Can we? Lin Chen was astonished. 300,000? He initially thought calligraphy could make serious money, but after actually looking into it, he realized he might have been a bit naive. These days, far too few people truly understand calligraphy. Computers and smartphones have become ubiquitous, and many people's handwriting has gotten worse. Calligraphy pieces in live streams, framed for just 199, with free shipping to your door. You claim your handwriting is better than theirs? Average folks can't even tell the difference. Yes, he wants a copy of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Is that possible? Chen Xinhuan inquired. Lin Chen smiled. 300,000. How could he not take this money? Back then he was making just a few thousand a month. It would take years to earn 300,000. No problem. Once it's ready, I'll courier it to you. Excellent, excellent. After hanging up, Chen Xinhang said, Old Master Jiang, I'll deliver it to you the moment it arrives. Got it. Jiang Xuesong nodded. I'll transfer the money to you. Pay him first. Commissioned works require upfront payment. Soon, Jiang Xuesong transferred 300,000 yuan to Chen Xinhan. He lives in a villa worth tens of millions. With tens of millions more lying in the bank, 30,000 means little to him. If calligraphy works can earn money while the artist is still alive, that's not bad either. Lin Chen muttered to himself. With Lin Xiaoxi in tow, Lin Chen went to a specialty store for the 4 treasures of the study and bought everything they needed: inksticks, brushes, paper, and inkstones, all of the finest quality. Someone offered 300,000 to buy it. We can't just fool them like that. Who knows, they might even buy it back later. Fairy tales may bring in good money, but the process isn't fast enough. Dad, what are you doing? Back home, Lin Xiaoqian asked puzzledly. Lin Chen smiled and said, Daddy is writing. You haven't seen Daddy write much before, so watch carefully now. MHM. Daddy, I'll be very good, said Lin Xiaoqian as she sat on the dining chair. Lin Chen spread out the paper, recalling the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection in his mind. His calligraphy had now reached the level of a grandmaster, with mastery over all script styles. Of course, he could write Wang Shiji's running script. His understanding of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection was also extraordinarily profound. In the 9th year of Yanghe, the cyclical year being Guizhou, at the beginning of late spring, dipping his brush in ink, Lin Chen began writing with effortless grace. Lin Xiaoxi watched Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen was now completely focused, his aura extraordinary. When signing, Lin Chen had been casual, using an ordinary ballpoint pen that didn't fully showcase his skill. Now that someone sincerely wanted to purchase his work, he couldn't settle for half measures. Phew! After completing all 300+ characters, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face as he reviewed his work. Although it's his first time writing, the system makes it seem as if he's written countless times, with the work being flawless. Lin Chen. Lin Chen signed his name. Daddy, you're so handsome. Lin Xiaoxi gazed at Lin Chen with admiration in her eyes. Lin Chen tapped her little nose playfully and said with a laugh, Xiaoxi, you're still so young. Do you even know what handsome means? Hee, Daddy is absolutely the most handsome no matter what. Lin Xiaoxi replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 30. Mom, shall we sleep together tonight? When purchasing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, Lin Chen also bought a painting cylinder. After the ink had dried, he carefully rolled up his calligraphy works and stored them inside the tube. As for framing, he wouldn't handle that himself. An ordinary mounting job wouldn't likely satisfy the recipient anyway. Soon, Lin Chen mailed out the calligraphy he had written. Daddy, what's that ball? That ball is so big. Lin Xiaoqian asked in her childlike voice. She saw a little boy dribbling a basketball. Lin Chen thought the basketball was too big and didn't buy it for her. Xiaoqian, that's a basketball. You use your hands to bounce a basketball, but you kick a soccer ball with your feet. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian, can I play basketball with that big brother? Then you'll have to ask that big brother yourself. Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoxi down on the ground and said. Lin Xiaoqian was timid. She spoke well with adults, but didn't interact much with children. Back when the nanny took care of her, pushing her out in the stroller, the nanny rarely let her play with other children, fearing she might get into fights or bumps and bruises. Come over here. Lin Chen naturally trusted her to play with the kids. But there was just one little problem. Most other kids were accompanied by their mothers rather than fathers, so him joining in didn't feel quite appropriate. That could be a problem, he thought. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Xiaoxi didn't just need his company, she also needed playmates. She needed to learn how to interact with other children. Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Isn't Daddy right here? Xiaoxi, you're such a brave little girl. Lin Chen squatted down and said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian walked over under Lin Chen's encouraging gaze. I'm Qian, can we play together? I don't want to play with you. The little boy hugged the basketball and quickly walked away. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen with a grievance, her beautiful, watery eyes quickly welling up with tears. Lin Chen stepped forward and hugged Lin Xiaoxi, saying, Xiaoxi, you did really great just now. You didn't know that brother, but you were brave enough to go up and say hello to him. Lin Xiaoxi's tears suddenly stopped flowing. Daddy, did I really do well? But that big brother won't play ball with me. Lin Xiaoqian said with a hint of sadness in her voice. Lin Chen kissed Xiaoqian's forehead and smiled. You're absolutely wonderful. It doesn't matter if that big brother won't play with you, maybe he just wants to play with older kids. As long as you stay brave like this, Xiaoxi, I'm sure you'll find other children who want to play with you. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Daddy, really? Lin Chen nodded, of course. Do you still want to play basketball? If you do, Daddy will take you to buy one. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. There was a stationery store nearby, and soon Lin Chen returned with a basketball. Bang, bang. Lin Chen played with Lin Xiaoqian. Table tennis and badminton weren't suitable for Lin Xiaoqian, but she could play around with basketball and soccer. At just over 2 years old, she wasn't learning anything substantial, but playing basketball and soccer could enhance her hand and foot coordination. 5 minutes passed quickly. Host, your basketball skills are beginning to improve. Reach master level in 10 hours, grandmaster in 20, legendary level in 40 hours, mythological level in 80. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Sure enough, he had acquired another skill. Basketball was more practical for him than soccer. Basketball courts were everywhere in China, while soccer fields were far fewer. System, what's my physique score now? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. System, host, your constitution has increased by a total of 51 points. Your current constitution is 112 points. The average constitution for an ordinary male is 60 points, his is nearly double that. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Doubling one's constitution means combat effectiveness increases more than tenfold. In bare-handed combat, he could now take on about 10 opponents single-handedly. Lin Chen wasn't actually thinking about picking fights or proving his toughness. But hey, what man wouldn't want his combat prowess to be stronger? Daddy, this ball is being naughty. It keeps running away. Lin Xiaoqiu pouted as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqiu, that's because you're not good friends with it yet. If you play with it often and become good friends, it won't run away anymore. Really? Of course it's true. An hour passed, and Lin Chen's basketball skills improved dramatically. Reaching grandmaster level would take 10 hours, so an hour was no small feat. His current skills were already good enough to join a university basketball team. With his strong physique, dunking should come easily to him. In a real match, he'd probably surpass even the team's star players. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Mangao calling. Lin Chen answered the call and put it on speakerphone. Xiaoxi, it's Mom calling. Talk to her, okay? Lin Xiaoxi chirped sweetly, Mommy, I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me and Daddy? Daddy misses you too. Lin Chen. Su Mangao's voice came through. Cici, Mommy's arrived, but I got home and didn't see you too. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, we're playing ball downstairs. Come join us. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mangao, are you coming down? You can stay and play with Xiaoqian outside later. I'll go back and make dinner. Su Mangao, last time I ate your cooking. This time I'll cook. You and Cici come back in an hour. Are you sure? Confirmed. Su Mangao hung up immediately after speaking. Lin Chen shook his head secretly. Su Mangao probably didn't want to owe him anything. Winning her over wasn't going to be that easy. But he wasn't in any hurry. With a kid, a marriage certificate, and a system, what was there to panic about? Daddy, are we eating Mommy's cooking tonight? Lin Xiaoxi asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, Dad hasn't eaten Mom's cooking yet. Is Mom's cooking tasty? Lin Xiaoqiao tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Edible. Lin Chen was left speechless with laughter. Lin Xiaoqiao had pondered for several seconds only to come up with this answer. Xiaoxi, the dishes Mom makes might not be as tasty as Dad's, but she's trying her best for us, right? Let's all say it's delicious later, and eat more, okay? Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen with confusion and said, Is this lying? Mom says good children shouldn't lie. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen replied, Xiaoxi, there are malicious lies and white lies. This is a white lie. Happy mom, happy family, don't you think? Lin Xiaoxi nodded with a dawning understanding. An hour later, Lin Chen and the others returned home. After playing basketball for 2 hours, Lin Chen's skills had skyrocketed. Lin Chen, Cici, go wash your hands and come eat. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen stared blankly at Su Mangao. Su Mangao was wearing an apron at the moment. This heiress from an elite family, this CEO, looked utterly charming in an apron. Only. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the table. Su Mangao prepared 4 dishes, though their presentation was rather mediocre. Mom, it's almost dark. Will we sleep together tonight? After washing her hands and sitting down at the dining chair, Lin Xiaoqi asked hopefully. Chapter 31, Finding an Art Teacher for Little Qian? Su Mangao's expression stiffened slightly as she shook her head. Qian, Mom was passing by this area and just thought I'd stop by to see you. Mom has something else to attend to soon and needs to leave. Lin Xiaoqian's face wore a pitiful, crestfallen expression. I really want to sleep with Mom and Dad. Lindsay said, Mom has to work. Xiaoxi, which dish do you think Mom cooks best? Lin Xiaoxi's attention was instantly diverted. Daddy, that dish. I love eating meaty meat. Lin Xiaoqian pointed at a plate of diced beef and said, This plate of fragrant pan-fried beef cubes was made by Su Mangao using top-grade Australian Wagyu. These were ingredients she had brought herself. If skill falls short, make up for it with quality ingredients. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the plate of pan-fried beef cubes. Given his expertise, he could instantly spot dozens of flaws in the dish. Xiaoqian, let Daddy serve you one. We'll try it together. Lin Chen picked up a beef cube for Lin Xiaoqian, then took one for himself. Together, they tasted the meat. Good meat, what a waste. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Su Mangao's cooking skills were even worse than his own had been. But considering she was a young lady from a wealthy family and now a CEO, the fact that she'd even tried her hand at cooking was commendable. How's it going, Xiaoqian? Su Mangao looked at Lin Xiaoqian expectantly. Lin Xiaoxi hesitated as she looked at Su Mangao and said, Mom, it's delicious. Cici, your nose will grow longer if you lie. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at Lin Chen and said, Mom, this doesn't count as lying. Dad says it's a white lie. Lin Chen. Xiaoxi, let's try this dish. Lin Chen served another dish to Lin Xiaoxi. This is steamed sea bass. Lin Xiaoxian took a bite and her little face immediately scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Cici, isn't it tasty? Su Mangao inquired. The sea bass she used wasn't the ordinary kind from the market. One of these could buy over a dozen of the regular market variety. Mom, it's delicious. Lin Xiaoxi said it was delicious but barely touched her food. Su Mangao decided to try it herself. The fish was bland and had a lingering fishy smell. Lin Chen took a small bite and found it less flavorful than the beef cubes. Mommy, I love eating veggies now, I want to eat veggies. Lin Xiaoxi said in a sweet, childish voice. She truly couldn't stomach the fish. Su Mangao quickly served some greens to Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian took a bite. Mommy, my tummy feels full. Su Mangao. She quickly tasted it herself, so salty. Lin Chen sampled all 4 dishes. The beef cubes were the most palatable, though still quite mediocre. Lin Chen, let's go eat out. Su Mangao said somewhat awkwardly. Lin Chen smiled, no need for all that trouble. Let me rework this a bit. Just wait a moment. Soon Lin Chen carried the dish into the kitchen. Salvaging failed dishes is also part of what makes a top-tier chef. Many ingredients are expensive, and it would be a shame to waste them. With the fire on, Lin Chen quickly got to work. His culinary skills were already at a grandmaster level, but compared to Su Mangao's last visit, they had improved even further. The system had enhanced his cooking abilities in every aspect, making him top-tier and rescuing failed dishes as well. Mom, don't be sad, Lin Xiaoxi said to Su Mangao. Su Mangao looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Even though your cooking isn't very tasty, you have a husband who cooks really well, Lin Xiaoxian said very seriously. Su Mangao reached out and tapped Lin Xiaoxian's forehead. Your dad has spoiled that little mouth of yours. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had prepared all 4 dishes. He served the dishes. Su Mangao's eyes showed a look of surprise. Lin Chen's recooked dish looked even more appetizing than before. Mangyao, give it a try. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Su Mangao picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. She froze. Was this really the same dish she had tasted earlier? Why does it taste so much better when Lin Chen handles it? Lin Chen fed Lin Xiaoxi one bite. Daddy, it's so delicious. Lin Xiaoxi said happily, then looked at Su Mangao. Mommy, the food you make is edible too. Su Mangao, I'd rather not have this kind of comfort. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mangao, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Guaranteed to teach until you master it, and no tuition fees required. Mommy, just give Daddy a kiss and it'll be fine. Lin Xiaoxian giggled. Su Mangao blushed slightly as Lin Chen served more dishes to Xiaoxian. Try some of the other dishes too, Xiaoxian. MHM. Lin Xiaoxian began eating with hearty appetite. Su Mangao said irritably, Xiaoxi, didn't you just say your tummy was full? Now you can eat again? Lin Xiaoxi dared not look at Su Mangao and kept her head down while devouring her meal. Su Mangao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'd like to discuss something with you. It seems Xiaoxi has some talent in drawing. I'd like to find her a painting teacher. Someone who can come to our home daily for drawing lessons. It might take up quite a bit of your time. Lin Xiaoxian quickly shook her head as she looked up. Mom, I don't want anyone else to teach me painting. Dad is amazing. Dad can teach me himself. Su Mangao said, Cici, your dad is good at painting, but the teacher Mom found for you will be even more skilled. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This was something he couldn't quite agree with. With his painting skills at grandmaster level, truly world-class, even if Su Mangao was wealthy, whether she could find a world-renowned painter to teach Lin Xiaoxian remained questionable. The Su family assets weren't insignificant, but when considering the global scale, assets worth tens of billions of RMB honestly didn't rank very prominently. Top-tier artists in the world never lack money. Mangao, my skills are more than sufficient to give Cici her foundational training, Lin Chen said. Su Mangao frowned delicately. I've contacted a painter who has considerable fame nationwide. The foundational stage is crucial for Cici too. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll do a drawing for you to show them. Ask if my skill level is sufficient to give a 2-year-old their first lessons. Running around every day is quite troublesome. Su Mangao nodded, then it's settled. After finishing the meal, Su Mangao said, I'll clean up, you go ahead and paint. Lin Chen shook his head. It's rare for you to visit. You should spend some time with Xiaoxian. I'll clean up and do some painting, it won't take long. Then, alright. Su Mangao did genuinely want to spend more time with Lin Xiaoxian. After tidying the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his brushes and a large sheet of drawing paper. After some thought, Lin Chen painted a portrait of 8 horses. In the history of modern painting, Su Beihong's horses were unparalleled and unrivaled, but this time he finally met his match. Lin Chen's horses were in no way inferior to Su Beihong's. He spent much more time teaching Lin Xiaoxi painting, and while both were of master-level artistry, his paintings surpassed even his calligraphy. You mustn't follow others' lead, Xiaoxian. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Once the ink had dried, Lin Chen rolled up the painting and stored it in a previously purchased art tube. Su Mangao walked over. Finished painting? She didn't even have time to take a look. Lin Chen nodded. Put it in here. Mangao, don't mention that I drew it when the time comes. Just casually ask whether this level is enough to teach Xiaoxi. Sure. Su Mangao nodded. Chapter 32, Lin Xiaoxi falls ill. Su Mangao left with the painting tube, leaving Lin Xiaoqian in a sullen mood. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Your little mouth is pouting so much you could hang an oil jug on it. Lin Chen gently tapped Lin Xiaoqian's delicate little nose as he said this. Lin Xiaoxi hugged Lin Chen. Daddy, I don't want to learn painting from anyone else. I only want to learn from you. Lin Chen laughed. Xiaoxi, trust your dad. I think my skills are good enough to teach you. Now let's go take a bath and get ready for bed. Lin Xiaoxi asked in her childish voice. Daddy, I love sleeping with mom and dad. Do you like sleeping with me and mommy too? I like it. Lin Chen said with a smile. He liked it way too much. Come on, let's get you all clean and sweet-smelling, then I'll tell you a bedtime story. Lin Chen said with a smile. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian fell into a sweet slumber while Lin Chen hurried to his study to continue writing fairy tales. He had already uploaded 50 stories in total. Just 10 more submissions and his second book could be published. The third batch of the first book alone had a print run of 1 million copies. Even if they sold quickly, it would take at least a month. If sales were slow, the stock might not be cleared even after 3 months. With the addition of 300,000 yuan earned from selling his words, his savings now totaled 8.2 million yuan. With a bit more effort, he could buy this apartment. 3 hours later, Ling Chen finished writing 10 fairy tales. He logged into the back-end author platform of Tongxin website. You've tipped quite generously already. Lin Chen muttered to himself. As book sales increased, his fanbase kept growing, and those fans would log onto the website to check things out. The website featured the latest fairy tales. When readers were thoroughly entertained, tips would start flowing in. Although most people only tip small amounts, the sheer number of contributors adds up to a considerable sum. Lin Chen has now received over 100,000 yuan in total tips. He gets to keep 90% of these tip earnings. Pack it up. Lin Chen quickly uploaded these 10 fairy tales. Returning to the master bedroom, Lin Chen's expression slightly changed. Lin Xiaoxi actually kicked off the blanket, and her clothes were pulled up too, exposing half of her little belly. Don't get sick now. Lin Chen thought to himself. He quickly tugged Lin Xiaoqian's clothes into place and pulled the quilt over her. Beep beep. The boss of a certain publishing house was awakened by a phone call. Lao Wang, what's going on? I just fell asleep. You're disturbing my sweet dreams. The awakened boss inquired. The person calling him was the chief editor from his company. Boss, Linu has updated his drafts, 10 new pieces in one go. His unpublished fairy tales now amount to 30, enough material to publish another book. Chief editor Wang on the other end of the line spoke swiftly. The boss's eyes brightened. How's the quality? Old Wang said, Boss, when it comes to Lin Yu's works, they're absolutely top-tier masterpieces. I've read them, and every single one is upper-tier celestial grass, the kind that will still be around 100 years later. Should we compete for it? The boss quickly replied. What kind of question is that? Of course we'll compete. Otherwise, what are all our employees supposed to eat and drink? Signing a manuscript like this could keep us selling for decades. Old Wang, Childlike Heart Network might offer better terms. If we don't improve our offer, we won't stand a chance. Raise it, we'll raise it too. The facts prove that Lin Yu isn't just a flash in the pan, he's genuinely talented and deserves better terms from us. The boss said solemnly. They were very conservative with his first book. What if they offered better terms and it sold poorly? There are quite a few cases where things are hyped online but actually don't sell well. Now things are different. The first book from Lin Chen's collaboration with Tongxin Network had its first batch of 300,000 copies and second batch of 500,000 copies completely sold out. Total sales should have already reached over 1 million copies. The consumer reputation is also extremely positive. A fairy tale with good sales and excellent reputation can sustain you for many years. Boss, Lin Yu has submitted 10 more fairy tales. Boss. Many publishing company owners had received the news. Quite a few of them were woken up by phone calls in their sleep. Childlike Web's boss, Liang Zhirong, was also awakened. Old Chen, is the quality confirmed? May I ask? Liang Zhirong inquired. Chen Xinhang, boss, old phone, and I managed to review 5 manuscripts each quickly. The 10 newly uploaded ones maintain the same high quality. Quite a few people have called you, haven't they? Yes, they all want to collaborate with Lin Yu, and some have even left comments requesting detailed discussions with her. Liang Zhirong pondered for a while before saying, for the second book, we'll offer Lin Chen an 18% royalty directly. No other company could possibly surpass us in this aspect. We have our own website, they don't. Additionally, let's give Lin Chen a slightly higher signing bonus. While offering Lin Chen a higher percentage would mean smaller profits for them, as long as the sales volume remained strong, their earnings would still be considerable. Moreover, this kind of book will continue to generate steady income in the future. Boss, how much signing bonus are we giving? I'll message Lin Chen right away. He probably isn't asleep yet. Chen Xinhuan inquired. After thinking for a moment, Liang Zhirong said, Linu has brought a lot of traffic to the site. The first signing bonus was 300,000 yuan. Give him 600,000 yuan this time. Boss, so much? Chen Xinhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Liang Zhirong, didn't you say his calligraphy surpasses even old Master Zhang's? This could become a sensational talking point in the future. I'll earn a little less now, then make it back slowly later. By the way, the first print run is 1 million copies. Chen Xinhuan immediately sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen happened to finish showering and saw the message Chen Xinhuan sent. 18% royalty with a 600,000 advance, and the first print run is directly 1 million copies? Lin Chen's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. The boss of Tongxi Network, Liang Zhirong, truly has remarkable courage. This royalty rate, a first print run of 1 million copies yielding royalties of 5.4 million, plus a 600,000 signing bonus, totals exactly 6 million. Added to my existing 8.2 million, buying this house would still leave me with a surplus of 1.2 million. Lin Chen thought to himself. Sure. Lin Chen agreed to Chen Xinhuan's proposal without hesitation. Tongxi Network was generous, and he saw no point in haggling. No other publishing company could offer such favorable terms. Tongxi Network could capitalize on the traffic, while other companies simply couldn't. Phew! Chen Xinhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Master Linu, please rest well for now. We can sign the contract tomorrow. Sure. Lin Chen got into bed and quickly fell asleep. Cough. 2 hours passed before Lin Chen suddenly jolted awake. Lin Xiaoqian was actually coughing. Xiaoqian really caught a cold from the chill. Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He would check on Lin Xiaoqian every 2 articles he wrote. At first everything seemed fine, but later Lin Xiaoqian kicked off the blanket. In the end, she still caught a cold. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed until her little face turned red. Lin Chen felt deeply distressed, wishing he could bear the illness himself. System, now that my constitution has improved, can't it help Xiaoqian's constitution improve a little too? Lin Chen thought in his mind. The system replied, Host, that's not possible. But if your medical skills improve, you could help nourish Lin Xiaoqian. Or you could teach her martial arts once you've learned some yourself. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had actually wanted to acquire martial arts skills for a long time. But gaining skills had to happen naturally. Forcing it wouldn't work. Lin Xiaoqi currently had no interest whatsoever. Cough, cough. Every little while, Lin Xiaoqi would cough uncomfortably a few times. Coughing and coughing, Lin Xiaoxi coughed herself awake. Daddy, I feel so awful. Lin Xiaoxi said with her little face flushed red from holding it in. Chapter 33, Lin Chen's drawing skills are this good? Lin Chen touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. It was burning hot. Her cold had triggered both a cough and fever. There were fever patches at home. He quickly fetched one and pressed it onto Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, but the sticky sensation was uncomfortable. The moment it was applied, she tore it right off. Xiaoqian, be good. You're running a fever. This will help bring your temperature down. Keep it on for a while. Lin Chen carefully reattached the sticker for Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, am I going to die soon? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen with pitiful eyes. Don't talk nonsense. It's quite normal for children to catch colds and run fevers. Dad will take you out for more exercise later, so you'll get sick less often. Lin Chen comforted Lin Xiaoqian, taking her temperature, wiping her down with a cool cloth, giving her fever-reducing medicine. Time passed minute by minute as Lin Chen carefully tended to Lin Xiaoqian. He had acquired ancient medical techniques, but they had only just activated. He hadn't yet gained much knowledge of the ancient healing arts. At this moment, he couldn't yet use ancient medical techniques to treat Lin Xiaoqian. Ancient medicine refers to traditional Chinese medicine, while fever-reducing drugs belong to Western medicine. But Lin Chen rejected neither. In his view, any treatment that brought patients relief was good medicine. Lin Xiaoqian's fever subsided, and she drifted back into a hazy sleep. Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. It's quite normal for children to get sick, but Lin Xiaoqi was really ill, and it still made him feel heartbroken. Seeing her cough so violently tore at his heart. We need to pay attention to her diet tomorrow. I also need to prepare a medicinal bath for Xiaoqian to ward off the cold. Lin Chen thought to himself. Some foods can worsen the condition, while others are beneficial for recovery. He had just gathered quite a bit of information on this matter. He had now learned how to prepare some medicinal treatments as well. However, since his medical skills hadn't improved much yet, Lin Chen still dared not prescribe any oral medications for Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoxi's condition isn't particularly severe. With dietary therapy and herbal baths, Lin Chen thinks she should recover well enough. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoxi coughed intermittently. Lin Chen didn't sleep again. His constitution was robust, going sleepless for 3 to 5 days wouldn't be an issue for him. Before they knew it, dawn broke. Lin Xiaoqian ran a fever twice more, but he promptly helped wipe her body to reduce the temperature, preventing her cold from worsening. Lin Chen placed an order for some items. The delivery arrived before Lin Xiaoqian even woke up. Some of these items were for nourishing Lin Xiaoqian's health. Some were for Lin Xiaoqian to take medicinal baths. While Lin Xiaoqian was still unconscious, Lin Chen hurriedly began his preparations. 5 minutes passed, and a flood of information surged into his mind. His medical skills were improving at an astonishing rate. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had everything ready. Daddy! Lin Xiaoxi walked out of the bedroom. She still looked a bit dazed. Xiaoxi, Daddy's here. What's wrong? Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoxi and asked. Lin Xiaoqian said softly, Daddy, I don't seem to have much strength, and I feel a bit sticky all over. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from Lin Xiaoqian, but she fell asleep soon after, making it difficult to clean some areas properly. Xiaoqian, you've caught a cold. But a cold is just a minor illness, don't worry. Trust Daddy, I'll make you better in no time. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian with a gentle smile. After Lin Xiaoqian finished brushing her teeth, Lin Chen added water to the bathtub along with a steaming medicinal solution. After soaking for 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian's mental state visibly improved. While treating Lin Xiaoqian with the medicinal bath, Lin Chen's medical skills improved significantly once again. His enhancement duration had already lasted an hour. A mere hour, insignificant to others, barely enough time to flip through a few pages of medical texts, offering negligible improvement. Yet for Lin Chen, the progress was immense. His skill had already surpassed that of many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Daddy, let's go out and play. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Normally, Lin Chen would take Lin Xiaoqian out to play after breakfast. Mornings are much cooler. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Not today. You're sick, Xiaoqian, we need to rest properly at home. Going outside in the wind will make your cough worse. Daddy will teach you how to draw. Given Xiaoqian's condition today, it'd be best to pause her speech lessons too. Less talking and more quiet time would do her good. Okay. I love drawing the most. Lin Xiaoqian clapped her little hands happily and said, Ding dong. Su Mangao arrived at the villa complex. The villa complex isn't very far from the UN residential area, it's just a 20-something minute drive. Chairman Su, please come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s opened the door warmly. He was the painter Su Mangao had mentioned, named Zhao Yanming, a genuinely talented and nationally renowned artist. President Su, where's your child? Didn't you say you'd bring your child today for a trial lesson? Zhao Yanming asked somewhat puzzledly. Young Master Zhao, I'm truly sorry, Su Mangao apologized. Cici didn't come today. When I mentioned I was looking for a tutor for Cici, someone said they could help. He also painted a picture for me. Zhao Yanming looked at the painting tube Su Mangao had brought over. Director Su, although your child is young, early education is still very important. Are you asking me to help evaluate and assess their abilities for you? Su Mangao nodded. Thank you. It's alright, no trouble at all. Zhao Yanming took the painting tube and poured out the scroll, unfurling it across the work table. Su Mangao froze in astonishment. Zhao Yanming was even more stunned. Though Su Mangao didn't understand the artistry, as an ordinary viewer she thought Lin Chen's 8 Steeds painting was exceptionally well executed. Lin Chen actually has such painting skills. Su Mangao thought to herself. She hadn't seen this painting yet. She left the painting tube in the car last night and drove straight here this morning. Time ticked by minute after minute. Zhao Yanming leaned in closer to observe and admire it carefully. Impressive. This person's skill is truly extraordinary. Even Su Beihong in his prime might not have surpassed this artist. Zhao Yanming was utterly astonished. Professor Zhao, what do you think? After about 10 minutes had passed, Su Mangao couldn't help but inquire. Zhao Yanming came back to his senses. Chairman Su, are you joking? Zhao Yanming shook his head and said. Su Mangao quickly responded, Teacher Zhao, is this person not skilled enough? I'm not very knowledgeable in this area. Zhao Yanming took a deep breath and said, Chairman Su, the person who painted this could easily be my teacher. No, in fact, I might not even be qualified to be his student. Ha! Su Mangao was stunned. Zhao Yanming said, You know Su Beihong, right? Su Mangao nodded. Of course she knew. If she didn't even know this, wouldn't her years of schooling have been wasted? Su Beihong was most famous for painting horses. The horses this person paints, in my opinion, aren't much worse than Su Beihong's. If his true forte wasn't painting horses, his skill might even surpass Su Beihong by a margin. Zhao Yanming gazed at the 8 horses painting in astonishment and remarked. Su Mangao could hardly believe it. Lin Chen's painting skills were actually this terrifying? Teacher Zhao, are you sure? Zhao Yanming nodded. Although my own level is far below this, there shouldn't be too much discrepancy in my judgment. Chairman Su, who is this person? Chapter 34, Shall we have a kiss? Su Mangao said apologetically, Teacher Zhao, the other party requested anonymity, so I'm sorry I can't reveal who they are. Zhao Yanming felt deeply regretful. So that's how it is. This expert must be one of those reclusive masters. Otherwise, with their level of skill, they would have long been famous far and wide. Your daughter is truly fortunate to receive their guidance. The image of Lin Chen surfaced in Su Mangao's mind. With such exceptional culinary skills, extraordinary talent for languages, and painting abilities that could rival Su Beihong's, Lin Chen is truly remarkable. But he's so modest, really giving off the air of a recluse. Su Mangao murmured to herself. It all felt like a dream to her. Even if Zhao Yanming's judgment contained some errors, given his level of expertise, it couldn't possibly be too far off. Lin Chen's skills are absolutely top-notch. Chairman Su, I have a somewhat presumptuous request. Zhao Yanming said somewhat awkwardly. Su Mangao, please go ahead, Professor Zhao. Zhao Yanming gazed at the painting on the table. Chairman Su, could you help me ask the other party? I'd like to purchase this painting. Su Mangao shook her head. This painting was created by someone else for Xiaoxi, and it holds special meaning for her. I don't wish to sell it. If you want to buy it, ask them later whether they'd be willing to paint another one. What do you think? Zhao Yanming nodded, of course. Chairman Su, works by Su Beihong generally fetch over 5 million. But Su Beihong's works are rare, and his fame is substantial, so the price is bound to be much higher. I'm offering 800,000 to purchase a similar piece from the other party. Su Mangao, Professor Zhao, I'll mention it to them, but I can't guarantee they'll illustrate it for you. Thanks, Zhao Yanming said. Su Mangao carefully rolled up the scroll and stored it. Teacher Zhao, I'm truly sorry for wasting your time this time. Zhao Yanming shook his head. Being able to see such a masterpiece and learn that such talents exist in this world is my honor. I hope fate will allow us to meet this master in the future. Su Mangao soon bid farewell and left. Back in the car, staring at the painting tube in her hands, Su Mangao still felt astonished. Lin Chen's skill was unexpectedly exceptional, and a single painting of his could actually be worth 800,000 yuan. Lin Chen hadn't even spent half an hour completing this painting. Madam President, where should we go? The driver, also acting as a bodyguard, Liang Yeshuan inquired. Su Mangao thought for a moment before replying, to Purple Garden Residential Area. This painting was worth 800,000, she couldn't just accept it like this. She had to return it to Lin Chen. Besides, she also had some questions she wanted to ask Lin Chen. I forgot to give him this book. Su Mangao took out a book from the partition behind her seat. It happened to be a collection of Lin Yutong's fairy tales, and this one even had an autograph. Su Mangao had originally bought 2 copies, both unsigned. This particular copy was later gifted to her by Tongxin Books. She was indeed Lin Yu's first Silver League patron. Ding dong! Su Mangao rang the doorbell. Lin Chen saw Su Mangao outside through the peephole. Xiaoxi, mommy's here. Lin Chen shouted. He opened the door to find Su Mangao staring at him with a strange expression. Lin Chen didn't look like a top-tier artist. Mom! Lin Xiaoqi ran over in delight. Cici. Su Mangao crouched down and picked up Lin Xiaoqian. Shanshan, why do you smell like medicine? Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly, Mommy, I took a bath, and Daddy put some black medicine in the water. Su Mangao turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen explained, Xiaoqian kicked off her blanket and caught a cold, but it's not serious, don't worry. I'm giving her some nutritional supplements and medicated baths, and she'll be fine. Su Mangao entered the room. Lin Chen closed the door. Lin Chen, did you take Xiaoxi to see a traditional Chinese doctor? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I prepared the medicine for her myself. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You know about traditional Chinese medicine? I dabble. Lin Chen said. He wasn't lying. With Chinese medicine being so profound and extensive, it would take him 30 hours to reach master level. Right now he only had a basic understanding. Here, this is for you. Su Mangao handed the painting tube back to Lin Chen. Mom, let's go to the balcony. I drew a picture. Daddy taught me. Lin Xiaoqi urged. Su Mangao carried Lin Xiaoqi to the balcony, and when she saw the drawing, shock flashed in her eyes. Cici, did you draw this? Su Mangao said with disbelief. Lin Xiaoqian was just over 2 years old, but this painting was quite impressive in terms of composition, coloring, and artistic conception. Yeah, Mommy, did I do good? Lin Xiaoqian said with a hint of pride. Awesome. Our Cici is the best. Su Mangao kissed Lin Xiaoxi on the cheek as praise. Lin Xiaoxi said, Mom and Dad are even better. You kissed me, don't you want to kiss Daddy too? Su Mangao. Little one, don't worry about grown-up matters between your parents. Su Mangao lightly tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head as she said this. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed twice. Su Mangao's heart tightened. Lin Xiaoqian's constitution wasn't particularly strong, and every cold would drag on for days. Miao, don't worry. Xiaoqian just has a common cold, nothing wrong with her bronchi, and certainly nothing in her lungs. She should be fine by tomorrow. Lin Shen said with a smile. Su Mangao said. Are you sure she'll recover in 2 days? Shanshan's colds usually drag on for at least 3 or 4 days. Once she even had pneumonia and was hospitalized for over 10 days. Lin Chen nodded. I'm sure, you don't have to worry. Su Mangao heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, Cici has made great progress in drawing. She's only just over 2 years old, and she can already draw so well. Thank you. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mangao with confusion. Mommy, why are you thanking Daddy? Daddy taught me to draw. You don't need to say thank you. Just give him a kiss is enough. Su Mangao's face turned slightly red. Adults shouldn't kiss in front of children. Lin Chen, let's go to the room. Su Mangao went into the study, and Lin Chen naturally followed her in. Should we have a kiss? Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mangao gave Lin Chen a coy sidelong glance. Cici's just a child talking nonsense, you shouldn't ramble foolishly too. Lin Chen, how would you rate your painting skills? Lin Chen shook his head. Hard to say. I just paint for fun, but personally I think my work's decent enough. It should be satisfactory for introducing Cici to art basics, don't you think? Su Mangao took a deep breath before saying, I showed your painting to a renowned artist. His evaluation was that your skill might not be inferior to Su Beihong's. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. Their skills seem decent, at least their vision is sharp. That's all the reaction you have? Do you really not know who Su Beihong is? Su Mangao said with a peculiar expression. Lin Chen curled his lips and said, Su Mangao, you're being a bit condescending. I'm a university student, your senior no less. Do you really think I wouldn't know who Su Beihong is? Then why are you so indifferent? Su Mangao said. Lin Chen looked puzzled. What kind of reaction are you expecting? I never intended to become a painter, I just tutor little she at home. Su Mangao, I showed your painting to Zhao Yanming. He's willing to pay 800,000 for another piece just like it. Chapter 35. Did Dad write this book? 800,000 for my painting? Lin Chen said in surprise. Su Mangao nodded. Lin Chen asked, why didn't you just sell this painting to him directly? Su Mangao replied, this belongs to you. Besides, you painted this specifically to teach Cici, so it has meaning for her. If you want to sell a painting, you can always create another one. Lin Chen began to ponder. Tongxin Network had already transferred the 6 million over. Added to his original savings of 8.2 million, his total now exceeded 14 million. The market price for this apartment was 13 million. The landlord was eager to sell, perhaps there was still room to negotiate the price down further. After buying the house, he would still have over 1 million yuan left. Besides, his books would undoubtedly continue to earn him a considerable amount of money in the future. Earning 800,000 yuan from a painting was quite impressive. But now that he wasn't short of money, there was no need to pursue such earnings. Mangao, if I decide not to sell it, would you feel troubled? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao shook her head. No, but why wouldn't you want to sell it? 800,000 yuan is not a small sum. Lin Chen said, I don't need this money now. I don't desire fame at the moment, I just want Xiaoqian to grow up in peace. I wouldn't want to draw a crowd every time I take Xiaoqian for exercise or even just to the supermarket. Su Mangao stared at Lin Chen in amazement. While others exhaust every means to seek fame, Lin Chen remains unexpectedly low-key. Lin Chen, I have a question. You're so skilled at cooking, have such a talent for languages, and are this amazing at drawing, why hide it all? Su Mangao asked doubtfully. Lin Chen sighed deeply, the troubles of a genius, you wouldn't understand. Su Mangao. She guessed, are you just too incredible, afraid people will find out, scared they'll drag you off to be a lab rat? Lin Chen gave Su Mangao a silent thumbs up in his mind. What a perfect excuse. Lin Chen chuckled and said, I think the way things are now is just fine. Spending each day with Xiaoxi, watching her grow up. Su Mangao gazed at Lin Chen. She suddenly noticed that Lin Chen seemed to have become more handsome recently. It was indeed true. Lin Chen's physique had improved, and his body was undergoing changes. He originally didn't have abs, but now he did. Moreover, the toxins in his body had decreased significantly, his skin had improved, and his facial features naturally looked much more attractive. Mangao, what are you looking at? If you want a kiss, I don't mind at all. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. A blush appeared on Su Mangao's face. Stop talking nonsense. Since you don't want to sell the painting, I'll turn down Zhao Yanming. Take good care of Cici while she's sick. With that, Su Mangao quickly opened the door and left. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. The future looked promising for melting Su Mangao's icy exterior. Cici, mommy still has things to do. I have to go now. I'll come see you again in a few days. Oh, and I brought you a fairy tale book. Let daddy tell you the story. Okay? Su Mangao took out Lin's fairy tale collection from her bag. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, I've listened to it already. Daddy wrote this. Daddy's stories are wonderful. Su Mangao was stunned. Did Dad write this? Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet, childish voice, yes. Dad, tell Mom right now that you wrote this for me, didn't you? Yes. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's head and laughed. Su Mangao stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen smiled and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. Some fairy tales aren't very good, so I started writing my own. Xiaoqian enjoys listening to them, and it brings in a little money on the side. Su Mangao was at a complete loss for words. Lin Chen's culinary skills are top-notch, his linguistic talent extraordinary, his painting skills comparable to Su Beihong's, and to top it off, he's incredibly gifted at writing fairy tales too. Yao, why not stay for lunch before you go? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao shook her head. I still have work at the company. Cece's mommy has to go now. Be good and listen to daddy. MHM. Mommy, kiss. Su Mangao crouched down, and Lin Xiaoxi gave her a kiss. Daddy kissed you, now it's my turn for a kiss. We all love you. Lin Xiaoqi said sweetly. Su Mangao. She and Lin Chen definitely didn't kiss in the room, but there was no need to explain such things to little Lin Xiaoxi. Yao, Cece has a cold and can't go out to see you off, so we won't escort you. Please drive carefully on your own. Got it. Su Mangao left. Back in the car, her Bentley headed toward the company. Lin Chen is actually Lin Yu. Wait. Internet sources say Lin Yu's calligraphy skills are exceptional, so Lin Chen has yet another remarkable quality. Su Mangao thought to herself. She silently complained to herself how poorly had her father investigated back then. With so many outstanding traits, how had he completely missed uncovering anything about Lin Chen? In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took another medicinal bath and fell asleep. She was no longer running a fever, but still had coughing symptoms. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to answer it. Standing outside was the real estate agent he had called over. Mr. Lin, is there any issue with the house? The real estate agent stepped in, wearing shoe covers, and inquired. Lin Chen gestured for him to take a seat. There are no problems with the house. My daughter and I are quite satisfied living here. We might consider purchasing it if the price is right. The real estate agent's eyes lit up. This was like manna from heaven. Mr. Lin, the homeowner's baseline price is 13 million, but the market is sluggish now. It's been listed for quite some time without selling, so there's probably room for negotiation. What's your target price? Lin Chen smiled and said, the current market usually offers a 10% discount, which would be 11.7 million. Let me round it up to a luckier number, 11.88 million. Go talk to the landlord first. If it works out, I'll pay the full amount in one go. Do it if you can, forget it if you can't. The agent pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Chen's counteroffer wasn't outrageously low. There was still a good chance of persuading the homeowner. Mr. Lin, I'll do my best to facilitate the deal. The real estate agent stood up and said. Lin Chen nodded. As soon as possible. I have this much cash now, but it might be gone soon. If that happens, even if the homeowner changes their mind, I won't be able to buy it. All right. The real estate agent took his leave and left. He quickly called the landlord as soon as he reached downstairs. 11.5 million? That price is way too low. It's 1.5 million short. Selling at this price means losing all the renovation costs, the landlord said irritably. The real estate agent said, President Tan, times are tough economically now. Not many people can afford homes priced over 10 million, and there are plenty of properties on the market for sale. Would you like me to talk to the other party again? If you think the difference is too big and don't want to negotiate, we can just drop it. After a moment of silence on the phone, the homeowner replied, go ahead and talk to them again. This price is really too low. The agent said, Mr. Tan, I'll do my best to negotiate. 2 or 3 hours later, the agent called again. He had negotiated the price down to 11.7 million. The homeowner isn't satisfied. By evening, the agent negotiated it down to 11.88 million. Boss Tan, I pleaded with Mr. Lin for hours. He got quite upset and said this is his final offer. If we don't take it, we shouldn't contact him again. I'm completely out of ideas. Look here. The agent sighed helplessly. After a moment of silence, the other end said, just sell it to him. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies, please give a 5-star rating if you like it. Thank you. Chapter 36, Master Jiang. What do you think of this calligraphy? Mr. Lin, the seller has agreed to your offer. Would tomorrow be convenient for you to meet and sign the contract? The entire transaction and transfer process will take about a week. The real estate agent gave Lin Chen a call. No problem on my end. Mr. Lin, let's meet at the store tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Lin Xiaoqian's cough has improved significantly and is no longer a major issue. Lin Chen's medical skills made remarkable progress last night. His total duration of medical proficiency improvement has now reached 3 hours. 30 hours might make him a medical grandmaster, but with just 3, he's already reached the level of many veteran Chinese physicians. Lin Xiaoxi just had a minor cold, which was easy to treat. Daddy, where are we going to play? Lin Xiaoxi asked cheerfully, looking left and right. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, don't you like our current house? Daddy bought it, so we can live here forever from now on. Really? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Chen said dotingly. Lin Xiaoqi asked expectantly, will mom move in? I want to live with both mom and dad. Would that be okay? Of course, that would be nice. But mom won't be moving in for now. She's very busy with work, and it's more convenient for her to stay where she is, Lin Chen said. As they chatted, Lin Chen arrived at the storefront outside the residential complex. Mr. Lin, this is President Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter, the real estate agent introduced. The homeowner Mr. Tan extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Lin, pleased to meet you. You're truly young and accomplished, so youthful, yet able to afford a property worth over 10 million. You flatter me, Mr. Tan. Lin Chen smiled. Both parties had already reached an agreement, and nothing unexpected occurred. They happily and amicably signed the contract. The contract was signed, and although the transfer hadn't been finalized yet, this apartment was essentially Lin Chen's property now. In the morning, Lin Chen accompanied the real estate agent to complete some paperwork. The remaining tasks were largely the agent's responsibility. Tongxin Network Headquarters. Old Chen, there's a package here for you. Ha, Old Chen, this package is from Linu. An editor came into the office carrying the package and said, give it to me quickly. Chen Xinkan hurriedly responded. He carefully unpacked the parcel. Old Chen, what's inside that you're being so careful? Chen Xinhuan replied, how can I not be careful? The contents cost someone 300,000 yuan. You'd better step back a bit. If anything gets damaged, we'll have to pay for it. Hearing this, the editors quickly moved farther away. Chen Xinhuan took the painting tube out of the delivery box and visibly relaxed upon seeing the artwork protected inside. Opening the tube, Chen Xinhuan pulled out the calligraphy written by Lin Chen. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Collection. Did Lin Yu write this? They carefully examined it in minute detail. Among them, only one had a decent level of discernment and could appreciate its artistic charm, while the others merely grasped its superficial aspects. Chen Xinhuan was stunned in his heart. Lin Chen's signature was written with a ballpoint pen, but this one was done with a calligraphy brush, and Lin Chen had approached this creation with even greater care. Chen Xinhuan understood appreciation. This left him deeply shaken. That signature wasn't Lin Yu's limit. The calligraphy skills displayed in this copybook are even more impressive. Chen Xinhuan thought to himself, Old Chen, what do you think? Your calligraphy skills far surpass mine, you tell me. An old editor next to Chen Xinhan inquired. After some thought, Chen Xinhan replied, in all of China today, there are certainly no more than 3 people whose calligraphy surpasses this standard. No more chatting with you all, I need to step out for a while. Chen Xinhan carefully rolled it up and packaged it again. An hour later, Chen Xinhan arrived at Jiang Xueson's villa. Mr. Jiang, this contains Lin Yu's transcription of the Orchid Pavilion preface. I took a quick look before coming, just in case it got swapped out during delivery. Chen Xinhan said. Jiang Xueson's eyes lit up. He put on his reading glasses, pulled on a pair of white gloves, and then slowly unwrapped the contents. Unfolding the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection written by Lin Chen, Jiang Xueson widened his eyes, his breathing growing slightly rapid. 1 minute passed, then 2. Chen Xinhan waited beside him for a full hour as Jiang Xuesong examined every single character in meticulous detail. Phew! Jiang Xuesong straightened his posture and let out a long, weary sigh. How is it, Senior Jiang? Chen Xinhuan quickly steadied Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong said with moist eyes, calligraphy is a treasure of our nation, but it has been declining in recent years. We practitioners have failed to live up to its legacy, far inferior to the ancients. My greatest fear was that Chinese calligraphy would fade into obscurity, but now I know it shall never decline. Though we may falter, there will always be those who carry the torch forward. Chen Xinhan, Old Master Jiang, I can tell this signature is better than the previous one, but just how much better it is, my abilities are lacking, and I simply can't discern. Jiang Xuesong took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, saying, this work is not much inferior to the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. If left to mature with time, it would become a rare treasure. Chen Xinhuan swallowed hard. That strong? He really wanted to call Lin Chen right now to buy a painting. As the editor-in-chief, he could still afford the 300,000 yuan. Xiao Chen, 300,000 yuan for one painting is actually too little. I think this calligraphy piece is worth at least 500,000 yuan. I'll transfer you another 700,000 yuan, 200,000 to make up the difference, and another 500,000 to buy one more calligraphy piece. Jiang Xuesong said. Chen Xinhan nodded and dialed Lin Chen's phone. Master Linu, Elder Jiang received the Orchid Pavilion preface you wrote. He said he wants to pay you an extra 200,000. He also wants to spend another 500,000 to buy a different calligraphy piece. I'd like to buy one too. Lin Chen was astonished. They were giving him an additional 200,000? Chief Editor Chen, could you please convey to Elder Jiang that the deal is already done? I don't need him to give me an extra 200,000. Besides, I'm not short on money anymore and won't be selling any more calligraphy. Lin Chen said. He didn't plan to sell his paintings, and naturally, his calligraphy was the same. He did enjoy money, but right now, taking good care of Lin Xiaoqi was his top priority. Fame, we'll talk about that later. Big boss Lin Yu, you're not selling anymore? Chen Xinhuan froze momentarily before saying. Lin Chen replied, I was in a hurry to buy a house before. Now that I've got my home, I've got enough money to live comfortably. Chief Editor Chen, my apologies. Chen Xinhong said regretfully, alright then, I won't disturb you anymore, brother Lin Yu. Please carry on with your work. Elder Jiang, Lin Yu said no additional payment is needed. Moreover, he's currently not short on funds and doesn't wish to sell more of his works for now. Chen Xinhong sighed softly as he spoke. Jiang Xuesong nodded, money is merely worldly possessions. A great master like him wouldn't be dazzled by wealth. I didn't reach his level of enlightenment until I was 70. A shame. Chen Xinhan, Master Jiang, you're already remarkable. I doubt I could ever attain such spiritual attainment in my lifetime. Young Chen, did Master Lin Yu ever say this couldn't be exhibited? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhan shook his head, no. He sold it to you, so it's entirely up to you to decide what to do with it. Jiang Xuesong said, I plan to invite some people to sample and appreciate it. This won't cause any trouble for Master Lin Yu, would it? Chen Xinhuan looked at the signature at the very end. I'll cover that part when the time comes, said Jiang Xuesong. Chen Xinhuan smiled and replied, then there's no problem. We keep Boss Lin Yu's identity confidential. Even I don't know his actual home address. Chapter 37, Mang Yao. By this calligraphy piece. After Chen Xinhan left, Jiang Xuesong logged onto Weibo. He had his own account but rarely updated it for long periods. It's my honor to acquire Master Lin Yu's calligraphy work. Jiang has prepared some tea and sincerely invites old friends to come appreciate and discuss it together. Jiang Xuesong posted a Weibo update. He also uploaded a high-definition photo he had just taken. Many people follow Jiang Xuesong, so someone quickly noticed the Weibo post. Old Jiang is a master calligrapher himself, yet he actually addresses someone else as Grandmaster. Just who is this Lin Yu? I know him. Chairman Gu liked his post. I never expected even Elder Jiang to hold Lin Yu's calligraphy in such high regard. This Lin Yu's skill must be truly exceptional. I thought Lin Yu was only good at signatures, how shallow of me. His signature doesn't even represent his full ability. Comments began popping up one after another beneath Jiang Xuesong's Weibo post. Many of his followers were from the calligraphy world, including numerous masters. Seeing the photos, they were all remarkably surprised. Old brother Jiang, I'm here for tea. Old Jiang, the photos aren't very clear. I'm coming right over, make sure you've got good wine and dishes ready. I've copied the preface to the Orchid Pavilion 1,000 times, but I'm still not his equal. I'm booking a flight ticket right now to come and learn from it. The big names in calligraphy circles left messages one after another upon hearing the news. The news spread quickly. With the prevalence of online media nowadays, information travels extremely fast. Editor-in-Chief, our website traffic is surging. Sales of Lin Yu's book are also showing a remarkably strong upward trend. Someone from the Tongxing Network editorial department exclaimed in surprise. Originally, the book sales curve had been continuously declining, but now it was surging upward at a sharp angle of 50 or 60 degrees. Great, that's wonderful. Chen Xinhua's face broke into a broad smile. Helping Jiang Xuesong buy things from Lin Chen wasn't a wasted effort. Jiang Xuesong's influence indeed proved substantial. Boss, old Jiang posted a Weibo update that got countless likes and shares. The news exploded, and book sales have seen a significant boost. Chen Xinhan sent Lin Chen a message. All right. Lin Chen replied briefly. He wasn't overly surprised. Now that he had bought the house, money wasn't an issue for him, and whether the books sold well or poorly didn't make much difference. Compared to that, skills were far more valuable. Lin Xiaoqian often brought him even greater surprises. Dad, I want to cry. Lin Xiaoqian woke up from her nap with a slight pout on her lips. Lin Chen quickly reassured her. Xiaoxi, did you have a bad dream? Or are you missing your mom, is that it? Dad, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good baby anymore. Tears faintly shimmered in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. You haven't wet the bed in so long, Xiaoqian, you're already doing great. Dad just needs to wash the waterproof sheet since it's already laid out. Lin Chen swiftly changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. On the Tongxin website, Chen Xinhuan was filled with admiration. That's the mark of a true master. If sales of ordinary authors' books were to rise, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed, but Lin Yu reacted with such serenity. Master, many people have been asking for your contact information. Some want to purchase your calligraphy. Rest assured, we strictly maintain confidentiality regarding your personal details. Chen Xinkan sent another message. Lin Chen finished changing Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. His phone buzzed. He picked it up and read, Editor-in-Chief, thank you. Su Mangao returned to her office after a meeting. Ha! Su Mangao scrolled through short videos. The algorithm pushed her content related to Lin Yu. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Su Mangao zoomed in for a closer look. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy, but she found Lin Chen's reproduction of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection visually delightful. Who is Zhang Xueson? Su Mangao wondered to herself. She looked it up and was amazed by the results. Zhang Xueson turned out to be the former president of the Calligraphy Association with exceptionally high artistic attainments in calligraphy. Dad, what do you think of this piece of calligraphy? Su Mangao sent Su Guofeng a photo of the Orchid Pavilion preface written by Lin Chen. It was midnight in the United States. Su Mangao didn't expect an immediate reply, but Su Guofeng happened to be awake at that moment and saw the message. While Su Mangao's calligraphy skills were lacking, Su Guofeng had considerable expertise in the art, having devoted substantial effort to mastering it. Moreover, compared to calligraphy, Su Guofeng had a keener eye for appraisal. He had the means, having seen many pinnacle works over the years. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Too many have written about this, standing out won't be easy. Su Guofeng muttered to himself. He clicked on the image and examined it closely. 5 minutes passed, and Su Guofeng finished looking. He was utterly astonished. This piece was clearly a new work, but he couldn't fathom who nowadays possessed such remarkable skill. Whose work is this? As long as the price doesn't exceed $1 million, buy it. Su Guofeng sent a message to Su Mangao. Su Mangao's eyes flickered with surprise. Dad, you're really willing to spend? These aren't artifacts, they're modern creations, and freshly penned at that. You don't understand, Mangao, it's worth $1 million. Stop dawdling, just make them an offer of $1 million to buy it outright. Su Guofeng urged. This was displayed by old Zhang Xueson. He bought it from someone else and definitely won't sell it to us. Su Guofeng sighed regretfully. What a pity. Elder Jiang is extremely fond of calligraphy, he'd never part with such a treasure. Su Mangao thought to herself. It would be simple if Su Guofeng wished to. She could always buy it from Lin Chen later. If she didn't have that much influence, she could still ask her daughter for help. Dad, get some rest early. You sent me this thing, how could I sleep anytime soon? I'll look it over carefully and study it some more. Su Mangao muttered. Lin Chen, just how much more are you hiding? From cooking to calligraphy, painting to fairy tale writing, Lin Chen was top-notch in everything. He even spoke several foreign languages fluently. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Just as Su Mangao spoke, Shinsheng pushed the door open and entered. President Su, it's not easy to get an audience with you these days. Su Mangao sighed helplessly. There's just too much company business. Many matters still require my personal attention. You're so lucky, no money worries and nothing much to do. Got anything on this afternoon? Want to go shopping? Shinsheng asked. Su Mangao glanced at her watch. I've got a meeting in 45 minutes. Need to meet with a government department head. Shinsheng pouted. Can't you just work less and earn less? Su Mangao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. Like a boat sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. If the company collapses, my parents and I could still live comfortably enough. But what about the company's many employees? Many employees have been working with my dad since the early days of his business. If the company collapses, what will happen to them then? Shinsheng sighed softly and said, you do have a point. A large group company like yours can't afford to slack off. Mangao, I heard Zhang Tianyu is chasing after you? Su Mangao, I'm not interested in him. Shinsheng said with a grave expression. Mangao, he's no good. If he hits a wall with you, might he turn his malice toward Lin Chen and Cici? Su Mangao's face turned cold as she snapped. He wouldn't dare. Chapter 38. Did you get married to Lin Chen? Shinsheng continued. It's better to be safe than sorry. Shouldn't you inform Lin Chen about this? If anything happens, at least he'll be mentally prepared. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. I'll let Lin Chen know when the time comes. Shinsheng said with a smile. Mangao, I think it's better to say this kind of thing in person. When are you going? I'm free anyway, I'll keep you company. No need to thank me. Su Mangao glared at Shinsheng in annoyance. You just want to tag along for a free meal, don't you? Shinsheng said righteously. Yes, I just wanted to drop by for a meal. So what? I've helped take care of your daughter plenty of times, can't I even freeload a meal now? I've been busy these past few days. Su Mangao said. Shinsheng instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. She grumbled, Lin Chen's cooking is addictive. After having a couple of meals at his place, I can barely stomach anything else these days. I've even lost weight lately. Yao Yao, my future happiness depends entirely on you. Su Yao Yao, on me? You want me to introduce you too? You don't need that, you already know each other. Shinsheng. She said irritably, what I meant is, hurry up and get together so I can freeload meals from you both regularly. How else can we be together? Su Mangao said quietly. Shinsheng blinked and said, get married, live together. Then I can visit you often. We already did. Su Mangao said. Ha? Shinsheng asked in surprise. Su Mangao said, last time I asked you to go over, Lin Chen and I went out and got our marriage certificate. Shinsheng stared at Su Mangao in shock. Su Mangao said calmly, don't look at me like that. We just got the certificate, nothing else has changed. We even did a prenuptial agreement to keep our premarital and postmarital property separate. Why did you get married then? Xinsheng asked in confusion. Su Mangao, although Qianqian is young, she's quite clever. She might have noticed something was off between us. A marriage certificate could fool Qianqian for a while. Xinsheng gave Su Mangao a peculiar look, remarking, Mangao, I think Lin Chen has pulled the wool over your eyes, hasn't he? Su Mangao, what? Xinsheng said, to fool CC with a marriage certificate, does it have to be real? Can't you just make a fake one yourselves? Su Mangao froze. She truly hadn't thought that far ahead at the time. Did Lin Chen deliberately trick me into getting our marriage license? Su Mangao said. Xinsheng nodded, what else could it be? Isn't it obvious? A big CEO like you actually fell for such a trick. Seems like you need me as your love strategist. Su Mangao, I'm calling Lin Chen right now. Xinsheng quickly replied, what are you calling about? The marriage certificate is already signed, are you really thinking about divorce at this point? I actually think your situation is quite nice. What's so good about it? Xinsheng said, you're like a massive iceberg. If he wasn't interested in you at all, how could you two have gotten together? The fact that he convinced you to register means he has feelings for you. Looks like there's something between you. Su Mangao grumbled, you seem pretty happy that I got tricked. Xinsheng giggled and said, being able to get your marriage certificate with him means you're actually not that resistant to Lin Chen, right? If you got fooled, you got fooled. No big deal. Su Mangao shot Xinsheng a beautiful glare. Mangao, I think Lin Chen is pretty good. He's much more outstanding than what your dad found out before. That cooking, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Xinsheng remarked. Su Mangao thought to herself Lin Chen was more than just a skilled cook. Xinsheng, what should I do? Su Mangao inquired. Xinsheng asked in confusion, Mangao, what do you mean? Su Mangao said blankly, I don't dislike Lin Chen, but I don't know how to love someone either. Sometimes I still have nightmares about what happened back then. Xinsheng grasped Su Mangao's hand. Mangao, you could try shifting your perspective. Perhaps being drugged that year was fate's way of creating a connection between you and Lin Chen. It was little angel Cici wanting to come to you both. Su Mangao thought of Lin Xiaoqian and a faint smile appeared on her face. Mangao, it's been 3 years. It's time for you to move on. Xinsheng said with a touch of heartache in her voice. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. What should I do? Xinsheng chuckled, go more, get more exposure. Better yet, bring me along as your counselor, I can offer assistance. Do you have a bit of a crush on Lin Chen? Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. I don't know. Xinsheng nodded knowingly. Saying I don't know means you do. Otherwise, your answer would definitely be no. Su Mangao. Xinsheng, Lin Chen doesn't seem very warm toward me. Apart from the CC video, he hasn't even sent me a WeChat message. Xinsheng thought for a moment and said, he has reservations. Your family is so wealthy, if he acted too warmly, wouldn't you suspect he was after your family's money? Never. Su Mangao shook her head. Zhao Yanming offered 800,000 yuan to buy one of Lin Chen's paintings, but Lin Chen refused. Lin Chen's painting skills, calligraphy, and culinary abilities are all absolutely top tier. As long as Lin Chen wanted, he would never lack money. That's what you think, but he doesn't know. He'll definitely worry that being too enthusiastic might backfire. I guess his plan is like this, since you're already legally married, he'll slowly develop feelings with you. Xinsheng remarked. Is that so? Su Mangao said. Xinsheng laughed. That must be it. You should trust this grand strategist of yours. This grand strategist has thoroughly studied the love playbook. A single dog who's thoroughly studied the love playbook? Su Mangao said. Xinsheng, our company is organizing a basketball tournament between departments, and family members can participate too. Do you think I should ask Lin Chen to join the basketball game? Su Mangao inquired. Xinsheng looked at Su Mangao in surprise. If he joins, won't it reveal everything directly? Isn't this a bit too soon? Su Mangao replied, wouldn't that be good this way? Once it's out in the open, others will stop pursuing me. Keeping quiet about being married and then having it exposed later might lead to gossip. Xinsheng thought for a moment and said, first you need to confirm whether Lin Chen can even play basketball. Don't end up making things worse by being too clever. Got it. Su Mangao nodded. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. You're asking him now? Xinsheng exclaimed in surprise. Otherwise, should I take you there and ask again? Su Mangao said with amusement. Lin Chen quickly answered the call, and his voice came through. Mangao, do you want to know if Xiaoxi is better? Xiaoxi's cold is almost gone. Xiaoxi, it's Mom calling. Mom, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian's sweet voice rang out. Su Mangao, Mom misses you too. Lin Chen, our company is organizing a basketball tournament where family members can participate. Would you like to join? Lin Chen was startled. Yao, I'm joining a basketball game? Su Mangao flushed slightly. How good are you? If you don't know how to play basketball, forget I mentioned it. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mom, Dad can play basketball. Lin Chen smiled. Mangao, I know a bit about basketball. If I need to play, I'll practice harder. Got it. Su Mangao said softly. I'll sign you up. Chapter 39, the first legendary skill. When does the competition start? Mangao, you're the company president, which team will I be joining? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao replied, executives and their family members will be randomly assigned to other teams by drawing lots. You'll find out when the time comes. Sure. Alright then. Su Mangao hung up the phone. Xinsheng, standing nearby, chuckled and asked, Mangao, are you feeling nervous? Nervous? I'm not. Su Mangao said calmly. Xinsheng blinked her eyes. Really? After phone calls, don't you usually say goodbye to Cici? Su Mangao. She had indeed forgotten to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoqian just now. Others will probably be shocked when the time comes. You actually have a husband, and you're letting him appear in public. Xinsheng remarked. Su Mangao replied calmly, how strange. Since Cici is already this old, isn't it perfectly normal for me to have a husband? Cici is becoming more sensible, and keeping our marriage certificate hidden won't work much longer. Xinsheng nodded. Exactly, it's best if you two sleep together from now on. Su Mangao rolled her beautiful eyes at Xinsheng. Xinsheng, are you so eager to sell me off just for a bite to eat? Xinsheng laughed. I just think you two would be good together. You're busy with work, and Lin Chen can take care of Cici. His cooking is delicious, and he's very patient with Cici. Su Mangao remained non-committal. Dream Yao, if Lin Chen joins the basketball tournament, won't your parents find out? How are you going to explain it to them then? Xinsheng asked. Su Mangao, do I need to explain? Lin Chen is Cici's father. For Cici's sake, getting along slightly better with him will be much better for her. Have you told your parents that you two got your marriage certificate? Su Mangao shook her head. I didn't tell my parents, and he didn't tell his parents either. This is just between the two of us, or rather, between me, him, and Cici, our little family. It has nothing to do with both of our extended families. Xinsheng, don't go blabbing about it later. Xinsheng nodded. Okay, I won't say a word, but your parents will probably find out sooner or later. Su Mangao said calmly, we'll deal with it once we know more later. Getting a marriage license is nothing major anyway. Speaking till here, Su Mangao checked the time. Xinsheng stood up saying, workaholic, I know, I should get going now. You prepare for your meeting. I'll get ready to go shopping too. Xinsheng left. Su Mangao straightened her appearance. Her entire aura underwent a noticeable transformation. Just moments ago, she had the demeanor of the girl next door. Now, she had transformed into the formidable aura of a corporate CEO. Dad, here you go. Dad, it only listens to you. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen were dribbling a basketball downstairs in their residential area. Lin Xiaoqian's cold had mostly recovered, allowing her to exercise moderately. After being cooped up at home for so long, she was eager to come out. Xiaoqian, pet it more and play with it often, then it'll listen to you in the future. Lin Chenwen's temperate character. He patiently played ball with Lin Xiaoqian. A flood of basketball knowledge kept pouring into his mind, his limbs becoming increasingly coordinated, and his overall feel for the game steadily rising. It turns out his skill level already surpassed that of a college varsity team starter. With continued improvement, reaching national team standards would be a certainty. Uncle, can I play too? A little girl around 3 years old approached and asked. Xiaoqian, is that okay? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian happily replied, of course, Daddy. My name is Lin Xiaoqian, what's yours? My name is Nan Nan. The little girl was quite polite. Lin Chen smiled and said, sweetheart, you can call her Cici. Lin Xiaoxi lacked playmates here, and now that she finally had one, Lin Chen was very happy about it. Though young, Lin Xiaoxi also needed her own friends. Hello. Nanan's mother approached and greeted them. She was fairly good-looking, but couldn't hold a candle to Su Mangao. Hello. Lin Chen responded politely. Nanan's mom, I've seen you several times. You're so patient with your daughter. What a lucky girl to have such a good father. Thank you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Nanan's mother, Cici's dad, I'll go sit over there. If you have any questions, just call out for me, okay? Alright. Lin Chen nodded. This works just fine. It wouldn't be good if they got too absorbed in chatting together. Besides, this would interfere with him gaining experience. Time ticked by minute after minute. Lin Chen was teaching both Lin Xiaoxi and another child at the same time. Having a little playmate made Lin Xiaoxi enjoy herself even more, and for Lin Chen himself, his experience wasn't affected in the slightest. Sweetie, let's play together next time, okay? Sure. After the sports session ended, the two little ones reluctantly said their goodbyes. Xiaoxi, did you have fun playing with your little friend? When they got home, Lin Chen asked. MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded happily. Lin Chen smiled and said, today Nan Nan took the initiative to play with you. She was very brave, wasn't she? You should also be brave and play with other children in the future. Alright? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Daddy, I will be very, very brave too. Daddy, my tummy is a little hungry. Lin Chen smiled and said, your clothes are soaked with sweat, let me change them first, then I'll cook for you. Lin Xiaoxi, Daddy, the food you make is so delicious. Nan Nan is my good friend, can she eat with me? This. Lin Chen pondered, Xiaoxi, that's fine, but when you invite Nan Nan, you must do it when her mother is present. Why not? Lin Xiaoxi asked doubtfully. Lin Chen continued, if her mother isn't there, Nan Nan might think you don't have a mom. Wouldn't that be awkward? Lin Xiaoxi thought for a moment and replied, I can tell her myself. I do have a mom, she's just at work. Lin Chen. He shook his head imperceptibly. How was he supposed to explain this to little Lin Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi, you'll need to ask your mom about this later, let her explain it to you. Dad was stumped by you. Lin Chen said. Soon Lin Chen finished changing clothes for Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy, I want to paint. Alright, you paint while Daddy cooks. 2 days passed, during which Lin Chen slightly increased his basketball training time. Every day, he taught Lin Xiaoxi for an hour and a half. The total teaching duration reached 5 hours. 10 hours to reach Grandmaster level. 5 hours is already impressive. Even within the national team, his skills would undoubtedly qualify him as a core member. Coupled with Lin Chen's formidable physical fitness nowadays, he potentially wouldn't lose to any single member of the national team in a one-on-one match. At night, Lin Chen told stories. Host, your fairy tale writing has reached the legendary level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He finally acquired his first legendary grade skill. Lin Xiaoxian loved listening to stories. She needed them before nap time, before bedtime, and occasionally even during normal hours. This showed the fastest improvement. System, are there any special features at the legendary grade level? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He'd come to realize it himself eventually, but asking directly was quicker. The system said, Host, upon reaching the legendary level, the fairy tales you create will have stronger emotional impact. They can touch people's souls. When you tell stories, you'll also become far more captivating. Chapter 40 Rewarding the Golden Alliance Leader. Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep, while Lin Chen went to his study. He didn't want to make money by selling paintings or calligraphy anymore, but earning income was still necessary. Continuing to create fairy tales seemed like an excellent choice. To consistently sell paintings and calligraphy well required considerable fame, and great fame wouldn't be conducive to raising his child. There's no issue with creating fairy tales. Few have the ability to appreciate paintings and calligraphy, but children can all tell whether a fairy tale is good or not. He can use the pen name Fire and quietly make money. Why hasn't Linu updated recently? I tell my son 5 stories every day, but there are only 60 in total. At this rate, it won't last many days. Great author, we beg for updates. Lin Chen scrolled through the comments section. Many were urging him to update. He hadn't updated for 3 or 4 days because Lin Xiaoxi fell ill. I'm in no hurry to make money anymore. I'll just update whenever I feel like it from now on. Lin Chen thought to himself. He plans to update about 30 pieces a month this way. On average, that means he only needs to update 1 piece daily. This way he can publish 1 book every month. Even if the first print run is smaller and the signing bonus is less, combined with his old books, his monthly income won't fall below 5 million. Though still far from earning as much as Su Mangao, several million per month meant the money could never be spent through normal expenses unless one frequently indulged in buying luxury cars and properties. Clickety-clack. Lin Chen began writing rapidly. With his skills reaching legendary levels, countless stories surfaced in his mind. All he needed to do was type them out. In just over 10 minutes, a story of more than 1,000 words was finished typing. This story has something interesting about it. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He carefully read through it once more while staring at his computer screen. The system was absolutely right. At his current level, the stories he crafted carried far greater emotional resonance. They could touch the depths of human souls. This story might just bring many to tears, he mused. Lin Chen muttered to himself. With that, he uploaded the story. Su Mangao had finally finished her work for the day and got into the car, where the driver took her home. Out of habit, she opened Tongxin website. Lately, she had been visiting Tongxin website several times daily. Ha! Su Mangao's eyes lit up. She saw that Linu had finally updated, but this time there was only 1 post. Read with caution, it's toxic. Linu, you owe me my tears back. My daughter is crying and nothing I do can console her. What should I do? Su Mangao first scanned through the comments section. This post had only been up for half an hour, yet there were already numerous comments, and the tone felt different from previous ones. What's going on? Su Mangao clicked in and began to read. As she read on, her eyes grew misty with tears. By the end, Su Mangao couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Lin Chen's skills have clearly improved. This story is so powerfully moving, but why did it have to be a tragedy? Su Mangao's eyes were red with emotion. The story of the little match girl is heartbreaking to read, but this one has much stronger emotional impact. It's a total tearjerker. Are you alright, President? Driver Lian Yi inquired. I'm fine, I just read a tragic story. Su Mangao opened the comments section again. In such a short time, many more comments had appeared. My daughter cried her eyes out too, but maybe this story will make her kinder. Friendly reminder, have tissues ready first, then prepare to spend at least half an hour coaxing the child properly. Master Lin Yu's skills seem to have reached even greater heights. Su Mangao scrolled through the comments one by one. This story's comment section was far more active than previous ones. It seems some people feel the same way as I do. Lin Chen's writing in this piece shows clear improvement. Su Mangao thought to herself. Just then, she saw that Lin Yu had posted another update. After finishing this story, Su Mangao's face broke into a faint smile. The first one was a tragedy, but this one was very healing. This piece wasn't overtly joyous, it was more like a gentle warmth, slowly seeping into every fiber of your being. It feels good. Su Mangao let out a long, relieved sigh. She felt her whole body relax considerably. The first piece allowed her emotional catharsis, while the second healed her. She now felt completely unburdened. Ha! Su Mangao wanted to reward another Silver Alliance leader, only to discover someone had beaten her to it. She clicked on the other person's profile to take a look. Another woman. Su Mangao silently tipped a Golden Alliance leader. 100,000 yuan gone just like that. But with her wealth, 100,000 yuan means nothing. Now the group is doing quite well. Under her management, the Su family's assets are growing at a rate of over 10% annually. The Su family's assets now amount to around 30 billion yuan. 10+% means 4 to 5 billion. The level has reached legendary status. The effect is remarkable. Lin Chen checked the backstage data. The click-through and comment metrics were significantly higher than before, with more people tipping, including several large donations. Who is this floating life like a dream? Earlier someone gifted me a Silver Alliance leader, and now they've given me a Gold Alliance leader. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Every story on Tongxin Web has its own leaderboard for donations. Additionally, there's an overall donor ranking for authors. Fuxing Ruoming had already tipped him 110,000. Hello, thank you for your generous donation. But you're tipping too much, there's no need to spend like this. Lin Chen sent a private message to Floating Life Like a Dream. Su Mangao saw the message. Not long after, she replied to Lin Chen with a picture. Lin Chen clicked to open it. The image was a screenshot of a bank text message. After just spending 100,000 on tips, the remaining balance in Fuxing Ruoming's bank account was still over 80 million yuan. What a tycoon! Lin Chen clicked his tongue in secret amazement. Over 80 million in liquid assets, what kind of concept was that? Big shot, sorry to bother you. Lin Chen replied before closing the web page. Since the other party is such an extravagant tycoon, it's perfectly acceptable if they enjoy showering others with gifts of hundreds of thousands. Tongxin website. Old Feng, how do you feel about this? Chen Xinhuan couldn't help but ask. He had already carefully read both stories several times. The old Feng Chen Xinhuan mentioned was Feng Anren, deputy editor-in-chief, who had been working as an editor at Tongxin website for over a decade. Old Feng. Chen Xinhuan called out again. Feng Anren was so immersed that he didn't hear the first call. Editor-in-chief, what's wrong? Feng Anren inquired. Chen Xinhua, I asked how you're feeling. Feng Anren sighed with admiration. What Senior Lin you wrote before, I thought was already the pinnacle. Never imagined Senior Lin you would shatter that ceiling this time. These two pieces, I believe no one domestically or internationally could surpass. Chen Xinkan exclaimed in surprise, such high praise? Feng Anren nodded. They deserve such praise. Editor-in-chief, can you perhaps find better fairy tales than these? Chen Xinhuan shook his head, can't be found. I feel the same way, but we shouldn't promote it like this. Let's not bring any negativity to the great Lin Yu's reputation. Feng Anren said, that's natural. Chief editor, do you think Lin Yu's masterpiece was a stroke of genius by chance, or has his creative level already reached a higher realm? Probably a stroke of genius by chance. Chen Xinhan replied, it would be somewhat abnormal if works of this caliber could be produced casually. Brothers, spare some free love-generated electricity if you can / amazed face, / Chapter 41 Fairy Tales in Textbooks? Morning, at the Jiang family villa. Grandfather, that Lin Yu asked me to keep an eye on has made a move. He published 2 fairy tales last night. A woman in her 20s said. Yan, how's the quality of his newly released story? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Today was the day he had invited old friends over to appreciate calligraphy. Jiang Yan replied, Grandpa, the quality is excellent. My best friend even tipped him 10,000 yuan after reading it. Which of your girlfriends tipped him? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Jiang Yan, Xinyue, of course. Who else could it be? The others might afford it, but they'd never part with 10,000 yuan just to tip someone else. Xinyue's loaded, she doesn't care about that kind of money. Jiang Xuesong, show me what you found. Although Xinyue is well off, she's hardly the impulsive type. Jiang Yan quickly retrieved the fairy tale Lin Chen had forwarded the previous night. Jiang Xuesong slowly read through it while wearing his presbyopic glasses. After finishing the first reading, he silently went through it again. Last night I cried while watching it, so I recommended it to Xinyue. If I'm crying, we'll cry together. After a while, she sent me a screenshot showing she tipped Lin Yu 10,000 yuan. But her top spot on the tipping leaderboard was quickly snatched by someone else. Jiang Yan said. Jiang Xuesong asked in surprise, someone tipped even more? Jiang Yan said, someone gifted Lin Yu a golden alliance leader, those cost 100,000 yuan each. Grandpa, there's one more chapter. Before long, Jiang Xuesong finished reading the second chapter. He felt as though his entire being had been cleansed. Much of his pessimistic and negative emotions seemed to have been released. A timeless masterpiece. I was just thinking whether the first piece would be suitable for textbooks. The two combined would be absolutely perfect. Jiang Xuesong said with a smile. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Could they really be included in Chinese textbooks? Jiang Xuesong, I'll put in a word. I have some influence. These two pieces are of such high quality that they should make the cut. If my weight alone isn't enough, those old friends who came today can also lend a hand. Yan, do you know why I asked you to come back? Jiang Yan looked at her grandfather with a somewhat dejected expression. I know, Grandpa. Jiang Xuesong smiled gently. Birth, aging, sickness and death are part of human existence. At my age, I might depart any day. I still worry about you. Tears glistened in Jiang Yan's eyes as she said, Grandpa, don't talk like that. You should live to be at least 100. I don't dare hope for 100 years. Jiang Xuesong said with a smile. Ding dong. At 9 in the morning, the guests arrived one after another. Jiang Xuesong had invited some old friends, but since they were advanced in age, some had brought along younger companions. By 9:30, the villa had become quite lively. A dozen or so of Jiang Xuesong's old friends arrived, along with some younger guests, totaling about 30 visitors. The housekeeper was off duty today. Jiang Yan took charge of serving tea and water to everyone. Old Jiang, everyone's here. Where is it? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Everyone looked at Jiang Xuesong, who smiled and said, Xiaoyan, go bring out that copy of the Orchid Pavilion preface. Sure, Grandpa. Jiang Yan quickly retrieved that piece of calligraphy. The mounting had been completed, costing Jiang Xuesong over 10,000 yuan. Gentlemen, please come forward one by one. The rest of you, have some tea first. Jiang Xuesong said. The first group of 5 elderly men gathered around, carefully observing the work before them. Before long, astonishment appeared in their eyes. Divine craftsmanship. Could this level rival even the sage of calligraphy? Perhaps slightly inferior, but undoubtedly surpassing us by leagues. The old men exchanged lively remarks. Those who hadn't yet gotten close to see were practically itching with impatience. Old Lu, you've been looking long enough, come have some tea first and let us take a peek to satisfy our curiosity. Exactly. Aren't your legs sore from standing so long? The rest urged them for a while before the first batch finally stepped back. The second batch quickly squeezed forward. Brother Jiang, how much did you pay for this? I've got some spare change, let me see if I can afford it. One of the elders from the first batch inquired. Jiang Xuesong laughed and said, it cost 300,000 yuan. After receiving it, I felt the payment was too little and wanted to add another 200,000, plus spend 500,000 more to buy another piece, but the seller refused. They didn't even accept the additional 200,000. Another elderly man remarked regretfully, what a shame, 500,000 yuan isn't cheap, but I could afford it too. Old Jiang, you've covered the signature. Did Master Lin Yu write his real name on this painting? Jiang Xuesong gave a slight nod. As time passed minute by minute, everyone took turns appreciating the works. After finishing, they gathered again to drink tea and engaged in lively discussions. My dear old friends, Lin Yu has recently written 2 fairy tales. I recommend you take a look. Jiang Xuesong said with a smile. Everyone took out their phones and logged into Tongxin Network one after another. About 10 minutes passed, and they had all finished reading. Jiang Xuesong said, personally, I think they're worthy of being included in textbooks. What are your thoughts? I think it's feasible. Absolutely feasible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Xuesong said, shall we give it a push? Though we're from the calligraphy circle, our collective influence shouldn't be underestimated, it should be manageable. I think that works. Count me in. When Master Lin Yu gets recorded in history books, maybe we'll even earn a footnote in unofficial chronicles. The group voiced their approval in unison. Given their influence, this was almost certainly going to happen. Many online influencers may have considerably greater fame than them, but those internet personalities aren't necessarily able to influence the higher-ups, whereas their opinions can reach those very leaders. Some of those higher-ups were even their former students. Sales skyrocketed? Lin Chen's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Editor Chen, what's going on? Another big surge? Lin Chen sent the message to inquire. He rarely checked his phone during the day when he was with Lin Shaoqian. Scrolling through his phone was just a simple pleasure, but helping Lin Xiaoqian constantly improve brought him far greater joy. Chen Xinhan replied excitedly, Professor Jiang has been exchanging ideas with many people, and they've all been speaking out with praise. Each of them wields considerable influence individually, and together they form an immensely powerful force. The second volume's 1 million copies should sell out very soon. The first volume has already gone through 3 printings, totaling 1.8 million copies. The second volume has only had 1 printing so far, 1 million copies. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. After selling out 1 batch, he could always sell another opportunity to pocket some tidy profits. Master Linu, could you possibly provide more signed copies? Lin Chen hastily responded, from now on, I'll only offer 1,000 signed copies per book. Scarcity enhances value. For both the first and second books, I won't be providing any signed copies at all. Chen Xinhong said regretfully, Big Boss Linu, whatever you say goes. Big Boss Linu, lots of people have been asking about you. Lin Chen said, you must keep it confidential. If the information gets leaked, there may be no future collaborations. Excellent, excellent. Chen Xinhong hastily assured them. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the sleeping Lin Xiaoqian. He wasn't short of money now, and he couldn't let financial matters affect Lin Xiaoqian. Beep beep. His phone rang again. To his surprise, it was Su Mangao who had sent the message. Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. Will you feed me if I bring you the basketball jersey? Su Mangao immediately regretted sending the message and quickly withdrew it. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The iceberg seemed to have melted just a little. Handsome guys and pretty girls, this is a single female lead story. Chapter 42. Are you staying here tonight? Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. Xin Cheng and I are coming to see Qianqian this afternoon. I'll bring your basketball jersey along when we come. Su Mangao edited and resent the message. Lin Chen didn't reply immediately. Su Mangao was quite thin-skinned. If he replied right away, she would definitely suspect he'd seen her previous message. She might not come over for another 10 days or even half a month. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen casually replied, okay. Seeing Lin Chen's response, Su Mangao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen and I only had a marriage of convenience. How could you proactively ask if they'd provide meals? No matter how delicious Lin Chen's cooking is, you shouldn't act like this. Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. Su Mangao and Xin Cheng arrived around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Mom, Aunt Qingqing. The door opened as Lin Xiaoqi called out cheerfully. Cici, I've missed you so much. Su Mangao quickly picked up Lin Xiaoqi and kissed her, saying. Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy, I miss you too. Auntie Qingqing, I miss you too. Mommy, can I invite Nan Nan over for dinner? Su Mangao asked, who's Nan Nan? Lin Xiaoqian replied, Nan Nan is my best friend. We play together all the time. Nanan's mommy gives me yummy snacks. Xinxing, Cici, Nanan's mom took her to play downstairs. Your dad took you to play downstairs too. And then you guys met and became good friends, right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao with a smile and said, Mangao, I really didn't say much to Nanan's mom. Xiaoxi, back me up here for daddy. Lin Xiaoqi said puzzledly, Dad, you did talk to the auntie. You two seemed quite happy chatting. Lin Chen, Mom, I want to invite Nan Nan over for dinner, but Dad said we can only invite her when you're here. Can I invite Nan Nan now? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Su Mangao patted her little head and smiled, saying, how about another day? Auntie Qingqing is here today. Maybe you can invite her when Auntie Qingqing isn't around? Mommy, why? Lin Chen explained, Auntie Qingqing is a guest, and Nan Nan is also a guest. We need to take good care of our guests, right? Wouldn't it be too much to invite both at the same time? Lin Xiaoqian pondered. After a moment, she nodded, Dad, you're right. I'll invite Nan Nan over for dinner next time. Su Mangao handed a bag to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, try it on. See if this basketball jersey fits you. Lin Chen nodded. He took the bag and went to the bathroom. Xincheng asked quietly, Cici, Auntie Chang wants to ask you a question, is Nanan's mom pretty? Lin Xiaoxi replied without hesitation, she is pretty, but I think my mom is the prettiest. You're pretty too, Auntie Chang. It's our little secret, Cici. Don't tell your daddy, okay? Xincheng reminded her. Why can't I tell daddy? Lin Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Su Mangao said, Shishi, this is a secret. The secret between Aunt Qingqing and you mustn't tell anyone. Shishi, let's go to the balcony. Your mom and dad might want to secretly steal a kiss. Xinqing carried Lin Xiaoqian toward the balcony. Lin Chen quickly changed into his basketball jersey. Su Mangao noticed a look of surprise in his eyes. Lin Chen appeared slender, never giving an impression of strength, yet when he changed into the basketball jersey, Su Mangao realized his arm circumference was nothing to scoff at. Mangao, you chose the right size. This basketball jersey fits me quite well. Lin Chen smiled and said, as long as it fits, let's go to the study and talk. The two arrived at the study, where Lin Chen explained, Mangao, I really didn't say much to the little girl's mother. We just exchanged a few polite words each time. Su Mangao responded, we're only pretending to be married. Even if there were something real between you and her, I wouldn't have any objections. Lin Chen gazed at Su Mangao with a faint smile. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under his stare, Su Mangao said, why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas. Lin Chen said, but you were the one who asked me to come in. What's on your mind? Su Mangao said, I called you in just to make Cici think we're being intimate. Pretend intimacy, can't you understand that? Lin Chen nodded. Got it. By the way, what's the arrangement for the basketball game? Su Mangao heaved a sigh of relief. There are 10 teams in the company basketball tournament. Each team has 12 members, with a total of 10 senior executives participating, one assigned to each team. Lin Chen laughed and said, seems like they're serious about this. If we win, is there any reward at the end? Su Mangao replied, first place department gets double their monthly salary, while second place gets a 50% bonus. Only the 10 executives on the championship team receive a reward, a 1 million yuan bonus, with each person contributing 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan isn't much for Su Mangao and them. If they could win, a million would be pretty good. How are we competing? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao explained, we'll divide into Group A and Group B. Each group will have 5 teams, and every team will compete against each other once. Win a match and score 3 points, draw 1 point, lose 0 points. The team with the highest total points in the group advances to the finals. Lin Chen said, the champion team needs to play 5 matches, while the other teams play 4. That must take more than 1 day. Su Mangao replied, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 3 days. Those with matches play, those without work as usual. 2 matches on Wednesday and Thursday, with only the final on Friday. Lin Chen frowned and said, Xiao Qian takes afternoon naps, so I might only be able to play 1 match per day on Wednesday and Thursday. Su Mangao nodded. That's fine. Each team has 12 players, you don't need to be in every match. Lin Chen asked, will the competition be held at your company? Got it. Su Mangao nodded. The company's basketball court is quite nice. Tomorrow you can take Cici there first to check it out. By the way, you can meet and get to know the team members. Lin Chen asked, will you be there then? How are you going to introduce me? Are we just going to reveal our relationship like this? Su Mangao replied calmly, I'll introduce you as my husband. They wouldn't dare to make a fuss about it since I'm the boss. Going public like this might bring you some trouble from certain individuals. If it happens, let me know. I'll handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. With Su Mangao's looks and wealth, she would certainly have no shortage of suitors even if she has a daughter. Lin Chen, you might face some troubles. As compensation, I'll buy this apartment from the landlord and put it under Qianqian's name. But you can stay as long as you want. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need. I've already bought this apartment from the landlord. The contract is signed, and the transfer will be completed in a few days. Su Mangao froze for a moment. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Xiao Qian likes it here, so I bought it. Are you staying here tonight? Chapter 43. You tricked me into getting married? Su Mangao blushed slightly. Why would I stay here? Lin Chen laughed. To keep Xiaoxi company while she sleeps. Xiaoxi misses her mom. Otherwise, why do you think I let you stay here? Su Mangao shot him a playful glare with her beautiful eyes. Is this house fully paid off or mortgaged? If it's mortgaged, I can help you pay off the loan. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen, fully paid. Su Mangao exclaimed in surprise, writing fairy tales, is this profitable? Lin Chen replied, certainly not as profitable as what you earn, but done well, it can support a family comfortably. Got it. Su Mangao nodded. Have you been practicing basketball these days? Cici will be watching, so don't embarrass yourself with poor performance later. Lin Chen chuckled, no need to worry about that. They call me the Chinese Jordan, my skills are definitely up to par. It's still early for dinner, shall we go for a walk? Su Mangao hesitated slightly. Lin Chen said, let's take a stroll and make all those single young ladies and wives in the neighborhood give up, let them know this grass is officially taken. Su Mangao, alright, and tell Xinqing to keep herself busy with others, so she won't always think about mooching meals here. Soon, Lin Chen changed back into his clothes, and the two went out. Auntie Qingqing, why are you stopping me? I want to go for a walk with mom and dad too. Lin Xiaoqi asked cutely. Xinqing, 2 reasons. First, if you go with mom and dad, I'd be sad staying here alone. Second, don't your mom and dad spend much time together? They need alone time to nurture their relationship. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqian nodded with partial understanding. Cici, teach me to draw. I think Xianqian, your drawing is amazing, Xin Chang remarked. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Daddy taught me. My daddy is the best. Lin Chen and Su Mangao arrived downstairs. Within the residential area, a winding footpath encircled the entire neighborhood. The two took a stroll along the walking path. Lin Chen, have you seen the news online? Calligraphers like Zhang Xuesong and others are praising you highly. Aren't you planning to show yourself? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. That's not in my plans. I'm doing quite well as is, have enough money and can devote myself fully to raising Xiaoqian. Having one of us striving to build a future for Xiaoqian is enough. It'd be problematic if both of us had no time for her. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. Yao Yao, when your father returns to take charge of the company, why don't you come stay with me for a while? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Su Mangao's face reddened slightly as she replied, don't be ridiculous. What would I do staying there? It wouldn't be proper. Lin Chen said, the guest room is empty. You can sleep there, or you could share a room with Xiaoqian while I take the guest room. If you stay here for a while, Xiaoqian would be really happy. Su Mangao fell silent for a moment before saying, let's talk about it later. Lin Chen, what happened back then left me with psychological scars. I still have nightmares sometimes. You'll have to take on more responsibility for Qianqian. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian is my daughter, it's only right that I take care of her. Mangyao, the little girl playing under the overhead space is Nan Nan, and the woman next to her is her mother. Got it. Su Mangyao and Lin Chen moved a bit closer to each other. Uncle Lin, where's Cici? As they walked a little further ahead, Nan Nan spotted Lin Chen and called out to him. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi is at home. She has an aunt visiting, so she's playing with her at home. Nanan's mom asked, Cici's dad, is this Cici's mom? Nan Nan, you should call her auntie. Auntie. Nan Nan quickly called out. Hello, I'm Cici's mom. Sweetie, Cici has told me about you. She says you're her good friend. Su Mangao said with a smile. Yes, Cici and I are good friends. The little girl nodded. Lin Chen smiled. Sweetie, you keep playing, we're heading off first. The two of them stepped a little further away, and Su Mangao said, Lin Chen, Nanan's mom is actually quite pretty. Lin Chen chuckled and said, who could compare to you in looks? Su Mangao, so you deliberately tricked me into getting the marriage certificate? Lin Chen, no, nothing like that. I went to get the marriage certificate with you, wasn't it all for Xiaoqian's sake? Su Mangao said softly. Xinxing suggested using a fake marriage certificate to deceive Xiaoxi. It doesn't need to be real. She said I was fooled by you. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, fair enough. We never expected her to think of it. Xinxing is quite clever. Clever people should strive hard and not be greedy. She shouldn't come to my place for meals anymore. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen. It seems she wasn't wrong. You're just trying to sweet-talk me into getting married. Lin Chen said sheepishly, I'm doing this for Xiaoxi too. Let's just register first, we can develop our feelings slowly. I don't want her to have a stepfather in the future, and you wouldn't want her to have a stepmother either, would you? Su Mangao gave a slight nod. You can rest assured she definitely won't have a stepfather. Lin Chen smiled and said, then you can be equally assured she won't have a stepmother either. Mangyao, your family is very wealthy, but I want you to know one thing, I'm not after your family's money. We did sign prenuptial agreements before marriage. Su Mangao nodded, I believe that. With your abilities, you'd never want for money just by revealing a fraction of them. Don't blame Xinchang. She's put in a lot of good words for you just to keep mooching meals long term. Lin Chen laughed, then let's add an extra dish for her tonight. Su Mangao chuckled, you're so practical. When she exposes you, you tell her not to come. When she speaks up for you, you add more dishes. Lin Chen chuckled and said, perfectly normal. If she was just causing trouble, I'd strongly suspect she's jealous of you. What are you jealous of? Lin Chen, jealous that you have such a good husband. Su Mangao. She coquettishly scolded, Lin Chen, you're so shameless. Lin Chen laughed, if we're adding dishes, we're running a bit short at home. Shall we go to the nearby grocery store to buy some more? Got it. Su Mangao nodded in agreement. After strolling around the neighborhood, Lin Chen and his companion left the residential area, heading together to the nearby grocery store to purchase some vegetables. Lin Chen could sense the icy walls between them were gradually melting. Daddy, Mommy. Lin Xiaoxi came running home cheerfully. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mangyao, you spend some time with Xiaoxi. I need to hurry up and make dinner. Xiaoxi, tell your mom what you learned today. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen took the groceries into the kitchen. Su Mangyao was led onto the balcony by Lin Xiaoqian. Xincheng pointed at a painting and exclaimed in amazement, Mangyao, look at this, can you believe Xiaoqian painted it? Her skills have improved explosively. Su Mangyao's eyes also revealed astonishment. Compared to last time, Lin Xiaoqian had progressed significantly yet again. Thinking of Lin Chen's talent for painting, Su Mangao felt that Lin Xiaoqian must have inherited her father's artistic gift. It's just that she hadn't been able to properly cultivate it before. Chi-Chi, you're amazing. Mommy will reward you with a kiss. Su Mangao kissed Lin Xiaoqian's little cheek and said. Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly, Mommy, Daddy taught me this. You should reward Daddy with a kiss too. Chapter 44, Why are we sleeping here? An hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking the meal. Lin Chen, what's the good news today? There's even one more dish than last time. Xincheng exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and said, I bought this apartment, and it's rare to have such a lively gathering. Consider this a small celebration today. Ha! Lin Chen, you should have told us earlier. You see, I came empty-handed without bringing any gifts, Xin Cheng said apologetically. Lin Chen shook his head. Gifts aren't necessary, it's just a casual meal. Everyone, have a seat. I think my cooking skills have improved somewhat, Xin Cheng said in surprise. Your cooking can still improve? Su Mangao and Xin Cheng quickly began to eat. This, Mangao, it really does seem like there's improvement again. After trying 2 dishes, Xin Cheng said in disbelief. Su Mangao, not seems like, it's true. Lin Chen, your cooking skills have surpassed those of 5-star head chefs now. You're using relatively ordinary ingredients, but the flavor isn't the slightest bit inferior. It's so delicious. Every dish was delicious. Xin Cheng couldn't stop praising it. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, Mommy, Daddy made yummy meat, and the greens are delicious too. I don't pick my food now, I'm a good girl. Xin Cheng said, Cici, with your dad's cooking skills, if you still pick at your food, you'll deserve a spanking. Mangao, I suspect Cici hasn't really stopped being picky. She'd probably be even more particular if she ate somewhere else. Su Mangao's eyes showed a hint of worry. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoxi is still young, let's focus on giving her proper nutrition first. When she's older, do you really think she'd starve herself? Got it. Su Mangao nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, Xin Cheng rubbed her stomach and said, Lin Chen, your cooking is absolutely delicious, both a strength and a weakness. If I ate like this every day, I'd definitely end up gaining weight. Lin Chen laughed and said, you'd only overeat occasionally. If you had it every day, would you still need to eat like this? Xin Cheng froze for a moment. That makes sense. You 3 should go out together, I'll do the dishes. If I don't pitch in occasionally, I'll feel too embarrassed to keep coming over for free meals. Xin Cheng remarked. Lin Chen, you doing the dishes, that doesn't feel right. Xin Cheng shook her head. It's perfectly fine. I'm just ensuring I can drop by for more meals. Mingyao's always busy, and your family rarely gets quality time together. Just leave it to Xin Cheng. She's eaten too much and should work to digest it. Su Mangao said. Get out quickly, don't affect my performance. Xin Cheng waved her hand and said. Lin Chen and the others went downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian held Su Mangao's hand with her left hand and Lin Chen's with her right. Su Mangao felt something unusual in her heart. The feeling of strolling together like a family of 3 was quite heartwarming. Lin Chen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. After the basketball game, could you take Qianqian abroad for a trip? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen asked, do Cici's grandparents miss her? Su Mangao nodded. They miss Cici very much, but I've been quite busy with domestic matters lately and haven't had time to travel abroad. Lin Chen crouched down and said, Xiaoxi, go play on the slide over there. Dad and Mom need to talk about something. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian skipped merrily ahead. Mangao, I don't have any issues myself, but is this really the right time for me to meet your parents? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao said impatiently, you're not going to see my parents, you're taking Qianqian to meet her grandparents. You don't even need to show up when you get there. My dad will send a car to pick you and Cici up. You'll stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Cici to the hospital. Lin Chen said, wouldn't it be inappropriate if I didn't show up? Su Mangao replied, if you feel it's inappropriate, just buy some fruits or something and visit once. Cici will probably only be at the hospital in the morning. She takes a nap at noon, and in the afternoon you can take her around the area casually. Can we? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I'm fine with it, but I don't have a passport. Won't I need to apply for a visa to go to the US? Su Mangao said, that's simple enough. Just apply for one, and I'll have someone help expedite the process. It shouldn't take long. Got it. Lin Chen nodded. He had no interest in other aspects of visiting the US, but he did want to visit a shooting range. His marksmanship had improved quite a bit lately. He had taken Lin Xiaoxi to amusement parks 5 times, and each time, he would accompany her to play shooting games. Each session lasts about 20 minutes. 5 sessions add up to roughly 2 hours. 10 hours of shooting could reach master level. 2 hours is already impressive. Many soldiers can't match his marksmanship. Lin Chen, thank you, Su Mangao said. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao earnestly and said, Mangao, actually, it's me who should thank you. Thank you for giving birth to Xiaoxi, giving me such an adorable daughter. Thank you for raising her with such hardship all on your own. Su Mangao's heart trembled slightly. Cici is over there all by herself, let's go to her. Su Mangao quickly walked ahead. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. When Lin Chen and the others returned home, Lin Xiaoxi cheerfully exclaimed, Mom, Dad, I was so happy today. As long as you're happy, Cici. Su Mangao smiled. Xin Cheng. Su Mangao called out as she entered the room. No one answered, and the lights in the room were off. Beep beep. Su Mangao dialed Xin Cheng's number. The call connected, and Xin Cheng's voice came through. Mangao, I had something urgent come up. I borrowed your car, okay? Isn't Lin Chen coming to your company tomorrow? You two can go together. I'll drop your car off at the villa. Su Mangao. Traitor. Xinxing, Mangao, I really have something urgent. I just remembered that I might have left the gas stove on at home. I'm driving now, gotta hang up. With that, Xincheng hurriedly ended the call. Lin Chen said, Mangao, why don't you sleep with Cici tonight? I'll take the guest bedroom. Lin Xiaoqian asked in puzzlement, Daddy, why? That bed is so big enough for all three of us. Lin Chen crouched down. He kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said, Xiaoxi, you're still young, there are some things you don't understand yet. Do you want mommy to stay? If you do, just sleep like this. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. I want to sleep with mom. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao and said, Mangao, how about it? If you want to go back, I can drive you home. Su Mangao shook her head. Forget it, too much trouble. Living with Lin Chen was something she couldn't accept right now, but spending just one night here was barely tolerable. Lin Chen said, there are women's pajamas in the wardrobe, brand new. Last time I bought pajamas for myself and Xiaoxi, she insisted on getting some for her mom too, so I bought 2 sets. Lin Xiaoxi chirped in her childish voice, Mommy, you should thank me, and then I'll say you're welcome. Su Mangao. Lin Chen chuckled, Xiaoxi, Mommy is too moved. She's so touched she can't find the words right now. Dream Yao, you go ahead and take a shower. I'll bathe little Shi. Su Mangao nodded. There are 2 bathrooms at home where you can shower at the same time. Crash. The water poured over her body, Su Mangao's expression turning somewhat dazed. Why on earth would you want to sleep here? Chapter 45 Say husband for me. Su Mangao stepped out of the bathroom after her shower. Lin Chen was telling a story to Lin Xiaoqian. He looked up and froze completely at the sight of Mangao emerging. Su Mangao's skin was delicately flushed after her bath, her jet black hair still slightly damp and cascading over her shoulders after just a brief blow-dry. Her pajamas weren't particularly long, revealing a glimpse of her slender, graceful legs. So beautiful, unbearably beautiful. An intense creative desire surged through Lin Chen's mind. He wanted to capture this moment with his own brush. Lin Chen, keep watching. Su Mangao shot Lin Chen an exasperated glare. Lin Chen cleared his throat lightly. Xiao Qian asked me to tell her a story, and it's not finished yet. You continue. He reluctantly put down the storybook and walked out. Su Mangao went to the door and locked it from the inside. Her past experiences left her feeling deeply insecure. Whether at Lin Chen's place or even in her own home, she always locked the door. Cici, didn't we agree mommy would stay with you? Why did you ask dad to tell you a story? Su Mangao said to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqi asked in confusion, Mom, is that not okay? Of course it's okay. Where did dad leave off? I'll tell you for a while, and then you'll sleep obediently. Su Mangao said. Soon she began telling the story to Lin Xiaoqi. Outside, Lin Chen quickly took out paper and oil paints. He worked swiftly, completing the painting in about an hour, the image of a woman who had just finished bathing. The woman bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to Su Mangao. Crack! Su Mangao emerged from the room. Lin Chen was dumbfounded, the oil painting he'd just finished hadn't even dried yet. Lin Chen, what are you painting? Su Mangao noticed Lin Chen working on his painting and walked over. Ahem. I just had some inspiration and painted it out, he said. Lin Chen said sheepishly. Su Mangao examined the woman in the painting. Is this supposed to be me? But I'm nowhere near this beautiful. Lin Chen smiled. Mangao, trust me, you are this beautiful. This is exactly how you looked just now. Did you come out for something? Su Mangao said, my throat got dry from storytelling, so I came out to drink some water. Lin Chen, I'd like to buy this painting from you. I'll pay 1 million. Lin Chen shook his head. Why would you buy it? I painted it intending to give it to you. Did you think I'd keep it to admire secretly by myself later? Su Mangao gazed at Lin Chen. Wasn't that your plan? Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. With a real beauty to admire, why would I settle for a painting? Su Mangao's face turned slightly red. I never knew you were such a smooth talker before. When the painting's dry, pack it away, don't let Cici see it. After finishing her water, Su Mangao hurried back to her bedroom. Bang, bang. She clutched her chest, feeling her heart pound wildly. Ink-wash paintings were impressive, but oil paintings are unexpectedly brilliant too. Lin Chen keeps becoming more and more unfathomable. Su Mangao thought to herself. Lying in bed and gazing at Lin Xiaoxi sleeping soundly beside her, Su Mangao suddenly realized this was the same bed Lin Chen slept in every night. They were practically sharing a bed indirectly. And under the same blanket, no less. I don't seem to dislike it much, Su Mangao murmured to herself. It wasn't until she lay in bed that these thoughts suddenly occurred to her. Gradually, Su Mangao drifted off to sleep. That night, Su Mangao slept exceptionally soundly. Even when sleeping at home, she often woke in the middle of the night, but last night she didn't. Sleeping here seems to provide a greater sense of security than at home. Why is that? Su Mangao thought to herself. Could it be that my villa is too spacious to feel safe? But I feel the same way when I stay in hotels during business trips. Su Mangao thought to herself. Pop. Giving Lin Xiaoqian a gentle kiss, Su Mangao got out of bed. It was still early, and Lin Xiaoqian needed to sleep a little longer. Good morning, wife. Lin Chen saw Su Mangao smile and say, Su Mangao. She glared at Lin Chen, who told you to call me that? Lin Chen said, Mangao, when we go to your company, everyone will know we're married. Occasionally, I should still call you wife, don't you think? Sweetheart, sometimes you should call me hubby too. Otherwise, you'll keep calling me Lin Chen forever, won't you? Su Mangao. Lin Chen continued, when introducing me to others, you can't just say, this is my roommate Lin Chen, can you? Su Mangao fell silent. Honey, what would you like for breakfast? Su Mangao coquettishly retorted, don't call me that anymore. Lin Chen said, honey, I'm calling you that a few more times so you can get used to it, lest you freeze up when the time comes. We already have a child together, it's just a title. Su Mangao shot Lin Chen a glare. Is this just about what to call each other? Lin Chen chuckled, it's not just about names, but we do have the certificate after all, so I can call you that, right? My advice is for you to try saying it out loud a couple times. After all, you'll definitely have to introduce me to others, and if it's unnatural, people might suspect something. Su Mangao pondered. Lin Chen's words did make some sense. Husband. She called out, but her voice was very, very faint. If it weren't for Lin Chen's enhanced physique, he wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. Yao Yao, look, this is the problem. You called out, but your voice was too soft. What if your voice suddenly gets much quieter when introducing me? Lin Chen said solemnly. Su Mangao took a deep breath. Honey, your voice was louder this time, but the way you called out still doesn't sound like you're addressing your own husband. I feel like you're about to kill me, Lin Chen said. Su Mangao snapped irritably, your feeling isn't wrong. She steadied her emotions. Husband. This time she finally called out much more naturally. All right. Lin Chen responded with a cheerful smile. Su Mangao. Honey, what would you like for breakfast? Su Mangao huffed angrily, whatever. I'm almost too full to eat. You've gone and angered me first thing in the morning. Lin Chen gazed at Su Mangao with a gentle smile. She's so pretty that even when she's angry, she still looks beautiful. Honey, you're really beautiful. Su Mangao's body stiffened slightly. Why you, don't talk nonsense. Su Mangao quickly retreated back to the bedroom. Phew. Locking the bedroom door behind her, Su Mangao let out a long sigh of relief. That jerk took advantage of me. Su Mangao kept ranting in her heart. But complaints aside, she realized she wasn't actually feeling that annoyed. I must be sick, and quite seriously at that. Su Mangao sat on the bed and murmured softly. Mommy, are you sick? I'll go call Dad for you. Dad's a doctor. Lin Xiaoqian woke up, rubbing her eyes as she said. Qianqian, did Mommy wake you? Lin Xiaoqian sat up. No, I slept really well. Don't be scared if you're sick, Mommy. I'll go get Dad. Su Mangao hugged Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy isn't sick. Chapter 46 Arriving at Su Mangao's company. Sweetheart, Xiaoqian, hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Lin Chen's voice came from the kitchen. Su Mangao's body stiffened. Her face visibly turned a shade redder. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mom, Daddy's calling us. Daddy just called you honey too. Hold still, or your hair won't look nice. Su Mangao gently tapped Lin Xiaoqian on the head and said. He. Lin Xiaoqian laughed cheerfully. What are you laughing at? Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoxi said happily. I'm just happy. I don't want Mommy and Daddy to end up like Yuan's parents. Su Mangao's hand trembled slightly. Do you know what happened to Yuan's parents? Lin Xiaoxi replied. Yuan's parents got divorced. She said her daddy doesn't want her anymore, and she's so sad about it. Su Mangao. Little Lin Xiaoxi and Yuan, girls barely 2 or 3 years old, were actually discussing such matters. All done. Let's hurry up and rinse our mouths and wash our faces. Su Mangao said. MHM. Both quickly finished washing up and came to the dining table. Lin Chen had prepared noodles for breakfast, which looked incredibly appetizing just by appearance. Su Mangao exclaimed in surprise, Lin Chen, did you knead the dough and make these noodles by hand yourself? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, plain noodles aren't particularly tasty. This noodle dish has something extra added to it. Su Mangao took a bite. She froze. Was this really just noodles? The flavor was incredibly rich. Mom, Dad's noodles are really delicious, Lin Xiaoqian said while eating noodles with her fork. Su Mangao, Lin Chen, aren't you spoiling Cici too much? She's definitely going to be picky about food when she goes out later. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's fine to spoil her a little when it comes to eating. I'll definitely teach her properly in other aspects. Eat it while it's hot. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Mangao was completely satisfied. Usually, she ate well, but compared to this, all the breakfast she usually had could only be thrown in the trash. Lin Chen, I'll clean up, Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, you should call him hubby. Dad calls you wifey, so you should call him hubby. Right, Dad? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up and said, you're absolutely right, Xiaoqian. Dad gives you a big thumbs up for that. If mom calls me hubby, then I won't make her do the dishes. Lin Xiaoqian urged quickly, Mom, hurry up and call him. Su Mangao shot Lin Chen a glare. In front of Xiaoqian, she felt a bit embarrassed. But remembering what Xiaoqian had just said in the bathroom, she still opened her mouth and called out, honey. Yay! Lin Xiaoxi laughed cheerfully. You little rascal, so young yet so clever. Su Mangao reached out and lightly tapped Lin Xiaoxi's forehead as she spoke. A little over an hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company's premises. Is all this your company's property, Mangao? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. Su Mangao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters. The one on the right is the company dormitory. That building diagonally to the right is the company sports center. Each of the first and second floors has 2 standard basketball courts. The basement level has a swimming pool, the third floor is for badminton, and the fourth floor is for table tennis. Lin Chen laughed. Looks like your company's benefits are quite good. Su Mangao nodded. My dad treats the employees very well actually. All these were set up by him before. Turn left up ahead. Take the car down to the underground parking lot. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot entrance. There were security guards stationed here as well. Chairman. Seeing Su Mangao, the security guard promptly saluted. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. Add this car's license plate to the system. Let it pass directly whenever it comes in the future. Understood, CEO. Lin Chen drove the car down to the underground parking lot. Under Su Mangao's direction, he parked in the high-level parking zone. Here, each parking space was noticeably longer and wider. There were about a dozen luxury cars parked in the parking spaces. Lin Chen's car looked a bit shabby in comparison. Lin Chen, next time you come, just park here. This area is reserved for company executives and distinguished guests, Su Mangao said. Lin Chen nodded. All right. The 3 got out of the car, and nearby was an executive elevator. Lin Chen and the others took it directly to the top floor of the building. Good afternoon, President. Some of the people who spotted Su Mangao and her group immediately bowed in greeting. Su Mangao led Lin Chen and the others into her office. Lin Chen, there's a bedroom over there where I sometimes lie down for a bit. If Cici needs an afternoon nap later, just have her sleep in that room, Su Mangao said. Lin Chen nodded. Dream Yao, your office is quite impressive. Lin Chen said with a smile. This office is roughly 200 square meters. The house he bought isn't even this spacious. It was all my dad's idea. The company used to be in real estate, and this headquarters was built according to his specifications. Su Mangao said. Knock knock. Someone was knocking at the door. Come in. Su Mangao called out loudly. Soon the person outside pushed the door open and entered. Mangao, I heard Cici is here. I came to see Cici. The one who entered was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His gaze slightly hardened when he saw Lin Chen. Uncle Zhao, you've arrived just in time. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Darling, Uncle Zhao is the company's vice president and one of its founding members. Su Mangao introduced with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Lin Chen greeted. Xiaoxi, you should say hello, Grandpa Zhao. Lin Xiaoxi looked at him and called out. She is such a good girl. Xiaolin, Mangao has very high standards. It's quite impressive that you've caught her eye. Where do you currently work? May I ask? Vice President Zhao inquired with a smile. Lin Chen replied. I am Xiao Qian's biological father. My only job now is to raise Xiao Qian properly. Vice President Zhao nodded in agreement. Sounds fine to me. Taking good care of the child is more important than anything else. Mangao, is Xiaolin participating in the basketball tournament? Su Mangao replied. Yes, I signed Lin Chen up. Deputy Director Zhao smiled and said. Tianyu is on a different team. Maybe he and Xiaolin will face each other on the court then. Tianyu is pretty good at basketball. Let me have a word with him and ask him to go easy on Xiaolin on the court. Lin Chen said. Uncle Zhao, there's no need. According to Mangao, this match is related to many people's bonuses. We can't engage in any deceitful practices. Deputy Manager Zhao nodded. That's true. Then let's just see how you perform. Basketball isn't a one-man sport. Maybe your team is actually stronger than Tianyu's. Yao Yao, I won't disturb you anymore. Soon, Deputy Manager Zhao left Su Mangao's office. Cici, there are toys over there. Go play over there. Lin Chen pointed to a corner of the office. There was a small play area in the corner, undoubtedly specially prepared by Su Mangao for Lin Xiaoqi. Sure. Lin Xiaoqian hopped over excitedly. Mangao, this Vice President Zhao seems a bit off, doesn't he? Lin Chen lowered his voice and said. Su Mangao frowned and said, Zhao Tianyu has intentions towards me. Chapter 47. He's my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen inquired. How many shares do they have? And how many does your family hold? Su Mangao, the Zhao family only holds 13% of the shares, while our family holds 51%. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. They're playing quite the clever game. If they manage to marry you, they'd gain both the person and the fortune. Got it. Su Mangao frowned. Zhao Tianyu is quite irritating. but Uncle Zhao was after all one of the founding elders who started the business with my father. I definitely still have to show him some respect. Lin Chen laughed softly. Don't worry, my dear. I'll make sure to be the perfect shield, blocking him completely. Su Mangao gave Lin Chen a glare. Can you not feel comfortable without having the last word? Lin Chen responded earnestly. To be precise, this is verbally having the last word. Physically, I haven't taken advantage yet. Su Mangao. Zhao Tianyu might very well target you, so be careful when the time comes. Lin Chen laughed. Don't let my slim frame fool you, I'm all muscle. My physique rivals Bruce Lee's. Su Mangao retorted irritably, one punch from him, and you wouldn't even squeak, right? You'd be knocked out cold and sent straight to the hospital. Lin Chen replied, you'll find out just how strong your husband is someday. Su Mangao shot Lin Chen a glare and snapped, no dirty jokes. Driving? Lin Chen was stunned. Yao, you can even drive on this crappy road? I mean, you know how good I am at fighting, not that other thing. Su Mangao said with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, I won't talk to you anymore. Sit over there for a while, and later I'll take you to meet your teammates. Having spoken, Su Mangao accompanied Lin Xiaoqian away. System, what's my current physique stat? Lin Chen asked in his mind. He hadn't paid much attention to this, as it kept increasing every day anyway. The system said, host, your current constitution is 135 points. Got it. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. This physique was twice that of an average man, though it still fell short of world-class boxers. Lin Chen wasn't worried about this. After all, how long had he possessed the system? In just half a month, his constitution would rival that of world-class fighters. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Su Mangao's assistant came in. President, the rest of the team is already at basketball court 1. Lin Chen went over and picked up Lin Xiaoqian. The three of them went downstairs, and shortly after they arrived at the sports center. President. The 11 people in basketball court number 1 replied in unison. Su Mangao nodded and smiled. This isn't work hours, no need to be so tense. The man beside me is my husband Lin Chen, he'll be playing on your team. This basketball match won't have any behind-the-scenes manipulation. Being on his team doesn't guarantee you'll win. If you want victory, you'll have to earn it yourselves. 11 voices chimed in unison, yes, CEO. They were still nervous, after all, they were just regular employees or family members of staff. Su Mangao's words alone could determine whether they or their family members kept their jobs. Su Mangao turned to Lin Chen, darling, my presence is making them uncomfortable. Why don't you chat with them and play a few games to break the ice? I'll take Cici for a walk elsewhere. Having practiced before, she now calls him quite naturally. Sure. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqi said sweetly, Daddy, do your best. As Su Mangao and Lin Xiaoqi left, the group relaxed somewhat, though they didn't let their guard down completely. Lin Chen swept his gaze across and said with a smile, everyone, you're nervous, but Mangao is your leader just as she is mine. Since the leader has left now, let's all relax a little. Hearing Lin Chen say this, the group relaxed considerably. A man gave a thumbs up and said, Bro Lin, you're amazing, you actually managed to win over a strong woman like the CEO. Bro Lin, how did you pull it off with the CEO? Bro Lin. Everyone started chiming in. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm Mangao's senior. To win over a CEO like Mangao, you have to start before she becomes one. Having a hostage makes things easier. Everyone laughed. Lin Chen seemed quite easygoing, and they relaxed even more. Lin Chen said, shall we all introduce ourselves? You already know my name, but I don't know yours yet. Soon everyone had introduced themselves in turn. With his enhanced constitution and newly acquired abilities, Lin Chen's memory had improved significantly. He remembered them all after just one hearing. Who's the team leader? Lin Chen inquired. One of the older ones laughed and said, Brother Lin, you're the obvious choice for team captain. If we fight for the position and the CEO gets angry enough to fire us, what then? Lin Chen smiled. I'm not the best choice for captain. Cici needs her afternoon nap, and your CEO is busy too. When she sleeps, I should be by her side. Another chimed in, Brother Lin, you take the captain role, and we'll pick a deputy captain to help out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Chen laughed. Alright then, there are 12 of us, 2 can be referees, and the rest of us can play a few rounds to get in sync? Deal. Soon, Lin Chen and the others finished dividing into teams. Before even 5 minutes had passed, Lin Chen had already sized up the others' skill levels. Their team only had 1 or 2 decent players, the rest were all complete amateurs. Su Dong, tighten up your defense. Lin Chen said with a laugh. The ball was now in his hands. In the next second, Lin Chen dribbled at lightning speed, instantly bypassing his defender, while the second player attempting to block him also failed to stop him. Lin Chen charged with the ball to the front of the backboard. Whump! Lin Chen leaped effortlessly and executed a powerful dunk. The others looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen could actually dunk. As time passed, it became Lin Chen's showtime, 3-pointers and dunks of every variety. Bro Lin, you're insane. Your skills are top-notch, and your physique is just as strong. With Brother Lin's skill level, I might even find a girlfriend in college. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others came to a stop. The rest of the crowd began offering their praises. Initially they'd chosen Lin Chen as team leader because of Su Mangao, but now they were thoroughly convinced by his genuine capability. Lin Chen smiled and said, if we cooperate well, we might just take first place. Everyone was overjoyed. At first, seeing the skill levels of the other teams, they had held little hope, just avoiding last place would have been enough. Now, knowing how formidable Lin Chen was, their confidence soared. Basketball only needs 5 players. Lin Chen alone could probably replace 3. Lin Chen, are you guys familiar with the game now? Su Mangao came downstairs holding Lin Xiaoqian in her arms. Lin Chen smiled and said, we're all set. With our top-notch skills, making it to the finals shouldn't be a problem. President, Brother Lin's skills are off the charts. Yeah, we're all pretty average, but Brother Lin is seriously impressive. The others chimed in one after another. Su Mangao laughed and said, you're just engaging in mutual admiration. As long as you two get along well, that's what matters. Have a good match tomorrow. Lin Chen, are you and Xianxian having lunch at the company? Lin Xiaoxian shook her head repeatedly. Mommy, I don't want to eat here. The food here isn't yummy. Daddy, let's go home. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mangyao, let's go home for meals today. We'll probably have to eat lunch here for the next 3 days, so let's have Xianxian go home for a better meal today. Su Mangao nodded. Her gaze swept over the others. Those who wish to continue practicing can stay and play ball here. Understood, CEO. Lin Chen and his group departed. One of them remarked, I envy Brother Lin, the winner in life. He has a CEO as his wife and an adorable daughter, while all I have at home is a shrew. You can't help but envy. To say nothing else, Brother Lin's basketball skills are absolute domination in college, right? Brother Lin hasn't even broken a sweat yet, he might still be holding back. Wanna keep playing for a bit? If we really push ourselves under his leadership, we might actually take first place. The remaining 11 players continued their game. Before long, some people arrived nearby to watch them play. About 10 minutes later, the man left and made a phone call. Young Master Zhao, I didn't see Lin Chen. He's already left. But I saw the rest of his team playing basketball. Only 2 of them are decent, the rest are terrible players. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianyu let out a relieved sigh. Basketball is a team sport for 5 players. Even if 2 of them are decent, and even if Lin Chen is also decent, it wouldn't matter. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, just wait to be humiliated. If I don't beat you to a pulp, it's only because you've cleaned yourself too well. Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed coldly. He was extremely furious. He had known Su Mangao for 10 years and had always regarded her as his destined one, but Su Mangao had no feelings for him. Later, Su Mangao went to college, and while studying, she went abroad. When she returned from abroad, he was dumbfounded. Su Mangao had actually given birth to a daughter. This left him depressed for quite some time. But later Zhao Tianyu discovered that Su Mangao had a daughter, yet she wasn't married, there wasn't a man by her side. Zhao Tianyu felt the opportunity had come again. He pursued her diligently. With Su Mangao's stunning looks plus the Su family's wealth, what did it matter if she came with a daughter? Who would have thought that after chasing for so long, Lin Chen would suddenly reappear now? Su Mangao actually has a husband? He had previously used connections to investigate Su Mangao, and the Civil Affairs Bureau's records showed she was unmarried. Could it be that Su Mangao and Lin Chen recently got their marriage certificate? Chapter 48 Mangao, did you call Lin Chen husband? In the evening, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Dad. Zhao Tianyu saw his father Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and asked, Tianyu, how's your preparation for the basketball game? Have you met Lin Chen yet? I haven't seen Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already left the company before I returned, but I know their team's strength is quite average. Zhao Tianyu was full of confidence. Zhao Huayuan said, for a man to attract a woman, sexual tension is crucial. The basketball court is the perfect stage for you to showcase that. Su Mangao is very wealthy. Money doesn't hold much appeal for her. You must perform exceptionally well tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Dad, I know, but I might not face off against Lin Chen's team tomorrow. Maybe we'll be assigned to different teams. Zhao Huayuan, if you're in different groups, just focus on performing your best. If Lin Chen gets eliminated early, the better you perform, the more striking the contrast will be. But mind your sportsmanship. Good sportsmanship on the court will earn you extra credits. Zhao Tianyu nodded. I know, Dad. Zhao Huayuan, if you marry Su Mangao, everything the Su family has will become the Zhao families in the future. You'll have to work hard to achieve that goal. Got it. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Su Mangao informed Lin Chen about the division results. Their Team 1 had been randomly assigned to Group A through the draw, as had Team 7, where Zhao Tianyu was located. Lin Chen, Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can come a bit later, but make sure you're here before noon. After lunch at the company, Cici can take a nap. Su Mangao sent another message. Okay, honey. Su Mangao sent a few head-slapping emojis. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Chen set off by car and arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoqian an hour later. "Mom!" Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Mangao. But this joy didn't last long. Lin Chen and the others arrived at the company cafeteria. "Mommy, I ate so much this morning, my tummy isn't hungry now. Mommy, can I skip lunch?" Lin Xiaoqi said in her soft, doughy voice. Su Mangao turned to Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, since you're the one who got Cici into this situation, you have to deal with it." Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head and said, "Xiaoqian, did you hear what Mom said? The reason you're being picky now is that Dad's cooking is normally too good. So would you prefer if Dad started making terrible food instead?" Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. "Lin Chen, and also, you need to eat well so you'll have the energy to cheer for Daddy this afternoon, right?" MHM. Lin Xiaoxi began eating as she spoke. Lin Chen and the others were dining in the executive cafeteria. The food was actually decent, though it couldn't compare to what Lin Chen cooked. There was still a huge gap. President. As Lin Chen and the others were eating, Zhao Huayuan arrived. He was accompanied by Zhao Tianyu, Vice President Zhao. Su Mangao nodded in agreement. In private, Zhao Huayuan called her Mangao, and Su Mangao called him Uncle Zhao, but such informality wasn't appropriate in public settings. "Tianyu, let me introduce you to someone. This young man is Lin Chen, Cici's father. You're both young, you should get to know each other better," Zhao Huayuan said with a smile. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Chen stood up to shake it. "Lin Chen, we'll meet on the field." Zhao Tianyu kept his eyes fixed on Lin Chen as he laughed heartily. "Sure, it's nothing special," Lin Chen replied calmly. Soon, Zhao Huayuan and the others left. After filling their bowls, they sat at a table far from where Lin Chen's group was seated. "Tianyu, how do you feel?" Zhao Huayuan whispered softly. "Nothing to fear," Zhao Tianyu said confidently. "Mangyao and him probably don't have strong feelings, otherwise they would have gotten together long ago. Right now, they're probably together just because of Cici." After dinner, Lin Chen and the others returned to Su Mangao's office. Su Mangao said, "Lin Chen, I'll be busy later. You take Cici to sleep, and come down quickly after she wakes up. You might still make it to the first game. Oh, and remember to change into your jersey." Lin Chen nodded. "Xiaoxi, come on, let's go. Daddy will tell you a story." Okay. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi into the bedroom. Beep beep. Su Mangao's phone rang. It was an overseas call. "Dad, you're still awake?" Su Mangao said. On the phone, Su Guofeng said irritably, "What's going on between you and Lin Chen? I heard you called him husband in public. Are you two together now?" "Dad, what if we are? Would you disapprove?" Su Guofeng paused for a few seconds before replying, "Mangao, it's not that your mom and I disapprove. It's just, compared to you, Lin Chen is quite ordinary. You might have better options. We just want you to be happy." Su Mangao, "What if I feel happy?" "Mangao, if you're happy, of course your parents will give you their blessings. We're not those kinds of snobbish people." Su Guofeng said solemnly. "Dad, even though Cici is still young, she's very smart. Yuan's parents got divorced, and Cici knows what divorce means. Lin Chen and I will have to pretend just a little." Su Mangao didn't tell the truth. She didn't mention she and Lin Chen had already registered their marriage. She and Lin Chen weren't in a romantic relationship anymore, so there was no need to involve both sets of parents at this stage. "Mangao, as long as you've thought it through, as long as you've made your final decision, your father and I will support you." Besides Su Guofeng, Su Mangao's mother, Yang Qingyue, added, "Got it." After hanging up, Su Mangao turned her gaze toward the bedroom. "Dad, the average person you're talking about isn't so average. You'll see for yourself when Lin Chen arrives in the US. Su Mangao thought to herself. "Husband, our daughter has taken a liking to Lin Chen," Yang Qingyue stated with certainty. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. "I know. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have openly called Lin Chen husband. He probably wouldn't have even participated in this basketball game otherwise." Yang Qingyue, "Husband, you once said that only if Mangyao married someone powerful and influential would our family be safer, and Mangyao would be more secure in the future. What will happen if Mangyao ends up with Lin Chen?" Su Guofeng rubbed his temples. "What can we do? If she really chooses Lin Chen, can we force them apart? Then we'll just have to do our best to keep things stable when the time comes." Yang Qingyue sighed softly. "If only my father were still here." Su Guofeng held Yang Qingyue's hand. "Don't worry, wife. I can handle this. You focus on recovering quickly so we can go home sooner. Yang Qingyue, you should get some sleep too. It's so late already." While it was midday back in China, it was the middle of the night for Su Guofeng and them. Beep beep. The whistle blew. The basketball game commenced. Team 1, with Lin Chen, faced off against Team 4. Lin Shi was still napping, so Lin Chen was absent. Come on. Plenty of people on both sides were shouting encouragements at the top of their lungs. Swish. Team number 4 scored the first goal. As time passed, the score gap between the two teams kept widening. Su Mangao watched from the side. She frowned slightly to herself. Team 1's skill level is noticeably lagging behind. Buzz, buzz. Su Mangao's phone vibrated. She pulled out her phone. The call was from Lin Chen. Mangyao, Cici is awake. Is it over? Should we still come over? Lin Chen inquired. Just one last session left. Your team 1 is trailing by a full 20 points. Su Mangao said helplessly. Lin Chen was surprised. That little? Not bad at all. Su Mangao. We'll be there soon. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqi and hurried out the door. Chapter 49, Lin Chen is this good at basketball? Lin Chen arrived at the sports center at top speed. By this time, the final quarter of the game had already been underway for 2 minutes. The score gap reached 22 points. Timeout. Seeing Lin Chen approach, assistant captain Su Dong decisively called for a timeout. Mom, so many people here, Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Su Mangao took Lin Xiaoxi from Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen, there are only 10 minutes left. You still want to play? Su Mangao whispered. It's too difficult to catch up when trailing by 22 points. Lin Chen smiled and said, what matters is taking part. Now that I'm here, as the team captain, I definitely have to get in on the action. Xiaoxi, cheer for daddy, alright? Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. As Lin Chen stepped onto the court, one member of the team stepped back. Su Dong and the remaining 4 players looked at him with excitement. Their confidence surged with Lin Chen's arrival. Lin Chen grinned. Su Dong, pass me the ball more often. Let's try to catch up, there might still be a chance. Su Dong and the others nodded. The ball was on Lin Chen's side. Su Dong's team immediately passed the ball to Lin Chen. Go dad, go. Lin Xiaoqian shouted loudly. Lin Chen quickly dribbled the ball toward the opponent's half-court, where their captain, Wang Kai, intercepted him just outside the 3-point line. Yet, Lin Chen instantly accelerated and dashed right past him. So soon. A thought flashed through Wang Kai's mind. Whump! He had just turned around to retreat on defense when the sound of a dunk echoed. Lin Chen had already slammed it down on them with a thunderous dunk. 2 points on the board. The gap narrowed to 20 points. From Lin Chen stepping onto the court to scoring, less than 10 seconds had passed. Holy shit, a dunk! Go, go! Many people watched in astonishment as Lin Chen desperately shouted. Lin Chen is so incredible. Su Mangao stared blankly at Lin Chen. Stay calm, everyone. Hold steady. We're leading by 20 points, and basketball isn't a one-player sport. Wang Kai said solemnly. They quickly organized an offensive play. However, Su Dong and his team were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, defending fiercely. When one teammate passed the ball, Lin Chen swiftly intercepted it. Go dad! Go dad! Lin Xiaoqi cheered with all her might. Lin Chen dribbled at lightning speed towards the opposing side. Lin Chen took the jump shot from beyond the 3-point line. Swish! Swish! Nothing but net, 3 points. He even drew a foul on the defender by faking contact. As expected, Lin Chen sank the free throw. The score gap between both teams suddenly narrowed to just 16 points. At this moment, Lin Chen hadn't even been on the court for a full minute. Mommy, is daddy the best? Lin Xiaoxi said excitedly. Got it. Su Mangao nodded. This was an undeniable fact. Time ticked by as Lin Chen's opponents desperately tried to hold their ground, but the gap continued to narrow relentlessly. With just 2 minutes remaining. Whump! Another thunderous dunk from Lin Chen brought the score to a tie. From that point onward, Lin Chen's team took the lead without a shred of doubt. Beep beep, the final whistle blew. The final score was locked in at 52-47. Captain, you're totally badass. Captain, you were holding back quite a bit yesterday. Captain. Su Dong and the others were buzzing with excitement. Brother Lin, we accept our defeat with sincere admiration. Wang Kai and other opponents of Lin Chen's team said one after another. They weren't angry about being overturned and counter-killed by Lin Chen. Su Mangao is the CEO. And Lin Chen is Su Mangao's husband after all. You guys played quite well too. Lin Chen said with a smile. He walked towards Su Mangao and Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, you're the best. Let me give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Lin Chen shook his head. Cici, no. Daddy's face is sweaty. You can't kiss daddy now. Daddy, what about mommy? Mommy, can I give you a kiss? Lin Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Su Mangao tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Not even mom is allowed? Shouldn't mom also care about hygiene? Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Daddy, we'll give you another kiss when we go back. Sure. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Team 7, where Zhao Tianyu belonged, was competing upstairs. Team 7 also secured victory. He performed quite well individually, scoring 21 points. Did that bastard Lin Chen get to play? How's his skill level? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his lackeys. His sidekick didn't watch his match, but instead stayed on the first floor observing Lin Chen's competition. Right after the match ended, he rushed upstairs. Boss, something's not right. Zhao Tianyu's underling reported. What's happening? Zhao Tianyu slightly furrowed his brow. Boss, Lin Chen only stepped onto the court in the last 10 minutes. Their team was trailing by a huge margin, but after Lin Chen entered the game, he scored 23 points in just 10 minutes. His team came from behind and won the game. Zhao Tianyu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? How could he score over 20 points in just 10 minutes? Boss, that's the situation. He's way too strong, far surpassing everyone else. He made 4 out of 5 3-point shots, and he can even dunk. Zhao Tianyu was dumbfounded. Lin Chen scored 23 points in just 10 minutes, while Zhao himself had only managed 21 in an entire game. Now that was awkward. Scoring 21 points in a single game is impressive, but it's the comparison that kills you. He couldn't care less about the rewards. What he wants is to crush Lin Chen and win Su Mangao's heart. Now what's the game plan? Did you record the video? Yeah, I got it. After quickly watching a few clips, Zhao Tianyu was utterly stunned. Lin Chen's skills were on a whole different level than his. He felt Lin Chen was so good he could probably play in the NBA. Beep beep. Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was a call from his father. Zhao Huayuan wasn't at the company right now. Son, you nailed it. I've received your competition results. Keep it up. Zhao Huayuan's voice came through the phone connection. Dad, it's no use anymore. Zhao Tianyu said bitterly. What do you mean no use anymore? Dad, that damn Lin Chen is too strong. I scored 21 points the whole game, but he got 23 in just 10 minutes. Zhao Huayuan on the other end of the phone was stunned. He usually watches basketball games, and he knows exactly what that gap means. Never in his wildest dreams did he think they'd face defeat before even stepping onto the court. Tianyu, don't lose heart yet. You'll be facing their team next. Even if you lose, you should go down with dignity. His parents are farmers, you still have advantages in other areas. Zhao Huayuan said solemnly. I do. After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu headed to the lounge. The next match is in 1 hour, he needs to recover as much as possible. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu and the others headed to the first floor. They would be competing against Lin Chen's team on the first floor. Lin Chen, I watched the video, you're really impressive. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gazed at Zhao Tianyu, who was smiling, but he could clearly perceive the hostility in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Not bad, just routine. No need to praise. Lin Chen said calmly. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen, there's just one small issue with your approach. Basketball is a team sport. When you're the only one putting on a show, all the other players end up becoming your supporting cast. You should properly give others chances too. Zhao Tianyu put on an expression suggesting he was considering everyone else's interests. Beside them, Su Mangao frowned. Zhao Tianyu, don't you think this is ridiculous? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this the time to be modest? Lin Chen chuckled and said, my wife is absolutely right. Chapter 50, The Miserable Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu quietly walked away. Su Mangao's rebuke left him seething in silence. Mangao, you need to be careful around the Zhao family from now on. Though Vice President Zhao was once your father's business partner, people change and I suspect the Zhao family's ambitions have grown. Lin Chen said quietly. Su Mangao nodded. I've warned Dad, but he's sentimental about old ties. Besides, the Zhaos hold 13% of shares, it's not so easy to force them out. And what's more, driving away the jackals might just invite tigers and leopards. Lin Chen smiled. Mangao, you really don't need to worry too much. Even if you run out of money, your husband can definitely support you when the time comes. Su Mangao shot Lin Chen a pretty glare with her beautiful eyes. It's about to start, you should hurry over. Don't go easy on Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen stepped onto the basketball court, where Su Dong and the others greeted him one by one, each brimming with confidence. Zhao Tianyu's team was quite strong, but Su Dong and his teammates now had immense faith in Lin Chen. Su Dong, take the shot whenever you have the chance. Don't worry about missing. If you do, I'll grab the rebound and put it back in. Lin Chen said with a smile. Got it, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, with you here, we're sure to win, huh? Su Dong and the others all said with a laugh. Damn brat, don't think you'll win so easily. Even if you're skilled, basketball is a 5-man game. Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. He was now thoroughly displeased with Lin Chen. Everyone, stay sharp. This is going to be a tough battle ahead. If we win, I'll give each of you a 10,000 yuan bonus. Zhao Tianyu egged on his teammates with monetary incentives. Brother Zhao, we'll definitely give it our all. Even though Brother Lin is the CEO's husband, we won't go easy on him on the basketball court. Several of Zhao Tianyu's teammates chimed in. 10,000 yuan might be nothing to Zhao Tianyu, but for an ordinary worker, it's a considerable sum. Beep beep, the game begins. Go, Dad. Lin Xiaoqian shouted loudly from the sidelines at Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaped up. Though shorter than his opponent, he jumped higher and effortlessly secured the ball for his team. Attack! Lin Chen shouted loudly. Su Dong and his team immediately charged towards Zhao Tianyu's side of the court. Beyond the three-point line, one of Lin Chen's teammates took a shot. As expected, it didn't go in. The basketball hit the rim and bounced high into the air. Before the ball could come down, Lin Chen leaped into the air. He snatched the rebounding ball mid-air and forcefully slammed it through the hoop with a powerful arm thrust. Holy shit! Zhao Tianyou's expression changed abruptly. It was him who had been defending Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen responded with a thunderous dunk right over his head. So powerful. Go Lin! You've got this! Many spectators on the sidelines erupted in frenzied cheers. Lin Chen's dunk ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Mom, you should cheer for Dad too. Lin Xiaoxi said, that way Dad will become even more amazing. Honey, go for it. Su Mangao called out. Her voice wasn't very loud, audible to those nearby but probably inaudible to people farther away. But Lin Chen was no ordinary person. His constitution now far surpassed that of normal people. Lin Chen's hearing was also sharper than the average person's. Hearing Su Mangao's voice, Lin Chen turned to look at her. Su Mangao immediately blushed crimson. Swish, swish. Lin Chen barely attempted any three-pointers this game. He kept passing to Su Dong and others to shoot, then followed up with put-back dunks. His successive powerful slams left Zhao Tianyou's head ringing. Zhao Tianyou guarded against him, but it was completely ineffective. Beep, beep. By halftime, Zhao Tianyou was exhausted as a dog. His expression was grim. After seeing the score, his expression turned even uglier. The first half ended with a score of 36-23. They were trailing by 13 points. Moreover, out of their 23 points in the first half, he had only scored 2. With Lin Chen guarding him closely, he was completely locked down, with no opportunity to score. How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyou asked one of his underlings. 20 minutes. Every single one is a dunk. Zhao Tianyou shot a glare at his little brother. He merely asked Lin Chen how many points he'd scored. How could he not know how Lin Chen got them? They were all dunks over his head. Daddy, here's some water. Lin Xiaoqian handed Lin Chen a bottle of water. As Lin Chen reached out to take it, Su Mangao froze momentarily. She'd just taken a sip from that same bottle, but couldn't very well stop him now. There are still other people around. What's wrong with a couple sharing a bottle of water? Never mind, Lin Chen and I already have kids together. It's just drinking water. Su Mangao silently comforted herself. She couldn't stand others drinking from the same bottle as her, but if it was Lin Chen, she could reluctantly accept it. Lin Chen, wipe your sweat. After Lin Chen finished drinking, Su Mangao handed him a towel. Thanks, honey, Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Su Mangao. She secretly rolled her eyes. He always knew how to take advantage. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, then lifted his shirt to dry the sweat on his body. Wow, Brother Lin, you've got an 8-pack. Brother Lin, how did you train to get this kind of body? Su Dong and the others beside him exclaimed in admiration. Su Mangao's eyes also showed surprise. Lin Chen didn't just have muscular arms, those were actual abs. This guy looked slim in clothes, but who knew he'd have such a good figure? Su Mangao wondered to herself. She couldn't recall that night 3 years ago. She had no memory of what Lin Chen's physique had been like back then. Beep. The 15 minutes passed quickly. The second half began. Zhao Tianyou desperately tried to score and struggled to block Lin Chen, but it was useless. The gap in their abilities was too vast. Lin Chen merely collected balls lost by his teammates and scored another 10, single-handedly racking up 40 points for the entire game. The final score was settled at 70-43. Zhao Tianyou's team suffered a crushing defeat. Damn it! Staring at the scoreboard, Zhao Tianyou felt like dying. Lin Chen had dunked over him about 20 times. His head was still ringing. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. For the sake of saving face, he stubbornly refused to step off the court. Since Lin Chen played the entire game, he gritted his teeth and stayed on until the very end as well. But what constitution does Lin Chen have, and what about him? Dad, you're amazing. I want to be as amazing as Dad. Lin Chen approached, and Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed joyfully. Su Mangao, Lin Chen, why don't you go take a shower? You must be tired after playing 2 games of basketball. Let's not cook at home tonight, we'll go out to eat later. Alright, Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Xiaoqian, any objections? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head and said in her childlike voice, Daddy, I want to eat your cooking, but you're tired. Can't exhaust my daddy. Lin Chen gazed dotingly at Lin Xiaoqian. Though she was little, what Xiaoqian sometimes said could truly warm the heart. Lin Chen, go shower in my office. I'll take Xianqian with me, we'll be back in about half an hour. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen nodded. Su Mangao's office had a bedroom suite, complete with a bathroom for freshening up. Her father used to stay at the company whenever work kept him too busy. Dad, Zhao Tianyou arrived at his father's office. Zhao Huayuan had already finished his business and returned from outside. I already know the outcome. Don't be disheartened, you haven't lost just because of one match. Although our family's assets aren't as much as the Su family's, we still have 7 to 8 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan comforted Zhao Tianyou. Chapter 51, Mom, you say I love you, husband. Zhao Tianyu, Lin Chen's parents are both farmers. I really don't know how he ended up having a child with Su Mangao. Did this guy force himself on her? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be? If that were the case, he'd have been dining at the government's expense in prison these past few years. Do you think Uncle Su got to where he is today by eating vegetarian meals? Su Mangao and Lin Chen got drunk? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Zhao Huayuan, stop making wild guesses. 3 years have passed, these things aren't so easy to figure out, and whether we figure it out or not isn't all that important. Lin Chen is great at basketball. You should play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu said sheepishly, Dad, I'm almost out of money. You've got to give me some funds. Our biggest advantage over him is that our family has money. Here's 2 million for you. But this advantage of yours only works against Lin Chen, and you have to be careful with your approach. We're not as wealthy as the Su family. If you use the wrong method, it might backfire. Zhao Huayuan quickly transferred 2 million to Zhao Tianyu. This is all your money for this year, spend it wisely. Zhao Tianyu, what if I make progress? Can I apply for more funding then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If there's progress, I'll consider giving you more. Use your head, and don't rush things too much. Lin Chen and Su Mangao are from different social classes with divergent values. Time will reveal Lin Chen's flaws. Zhao Tianyu nodded. I understand, Dad. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a nice atmosphere. As for the taste, well, no outside restaurant can compare to your cooking anyway. Su Mangao said. The three of them arrived at a riverside restaurant where beautiful waterfront views could be seen through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Mom is right. Daddy's cooking is the yummiest. Mwah. Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek as she spoke. Mommy, Daddy smells nice now, you should kiss him too. Lin Xiaoxi looked toward Su Mangao. Su Mangao said angrily, when and if Mom wants to give kisses is none of your business. You little thing, just worry about yourself. Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoxi, Mom's shy. Grown-ups hardly ever kiss each other in public. Is that so? Lin Xiaoxi was somewhat puzzled. Sir, madam, are you ready to order now? The waiter soon came over and asked respectfully. Lin Chen and his companions had come to a French restaurant with an excellent atmosphere. Naturally, the prices were quite lovely as well. Lin Chen, what do you want to eat? Su Mangao turned to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen, you know what's good here, you order. Got it. Su Mangao quickly placed their order. Daddy, what's that? Lin Xiaoxi looked at a grand piano not far away and asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's a piano. If someone plays it, it can produce beautiful sounds. You're too young to learn now. If you want to learn in the future, Daddy can teach you then. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You can play the piano too? Lin Chen shook his head. Never. But if Xiaoxi wants to learn, I'll learn first. Learning to play the piano shouldn't be that difficult. Su Mangao nodded. If someone else had said this, she would have thought they were boasting. But when Lin Chen said it, she found no issue whatsoever. Lin Chen's cooking, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale writing were all top-notch, and he was even exceptionally good at basketball. Lin Chen is proficient in 7 languages. She was outdated with that information. Lin Chen has now mastered 10 foreign languages. While teaching Lin Xiaoqian English, his foreign language experience skyrocketed. Your place isn't convenient for a piano, is it? Playing piano at home would disturb others later. Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, Dad can stay with you. Su Mangao. She had developed some affection for Lin Chen, but having affection didn't mean she was ready to live with him. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's head and said, Xiaoqian, it's wonderful that you're trying to come up with ideas to help Mom and Dad. But your grandparents will be back by then. It won't be convenient living together later. Daddy, Mommy's house is so big, even Grandpa and Grandma could stay there when they come back. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Lin Chen said, it's not just about whether there's enough space. For example, when it comes to meals, you don't like spicy food, but I do. Everyone has different tastes. It's manageable when there are few people, but if there are many, accommodating everyone's preferences would be quite troublesome. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Xiaoqian, if you and I don't move in together, can you think of any other way to solve this problem? Lin Xiaoqian began to think carefully. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian sitting across from her, a faint smile appearing on her face. Lin Chen was being very patient with Lin Xiaoqian, far more patient than she could ever be. Dad, I've got an idea. There's an empty room outside where we can put it. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Exactly, that's really a great idea. As long as we keep thinking hard, we'll always find a solution, right? MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Su Mangao asked, Lin Chen, what empty room are you talking about outside? Lin Chen smiled, I've rented a small storefront. When signing books, they can be delivered directly there. If Xiaoxi needs it later, we'll have to buy a bigger one. But there's no hurry, Xiaoxi doesn't need it for now. Su Mangao gazed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, we only talked about half a year initially. After 6 months, Cici can start kindergarten. Besides, by then my dad will be handling things, so I'll have more free time. Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously, Mommy, what half a year? Lin Chen said, let's not talk about this now. There are still 6 months to go. Maybe by then you'll already be living here. Su Mangao. Dishes began arriving one after another. Lin Chen tasted a few of them. The ingredients were decent, but the flavor, just so. Mommy, the food here isn't tasty anymore. Before Lin Chen could answer, Lin Xiaoqiu pouted her little mouth and said, Su Mangao, it's not that the food here isn't tasty, it's that Daddy's cooking is even better, which makes this food seem less delicious to you. But children shouldn't be picky eaters. So that's how it is. My dad is the best. Dad, I love you. Lin Xiaoqian said cheerfully. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy loves you too. Lin Xiaoqian blinked her eyes. Daddy, you should tell Mommy, I love you, honey. Mommy, you should also tell Daddy, I love you, darling. Lin Chen, Su Mangao, I love you, honey. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mangao. Mom, it's your turn now. Su Mangao couldn't bring herself to say it. The stadium was packed with people. Mixing in with the crowd to shout go, honey, was already pushing her current limits. You and your mischievous ideas. Eat up. Su Mangao said irritably. Lin Chen laughed. Xiaoxi, Mom is shy. Give her some time, she might not be so shy later. Chapter 52, A Special Guest. It was already dark outside after dinner. Mangao, are you still coming to my place tonight? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao shook her head. My driver's coming to pick me up. Take Xiaoxi home, and drive carefully. Got it. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't insist. The budding romance with Su Mangao should develop naturally. As a man, he would take slightly more initiative, but given the Su family's wealth, pursuing her too aggressively wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, his personality isn't the overly proactive type. Mommy, see you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian waved her little hand in farewell to Su Mangao. Beep beep. Su Mangao received a video call from her father as soon as she got home. It was morning in the US at that time. Dad. As the video connected, Su Mangao called out. Su Guofeng, Mangao, Lin Chen's situation is somewhat different from what I had people investigate back then. How is he so good at basketball? Su Mangao muttered to herself, not just good at basketball, what else? Dad, the people you hired back then were no good. Su Guofeng, when Lin Chen was playing basketball, you were cheering go, hubby. Do you have a crush on him or something? Su Mangao's face flushed slightly as she pouted. Dad, can't you stop being so nosy at your age? How is this nosy? I'm just concerned about you. Su Mangao, after all, he's Cici's father. Back then, if it weren't for him, things could have been much worse for me. Is it so strange that I have a bit of affection for Lin Chen? It's normal. Su Guofeng nodded. After the basketball game ends, invite Lin Chen and Cici over. We'll help you assess him properly. Su Mangao muttered. What's there to double check? The crystal's already been smashed. What did you say? Su Guofeng inquired. Su Mangao spoke too softly for him to catch her words clearly. Nothing important. Mom, don't you miss Cici? I've already talked to Lin Chen about it, he'll bring Cici over when the time comes. Su Mangao added, don't give him the cold shoulder. Lin Chen has never wronged me in any way, and he'll always be Cici's father, that fact won't change. Su Guofeng nodded, don't worry, it's not that serious. Your parents aren't the kind who don't understand reason. We just want to get to know him a bit. We just want you to be happy in the future. Su Mangao, Dad, don't be too shocked when the time comes. Su Guofeng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. So you're saying Lin Chen is very different from what I know? Got it. Su Mangao nodded. You'll have to find out the specifics for yourselves. He and Cici will be staying there for 3 to 5 days. Sure. Su Guofeng was keen to learn just how different Lin Chen really was. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Lin Xiaoqian was eating breakfast while thinking about lunch. Dad, can we skip having lunch at Mom's place? I've got an idea. Lin Chen asked, what's your idea? Lin Xiaoqian blinked her eyes. Dad, you could cook some yummy food, and we'll bring it over to eat with Mom. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxi with amusement. Daddy, is it okay? Of course, that's a wonderful idea. He. At noon, Lin Chen brought lunch to Su Mangao's company. Lin Chen, why did you bring lunch? Su Mangao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen tapped Lin Xiaoqi's little nose. During breakfast, Xiaoqi suggested bringing lunch over. Mommy, am I smart or not? Lin Xiaoqian gazed at Su Mangao with a hint of smugness. Su Mangao retorted irritably, for just a bite of food, Cici, you're really going all out. Lin Chen, you're truly spoiling her. Let's eat. Lin Chen said with a smile. He had bought a multi-tiered lunchbox specifically for bringing meals. Su Mangao began unpacking dish after dish from its compartments. Just as they started eating, Su Mangao's assistant knocked and entered. The aroma of the dishes made her mouth water. What matters? Su Mangao inquired. President, there's a document here that requires your signature. Hand it over. Su Mangao quickly reviewed and signed it. The assistant stepped outside and rubbed her stomach. She hadn't been hungry before, but after going inside, she suddenly felt her belly growling. Brother Lin's cooking skills are probably excellent. Good at cooking, great at basketball, and has such a good figure. He has quite a few strong points, though he's still nowhere near as good as the CEO. Su Mangao's assistant muttered to herself. In her eyes, very few people were worthy of Su Mangao. Su Mangao was an only child from a family with 30 billion in assets. This alone could instantly put countless others to shame. Moreover, Su Mangao was stunningly beautiful and immensely talented, excelling in both the guzheng and piano. Dad, I don't feel like napping this afternoon. Lin Shaoxi asked. Don't you take a nap at noon? Daddy, you're competing in the match. I need to cheer for you. Lin Chen smiled. As long as you can handle it, you don't have to sleep. MHM. Lin Shaoqian nodded. She didn't nap. Lin Chen played in the first match, and unsurprisingly, their team won. Halfway through the second match, Lin Shaoqian's gaze grew dazed. Dad, I'm running out of battery. Lin Shaoqi said listlessly. Su Mangao was busy with other matters, while Lin Chen turned to Su Dong. Su Dong, I won't be logging in anymore. Alright, brother Lin, you go handle your things. We're so far ahead, no big deal. Su Dong said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, carrying Lin Shaoqian as he left. No sooner had they returned to the office and laid down on the bed than Lin Shaoqian fell asleep. Half an hour later, Su Mangao returned. Did we win? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Su Mangao, 52-45, leading by 7 points. Your team won the Group A championship, Lin Chen. There's a special guest coming for tomorrow's finals. Who? A coach, from Shanghai men's basketball team. Lin Chen asked suspiciously, did you call him over? Su Mangao shook her head. He reached out first. Haven't you been watching short videos? You've gone slightly viral online. More than one person uploaded videos of you. Coach Liang probably saw the clips. He asked someone to contact us, saying he wants to come watch our finals tomorrow. Lin Chen shook his head. His coming won't change anything. I won't agree to play basketball for him. Su Mangao, Lin Chen, aren't you considering it? With your skills, you could probably make it into the national team. You'd be living the high life as a basketball star. In terms of fame, becoming a basketball star beats being a painter or a calligrapher by a long shot. We'll talk about it later. For now, I'm not really interested. Lin Chen said. Su Mangao glanced aside, her cheeks slightly flushed. If we really end up together in the future, my dad will handle the company, and then I'll have time to take care of Cici. You'll have time for your career too. Lin Chen stared intently at Su Mangao. Under his gaze, Su Mangao's cheeks grew even redder. Don't stare at me like that. I mean hypothetically. What I just said was purely hypothetical, okay? Tomorrow you can meet Coach Liang, but don't outright refuse too strongly. Su Mangao said with slightly panicked eyes. Lin Chen laughed cheerfully. Alright, following my wife's advice never goes wrong. Su Mangao. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't be so full of yourself. I just don't want Qianqian to hold you back. Otherwise, I'd feel too indebted to you. Lin Chen shook his head. You don't need to think like that. Right now, the most important thing for me is taking good care of Shaoxi. By the way, even if we're not together, you could still take care of Shishi if you step away from the company. Su Mangao froze for a moment. The next moment she said angrily with embarrassment, you'd better leave as soon as Shishi wakes up. I don't want to see you. Chapter 53, Finals Victory, Lucrative Offer. Old Liang, what's the good news that made you call me out? Asked Song Yuan, owner of the Magic City Basketball Club. The one who'd summoned him was Liang Hui, head coach of the Magic City Basketball Club. Liang Hui poured a glass of wine for Song Yuan. Boss, this time it's really something good. I've discovered a genius. Song Yuan, old Liang, let me count. In these 5 years as head coach, you've already found 9. No, with this one it's 10 geniuses. But our performance hasn't improved. His team was barely managing to stay afloat these days. Liang Hui felt slightly embarrassed. Boss, last time it was child prodigy, this time it's full-fledged genius. Song Yuan retorted impatiently, next time it'll be top-tier genius, then once-in-a-century super genius, and the time after that I suppose would be once-in-a-millennium peerless genius. Liang Hui, old Liang, we're barely scraping by as it is. If we bring back another prodigy, I reckon we'll be sinking even more money into it each month. Times are tough, even the landlords don't have surplus grain these days. Liang Hui took out a tablet he had prepared and said, Boss, just watch a few videos and you'll understand. He opened his tablet and tapped on a video as he spoke. A young man in the video easily broke through the defense, then leaped up like lightning and executed a violent dunk. Ha! Song Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He's incredibly fast, probably faster than anyone on our team. Boss, look at this. Liang Hui skipped to the next clip in the video. He had edited it, keeping only the crucial highlights. This clip shows Lin Chen jumping for a dunk beyond the 2-point line. Impressive jumping power, and his body control is excellent too. Song Yuan's eyes gleamed with pleasant surprise. Liang Hui flipped to the third segment. Lin Chen effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Just a so-so. His opponent was weak, making a three-pointer isn't that impressive. Song Yuan shook his head. Liang Hui, in 4 games, he's attempted 13 three-pointers and made 10. Boss, do you still think that's ordinary? Song Yuan said in surprise, 10 out of 13? That shooting percentage is terrifying. But in 4 games, why did he only shoot 13 times? Liang Hui, in his first game, he only played for 10 minutes, made 4 out of 5 shots, and scored over 20 points all by himself. A complete comeback. Later on, he mainly gave opportunities to others and took fewer shots himself, otherwise, his stats would have been way higher. Song Yuan was utterly astonished. Even if the opponent is weak, scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes? Scoring over 20 points in a single match is already impressive. Old Liang, he's truly promising, just go ahead and scout him. You didn't report every single one in the past either. Song Yuan said. This promising talent mustn't be snatched away by others. Boss, poaching him might prove difficult. Song Yuan, he's demanding a higher salary. Do you need my approval? For such genius, I'm willing to spend. Just tell me, how much would it take to recruit him? Liang Hui let out a sigh. I haven't approached him yet, and he hasn't given any quotes, but according to the information I've received, he has a wonderful wife. I'm just afraid that might affect his decision to join our team. Song Yuan frowned. You say he has a good wife, yet you claim his wife would affect him joining our team. What's going on? That sounds a bit contradictory to me. Liang Hui smiled bitterly. His wife is too good. His wife is Su Mangao. Song Yuan froze momentarily. Su Mangao, daughter of President Su Guofeng? Got it. Song Yuan. He replied irritably, Lao Liang, are you just messing with me then? My assets barely amount to 1/10 of the Su family's. What kind of virtue or ability do I possess to steal Su Mangao's husband? Liang Hui and Song Yuan clinked glasses and said, Boss, it's not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Chen, he comes from an ordinary family, and now he stays home taking care of their child. Song Yuan remarked, so the woman dominates outside while the man rules the household? Lin Chen is so highly accomplished, what a waste of talent. Liang Hui nodded, right, they're having the finals tomorrow. I was originally planning to go watch and then try to recruit him, but who knew he's Su Mangao's husband? So, Liang Hui gave an awkward smile. Song Yuan said, so you want to drag me along? My influence in front of Su Mangao isn't much greater than yours, but going together would show more sincerity. After some thought, Song Yuan nodded, since I'm free tomorrow anyway, I'll go with you tomorrow. The time came the next afternoon. Song Yuan and Liang Hui inconspicuously took their seats beside the court. The court was already surrounded by a large crowd of spectators. Lin Chen arrived carrying Lin Xiaoqi with Su Mangao by his side. President, Brother Lin. Many people around greeted him. Upon reaching the sidelines, Lin Chen handed Lin Xiaoqi over to Su Mangao. Dad, do your best. Lin Xiaoqi said sweetly. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao with a grin and said, Xiaoqi cheered for me, what about you, dear? Su Mangao. Many people were watching around, and Su Mangao said, go for it, honey. Lin Chen and Su Dong entered the venue together. The match was about to begin. Song Yuan and Liang Hui found it somewhat painful to watch, as everyone except Lin Chen was extremely amateurish, but they weren't there to watch those others anyway. Whump! Swish! Lin Chen began his performance. Dunk, three-pointer, Lin Chen scores with relaxed ease. Over these past 2 days, he's also spent considerable time teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to play basketball, and her skills have improved significantly from before. She's almost approaching the master level. The master level represents domestic top-tier standards. Lin Chen hasn't quite reached it yet, but his physical constitution far surpasses that of professional basketball players. With his powerful physique, Lin Chen's current basketball skills undoubtedly place him at the absolute top level in the country. What do you think, boss? As the game neared its end, Liang Hui asked quietly. Song Yuan replied, Lin Chen is exceptionally strong, but the opponents were too weak. He probably hasn't even shown his full potential yet. Let's talk to Su Mangao and the others later. Got it. The match ended quickly. There was no doubt that Lin Chen's team took first place. Bro Lin, thanks for carrying us. Bro Lin, let us buy you drinks tonight? Su Dong and the others spoke up cheerfully, one after another. Lin Chen smiled and said, we can have a drink, but let me treat you. I'll find a good spot and let you know later. How about 6 o'clock? Su Dong and the others nodded. It was 4:30 now, just enough time to shower, rest a bit, and then head out for drinks and dinner. Honey, I've arranged to have drinks with Su Dong and the others tonight. Why don't you and Xiaoqi stay home? If you come along, Su Dong and the others probably won't be able to relax at all. Lin Chen walked over to Su Mangao and said. Su Mangao nodded. Come with me to the second floor. Leaving the assistant to look after Lin Xiaoqi, Su Mangao and Lin Chen went up to the second floor, where currently only 2 people occupied the entire space. President Song, Coach Liang. Lin Chen and Su Mangao approached, with Su Mangao speaking first. Hello, President Su. Song Yuan and Coach Liang promptly responded. President Song, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Honey, this is Song Yuan, president of the Modu men's basketball team, and this is head coach Liang Wei. Su Mangao said with a smile. Lin Chen shook hands with Song Yuan and the others. His expression remained calm. Though he wasn't as wealthy as Song Yuan and his peers, he possessed a wealth of skills. Those were his confidence. Rubbing his hands together, Liang Hui said, Lin Chen, your skills are extraordinary. Would you be interested in joining our Modu men's basketball team? Song Yuan said, we can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Chapter 54, Grandma, we're at Dad's place. Su Mangao was surprised. President Song, that's shockingly low? Don't NBA stars each make tens of millions of dollars? Song Yuan smiled wryly. President Su, that's our team's highest annual salary. How could we possibly compare to the NBA? Though players can secure their own endorsements, once their fame rises, the money they make certainly exceeds those 8 million. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen. Darling, your side hustle must bring in over 10 million a month, right? Lin Chen chuckled. Maybe not 10 million, but 8 million is about right. Song Yuan and Liang Hui were utterly deflated. Lin Chen's side hustle earned so much money in just 1 month. What appeal does that 8 million annual salary hold for him? President Su, sorry to disturb you. Liang Hui said regretfully. Lin Chen smiled and said, Coach Liang, I won't sign with you, but I do still love basketball. Xiaoxi is still young. I don't have time right now. I can go play occasionally if I have time later. In this situation, can I still compete in the matches? Liang Hui and the others' eyes lit up. Of course, you can use the foreign aid quota. You can even recruit foreigners, let alone your own countrymen. Just this treatment. Lin Chen smiled and said, compensation doesn't matter to me, you can arrange it as you see fit. I just have 3 small requests. First, I usually won't have time for training. Second, I only compete in the matches I want to compete in. Third, if Mangao and my daughter want to watch, I hope they can be given good seats when the time comes. Song Yuan responded without hesitation, no problem. Lin Chen didn't even ask for compensation, it's all trivial matters. Of course, even if Lin Chen didn't insist on compensation, they wouldn't withhold a single cent of the payment he rightfully deserved. Lin Chen, when will you be free? Liang Hui looked at Lin Chen with hopeful anticipation. Lin Chen smiled and said, when I'll be free depends on when Mangao has time to take care of Xiaoxi. I probably won't have any free time for the next 2 or 3 months. Song Yuan and the others nodded. 2 or 3 months passed by in a flash. Not long after, Song Yuan and the others took their leave and departed. Su Mangao, Lin Chen, I never imagined their team's annual salary would be this low. Low? 8 million a year, for a tycoon like you it might seem low, but for ordinary people, that's quite high. I couldn't even make 80,000 in a year before. Su Mangao eyed Lin Chen, that's because you didn't want to. If you really tried, making 100 million a year would be a cakewalk. Right now, Lin Chen just writes fairy tales in his spare time and already earns pots full of gold. If he focused on making money, he'd certainly earn even more. Since they offered such a low annual salary, I thought you'd flat out refuse. Why did you still agree to go there later? Su Mangao was somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen smiled and said, I enjoy it. Many people would probably be willing to pay to play a game with basketball stars. Here, I get to compete and even earn money. Why not go for it? Moreover, didn't you notice? Xiaoxi is thrilled. Right now, what she needs most is companionship, but as she grows older, she'll need more than just that accompaniment. By then, other fathers will be living in glory. Should her father just stay cooped up at home? Su Mangao stared blankly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen truly considered Lin Xiaoqian's situation extensively. Lin Chen smiled and said, actually, there's one more reason. What reason? Lin Chen gazed intently into Su Mangao's eyes. I'll have to prove my abilities from now on, otherwise people might gossip behind your back, saying your husband is useless. Su Mangao, I don't care about that. Lin Chen, what happened back then might come to light someday. If I'm incompetent, when it's exposed, seeing people pity you with their sympathetic gazes, wouldn't that make you uncomfortable? But if I become truly capable, then what happened years ago would be seen as destiny's arrangement, something others couldn't even hope to match. Su Mangao stared blankly at Lin Chen. A destiny written in the stars? Su Mangao murmured to herself. Others might not know, but she already understood how extraordinary Lin Chen was. Perhaps this truly was fate drawing them together? The shadows in her heart quietly receded a little further. Lin Chen, you should go take a shower now. After showering, take some rest. Don't drink too much tonight. Su Mangao said. I won't be able to drive after drinking tonight. How about you stay at my place and drive Xiaoqian back early with my car? Lin Chen took out his car keys. Su Mangao hesitated for a moment before taking the car keys. Come back early. If you don't return, Cici might refuse to sleep. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. At 7:30 in the evening, Lin Chen finished his drink. He was about to hail a cab by the roadside when Lin Xiaoqian's voice reached his ears. Dad, over here. Dad, Mom and I are waiting for you to go home together. Lin Chen looked over. Little Lin Xiaoqian's head popped out of the window. Su Dong and the others looked at him with envy in their eyes. Brother Lin, you're truly the winner in life. Your wife's beautiful and wealthy, and your kid is adorable too. I'm so jealous. Su Dong and the others chimed in one by one. Lin Chen waved his hand. I'm off. Be careful on your way back. Soon after, Lin Chen got into the car and took the passenger seat. That's a strong smell of alcohol. How much did you drink, Lin Chen? A little over half a kilo. They were all very enthusiastic. But don't worry, my alcohol tolerance is actually higher than this. Lin Chen's alcohol tolerance wasn't this good before, but now that his physique has improved, his capacity for liquor has increased significantly. Su Mangao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. More than half a kilogram is way too much. Lin Chen, you should drink less from now on. Lin Chen laughed. Alright, I'll take care of my health. Maybe we can even consider having a second child in the future. Su Mangao's hand trembled. You're drunk. Su Mangao blushed slightly and said irritably, Daddy, what does second child mean? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously from her car seat in the back. Su Mangao quickly said, Cici, stop asking. Your dad's drunk, let him get some proper rest. Get some rest, Dad. Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. About an hour later, Lin Chen and the others arrived home. Beep beep. Su Mangao's phone rang. She checked her phone, it was a video call from her mother. Mom. Su Mangao answered the call while stepping farther away. On the other end of the line, her mother Yang Qingyue asked suspiciously, Mangao, are you not at home right now? I'm at a friend's place. Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoqian heard Yang Qingyue's voice and skipped over cheerfully. Mom, is it Grandma? I heard Grandma's voice. Cici, it's Grandma. Yang Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed with delight. Su Mangao pointed her phone at Lin Xiaoqian, a faint sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. I miss you so much, Grandma. Yang Qingyue, Grandma misses Cici too. Cici, where are you and Mommy right now? We're at Daddy's house. Lin Xiaoxi quickly responded. Su Mangao. Chapter 55, Basketball Grandmaster level achieved. Yang Qingyue thought about it, it was nearly 9 o'clock domestically now. Su Mangao was still at Lin Chen's place, which likely meant she'd be spending the night there. Cici, why aren't you asleep yet? Yang Qingyue asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoqie replied sweetly, Mommy and I are waiting for Daddy. Daddy won the championship, you know, he can't drink and drive, so we're waiting to go home together. Surprise flashed in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Mangao, Cici's language skills have improved quite a bit. Su Mangao nodded. Perhaps it's because she's been staying with Lin Chen, who talks with her a lot, that her language skills have improved significantly. Mom, is there anything else? I need to go. Lin Xiaoqi asked puzzledly, Mom, where are you going? You said you'd sleep at Dad's place. Su Mangao. What a good daughter, always the first to expose contradictions. Yang Qingyue said irritably, Mangao, if you slept there, you slept there. Why bother hiding it? At least Cici is honest. Cici, do you sleep with Mommy or Daddy? Lin Xiaoxi chirped brightly, Grandma, I slept with Daddy yesterday, and today I'll sleep with Mommy. Yao Yao, Xiaoqian, the bathwater is ready. Lin Chen's voice came from the master bedroom. Su Mangao quickly said, Mom, Cici needs to take a bath now. I've got to go, she needs to wash up and get to bed. Got it. Yang Qingyue nodded. Bye-bye, Cici. Bye-bye, Grandma. Su Mangao quickly hung up the phone. She tapped Lin Xiaoqian's nose with her finger. Jianqian, weren't you with Daddy in the bedroom? Why did you run out? Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mommy, I was afraid you'd leave. If you left, I'd be so sad. A pang of melancholy tugged at Su Mangyao's heart. Since Mama said she'd sleep here, she definitely won't leave. Lin Xiaoqia pouted her little mouth. Mama, you just said you were leaving. Mama, give me a bath please. All right. Su Mangao nodded. She knew Lin Xiaoqie was still afraid she would leave. Lin Chen walked out and asked in confusion, Mangao, the bathwater for Xiaoxi is ready, why aren't you going? Lin Xiaoxi said, Daddy, Mom and I had a video call with Grandma. Today I want Mommy to give me my bath. Sure. Lin Chen nodded. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep. Lin Chen had also finished his bath and was working in his study, needing to update Tongxin network. Knock knock. Just as he finished writing an article, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen opened the door to find Su Mangao standing outside, freshly showered and looking particularly captivating at that moment. Her tender cheeks made Lin Chen want to give them a kiss. Mangao, is something wrong? Lin Chen let Su Mangao into the room and asked. Su Mangao said gloomily, my mom knows I'm staying here tonight. They'll definitely suspect our relationship. Lin Chen asked, are they strongly against us? Su Mangao shook her head. Not exactly. If I made my choice, they would respect it. There are some things about you they don't know yet. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Didn't you tell them because you were afraid they'd think you're helping me score brownie points? Since you're going over anyway, say whatever you want yourself. Su Mangao pouted and said. With an amused grin, Lin Chen replied, alright then, I'll speak for myself and earn my future in-law's approval on my own. Su Mangao. What father-in-law and mother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen said in surprise, I'm not talking nonsense. We got our marriage certificate. Aren't they my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Su Mangao shot him a playful glare with her beautiful eyes. Our marriage is just between the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They're not your in-laws at all. Lin Chen nodded. Alright then. If your dad and I really hit it off, we might end up calling each other brothers. Su Mangao. Your passport will be ready tomorrow, and the visa is already sorted. You and Cici will be flying to the US the day after. Lin Chen asked, Mangao, what do your parents like? I can't just show up empty-handed. You don't need to bring anything. Lin Chen shook his head. That won't do. If we end up together in the future, it wouldn't look good if they recall that I came empty-handed the first time I met them. Who says we'll be together? You, if you want to prepare something, then just bring whatever. Su Mangao spoke these words before turning and quickly leaving the study. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Melting the icy CEO Su Mangao bit by bit is quite amusing. In the US, Su Guofeng pushed open the hospital room door. He spends his days accompanying his wife, while sleeping elsewhere at night. If Yang Qingyue had any emergencies, the doctors and nurses would notify him immediately. Living nearby, he could rush over quickly. Honey, how are you feeling today? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingyue, I'm fine, but Mangao has a problem. Su Guofeng's expression changed. Is Mangao sick? Yang Qingyue shook her head. Not sick. She slept at Lin Chen's place, and it probably wasn't the first time. Did Lin Chen win the competition? Cici said Daddy is the champion. Lin Chen went drinking with others tonight, and Mangao drove. She and Cici were waiting for Lin Chen to go home together. Su Guofeng took out breakfast from the thermal container. Lin Chen's team did win indeed. Mangao seems to have gained quite some recognition for Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue snapped impatiently. That goes without saying. If it weren't for that, would Mangao be sleeping at Lin Chen's place? Honey, what do you think? Su Guofeng replied. What else can we think? Before our daughter makes her choice, we'll do our best to vet things. But if she's made her decision, as parents we can only bless them. Did you think I'd actually try to tear them apart? Yang Qingyue was somewhat surprised. You seem to have come to recognize Lin Chen a bit more. Su Guofeng nodded in agreement. That's exactly right. Before, I thought Lin Chen was utterly ordinary, completely unworthy of Mangao, but now I realize Lin Chen isn't so bad after all. At least he's good at basketball and takes good care of Cici. At this point, Su Guofeng took out his phone. He opened a video. The video showed some highlights of Lin Chen playing basketball. Yang Qingyue hadn't seen it yet. Soon, surprise flickered in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Lin Chen's basketball skills completely outclassed everyone else's. After watching the 3-minute video, Yang Qingyue said, Honey, I don't understand basketball, but I think Lin Chen is really impressive. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. That's really impressive. I consulted a friend, and Chen Lin's skills are already at a level where he could play in the NBA. There are quite a few players in the NBA who aren't as good as him. Yang Qingyue was astonished. Su Guofeng, I'll talk to Chen Lin later to see if he's interested in pursuing opportunities in the US. If he's willing, I can pull some strings to get him into the NBA. With professional training, his basketball skills might improve further. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly. Daddy, catch the ball. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi were dribbling a basketball downstairs in their neighborhood. These past few days, Lin Xiaoqian has shown quite an interest in basketball. Lin Chen has been spending more time teaching her how to play. Host, you've spent 10 hours teaching Lin Xiaoqian basketball. Your skill level has risen to Grandmaster tier. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen absorbed a wealth of basketball knowledge while his muscles and nerves underwent subtle transformations. Finally reached Grandmaster tier. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. With his master-level skills and physical condition, there weren't more than 10 basketball players in the world who could surpass him. Chapter 56, Lin Chen arrives in the US. Mr. Lin, Cici, welcome aboard. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi boarded Su Mangao's private jet. The aircraft is registered under Su Mangao's name. Aunt Yaya, Aunt Tong Tong, hello there. Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly. Lin Chen nodded as he carried Lin Xiaoqian into the cabin. Su Mangao's jet was a Gulfstream G550. Its extravagant interior filling Lin Chen with silent awe. Wealth truly was wonderful. He used to always fly economy class, which was very cramped. It never occurred to him that he would actually get to ride a private jet, and that private jet would belong to his wife. President Lin, the plane will need to refuel mid-flight. Our total flight time will be around 16 hours. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything. One of the flight attendants said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded. The flight attendant walked away as Lin Xiaoxi said, "Daddy, let's make paper airplanes. I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma." "All right," Lin Shen said with a smile. He began teaching Lin Xiaoxi how to fold paper airplanes. 5 minutes passed, and a flood of aircraft-related information poured into Lin Shen's mind, most of which pertained to the Gulfstream G550 he was currently aboard. "System, it's not because there's something wrong with the plane, is it? That's why folding paper planes now gives me mostly this kind of information?" Lin Shen thought in his mind. If that were the case, he would take Lin Xiaoqi and disembark immediately. "System, Master, no. You're currently inside this aircraft, so related information takes priority. If anything unexpected happens, you'll be prepared." "Got it." Lin Shen let out a slight sigh of relief. Half an hour passed. Zoom. The private jet Lin Shen and the others were on lifted off gracefully. Lin Shen kept an eye on Lin Xiaoqian's condition. Plane ascents and descents, along with air pressure changes, tend to cause discomfort even for adults. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian seemed perfectly fine. She had sat through many flights before and knew how to cope with it. "Dad, let's keep going." Once the plane stabilized, Lin Xiaoxi giggled. "Sure." Lin Shen continued teaching Lin Xiaoxi how to fold paper airplanes, while a flood of flight-related information kept flooding into his mind. 2 hours had passed, and Lin Shen's understanding of this aircraft certainly no longer fell short of that of the captain and co-pilot. "Daddy, I'm so sleepy. I want to go to sleep now," Lin Xiaoqian said while yawning. Lin Shen smiled. "Xiaoxi, you can sleep if you're tired. We have a long journey ahead. Once you wake up, we can fold them together." MHM. Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep, and Lin Shen soon followed. He hadn't slept in economy class during the voyage, but now the spacious seats of the private jet made for comfortable rest. Time keeps passing by. On the airplane, Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoxi spent 15 hours together, with Lin Xiaoxi folding paper airplanes for about 4 or 5 of those hours. Lin Shen's aviation skills have improved significantly. He knew an extraordinary amount about this Gulfstream G550. Even its chief designer might not have understood it as well as he did. Zoom. With a deafening roar, the plane touched down, and Lin Shen's flight landed at Neo City International Airport. The plane slowly taxied to the parking area. A black sedan was waiting for Lin Shen and his group. "Mr. Lin, please get in. The boss sent me to pick you and CC up to the hotel," the driver beside the vehicle said respectfully. Lin Shen nodded, then carrying Lin Xiaoxi, he got into the car. The driver quickly took the wheel and smoothly drove them away. "Mangao, we've landed. Now heading to the hotel. After dropping off our things, we'll go to the hospital." Lin Shen sent Su Mangao a message. "Su Mangao, Lin Shen, are you guys okay? You'll need to adjust to the time difference when you get to New York." "I'm fine, and Xiao Qian seems pretty energetic too." "Got it." Su Mangao set down her phone and gazed at the documents in front of her, but for quite some time, her mind was elsewhere. Will there be any issues when Mom and Dad meet Lin Shen? After all, Lin Shen is Cece's father. If they clash, poor Cece would be caught in the middle. Su Mangao murmured to herself. More than an hour later, Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoxi arrived at the hotel. The driver who brought them took them to their room. "Mr. Lin, look over there. Mrs. Su is in that hospital, Ward 306 in Zone 3. Here's the pass, you'll need it to enter." The driver handed the pass to Lin Shen. Lin Shen gazed out the window. "It's really close. Walking there shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. The driver nodded. "Getting to the ward should take about 15 minutes. By the way, Chairman Su is staying next to you in room 305. It's daytime now, so Chairman Su is currently in the hospital." Lin Xiaoqi said in her childish voice, "Daddy, let's go see Grandpa and Grandma. I miss them so much." The driver said, "Mr. Lin, you have my business card. If you need a ride, just give me a call." "Sure." Lin Shen nodded. The driver left. Lin Shen asked, "Xiao Qian, aren't you tired after such a long flight? Should we wait until tomorrow to go over?" It was currently around 3 or 4 in the afternoon in New York. "Dad, I'm not tired." "Dad, are you tired?" Lin Shen shook his head. With a private jet allowing him to sleep lying down, his constitution meant he had no issues whatsoever. "Dad, let's go over then." "All right." Lin Shen picked up the gifts for Su Guofeng and the others and set off. The distance was short, so it didn't take long for Lin Shen and his group to arrive at the hospital entrance. It was a private hospital, and Lin Shen had to show his pass to enter the premises. As the distance narrowed, Lin Shen grew slightly more nervous. Beep beep. Lin Shen's phone rang. He set down Lin Xiaoqian and answered the call. It was Su Mangao calling. "Lin Shen, have you arrived at the hotel yet?" "Dream Yao, are you there?" Su Mangao asked as the call connected. "Lin Shen, we've already entered the hospital. Just 2 or 3 more minutes, and we'll be in the ward." Su Mangao's heart tightened. "You're going there today?" Xiaoxi wants to see her grandparents. "It's still not too late today, so let's take her to visit them first." Su Mangao remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "My father loves calligraphy, and my mother enjoys music. She plays the guzheng quite well." A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Mangao, don't worry. I'll do my best to win your parents' approval. Su Mangao, I was just making conversation. Hand the phone to Cici, I want to talk to her. Not long after Su Mangao finished speaking, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Su Mangao could no longer focus on the documents. She stood up and walked to the window. Mom and Dad, please don't start quarreling. Su Mangao thought to herself. Her heart was beating much faster right now. Room 306 in Zone 3, this is it. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqi to the door of the ward. Su Mangao's mother had undergone surgery some time ago and could technically be discharged, but the Su family was wealthy. Su Guofeng felt more at ease keeping her hospitalized for continued care. In case of special circumstances, the doctor can handle it immediately. Knock knock. Lin Chen reached out and knocked on the door. Chapter 57 Meeting Su Mangao's parents. Crack. Su Guofeng opened the door. Grandpa. Lin Xiaoqian called out cheerfully. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Uncle Su, I'm Lin Chen, Xiaoqian's father. Lin Xiaoqian, Daddy, you got it wrong. Grandpa is Mommy's father, so you should call him Dad too. Su Guofeng reached out and took Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. He kissed her and said with a laugh, Xiaoqian's right. We'll make your daddy correct that mistake later. Lin Chen, come in quickly. You must be exhausted after such a long flight. I thought you weren't coming until tomorrow. The three of them entered the room. The hospital suite consisted of an outer living area and an inner patient's room. Xiao Qian said she missed her grandparents. Since it was convenient, we came straight here. Lin Chen took down a painting tube hanging from his shoulder as he spoke. Uncle Su, I didn't know what gift to bring. I hope you and Auntie Yang will like this painting. Su Guofeng replied, you've already done us a great favor by bringing Cici over. Why bother with gifts? We should be thanking you. Lin Xiaoxi looked puzzled. Her grandfather didn't seem very familiar with her father. Grandpa, where's Grandma? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Su Guofeng smiled and said, your grandma fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet, but it's about time she should be awake. Is my husband here? It's Qianqian, right? Let me see Qianqian. Yang Qingyue said anxiously in the hospital room. Su Guofeng pushed open the door while carrying Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian stared blankly at Yang Qingyue lying on the hospital bed, her eyes quickly turning red. Grandma, you've lost weight. In just a short while, tears welled up in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. Qianqian, don't cry. Grandma's fine, I just haven't been eating much lately. The food here doesn't quite suit my taste. Yang Qingyue hurriedly reassured. Lin Xiaoqian's tears flowed as she said, Grandma, are you sick? You must get better soon. MHM. Grandma will recover soon if we seize the time. Yang Qingyue quickly responded. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Aunt Yang, I'm Lin Chen, Xiaoxi's father. Yang Qingyue smiled. Mangyao told me you're looking after Cici now, and doing a wonderful job. You've been working hard. Lin Chen shook his head. Taking care of little Cici isn't hard work. She's very sensible, and she brings me so much joy. Su Guofeng helped Yang Qingyue sit up. Grandma, your hands have gotten thinner too. Lin Xiaoqian held Yang Qingyue's hand in her tiny palms. Yang Qingyue had never been plump to begin with, but now her hand felt withered and thin as a twig. Xianxian, don't worry. Grandma will get better. Yang Qingyue said softly. Lin Xiaoqian, Grandma, you need to eat more rice. At this, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Chen. Daddy, can we bring some food to Grandma? Of course. Lin Chen smiled and said. Lin Xiaoxi said happily, Grandma, Daddy makes the yummiest food. You're gonna love it. Really? Then Grandma can't wait to try it. Yang Qingyue said with a gentle smile, Hubby, help me out of bed. I want to get up and sit in the living room for a bit. Cici, let's go outside first. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqi outside. A few minutes later, Su Guofeng, Yang Qingyue, and the others also came out. The living room covered 50 or 60 square meters, furnished with sofas and a television. This hospitalization environment was quite decent indeed. Naturally, the daily expenses weren't insignificant either. Grandma, my dad is also a doctor. Since you're not feeling well, would you like him to take a look at you? Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Yang Qingyue asked in surprise, Lin Chen, you know medicine too? Lin Chen nodded. I know a little. I can handle Xiao Qian's cold, but more complicated cases might be beyond me. That's still good to hear. It's quite common for children to catch colds and cough with a fever. Yang Qingyue smiled and said, Old Su showed me the video of you playing basketball. I didn't realize you were so skilled at it. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Grandma, I watched Daddy play basketball too, and he's the best. Su Guofeng, Lin Chen, are you interested in pursuing NBA opportunities? I could help pull some strings to get you into the NBA. Uncle Su, I don't have that idea for now. The most important thing for me at the moment is to take good care of Xiao Qian. Lin Chen said. Su Guofeng nodded. If you ever change your mind in the future, just tell me and I'll do my best to help arrange it. Thank you, Uncle Su. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Dad, you two are acting strange. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Ziok asked in bafflement. Daddy, we're family. Helping each other is what families do. You thank me, and now you're thanking Grandpa. Why not? Yang Qingyue replied, Cici, it might be because we grandparents and your father haven't seen each other for too long. After such a long time apart, we've grown a little distant from one another. Old Su, why don't you and Lin Chen go for a walk? Have a good chat. Cici, Grandma will play with you. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen and Su Guofeng arrived downstairs. Su Guofeng had chosen a very high-end private hospital. The environment inside was excellent, with the downstairs area resembling a park. Lin Chen, regarding what happened back then, we actually owe you our thanks. If it weren't for you, Mengyao's psychological trauma would have undoubtedly been much worse. She might even contemplate something drastic. The two walked slowly when Su Guofeng broke the silence. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, thanks aren't necessary. Su Guofeng, you still deserve proper gratitude. If you want to enter the NBA, I'll help you get in. If not, I'll provide you with 10 million in startup funding. Lin Chen thought to himself, seems Su Mangao hasn't said anything at all. Had she spoken, Su Guofeng should have known he currently has no need for 10 million in startup capital. Uncle Su, are you against us being together? Su Guofeng shook his head. Don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant. If you were entirely ordinary, I wouldn't agree. You can't just stay together solely for Cece's sake. That way, you'd still separate when Cece grows up. A marriage like that would only waste your time. Now that you have a daughter too, as a father, can you understand? Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Su Guofeng said, the situation is different now. You're exceptionally good at basketball, that's a major highlight of yours. Money doesn't matter as long as you excel in something. If you two genuinely come together, Mengyao's mother and I would absolutely bless your union. Lin Chen stared at Su Guofeng in surprise. Su Guofeng was much more approachable than he had expected. Su Guofeng said with a light sigh, perhaps only by being with you can Mengyao truly emerge from the shadows of those past years. Lin Chen replied, Uncle Su, I will help Mengyao move past it. Got it. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. What are your plans for the future? He asked. If you start a business, I can offer you some advice. But if you choose basketball, then you'll have to work hard on your own. Lin Chen smiled, Uncle Su, actually I already have a job right now and earn some money every month. Chapter 58. Su Mangyao's parents are shocked. Su Guofeng asked suspiciously, aren't you taking care of Qianqian right now? Where would you find the time to work and earn money? After Cece falls asleep, I can make money online. Su Guofeng frowned slightly, that's not good. Raising a child isn't easy, and making money on top of that is even harder. Doesn't Mengyao give you living expenses every month? If that's the case, I should talk to her about it. Lin Chen, Uncle Su, I'm not tired at all. Right now I work less than half an hour a day. Su Guofeng, you probably don't earn much in this short time. I'll have Mengyao give you some money every month. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, that's not necessary. I make about 3 to 5 million every month. Su Guofeng froze. How much did you say? Lin Chen replied, 5 million would be no problem under normal circumstances. His plan was to publish one new book every month. Not counting his older works, the royalties and signing fees from the new books alone would amount to 6 million. You're not doing anything illegal, are you? Su Guofeng said with a solemn expression. Working less than half an hour a day, earning at least 5 million a month, he genuinely couldn't fathom any heavenly job like this. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not illegal. I write fairy tales online and get royalties from published books. Su Guofeng froze. Lin Chen, don't tell me you're Linu. Su Mangao had once shown him Lin Yu's transcription of the Orchid Pavilion preface, so he knew Lin Yu was a top-tier fairy tale master. The only one who could earn this much money writing fairy tales was Lin Yu. Lin Chen smiled and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. For the published book, I originally wanted to call it Cece's Bedtime Stories, but later I didn't want people to notice Cece because of it, so I didn't use that name. You. Su Guofeng stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen was actually the Lin Yu from the internet. Jiang Xuesong and other calligraphy masters all held Lin Yu's calligraphy in high regard, and even he himself felt that Lin Yu's calligraphy was exceptionally remarkable. Lin Yu's identity remained a mystery, with no trace of information about him online. Su Guofeng never imagined that Lin Chen could actually be Lin Yu. Does Mengyao know you're Lin Yu? After a long while, Su Guofeng finally asked. Lin Chen nodded. She knew Lin Yu was my pen name. She also knew I'd earned some money writing fairy tales. When she offered me living expenses before, I refused. Su Guofeng's lips twitched. Mengyao knew you were Lin Yu all along? She actually kept it from us. Lin Chen explained, I asked her to keep it confidential. If word spread that I'm Lin Yu, it could affect my ability to take care of Cece normally. We'd probably get surrounded whenever we went out. %%. Su Guofeng waved his hand. You probably didn't ask her to keep it from us. She just didn't want to say it herself. I'll have a word with her later. Lin Chen, your calligraphy is unexpectedly strong. your fairy tale writing skills are equally formidable. And you're so good at basketball too, why haven't you shown these talents before? Su Guofeng looked somewhat puzzled. The investigation results showed Lin Chen was entirely ordinary. Appearance might be his only strong point, but Lin Chen used to dress so plainly that even this advantage was largely overshadowed. Lin Chen smiled without answering. He never had such abilities before. Lin Chen, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Everyone has their own little secrets. Thank you, Uncle Su. In the hospital room, Yang Qingyue brought out some snacks for Lin Xiaoqian. She had asked Su Guofeng to prepare them even before Lin Xiaoqian arrived. Xiaoxi, are Mom and Dad doing well? Yang Qingyue inquired. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Grandma, they're great. Mom and Dad are both in perfect health and haven't been sick. Yang Qingyue facepalmed. I must be sick and confused, asking such an indirect question to a 2-year-old child. How could Lin Xiaoqian possibly understand what I was asking? Do you sleep with your mommy and daddy? Do they hug and kiss each other? Yang Qingyue rephrased her question. Munching on her snack, Lin Xiaoqian answered, Grandma, I haven't slept with mommy and daddy yet. Mommy and daddy kiss in their room. Yang Qingyue muttered to herself. It seemed Lin Chen and Su Mangao hadn't made substantial progress yet. Lin Xiaoqi said they were kissing in the room, which probably wasn't true. Lin Chen must have just been fooling around with Lin Xiaoqi. Knock knock. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others returned. Xiaoqian, we need to head back now. We'll come visit Grandpa and Grandma here again tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian was somewhat reluctant, but she still bid farewell to Yang Qingyue and the others as Lin Chen scooped her up and carried her away. Darling, Lin Chen and Mangyao probably haven't made actual progress yet. They're most likely just putting on an act to deceive Xiaoqian, making her think they're genuinely in love. Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng, I actually hope they've made progress. If there's no progress at all, Mengyao's psychological trauma might be far more severe than we realized. Yang Qingyue was puzzled. I told you about Linu. Lin Chen is Linu. Ha? Yang Qingyue froze. She knew of Linu, but how could Lin Chen be Linu? Linu's fairy tale writing and calligraphy were both of the highest standard. Honey, are you sure? Su Guofeng, Lin Chen said it himself. Do you think he would deliberately lie to me about something like this? Yang Qingyue shook her head. There was absolutely no point in lying about such matters, and it could even backfire. Honey, Lin Chen is extremely talented. He excels in fairy tale writing, calligraphy, and is also great at basketball. Su Guofeng nodded. Mangyao knows all this. If she truly had no feelings for Lin Chen at all, don't you think her issue would be far more serious than we assumed? Yang Qingyue muttered. Could they really have been intimate in the room? Ha? Su Guofeng inquired. Cici said they didn't sleep together, but sometimes they'd close the door and kiss inside the room. I originally thought they were just putting on a show. Su Guofeng suddenly stood up. He took out the painting case Lin Chen had brought. After wiping the coffee table clean, Su Guofeng opened the painting case and unrolled its contents. Su Guofeng was stunned. He thought it was a piece of calligraphy, but it turned out to be a painting. The painting depicted pine trees and cranes. It was a pine and crane painting, symbolizing health and longevity, a representation of enduring vitality. Honey, this painting looks really good. You understand this better than I do, what do you think of it? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingyue remained silent, carefully examining it. Gradually, over 10 minutes passed. Wife. Su Guofeng nudged Yang Qingyue, who was deeply absorbed. What's wrong? Yang Qingyue asked in bewilderment. Su Guofeng, honey, what do you think of this painting? Yang Qingyue thought for a moment and said, someone once gave my father a painting of pine trees and cranes. When Dad learned it was worth 18 million, he immediately returned it. I've seen that painting, it's not as good as this one. But that was a famous artist's work, and moreover, a cultural relic. This one is a new piece. At this point, shock flickered in Yang Qingyue's eyes as she whispered, honey, could Lin Chen have painted this himself? Su Guofeng, I suspect so. His calligraphy is so excellent, there's no need to give someone else's work as a gift. Just call Mangyao and ask, that will settle it. As he spoke, Su Guofeng took out his phone. Chapter 59, Mangyao, Lin Chen is Linu? Yang Qingyue, honey, it's still dark in China right now. I'll send Mangyao a message first. She'll reply to us as soon as she wakes up. Su Guofeng finished speaking and sent a message to Su Mangao. Dad, what's wrong? More than an hour later, Su Mangao replied to the message. She had woken up relatively early. Su Guofeng made a video call to Su Mangao. Dad, is there something you need? Su Mangao asked. She was still in bed at the moment, needing to lie still for a while after waking up. Su Guofeng said irritably, Mangyao, why didn't you tell us Lin Chen could paint so well? Yang Qingyue glanced at her husband. They still couldn't confirm whether this painting was actually Lin Chen's work. On the other end of the phone, Su Mangao sounded slightly embarrassed. Dad, wouldn't it be better for Lin Chen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng, so the painting was really done by Lin Chen? Dad, you were fishing for information. Su Mangao pouted playfully, just ask directly if you want to know. Why trick me into revealing it? As if I'd ever hide anything from you? Su Guofeng said irritably, you have a record. You knew Lin Chen is Linu, but you didn't say anything. When you sent me the Orchid Pavilion preface written by Linu before, you already knew Lin Chen was Linu, didn't you? Su Mangao. Dad, that's not important. What does it have to do with me and Lin Chen? Why am I even saying all this? Yang Qingyue leaned closer. Mangao, don't you have any feelings for Lin Chen? His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball are all extremely impressive. He's already exceptionally outstanding. Not at all. Su Mangao spoke somewhat disingenuously. Su Guofeng, that's good then. Your mother and I have found a suitable match for you. You should get to know each other when the time comes. Dad, please don't interfere randomly. Su Mangao quickly replied. Su Guofeng, we've consulted the doctor, and the best way for you to move forward is to start a new relationship. Don't worry, we've found an excellent match for your blind date. Absolutely a tall, rich, and handsome man. You should keep your distance from Lin Chen and spend more time with this new prospect. Su Mangao. She took a deep breath and said, Dad, it's not that I have no feelings for Lin Chen at all. I've already started developing some affection for him. Please don't go around making blind date arrangements for me anymore. Yang Qingyue smiled. Your dad didn't look for you. Su Mangao rolled her eyes. Dad, you're addicted to lying to me. Su Guofeng laughed. Who told you not to tell the truth now? If you were honest, your dad wouldn't have to do this. You've developed some fondness for Lin Chen. If you don't explain Lin Chen's situation, aren't you afraid we might give him cold treatment? Su Mangao shook her head. Lin Chen is Cece's father, and what's more, he's done our family a favor. You wouldn't say anything too harsh to him. Su Guofeng, what other good qualities does Lin Chen have? Tell us all about them. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate him before? Su Guofeng. Yang Qingyue spoke up. Mangao, stop bickering with your dad. Tell us about Lin Chen in detail. It'd help us understand his situation better. Su Mangao, Mom, you already know. He's quite good at calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball. Anything else? These are excellent, but I feel like there might be more? Su Guofeng inquired. Su Mangao, his culinary skills are exceptional, among the world's top tier. Additionally, he has a remarkable talent for languages, likely fluent in 7 or 8 foreign tongues. I don't know anything else. I'm not very familiar with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue were utterly shocked. There really was such a thing. Dad, don't go spreading this around. He might be worried about being dissected like a lab rat, or secretly assassinated by some government faction. Su Mangao said. Su Guofeng, his concerns aren't unfounded. Some of our country's top geniuses have died under mysterious circumstances. Don't worry, your mom and I would never breathe a word of this. Yang Qingyue, Mangao, Lin Chen is such an outstanding man, and you two have CC together. You need to make sure you hold on to him tightly. Oh, Su Guofeng, Mangao, you need to be more attentive. Don't let Lin Chen turn to someone else, or CC might end up with a stepmother someday. Dad, if he ends up with someone else, then it means we weren't meant to be. Alright, I need to get up for work now. Bye. Su Mangao quickly hung up the phone after finishing her words. Honey, your investigation back then was completely unreliable. Yang Qingyue said. Who could have guessed Lin Chen would be so deeply hidden? Mangao says she's starting to develop some feelings for him. They might actually have a chance. If they end up together, and Mangao fully moves on, that would be absolutely wonderful. Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingyue nodded. I hope Mangao can seize this opportunity. If she fails, her condition might deteriorate further. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen bought some groceries. Spending some money, Lin Chen borrowed the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes, packed them in food containers, and brought them to the hospital. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy cooked food. Daddy's food is the best. You'll definitely love it, Grandma. Lin Shaoqi said sweetly. Lin Chen looked suspicious. Uncle Su, Auntie Yang, is there something wrong with me? Su Guofeng and the others were looking at him oddly. No. Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Chen opened the food container, and the aroma immediately spread. Yang Qingyue swallowed hard. She had lost appetite since her surgery, and the doctor diagnosed her with mild anorexia, but right now, she found herself craving food. She really wanted to try the dishes Lin Chen had prepared. Uncle Su, Auntie Yang, give it a try. It doesn't look very presentable, but the taste should be decent. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Shaoqian, Grandma, hurry and taste it. Got it. Yang Qingyue took a bite and froze immediately. The ingredients were familiar, but the flavor was worlds apart. Not even a 5-star hotel chef could achieve this level of mastery. Let me taste it too. Su Guofeng tried a bite. He stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. Su Mangao hadn't been exaggerating. Lin Chen's culinary skills were undoubtedly world-class. Grandpa, Grandma, isn't this delicious? Daddy's cooking is the best. Mommy and I both love it. Lin Shaoqian giggled. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yang Qingyue stopped eating. She was utterly stuffed. Mild anorexia simply couldn't exist in the face of such delicious flavors. Lin Chen, I have an awkward request. Grandma Cece was diagnosed with anorexia by her doctor, but she's been eating very well today. Could you deliver one meal per day while you're staying here? Su Guofeng said somewhat sheepishly. If Lin Chen and Su Mangao were together, he wouldn't need to feel embarrassed. Between family, there's no need for formalities. But right now, Lin Chen and Su Mangao weren't together yet. Of course it's no problem. Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Su, you really don't need to be so polite with me. He wouldn't hesitate to take Xiao Bai Kai when the time came. Chapter 60, Trouble at the Shooting Range. After lunch, Su Guofeng returned to the hotel together with them. Yang Qingyue planned to take an afternoon nap, so there was no need for him to stay there at noon. Grandpa, tell me a story. This storybook was written by Dad. It's really good. Little Shilin sat on the bed and said in a childish voice, Alright, Grandpa will tell you a story. Su Guofeng spoke gently, recounting for over 10 minutes until Lin Xiaoxian drifted off to sleep with a faint smile on her face. Lin Chen, have a seat. Su Guofeng ushered Lin Chen to sit in the outer living room. He had booked a deluxe suite for Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi, which included a small sitting area outside the bedroom. What happened back then traumatized Mangyao. She's seen many doctors, and although she appears fine now, she hasn't fully recovered. I hope you can be a bit more patient with her. Rather than rushing into a confession and forcing a quick resolution, you two should take things slowly, letting them develop naturally in due course. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Su, I understand. I know some medical skills, and many people suffer from psychological barriers due to trauma. Su Guofeng smiled faintly. Lin Chen, thank you for your understanding. That incident actually gave both me and her mother quite a shock. Since then, we become even more anxious about her condition, terrified something might go wrong again. Lin Chen said, Uncle Su, I'll protect her. He recalled the scene after drinking, when Su Mangao had waited for him. That proud, icy CEO actually had moments that warmed his heart. Got it. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen, some wealthy parents prefer sons-in-law who are honest but perhaps a bit foolish. But I'm different. I want someone who can truly rely upon for Mangao. Her mother and I won't always be around to protect her. We came into this world with nothing and will leave with nothing. As long as you two are happy, all our wealth will be yours someday. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, you're mistaken. Even if Mangyao and I end up together, your money will always remain yours. I can earn my own living. If we were together, it would be because of her as a person, not because of the Su family's money. Su Guofeng gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen, let's talk about this later. Both Mingyao's mother and I think highly of you. Lin Chen nodded and asked with a smile, Uncle Su, is there a shooting range nearby? I'd like to try my hand at shooting. Su Guofeng nodded. There's one a bit further away. When Mingyao's mother was sick and I was under pressure, I used to go there. Shooting helps relieve stress. I have a black membership card there. You can take my black card with you. You can play with any gun there. You can go now. I'll watch Cece here. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoxi was perfectly safe with Su Guofeng watching over her. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the shooting range. He felt the gun in his hand. Playing at the amusement park with Lin Xiaoxi had given him plenty of shooting experience, and now holding the gun felt familiar. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen fired 3 shots in quick succession. The first shot was slightly off, but the second and third hit dead center, making him appear like a battle-hardened veteran. Time ticked by minute after minute. Lin Chen indulged himself with various firearms. He gained experience with all kinds of firearms, proving himself competent with any weapon he handled. Hello. A blonde woman approached Lin Chen. Note, single female lead, no ambiguity, this woman is quite plain-looking, don't get the wrong idea. She spoke broken Chinese. Lin Chen asked fluently in English, I speak English. May I ask what you need? The blonde woman's eyes lit up. Your English is excellent. I want to hire a bodyguard, your marksmanship is outstanding, and I'd like you to be my protector. 1 month, payment of $100,000. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. $100,000 a month isn't chump change. Sorry, I'm just here for fun. Besides, I'm heading back home soon, I can't be your bodyguard. With $100,000, you could hire several professional bodyguards. Lin Chen shook his head in refusal. The blonde woman said, the people causing me trouble are quite capable. I'm concerned that professional security firms might not be up to the task, which is why I came to the shooting range to find someone suitable myself. I'll pay you $200,000 a month. Lin Chen shook his head again. I don't need the money. This isn't about money, ma'am. Please find someone else. $300,000. I can pay you $150,000 up front. The blonde woman still wouldn't give up. Lin Chen still shook his head. At this moment, 2 people began walking towards Lin Chen and his group. Their hands reached inside their clothes. From their eyes, Lin Chen could sense murderous intent. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Trouble had arrived. The two approaching men pulled out guns from inside their coats. One of them aimed at Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen fired 2 quick shots. Both bullets struck precisely between the eyebrows of those 2 men. Since these 2 wanted to kill him too, he certainly wouldn't hold back. If he hesitated when the enemy had guns, he'd be dead. The blonde woman froze for a moment. You saved my life. Here's my business card. If I survive this month, I'll use my family's influence to help you with one difficult matter in the future. The blonde woman produced what looked like an ordinary business card. Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Their bodies. The blonde woman said, you don't need to worry about that. Get me the gun, and I'll say I killed them. I'll have the family handle it. No police will come looking for you. Lin Chen handed the gun to the blonde woman. I don't need your help, but don't let any trouble find me either. We'll never meet again. Lin Chen left quickly. The blonde woman made a call. Andrew, 2 assassins came for me. I killed them instead. I'm currently at. Get someone to dispose of the bodies. After leaving the shooting range, Lin Chen took a taxi to another location, changing cabs several times before finally returning to his hotel. Daddy, where did you go? Lin Xiaoqian was already awake and came bounding happily toward him. Lin Chen bent down and picked up Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Daddy has some business to take care of outside. CC, have you been good? Were you being naughty? Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and asked. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. I wasn't naughty. I was drawing with Grandpa, and I drew better than him. Su Guofeng exclaimed in amazement. Lin Chen, CC has extraordinary talent for painting. It must be inherited from you. Lin Chen set Lin Xiaoxi down, saying, Xiaoxi, draw for a while longer. Paint a picture for your grandparents. Uncle Su, I need to talk to you about something. While Lin Xiaoxi continued painting in the bedroom, Lin Chen and Su Guofeng moved to the living room. Su Guofeng asked with suspicion, Lin Chen, you look troubled. Did something happen? Lin Chen recounted the incident at the shooting range. What about the business card? Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Chen handed the business card to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng looked at the business card with surprise in his eyes. Lin Chen, this family is quite formidable. Saving Selina might not necessarily be a bad thing. Su Guofeng said. Lin Chen, Uncle Su, you know this family? Su Guofeng nodded. I know a little. That family is at least 10 times more powerful than our Su family. Is Selina pretty? Lin Chen. He shook his head. Just average, Uncle Su. I killed those 2 assassins. Won't that bring trouble? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing by asking this? Su Guofeng said, even if people find out, they were trying to kill you. Your counterattack was justified. For 2 dead men, they wouldn't dare provoke our Su family. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He thought to himself, he really needed to boost his combat abilities. The most reliable thing is one's own strength. Chapter 61, should Lin Chen and the others get their marriage certificate first? Lin Chen frowned in confusion. I killed their assassin and ruined their plans. Are they really not going to retaliate? Su Guofeng said, most won't. Powerful factions are involved in countless matters, with many plans disrupted each year. If they sought revenge for everything, they'd make enemies of the entire world. If they retaliated wildly over minor issues, what would other factions think? They'd certainly fear becoming targets of revenge too. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Su Guofeng explained, ending things within a month suggests this was likely an internal power struggle within the family. Causing trouble for one's own clan would be a mark against them. Small factions and minor families may hold grudges easily, but for major powers and great clans, what matters most is always interest. You're just inadvertently caught up in this matter. Don't worry too much. Lin Chen, I'm not worried about myself. With you and Aunt Young in America, I'm concerned you might run into trouble. Su Guofeng smiled. There's no need to worry about us. The wealthy have an unspoken understanding amongst themselves. What good would killing us do them, besides bringing a storm of trouble upon themselves? Everyone in this circle plays by the rules. If you don't follow them, the rest will keep ostracizing you. So many tycoons have been driven to bankruptcy. How many have you seen resorting to murder over such matters? Lin Chen thought it over and realized such cases were exceedingly rare. Countless are those who go bankrupt, while the wealthy slain are as rare as phoenix feathers. Uncle Su, we'll be as careful as we can. Su Guofeng nodded. Don't worry, I've hired bodyguards, the best security team from an American firm. If anything happens to us, it'd be a slap in their face too. All factions would give them some deference. Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Guofeng, I'll have someone look into this and see what's really going on with them. I'll let you know when I find out. Cece's asleep, you should get some rest too. Su Guofeng stood up and left. Beep beep. Back in his own room, Su Guofeng made a phone call. He also had some connections in the States. Within half an hour, Su Guofeng received the news. So it really is an internal family feud. Su Guofeng muttered to himself. Su Guofeng had already added Lin Chen on WeChat. He sent Lin Chen a message. Lin Chen, it's just infighting within the Dawson family. Nothing to worry about. Got it, Uncle Su. Lin Chen felt relieved. However, the incident also served as a wake-up call for him. The world is not as peaceful as it seems. Only by becoming stronger can he protect himself and his family. I wonder when I'll finally acquire martial arts skills. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He believed skills should come naturally. Forcing Lin Xiaoqi to practice martial arts deliberately would never yield any abilities. You're over 2 years old now, Xiaoxi. You're not a toddler anymore. Time to step up your game. Lin Chen walked into the bedroom. He gently tapped Lin Xiaoxi's little nose. A sweet smile spread across Xiaoxi's face, though no one could tell what delightful dream she was having. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Su Guofeng took Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital, and at noon, Lin Chen prepared lunch for the 4 of them to eat together at the hospital. Lin Chen would make extra portions so Yang Qingyue could have some in the evening too. Eating well at every meal, Yang Qingyue recovered significantly. I'll miss you, Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma, get well soon and come back quickly, Lin Xiaoqian said reluctantly. Lin Chen and the others had been here for a week, and no matter how much Su Guofeng and the others wanted them to stay, they had to let Lin Chen and his family return. Su Mangao misses Lin Xiaoqian too. Besides, Lin Chen and Su Mangao need to spend more time together. Grandma will get better soon. Qianqian, listen to mommy and daddy, okay? Yang Qingyue hugged Lin Xiaoqian with a gentle smile. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Knock knock. The door suddenly creaked open, and Su Guofeng was greeted not by a doctor, but by a golden-haired woman. This blonde woman turned out to be Salina. She held an enormous bouquet of flowers in her hands. Mr. Su, my name is Salina. I've come to visit your wife, Salina said with a smile. Su Guofeng invited Salina into the room. Salina presented the bouquet of flowers to Yang Qingyue, then turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your help. I have achieved victory. If you ever need help in the future, please contact me. Lin Chen said softly, I'm not helping you. I'm protecting myself. Just make sure no one disturbs us. Don't worry, that won't happen, Salina promised. She left after barely staying 2 minutes. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, Xiaoxi, and I will be heading off first. Take care. Not long after, Lin Chen left as well, carrying Lin Xiaoxi in his arms. Even though Salina isn't particularly stunning, she's not bad-looking either. Do you think she might have an interest in Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue asked with a hint of concern. Su Guofeng, honey, what are you thinking about? The Dawson family's assets are worth tens of billions of dollars, far richer than our Su family. She'll be the Dawson family's heir in the future. Lin Chen is quite outstanding himself. You think Salina would never have any interest in Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue slightly furrowed her brows. Su Guofeng, well, it's not entirely impossible, but the chances are extremely slim, darling, so there's no need to worry. Don't you have confidence in Mangao? Yang Qingyue, of course I have confidence if Mangao takes the initiative. Our daughter is no less than anyone else, but she's always been icy towards men. I just worry that with time, Lin Chen's enthusiasm might fade. Su Guofeng said with a peculiar expression. Wife, aren't you too satisfied with Lin Chen now? One who eats from another's hand dare not bite it. I've eaten so many meals at his expense. Yang Qingyue muttered, honey, do you think we should advise Mangao to register the marriage with Lin Chen first? They could get the certificate first and then gradually develop their feelings. Register first? Yeah, with kids already, getting a marriage certificate isn't a big deal. Su Guofeng thought for a moment and said, no rush. Let them spend more time together first. We'll see how things are between them when we get back. Little did Su Guofeng and the others know that Lin Chen and his partner had already registered their marriage. After about 20 hours, the plane landed safely. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to fold paper airplanes, he gathered a lot of information about planes, especially about the Gulfstream G550. He half expected something unusual to happen. As it turned out, his system wasn't one for causing trouble. Mom! Descending from the plane, Lin Xiaoqian said cheerfully. Su Mangao drove the car right into the airport to pick them up. Cici, I've missed you so much. Su Mangao picked up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Mom, Dad, and I missed you so much too. Did you miss Dad? Su Mangao turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Her face flushed slightly red. I did miss him. Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Mommy, put me down. You and Daddy should kiss and hug too. Su Mangao. Mom doesn't hug your dad now. Your dad hasn't showered in ages, he must stink. Lin Chen, you drive. I'll hold CC. Su Mangao didn't let her assistant drive, she came behind the wheel herself. Alright, Lin Chen said with a smile. The three quickly got into the car. Mom, let me tell you a little secret. Lin Xiaoqian whispered. But the car interior was small, so Lin Chen could hear every word clearly. What secret? Su Mangao asked. Lin Xiaoqian leaned in close to Su Mangao's ear, and Auntie came looking for Dad, and she even brought flowers. Chapter 62, Su Mangao gets jealous. Su Mangao froze momentarily. Her eyes turned to Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, you're quite popular. Lin Chen muttered to himself that perhaps giving Su Mangao a little sense of crisis might speed up their relationship. Mangao, why do you ask? Lin Chen pretended not to hear what Lin Xiaoqian had said. Nothing important. Su Mangao teased Lin Xiaoqian and ignored Lin Chen. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the residential parking lot. Mangao, you and Xiaoqian go up first. I'll go buy some groceries, there's nothing at home right now. Lin Chen said with a smile. Got it. Su Mangao nodded. She and Lin Xiaoqian went upstairs into the room. Cici, was the auntie who gave Dad flowers pretty? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Mom, no. That auntie wasn't giving flowers to Dad, she was giving them to Grandma. Su Mangao. She had been feeling a little gloomy the whole way here, but it turned out the flowers weren't meant for Lin Chen after all. Cici, you said some auntie came looking for Daddy and even brought flowers? Su Mangao said irritably. Lin Xiaoxi asked confused. Mom, did I say something wrong? Su Mangao sighed helplessly. Not entirely wrong, but the meaning is completely different. Is that auntie pretty? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Auntie is very pretty. She couldn't really tell, but she felt there was nothing wrong with giving compliments. Cici, go play on the balcony. Your toys haven't seen you for so long, they all miss you. Su Mangao said. MHM. Lin Xiaoqi skipped happily toward the balcony. Mom, Xiaoqi's back. Are you guys okay? Have you been feeling better these past few days? Su Mangao went to the study and video called Yang Qingyue. Sounds fine to me. It's good that Lin Chen and Xiaoqian made it back safely. Mangao, Lin Chen is quite outstanding. You should give it a try with him. Don't regret it later if you miss your chance now. Yang Qingyue said. Su Mangao pouted. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Chen just left a few days ago, and you're already taking his side. Dad called yesterday and spoke up for Lin Chen too. Yang Qingyue said, Lin Chen is outstanding by himself, and he's done a great job raising Cici. Do you really want Cici to have step-parents in the future? The two of you staying together is what's best. Mom, you didn't say that before. Su Mangao muttered. Yang Qingyue, knowing Lin Chen plays basketball well, which isn't too ordinary, your father and I approved of him. We just didn't expect Lin Chen to be this outstanding. Su Mangao pretended to casually ask, Mom, Shanshan mentioned a pretty auntie sent you flowers. Who is it? Yang Qingyue's heart stirred slightly as she said, I don't know your father, she's a friend Lin Chen made here, and she is indeed quite beautiful. Svetlana's looks are actually just slightly above average. Su Mangao's beauty is top tier. The gap is quite significant. Yang Qingyue deliberately said that. Lin Chen's friends even came to visit you, that's thoughtful. Mom, I just called to let you know I'm safe. Gotta go, I need to give Cici a bath now. Su Mangao hung up the video call immediately after speaking. A faint smile appeared on Yang Qingyue's face. She was Su Mangao's mother, and no one knows a daughter better than her own mother. Su Mangao's video call to reassure her of her safety was secondary, her main purpose was to find out more about the woman who sent the flowers. In the past, Su Mangao had always just sent a text message to let her know she was safe. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned. Su Mangao had also finished bathing Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Chen, make less food for lunch. I'm on a diet recently, I don't want lunch. Su Mangao said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked Mangao up and down and said, Mangao, you've already got a perfect figure, what are you dieting for? Besides, who ever heard of skipping lunch when dieting? Most people just skip dinner when they're trying to lose weight. Su Mangao, I already ate a big breakfast and don't feel like lunch. Make less food later so we don't waste it. Really not eating? Not eating. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Alright, I'll make less. Mangao, I know a bit about medicine, doing this occasionally is fine, but making it a habit isn't good for your health. I do. Su Mangao continued to play with Lin Xiaoqian. She definitely had to spend some quality time with Lin Xiaoqian after her long absence. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. So fragrant. Su Mangao swallowed hard. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking. Only he and Lin Xiaoqian would be eating, so he had prepared just 3 dishes. Fish, meat, and greens. It was quite a decent meal. Mom, dinner's ready. Let's go wash our hands first. Lin Xiaoqi said happily. Su Mangao finished washing Lin Xiaoqi's hands, then lifted her onto the dining chair. Chi-Chi, Mommy isn't hungry. Mom has to leave first for work, you eat with Dad. I'll come see you again in a couple days. Su Mangao kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Mom, aren't you hungry? Lin Xiaoqi looked puzzled. But your stomach just growled. Grandma says when your stomach growls, it means your tummy wants to eat. Gurgle. At that moment, Su Mangao's stomach growled again. Lin Chen's cooking smelled delicious, and the presentation was also quite impressive. Mangao, it's not like you're not hungry. I cooked enough rice for you, and 3 dishes should barely be enough for us. Lin Chen went to the kitchen to scoop out a bowl of rice as he finished speaking. After the meal, Su Mangao rushed to do the dishes. By the time she finished washing up, Lin Xiaoqi had already fallen asleep. Mangao, are you perhaps jealous? Selena came to me because I helped her with something big. She's average looking and poses no threat to you. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao with a smile and said jovially. Su Mangao replied coolly, don't flatter yourself. Me being jealous? I just want you to remember we have an agreement. If you find someone else, we'll get divorced first. I still have work at the company. I'm leaving first. Lin Chen, what's going on here? Mangao, the Selena flowers weren't for me, they're for your mother. I know. Lin Chen, when Cici isn't around, just call me by my name. We're not that close. Su Mangao walked toward the door to change her shoes and leave. Lin Chen was completely baffled. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening. Little did he know, his future mother-in-law in the US had just given him an unexpected assist. Even the little girl said that auntie was very pretty. Mangao, let's make things clear before you leave. Lin Chen blocked the doorway. It was good that Su Mangao showed a little jealousy, but too much of it wasn't healthy. Sunina is beautiful. Why did you say she's ordinary? We're just getting registered. I won't control you anyway, so there's no need to lie. I really dislike this kind of behavior. Su Mangao frowned and said. Lin Chen was puzzled. I didn't lie. Xiao, she said she's beautiful? You can't always believe what kids say. My mom also thinks she's very beautiful. Su Mangao said calmly. Lin Chen. Damn, both the adult and the child had given him a boost without realizing it. Chapter 63 Su Mangao's Gift. Lin Chen stepped aside and said helplessly, Mangao, you should go back and ask our mom again. The difference in aesthetic standards between people shouldn't be this vast. Su Mangao. She rolled her beautiful eyes at him. What do you mean our mom? That's my mom. You help Cici adjust to the time difference. Su Mangao opened the door and left. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Su Mangao got into her car but didn't start it immediately. Instead, she sat there quietly lost in thought. Did mom deliberately say Serena is beautiful? Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. She glanced at the time, midnight. It would be the middle of the night in America, and her parents were probably already asleep by now. Dad, are you asleep yet? Su Mangao sent a message to Su Guofeng. Her mother was sick and couldn't be disturbed so late, but her father might still be awake at this hour. What's wrong? Su Guofeng quickly replied. He was lying in bed now, but still awake. She said a beautiful aunt sent flowers, but Lin Chen insists she wasn't pretty. Which one of them is lying? Su Guofeng revealed a faint smile as he read the message. His daughter actually cared about such things. It seems she and Lin Chen really hit it off. Neither of them lied. Sissy is still young. If someone dresses well and gives her flowers, she might think they're pretty. Selena is average looking, and even with makeup, she's just slightly above average. Su Guofeng replied. Su Mangao covered her face when she saw the message. She wanted to hide from embarrassment. She was actually a little upset because of this, and Lin Chen could definitely tell she was feeling slightly jealous. Why would I act like this? Su Mangao regretted it to death. Why should she be jealous? Why should she be angry? Yao Yao, did you have a fight with Lin Chen? Su Guofeng sent another message. Su Mangao, no, how could that be? Whether Selena is pretty or not doesn't concern me. What matters is that Lin Chen didn't lie. If he lied, it would set a bad example for Cici. Su Guofeng searched online for a picture of a roast duck. He sent the photo of roasted duck to Su Mangao. Dad, why are you sending this? Nothing special, just craving Peking duck. Su Mangao was puzzled. After a few seconds, she rolled her eyes at her phone. She understood what her dad meant. Dead duck won't admit it's cooked. Chen Lin, I should be free the day after tomorrow. If you're available, let's take Cici to the amusement park then. Su Mangao sent Lin Chen a message. Seeing the message, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. She had left in a huff earlier, and now she was sending this. Had Su Mangao realized that Selena wasn't all that good looking after all? I'm not going. You wronged me, and it really hurt. I won't recover for at least 10 days to half a month without a kiss or a hug. Lin Chen replied. Su Mangao, how about I lift you up high again? You can't lift me. Should we switch and let me lift you instead? Su Mangao got out of the car and took a box from the trunk. Knock knock. 2 minutes later, Su Mangao knocked on the door. Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Su Mangao, thank you for taking Cici out and cooking for my parents. You've worked hard. Your calligraphy is quite elegant. Here's a brush for you. It'll come in handy when you sign your name. I forgot to give it to you earlier. Lin Chen gazed at Su Mangao with a cheerful smile. It's not that he forgot to give it to him, but rather that he was too upset to give it. Thank you. Lin Chen took the box containing the pen and said, Mangao, does this symbolize flying side by side together, representing holding you in my hand? Su Mangao, I didn't think that much about it. Don't overinterpret. Be right back. Su Mangao turned away in slight fluster as she left. Soon, she went downstairs. Lin Chen opened the box to find a fountain pen inside, an exquisitely crafted piece that clearly didn't come cheap. Though Su Mangao had a touch of tsundere pride, on the whole, he thought she was quite wonderful. In situations like today, many girls would wait expectantly for their boyfriend to soothe them. Some young princesses might not be satisfied with sweet words alone, they demand tangible gestures in the end. Su Mangao might talk tough, but she'd settle for the practical demonstration. I'm free the day after tomorrow. Xiaoxi has been wanting the whole family to go to the amusement park for a long time. Come over tomorrow evening, since it's hot, we should leave early. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mangao. Got it. Su Mangao thought for a moment before sending a message. She has plenty on her plate. If she's going to Lin Chen's place tomorrow night, she'll have to work efficiently today, probably staying late until 10 o'clock tonight. What are you practicing? Lin Chen muttered to himself. While Lin Xiaoqin was napping, he rummaged through martial arts materials in the study. There's all sorts of content available online. Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Xingdiaquan, Bagwazang, Muay Thai, and so on. It's hard to tell whether these materials are genuine or not, but practicing them can still make you seem somewhat proficient. Teaching Lin Xiaoxian directly would be too obvious and wouldn't work. This way, it's impossible to acquire the skill. Lin Chen's idea was to practice by himself first, in hopes that Lin Xiaoqi might take an interest and join him in learning. Tai Chi it is then. After some consideration, Lin Chen finally settled on Tai Chi. With its gentle movements, Tai Chi could be practiced at home, making it easy for Lin Xiaoqi to join in if she showed interest. System, since my physique keeps improving, if I practice Tai Chi in the future, can I develop internal energy? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, host, you could if you choose the right technique. But practicing on your own might take at least 10 years, and you'd need to dedicate over 3 hours of focused practice daily. Lin Chen, looks like becoming badass will have to rely on my precious daughter. System, there are many types of Tai Chi online. Help me pick a reliable one. Understood, host. Lin Chen found several options, and the system helped him pick one. Practicing this consistently would yield results over time. As for ordinary people, even long-term practice would only provide exercise benefits, developing internal energy would remain impossible. Drawing the curtains, Lin Chen silently began practicing along with the video. First, you have to learn the movements. Only if his moves look good would Lin Xiaoqi take an interest. To learn them would probably take 4 or 5 days. To make the moves look good, likely 10 days to half a month. After practicing once, Lin Chen muttered to himself. System, what's my physique level now? Host, your current physique is 171 points. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. His physique was about to surpass that of top-tier boxers. In terms of raw physical attributes alone, he wasn't much weaker than Tyson in his prime. But no way he could win if he fought Tyson. Without combat skills, he couldn't fully utilize his strength. I'll keep training. What's just 10 days or half a month? Even if Xiao Qian doesn't follow along later, practicing would still be beneficial. Lin Chen muttered to himself as he continued practicing. Ding dong. Not long after he started practicing, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned, it probably wasn't Su Mangao. She knew Lin Xiaoqian was taking her afternoon nap and wouldn't ring the doorbell. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen saw the person outside through the peephole. Zhao Tianyu actually managed to find his way to his home. Zhao Tianyu, what a coincidence. I just got back to the country today, and here you are arriving right on time. Lin Chen opened the door wearing a half-smile. Chapter 64, Zhao Tianyu's kindness. Zhao Tianyu seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's sarcasm. He said, Lin Chen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Come in. Lin Chen replied indifferently. After all, the Zhao family was a business partner of the Su family. At the very least, they had to maintain a veneer of courtesy between them. Young Master Zhao, please have a seat. What's the matter you wanted to see me about? Lin Chen asked as he sat down on the sofa. Zhao Tianyu, Lin Chen, you've been spending quite some time with Su Mangao lately. Do you really think the two of you are a good match? Lin Chen smiled. Young Master Zhao, I think we're extremely well suited. Xiaoxi is our daughter, don't you see how adorable Cici is? If we post Xiao Qin's photos online, netizens would probably urge us to have more kids. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen, stop lying to yourself. Su Mangao is reaching out to you because of Qianshan. Qianshan needs a father's love right now. But you and her are from different worlds, you'll only hold each other back. In movies and TV shows, when a beautiful woman falls for a poor scholar, she's usually either a ghost or a fox spirit. You're a man who needs to face reality. Living in fantasy isn't good for you, for Su Mangao, or even for Cici's future. Zhao Tianyu spoke to Lin Chen with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Chen nodded. Young Master Zhao, you make a very valid point. Go on. Zhao Tianyu, using Cici as an emotional bargaining chip is quite clever, but your chances of success aren't high. Class is a vast chasm. Su Mangao grew up in luxury, learning all sorts of things from childhood, while you were born in the countryside. Their family has billions in assets, how much does yours have? A person's greatest wisdom is understanding their own limitations. Lin Chen stared at Zhao Tianyu. Actually, Zhao Tianyu was quite right, but he was lucky he got a system, and the system could make him soar. Young Master Zhao, that's not how it's done. I always see in novels and TV shows that they just throw money around. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Zhao Tianyu, first, let me reason things out with you. My coming here isn't to throw my weight around or bully you with money. Let's calmly discuss this matter and make things clear. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu had most likely received guidance from his father. Lin Chen, even if you end up with Su Mangao, the massive financial gap between your families would basically make you no different from a live-in son-in-law. If you don't ask Su Mangao for money, she might respect you more, but what good would that really do for you? If you do ask for money, once or twice might be fine, but keep doing it and any affection between you will fade. She'll look down on you. Lin Chen nodded. You make a valid point. Zhao Tianyu gained more confidence. Lin Chen, if you chase after Su Mangao, you might end up frustrated, and chances are you'll get divorced in the future. Why don't you take some money and find someone else? I'll give you $1 million, just stop getting entangled with Su Mangao. Lin Chen was astonished. Just $1 million? That's all? Young Master Zhao, aren't you seriously underestimating Mangao's appeal? Not to mention her impeccable family background, simply based on her stunning beauty alone, your measly $1 million is downright pathetic. Zhao Tianyu said gravely, promise me you'll stop bothering Su Mangao, and I'll give you $2 million. On top of that, I'll give you another $1 million when you marry someone else in the future. I'll even help you find a decent job by then. Salary not less than 50,000. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel impressed. Zhao Tianyu was offering genuinely good terms. Young Master Zhao, your offer is quite tempting, but I must decline. Zhao Tianyu's eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Lin Chen, 3 million plus a good job. Wouldn't it be nice for you to settle down comfortably with a girlfriend someday? Keep pestering Su Mangao, and you might end up with nothing but an empty basket. When you grow older, with no money and no decent job to speak of, what will you do then? You need to think about your parents and Cici. Do you really want Cici to get nothing from you? Zhao Tianyu pleaded earnestly and tirelessly. Lin Chen / Young Master Zhao, you're absolutely right. The terms you offered are indeed favorable, but Manhwa has taken a fancy to me / Zhao Tianyu's face darkened. What does she see in you? Taking a fancy to your 2 shabby rooms, your peasant son status, or your measly few thousand yuan salary? Wrong, you got laid off. You don't even have a salary now. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Maybe she's attracted to my good physique? These days, wealthy women place great importance on that. Zhao Tianyu. With a dark expression, he stood up and said, think carefully about what I told you. You need to consider your own future, and your parents' future too. Living in a daydream for too long isn't good. Zhao Tianyu quickly reached the door. Take care, young Master Zhao. I won't see you out. Lin Chen closed the door with a faint smile. Zhao Tianyu walked a short distance away before slamming his fist into the wall. Damn it! Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. His father had asked him to come and have a proper talk, so he did, yet the outcome nearly choked him with frustration. Lin Chen listened very attentively. He had thought, for a moment, that he might persuade Lin Chen, yet to his surprise, Lin Chen rejected his proposal with nothing but a serene smile. Dad, it failed. Zhao Tianyu sent a message to Zhao Huayuan. Come back first. Zhao Huayuan's reply came swiftly. An hour later, Zhao Tianyu rushed back and recounted every detail of his meeting with Lin Chen. Dad, I tried to persuade him with kind words like you said, but that bastard Lin Chen didn't appreciate it at all. A loser like him could never earn 3 million in his lifetime. Zhao Tianyu said angrily. Zhao Huayuan thought for a moment and said, leave him be for a week. He might regret refusing in a few days. Don't be in such a hurry to go find him again. The more anxious you are to seek him out, the easier it is for him to manipulate you. A sharp gleam flashed through Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Dad, should we use some tactics? Zhao Huayuan said calmly. What methods are you planning to use? Zhao Tianyu shook his head. Haven't thought of any yet. Zhao Huayuan, don't resort to underhanded tactics yet. The best outcome would be spending some money to make Lin Chen leave. A little extra spending would be acceptable when the time comes. But don't raise the price yourself when the time comes. Let Lin Chen bring it up. Zhao Tianyu gave a slight nod. In America, the night passed. Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Honey, did you say something to Mangao last night? Yang Qingyue replied. She asked me if Selina was pretty. I thought making her a little jealous might help strengthen their relationship, so I told her Selina was really beautiful. What's wrong? Su Guofeng remarked. Our daughter might be having a spat with Lin Chen. Ha? Surely it's not that serious? Su Guofeng, she thinks Lin Chen lied. She asked me about it last night. I told her the truth. If she asks you later, explain it properly to her. Let her and Lin Chen sort things out naturally, stay out of it. Yang Qingyue picked up her phone. I'll explain right now. She dialed Su Mangao's number. Su Mangao was working overtime at the company, attending a meeting with some senior executives. Seeing it was Yang Qingyue calling, she declined the call. If it were Su Guofeng calling, she would answer. What if something suddenly happened to her mother? There wouldn't be any issues with calls from Yang Qingyue. Honey, isn't Mangyao usually home by this hour? She rejected my call. Yang Qingyue muttered in a muffled voice. Chapter 65, purchased a retail space. She probably hasn't gotten off work yet. She'll call you after her shift ends, Su Guofeng said while peeling an apple for Yang Qingyue. Yang Qingyue looked puzzled. Still working at this hour? Our company staff rarely work overtime this late. Sometimes urgent matters require overtime work. Su Guofeng smiled. An hour or two passed. After the meeting, Su Mangao worked for another hour before finishing up some tasks. This way she could leave earlier tomorrow. She had to make it to Lin Chen's place in time for dinner, didn't she? She returned home very late, and Su Mangao went straight to bed after taking a shower. She was too tired to make another call so late. Honey, could Mangyao still be working overtime in the middle of the night? Yang Qingyue murmured wistfully while eating lunch. Cough. That probably won't happen. She probably forgot. Just call her again in the evening, Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingyue said, change to a different restaurant for dinner. This one's food isn't good either, far worse than what Lin Chen makes. Su Guofeng said helplessly, we've tried all the nearby restaurants. It's normal that their chefs can't compare to Lin Chen, his culinary skills are absolutely world-class. Yang Qingyue, if Lin Chen and Mangyao get together, we can still drop by their place for a meal. If they don't end up together, we won't get to enjoy those meals anymore. Su Guofeng. Whether they stay together depends on how their relationship develops. We can't just sell off our daughter for a few free meals, can we? Yang Qingyue said impatiently, I think Lin Chen is quite nice. Su Guofeng laughed. Back then, there were plenty of men with better qualifications than me, but didn't you still end up marrying me? No matter how nice the shoes look, they still have to fit your feet. Don't mind them, just focus on recovering. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly. She continued eating her meal. The food wasn't as delicious as what Lin Chen cooked, but after eating his meals for a week, her health had improved somewhat. Now, her mild anorexia was basically gone. The next morning, Su Mangao made a video call to Yang Qingyue while eating breakfast. Mangyao, did you work overtime last night? Su Mangao nodded, until almost 11. Mom, I was in a meeting when you called last night, and it was very late when I got back, so I didn't return your call. Yang Qingyue said with concern, why are you pushing yourself so hard? The company earning a little more or less won't affect our livelihood. I had some work to finish tonight, so I put in extra hours yesterday. Going to see CC? No. Su Mangao shook her head. Mom, don't be so nosy. She stayed at Lin Chen's place that night, not wanting her parents to know. Yang Qingyue cleared her throat and said, Mangyao, Selina isn't particularly attractive. Yesterday, your mother deliberately told you she was beautiful to give you a sense of urgency. Don't misunderstand Lin Chen. Su Mangao calmly replied, it's nothing. What's there to misunderstand between Lin Chen and me? Yang Qingyue pouted. After hanging up the video call, Yang Qingyue picked up Su Guofeng's phone and forwarded the roasted duck picture to herself. Mangyao, your diet is too bland. Let me add some flavor to your meal. Yang Qingyue sent the roasted duck image to Su Mangao. Su Mangao. She rubbed her temples in exasperation. This elderly couple was really something else. Clang. Lin Chen received a text notification from his bank. He had signed a reprint contract with Tongxin Publishing yesterday. The second fairy tale book is selling out fast with nearly 1 million copies sold, and Tongxin website is already planning to print another million. The rapid sales are partly due to Zhang Xuesong and his team's promotional efforts. It's also because Lin Chen's later fairy tales turned out even better. His fairy tales have now reached legendary status, with remarkable effects, and many parents enthusiastically promote them voluntarily. With more fans, sales naturally pick up quickly. The additional 1 million reprint copies didn't require an advance payment, but Lin Chen still earned 5.4 million yuan in royalties from them. He originally had just over 1 million yuan left. Adding this 5.4 million, his card balance reached 7 million yuan again. This amount of money is enough to buy a shop. He was buying the shop to renovate it into a piano room and dance studio for Lin Xiaoxian. It didn't need to be particularly large. Besides, it didn't matter if the shop wasn't on the ground floor. Beep beep. Lin Chen dialed the property agent's number again. Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the house? Whatever can be resolved, we'll certainly do our utmost to help you resolve it. The agency guy quickly answered the call. Lin Chen said, do you also sell the shops outside the residential area? Of course we do. The agent quickly responded. In the past, investing in commercial properties was said to feed 3 generations with one shop, but now it's 3 generations feeding one shop. Commercial properties are far harder to sell than before, and many shops listed with them remain unsold. How much is the lowest price for those shops? Around 150 square meters. No requirements on location or floor level. Lin Chen inquired. The agent thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, if you have no requirements at all about location or floor level, the price is quite affordable. There's a corner unit on the 3rd floor, about 180 square meters, selling for just over 6 million. I think there's still room to haggle. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Was the price really that low? Does this shop have any other drawbacks? The agent said, aside from the poor location and floor, it's also a bit far from the elevator. Plus, though the space is large, the storefront is somewhat narrow. The original owner bought it for 9 million, couldn't rent it out after a year, then tried to sell it. The price dropped from 8.5 million to the current 6 million, and still no buyer. Mr. Lin, although I also want to close the deal, I really don't recommend you buy this shop. In the past, you might have bought it to run training classes, but investing in that now would most likely mean losing everything. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Being far from the elevator and having a small storefront were indeed drawbacks for business, but he was planning to renovate it for his own use. These flaws were even virtues to him. Ask the landlord if they'll sell for 5 million. If they're willing, we can sign the contract today. If not, with the current market conditions, it might not even fetch 5 million next year. Alright, Mr. Lin, I'll discuss it with the landlord for you. The real estate agent quickly dialed the landlord's phone number. Boss Wei, someone has offered 5 million for your shop space. Are you considering selling it? The shop owner's face darkened on the other end of the line. Shaoli, you know I bought that place for 9 million. Selling at 5 million, plus the loan and taxes, I'd lose half my money. Agent Shaoli sighed lightly and said, Boss Wei, since you listed it at 6 million, this is the only inquiry we've had in the past month. If you were to lower it to 5.5 million, you might get a few more inquiries, but there's no telling when an actual deal might happen. With the market being so weak, prices might drop even further next year. In times like these, holding onto cash might be the safest bet. On the other end of the line, Boss Wei felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. I turned myself into a fool speculating on storefront properties. Tell them to raise the offer. I'll sell for 5.5 million. Agent Shaoli, I've tried my best to negotiate, but they won't budge on the price. However, if you agree, they're ready to sign the contract with you today. If you hesitate any longer, they might buy another shop instead. Boss Wei said dejectedly, just sell it. I'll come right over. Let's get this damn shop contract signed and done with today. Alright. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei had formally signed the contract. Lin Chen had inspected the shops, and they perfectly met his requirements. 2 million yuan remaining. Using premium materials, this amount is more than enough for the renovation. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The renovation needed to be expedited. Lin Xiaoxi wasn't in urgent need yet, but renovations take time, and after completion, the place would need to sit empty for a while to air out any odors. Chapter 66, another somewhat absurd reward. Xiaoxi, you need to look ahead while running. Xiaoxi, how did you trip over yourself? Does it hurt? Let daddy take a look. Xiao Qian. Lin Xiaoqian was running happily across the lawn of the residential area, but she was still so little that she kept tripping and landing on her bottom. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to run, you've obtained the lightweight grass-flitting martial skill. 30 hours to reach master level, 60 hours grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen froze in momentary bewilderment. Teaching Lin Xiaoqi to run on grass and gaining the Qigong skill grasshopper flight? This system is getting a bit absurd again. Last time it was absurd when folding paper airplanes gave me aircraft manufacturing skills. Does the system just randomly explode with perks every now and then? System, I've taught Xiaoqi before too. Lin Chen thought in his mind. System, host, you never taught her for a full 5 minutes before. Only after 5 full minutes will the skill activate. System, can the Qigong technique treading on grass and flying really allow one to fly? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Note, this isn't an urban fantasy story with martial arts families or anything like that. It's just to give the protagonist some self-defense capability for the future. This book mainly focuses on everyday life. System, host, this can enhance your speed and agility, but without inner energy cultivation, you truly won't achieve the lightness skill of treading on grass. It's a skill that requires internal energy support. Lin Chen, system, what you're saying is that even if I learn martial arts later, I might not automatically master footwork techniques, but by learning this first and gaining internal energy, I can use it directly? The system responded. A temporary boost in speed and agility isn't bad either. Lin Chen muttered to himself. He had decent physical condition but couldn't fully utilize it. After acquiring the grassland flight lightness skill, his footwork improved significantly. Even if he couldn't defeat others in a fight, he could at least outrun them. Daddy, come here. Come and catch me. Ouch. Lin Xiaoxi called out in her sweet, childish voice before suddenly tripping again. Pouting pitifully, she turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. Daddy's here. Cici, you did great today. You didn't cry when you fell, and you've been working so hard. Lin Chen quickly stepped closer and said. Lin Xiaoxi's aggrieved expression vanished instantly as she nimbly scrambled to her feet. Daddy, I won't cry, I'm not a baby toddler anymore. You're absolutely right, Cici. Lin Chen continued teaching Lin Xiaoxi. A flood of information surged into Lin Shen's mind, all of it pertaining to running techniques for now. Proper running methodology was indeed a specialized field of knowledge. Many people end up harming themselves from running too much. Some severe cases even crippled themselves from running. A faint smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. It's quite good to acquire this skill. Children are prone to bumping and bruising when they run, so the experience he gained could help teach Lin Xiaoqi more about it. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Xiaoqian was panting heavily. Daddy, I'm out of energy. Can we practice again tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen squatted down. Running is pretty tiring indeed, Xiaoqian. Are you sure you still want to practice tomorrow? Can you keep it up? MHM. The little girl runs so fast, I can't catch up with her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen smiled gently. She's older than you. If you want to run as fast as her, you'll need more practice. But today's just the first day, we've practiced enough for now. Take a seat. Let Daddy massage your legs for you. How to relax muscles is also a skill. He had just gathered quite a bit of information on this topic. In the evening, Su Mangao arrived at Lin Shen's place. Why is Cici still sleeping? Su Mangao asked doubtfully. Lin Chen replied, we went out to buy a shop at noon. On the way back, she saw Nan and didn't want to come home to sleep. She played outside for quite a while and got tired. Su Mangao exclaimed in surprise, you bought a commercial property? Got it. How big is it? 180 square meters. I plan to decorate a piano room, a dance studio, and a combat training room for Xiaoxi. As for myself, a 20 square meter workspace will suffice. Su Mangao asked, how much did you spend? I'll cover half. Lin Chen shook his head and said, forget about contributing. The shop is in a remote location on the 3rd floor, and it already cost 5 million. If we split it equally now, we'd each end up looking like fools with matching halves. But, Su Mangao frowned. Lin Chen, no buts. It's for Xiaoxi to use, the shop isn't going anywhere. After I invest, we'll still have access to it. Su Mangao, then I'll find someone to renovate it for you. Although our company doesn't handle that directly, we have partnered firms that do. A small grand piano is sufficient for home use. It doesn't necessarily require a dedicated piano room. It can be designed as a music room shared with other instruments. Around 50 to 60 square meters would be quite suitable. Convert the dance studio into a combat training room? Su Mangao eyed Lin Chen with suspicion. Lin Chen, do you know how to fight? Lin Chen smiled. I know a little. When Cici grows up, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. Truthfully, he didn't actually know how to fight yet, but his strong physique was undeniable, and his combat prowess was top-notch. There was nothing wrong with saying he knew a little. Just a little? Su Mangao was somewhat skeptical. Would Lin Chen even think about teaching Lin Xiaoxi if he only knew a little? Well, really just a little. Lin Chen said with a laugh. That's how it is now. But in the future, it might be knowing just a little more, a billion times more. For a simple dance studio, 30 to 40 square meters would suffice, but since you also want a combat training room, the space needs to be larger. How big is the usable area of your shop unit? 150 square meters. Su Mangao nodded. That should be enough. The music room will be 50 square meters, the dance studio 70, and the remaining space can be your workshop. You can have a slightly larger studio. Lin Chen smiled and said, just handle it however you see fit. Let me know how much you spend when it's done, and I'll cover it. Su Mangao gave Lin Chen a glare. Has the daughter become yours alone? I'll provide the house, and I'll handle the renovation. How dare you ask me for money? Where's the key? I'll hire someone to design and renovate it properly. Probably will take about 2 months. Lin Chen handed the shop keys to Su Mangao. Woo woo. From the master bedroom, Lin Xiaoqi's crying could be heard. Yao, go quickly. Cici has something good for you. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Su Yao hurried into the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqi looked up at her with tearful eyes. Mommy, I wet the bed. Su Mangao. Sure enough, something good has happened. Cici, it's okay. Mom will change you. After she finished changing Lin Xiaoxi's clothes, Lin Chen was already cooking. Su Mangao entered the kitchen and asked curiously, Lin Chen, how could you tell? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Xiaoxi doesn't usually cry when she wakes up normally. If she cries, it's almost always because she wet the bed. Su Mangao said puzzledly, but that's strange. When she was at my place, she sometimes cried even if she didn't wet the bed after waking up. Lin Chen thought for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is bigger, and when she wakes up you might not be there. She lacks a sense of security. Here she knows I'll definitely be around. When she wakes up, she just gets off the bed and comes out to find me. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. Lin Chen, could you teach me your cooking skills? Lin Chen asked in surprise. You want to learn? Got it. Lin Chen shook his head. No way. Our household doesn't need 2 master chefs, just me is enough. Besides, even if you studied for 20 years, you'd never reach my level. Chapter 67, Dad, hold Mom's hand. Su Mangao, I'm not aiming to reach your level. I just want to improve my cooking skills a bit. Lin Chen chuckled, still not possible. My culinary secrets are passed down only to sons, not daughters. Neither you nor Cici qualifies. If you bear me a son someday, I'll teach him. Su Mangao. She responded by rolling her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen. I'm not favoring boys over girls, Mangao. You can give me another daughter if you want, I've got other things to pass down too. Su Mangao retorted impatiently, you can keep those for yourself. Lin Chen said, take Xiaoxi downstairs to play. Around this time, there should be plenty of kids out. Maybe she can make a couple of new friends. Just come back in an hour. Su Mangao nodded. She took Lin Xiaoqi downstairs to the residential area. In Lin Chen's neighborhood, many households had nannies cooking for them, and at this hour, there were indeed many children playing outside. My name is Cici. Can I play with you? Lin Xiaoqi bravely approached a few children. Soon, she was playing happily with several kids. Su Mangao's eyes lit up with joy. Lin Xiaoxian grew slightly bolder. In the past, she would have been afraid to make friends this way. Lin Chen is actually doing quite well taking care of Qianqian. Su Mangao thought to herself. Even when she was home before, she never took care of Qianqian as well as Lin Chen does now. Even at home, she often had work to do and couldn't devote her entire attention to the child. Qianqian isn't even 3 yet, is she? She's so articulate, much more than anyone in our family. Someone nearby remarked to Su Mangao. Su Mangao nodded. Cici is 2.5 years old. I often see Cici's father playing with her. If only my husband cared as much about our child as Cici's dad does. Su Mangao, my husband has quite a bit of free time lately. There are quite a few mistresses in upscale residential areas. Not getting legal status but receiving a valuable property isn't a bad deal either. Those who become mistresses often have quite attractive looks. She needed to let people know Lin Chen wasn't single and alone. 50 minutes passed. Su Mangao brought Lin Xiaoxi home. Cici, before when I called you home, you'd always refuse to come back when playing with friends. Why did you return so quickly this time? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Xiaoxian giggled, Mommy, Daddy's at home, and he even made yummy food. Su Mangao froze for a moment. A child's world is so simple. Being drawn to outdoor play means the outside world holds greater allure, while returning home quietly and contentedly means home's pull is stronger. Soon Su Mangao and the others arrived home. The moment they opened the door, the aroma of home-cooked food greeted them. A warm current rippled through Su Mangao/'s heart. At her home, there were nannies cooking meals, but when she and Lin Xiaoqi went out to play and returned to eat, they never had this feeling. This was the warmth that only home could bring. Cici, take Mommy to wash your hands. You must wash your hands thoroughly after playing outside. Lin Chen smiled and said, MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded and led Su Mangao to the restroom. Lin Chen, what's this dish? After washing their hands and returning, the dishes had already been served. Su Mangao pointed at one of them and asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled and explained, this is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today we're serving all famous dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, lion's head meatballs, and this one is Wensi tofu. Su Mangao, I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but yours is different. The taste is just so. Lin Xiaoxian pointed at the lion's head meatball. Daddy, I want meatballs. Mommy, the meatballs are so delicious. Lin Chen picked one for her. Then he scooped some Buddha jumps over the wall for Su Mangao. Mangao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall takes a long time to stew. I used a pressure cooker, give it a try and see how it tastes. Lin Chen said with a smile. He had already prepared the ingredients in advance. Otherwise, even with a pressure cooker, he wouldn't have been able to make it in just an hour. Thank you. Su Mangao's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Though Lin Chen wasn't exactly serving her food by picking it up, just scooping it, his gesture still carried a certain degree of closeness. The food reached her mouth, and Su Mangao froze in surprise. She felt her taste buds explode instantly. It was incredibly delicious. Buddha jumps over the wall involves numerous ingredients, each with distinct flavors. To make them harmonize and enhance one another requires exceptional culinary skill, where the slightest deviation leads to completely different results. Lin Chen's cooking skills are now approaching legendary levels. He has an intimate understanding of the characteristics of every ingredient, which is why he can achieve such perfection even when using a pressure cooker. Well, Lin Chen asked with a smile. Su Mangao, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I've had before, this is completely different. What I ate before was just a pot of random stew, and I thought the flavor was quite mediocre. This is incredibly delicious. Lin Chen smiled and said, this dish has rather high requirements. With my previous culinary skills, I could only make it using traditional methods. Using a pressure cooker isn't authentic, but at home we prioritize speed. Let's make do with this for now. Su Mangao shook her head. If this is just making do, then what I usually eat could only be considered pig slop. After finishing the meal, Su Mangao felt utterly satisfied. She had to force herself to put down her chopsticks. Lin Chen, with Cici eating so well every day, won't she gain weight? Don't let her grow into a little chubby girl, Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't worry, I've got it under control. I know exactly how much she eats each meal, her intake of carbs, proteins, and fats, as well as how much she burns daily. I also know precisely what her body needs to grow. Su Mangao stared at Lin Chen in amazement. Can you really control it that precisely? Lin Chen smiled and said, no need for extreme precision. After all, humans aren't machines, just make dynamic adjustments as needed. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. I'll do the dishes. Lin Chen shook his head. You should spend time with Cici instead. Since you rarely visit, why waste time on chores? Doing dishes in the kitchen could also help improve his culinary skills. But, no buts, I'll hurry up and finish washing so we can go out for a walk and digest. You ate a bit too much at dinner. Su Mangao's face flushed red. She had indeed eaten quite a lot. It was simply too delicious to resist. She had forced herself to put down her chopsticks, otherwise she could have eaten more. Lin Chen quickly finished washing the dishes. Since the UN residential area wasn't far from the Huangpu River, they soon found themselves strolling along its banks. Night had fallen, and the evening scenery was breathtaking. There were many people coming and going along the shore. Daddy, I want a hug. Lin Xiaoqi lifted her head and said. At this moment, she was being held by both Lin Chen and Su Mangao. Alright, I'll hold you. Lin Chen bent down with a smile and picked up Lin Xiaoqi. Lin Xiaoqi giggled and said, Daddy, you still have one hand free. Hold mommy's hand with it. Lin Chen silently gave Lin Xiaoqian a thumbs up in his mind. Sweetie, why do you need to hold mom's hand? Mom's not a child. Su Mangao said. Lin Xiaoqian pointed ahead. Look, Mom. Ahead was another family of 3, the father carrying his daughter while holding his wife's hand. Daddy, you should hold mommy's hand too. I've never seen you hold mommy's hand. Lin Chen looked toward Su Mangao and extended his hand. Chapter 68, Xinxing, we held hands. Su Mangao hesitated slightly before reaching out her hand. She had reasons for not kissing or hugging in public, but holding hands, Lin Xiaoqian knew this was perfectly normal behavior. There were plenty of people walking hand in hand on the street. Lin Xiaoqian was clever. If she refused to hold hands, Xiaoqian would surely realize there were issues between her and Lin Chen. She had once carried psychological scars and didn't want Lin Xiaoqi to end up the same way. Lin Chen grasped Su Mangao's fair hand. Su Mangao trembled slightly. She almost jerked her hand back immediately. The events of that year left her with deep psychological scars. It was only because of the emotional bond she'd developed with Lin Chen over time that she managed to suppress the urge to pull her hand away. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Su Mangao's jade-like hand was smooth and soft, a pleasure to hold. He. Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up with a happy smile. Nothing, it's nothing. After all, Lin Chen and I already have a child together. Holding hands now is nothing. Even normal social interactions involve handshakes. Su Mangao silently hypnotized herself. Handshakes were indeed normal social etiquette, but usually she'd barely let her fingers brush against others' hands. It never lasted more than 3 seconds. Now Lin Chen was gripping her hand completely and holding on without letting go. These two things are completely different matters. Lin Chen, let go of my hand. Holding hands like this makes my palms sweat, it's too hot. After a few minutes, Su Mangao couldn't help but speak up. Little Lin Chen, she said in her adorable baby voice, Daddy, switch arms to hold me, and use the other hand to hold Mommy's hand, that way it won't be so hot. Mommy, am I very clever? Su Mangao. Lin Chen chuckled and said, You're fantastic, Xianxi. When faced with a problem, you know how to think of a solution. He switched Xianxi to his other arm. He had originally been holding Su Mangao's hand with his left, but now switched to his right. Su Mangao. A few more minutes passed when Su Mangao said, Cici, come down already. Daddy must be exhausted carrying you like this. Lin Chen, don't spoil her too much. Lin Chen chuckled. Cici, walk on your own for a bit. See that little kid up ahead? Isn't he walking by himself? MHM. After finishing her walk home, Lin Xiaoqian took a shower and quickly fell asleep. Su Mangao wasn't the slightest bit tired. Today, she had actually held hands with Lin Chen, and they'd held hands with both hands too. Xinxing, I held hands with Lin Chen today. Su Mangao sent a message to Xinxing. Ha! Xinxing first sent a single character, followed by a shocked expression emoji. Su Mangao, it was because of Xiaoxi. We were taking an evening stroll by the riverside when she saw other parents holding hands, so she insisted we hold hands too. Just because of Xiao Qian? Then why weren't you holding hands before? Xinxing sent a snickering emoji. Su Mangao. Never mind, I won't talk to a single dog like you anymore. Xinxing rolled her eyes. So you came to show off to me? Su Mangao, I'm just a bit confused. I don't seem to mind it too much, and wanted to ask about your situation. But maybe I asked the wrong person. What would a single Pringle like you know? Xinxing pursed her lips. Dream Yao, Only someone with your psychological issues would hesitate. Anyone else would have probably already ended up in the same bed by now. Lin Chen is such a great cook, so good at basketball, and has those 8-pack abs, tsk. If he were my boyfriend, I'd already be 1 month pregnant by now. Su Mangao. She mused to herself that Lin Chen wasn't just skilled in cooking and basketball, he was impressive in other aspects too. Mangao, your family would fall apart without Cici. All hail boss Shi. Su Mangao, what do you think I should do now? Xing, what can you do? It's your condition right now. Having you push Lin Chen down is impossible for you. Take it slow. Just let things unfold naturally. By the way, as your chief strategist, I've got a little suggestion for you. When your parents come back, just move straight into his place. Su Mangao froze for a moment. Live with him? Xing, meeting only once every few days like this, your relationship is progressing slowly. It's making me anxious just watching. Living together speeds up emotional bonding. Living together doesn't mean you have to share a bed. With Cici around, you've got a perfectly good reason to sleep separately. Su Mangao, so is this just a convenient arrangement for you to mooch meals? Xing, please overlook my little bit of selfishness, it's not the main point. There are plenty of beautiful young wives in Purple Garden Estate. Su Mangao felt a slight tightening in her chest. Purple Garden community does have quite a few attractive young married women. A single condo in this complex costs over 10 million. Any mistress who can land such a place must be quite a looker. They have wealth and beauty, yet feel empty and lonely. Not talking to you anymore. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go to bed early. Su Mangao turned off her phone. She said she'd sleep early, but in truth lay awake for a long time. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Su Mangao simply got out of bed. The guest room was empty, so she opened the study door and saw Lin Chen inside. On the computer in the study, a video of someone practicing Tai Chi was playing. Lin Chen was actually practicing Tai Chi along with them. Practicing Tai Chi, huh? Su Mangao, I know you're practicing Tai Chi, but why would someone as young as you need to practice it for health? Pausing his movements with a smile, Lin Chen replied, these traditional practices passed down through generations, I believe some of them must be genuinely beneficial. I'll see if I can cultivate internal energy. Su Mangao stared at Lin Chen speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen paused, grinning as he said, Mangao, your husband is a genius. Who knows, maybe I'll actually develop internal energy someday. Even if I don't master the skill, getting stronger will still benefit you in the future. Su Mangao's face flushed red. She spat out, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chen looked puzzled. What were you thinking? I meant that with a stronger body, I could protect you and Xiaoxi if we ever encounter hooligans or thugs. Su Mangao gave Lin Chen a glare. Lin Chen, don't overthink it when I hold your hand today. It's just because of Qianqian, I don't want her to feel left out. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. You keep practicing your Tai Chi for health. Let's see if you can actually develop inner energy by then. Su Mangao quickly retreated after saying this. Lin Chen continued his practice. He needed to find a way to improve his strength for self-protection. In the future, his various abilities would be revealed, and then some forces might set their sights on him. After Einstein's death, his brain was stolen and cut into hundreds of slices. He wouldn't overestimate the integrity of certain foreign forces, they were capable of doing anything. Not updating, but practicing Tai Chi late at night, Lying in bed, Su Mangao reopened her phone and logged into Tongxin Web. Lin Chen hadn't updated yesterday or today. Su Mangao noticed that someone had again rewarded Lin Chen with a silver alliance on his latest post, and it was the same person as before. Who knew Lin Chen had such a wealthy female fan, she mused. Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. This time she didn't tip again. If she tried to outmatch every single tip from the other party, it would seem somewhat deliberate, almost like engaging in a tit-for-tat battle. Beep beep. Su Mangao's phone suddenly rang. Her mother Yang Qingyue was calling via video. Su Mangao rubbed her forehead, wondering why she had just turned on her phone like that. To all my dear readers who enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review if you can. Thank you. Chapter 69, Su Mangao gets into debt. After hanging up the video call, Su Mangao sent a message, Mom, I was showering and couldn't answer the video. Is something wrong? Yang Qingyue sounded puzzled on the phone. Is showering preventing her from taking a video call? She'd answered Su Mangao's video calls during showers before. You just point the camera at your face instead of your body. Maybe Mangao is at Lin Chen's place again. Yang Qingyue muttered to herself. They used to be nervous about it, but now they're delighted to see it happen. If Su Mangao and Lin Chen were truly together, it would mean Su Mangao has completely stepped out of the shadows. Yang Qingyue, your Aunt Liang is about to celebrate her 50th birthday, you must go. Have you prepared her birthday gift yet? Not yet. Yang Qingyue, then you'd better hurry up and prepare. You know how his family is, the gift shouldn't be poor quality, but it shouldn't be too extravagant either. Also, think again about whether Lin Chen should come along. He even attended your company's basketball tournament. It wouldn't look good if he didn't go to this kind of event. Su Mangao felt a headache coming on. Her Aunt Liang's husband was a government official, and of no small rank. Choosing gifts was always a headache. It had been easier before when it was just ordinary birthdays, but this time it was Aunt Liang's 50th. Mom, I'll get everything ready. I'll talk to Lin Chen tomorrow about whether he's coming or not. Yang Qingyue, tomorrow? Couldn't you just go to the next room and discuss it with him now? Su Mangao. Before they knew it, morning had arrived. Su Mangao got up, finished washing up, and went outside where Lin Chen was preparing breakfast. Lin Chen, isn't it exhausting for you to cook 3 meals every day? It's fine if you skip it occasionally, Su Mangao said as she reached the kitchen entrance. Lin Chen turned to Su Mangao with a smile. People who complain about this being hard work will never reach master-level cooking. Is that lazy little Cici still not awake? Su Mangao nodded. Not yet. I want to discuss something with you. Next week is Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. Cici will definitely go, so you should come along too. Lin Chen asked, is Aunt Liang your relative? Su Mangao shook her head. Not a relative. Her husband used to be my grandfather's subordinate. Grandpa took good care of him, and our families used to be very close. After my grandfather passed away, the relationship cooled a bit, but we still maintain contact during festivals, New Year celebrations, and birthdays. Lin Chen, her husband holds a high position? The district chief of Demon City. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. A district chief in Demon City held quite a high rank in smaller cities. Someone of that level would likely be the first or second in command. When would it be? Do you think it's appropriate for me to go? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mangao replied, next Wednesday. Since you've publicly participated in the company basketball tournament, considering the relationship between our families, you'll probably need to attend Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. It's a major milestone. Lin Chen nodded slightly. No problem, freeloading is my specialty. In China, to grow a business big, he knew that having connections in the officialdom was a must. The adult world is no fairy tale. Relationships that need maintaining must be maintained. Lin Chen, there's one more thing. Su Mangao hesitated slightly as she looked at Lin Chen. What is it? Su Mangao, can you draw a picture for me? I've been racking my brain but can't decide what would make a suitable gift. If I gift you my own painting, even if it gets exposed later, no one can criticize it. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Exactly. Gifting your husband's painting could never be labeled as bribery. I can paint for you, but I won't take money. You'll have to think about how to thank me later, with a kiss, a hug, or something else. Su Mangao, wouldn't $1 million be tempting? Lin Chen shook his head. Not tempting, just reeks of money. Then I'll have my daughter kiss you. Lin Chen eyed Su Mangao. Forget about kissing, even if you had her sleep with me, it wouldn't work. Playing dirty won't get you anywhere. Su Mangao, let me cook for you. Lin Chen said irritably, last time you cooked, I had to doctor it up to finish the meal. A big CEO like you can't handle this sort of thing. I can stomach subpar food, but don't you go harming Xiaoxi. Is it really that bad? Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. Then I owe you a hug, to be repaid within 3 years. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, Mangao, looks like you're confident we'll be together within 3 years. But 3 years is too long, 3 months would be more like it. 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Chen shook his head. The payment term is too long, unacceptable. 6 months at minimum. Su Mangao glared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen chuckled softly, 6 months it is. I'll take this small sacrifice, but you'll have to make it up to me in other ways. The hug must last no less than 1 minute. Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. A brief hug feels quite different from one lasting over a minute. But in half a year, their relationship should have progressed significantly. By then, a hug would probably be acceptable, right? Still better than demanding a hug within 3 months. Alright then. I'll go wake up Cici. Su Mangao blushed and quickly made her escape. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Teasing Su Mangao was quite amusing. When she blushed, she looked utterly adorable. It seems Mangao's affection for me has grown significantly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to hug me half a year later. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Su Mangao's agreement to this indicates her positive expectations for their relationship. If it weren't for Su Mangao's illness, perhaps they could have been together soon. Su Mangao suffers from mental illness, psychological issues that even she herself can hardly control. Lin Chen knows medicine well, and he's fully aware of how difficult mental illnesses are to treat. We'll just have to let her psychological shadows fade away slowly. Damn scoundrel, making me owe such a debt. If 1 million isn't enough, I'll give you 5 million, anything you want. Su Mangao covered her face, feeling it grow hot with shame. Cici, wake up. We're going to the amusement park today. After calming down for a while, Su Mangao woke Lin Xiaoxi. Having finished breakfast, Lin Chen and the others soon set off. Let's go to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoxi shouted excitedly, Daddy, I want to go to the big amusement park. I want to ride the horses. Su Mangao asked doubtfully, do amusement parks have horses? Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoxi means the merry-go-round. About 20 minutes passed. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Chen, your mom is calling. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen's phone and said. She was a bit nervous. Lin Chen's parents had visited the Magic City and met Lin Xiaoxian, but they hadn't met her, not even during video calls. Lin Xiaoxian, Mom, Dad is driving. Answer the video call, I want to talk to Grandma. I miss her. Answer it for Xiaoxian. Lin Chen said. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Xiaoxian. Sometimes her little warm jacket had leaks in its lining, but Lin Chen had even gone to America to meet her parents, so she couldn't possibly refuse a video call. Picking up her phone, Su Mangao answered the video call, but she didn't immediately hand the phone to Lin Xiaoxian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Chen is driving. We're taking Cici to the amusement park. Su Mangao waved at the camera and greeted everyone. Chapter 70 Mangao, are you craving my body? Mangao, you, hello. Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, quickly responded. She had never even seen Su Mangao's photo, but she was certainly familiar with her name. The one going to the amusement park with Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxian must be Su Mangao. Auntie, Xianxian wants to talk to you. Su Mangao said with a smile. She handed the phone to Lin Xiaoxian, who was sitting in the car seat. Grandmother. Lin Xiaoxi held her phone and called out sweetly. Hey! Chen Mei responded with joy. Lin Xiaoxi asked in confusion, Grandma, why does Mom call you Auntie instead of Mom? Su Mangao felt utterly helpless. Lin Xiaoxi was young in age, but wise beyond her years. Chen Mei, well, Cici, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. Eat more, grow big and strong. When you're older, you'll know. Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head. Grandma, is that really true? Chen Mei nodded, that's right. When you were even younger, didn't you understand nothing? Now that you're a bit older, you understand more things, isn't that so? MHM. Lin Xiaoxian nodded, Grandma, where's Grandpa? Chen Mei smiled and said, Grandpa is building a house. When it's finished, Xianxian, you can come over to play. Lin Chen, Mom, what's the matter with your video call? No, I just wanted to see Cici. You focus on driving, I'll just chat with Cici. A few minutes later, Chen Mei hung up the video call. Su Mangao heaved a sigh of relief. Mommy, when Grandma's house is built, let's go visit together. Su Mangao, that'll still take quite a while. We'll talk about it then. Today let's just focus on having fun at the amusement park. MHM. Daddy, how much longer until we get there? Lin Chen smiled and said, very soon now, don't worry. Lin Chen's hometown. Chen Mei excitedly found Lin. Hi, honey, I just video called our son. I wanted to chat with Cici. Guess who I saw? You saw Cici's mom? Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise. Chen Mei nodded, yes, saw Mangao. Mangao is so pretty, even more beautiful than those celebrities on TV. They drove to the amusement park together. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chen Mei said, Mangao went along for Cici's sake, but perhaps her relationship with her son has also improved somewhat. Who knows, maybe they'll really end up together in the future. Lin Hai nodded, that would be for the best, but we should just keep such hopes to ourselves, don't mention it aloud. The Zus are far too wealthy, and we wouldn't want her thinking we're after their money. Got it. Chen Mei nodded, I know. Mangao just talked to me, but she called me Auntie. Lin Hai said with amusement, if she didn't call you Auntie, what else would she call you? Mom? Don't dream about that happening overnight. Chen Mei said hopefully, it would be great if my son and Mangao got together. That would be the best outcome for Xianxian. Giddy up, giddy up. Little horse, run fast. Oh. Lin Xiaoqi cheered merrily. They were riding the merry-go-round, with Lin Xiaoqi sitting on a small horse while he and Su Mangao sat on larger wooden horses flanking each side. Daddy, take pictures of me and Mommy. Sure. Lin Chen took out his phone. Su Mangao's face turned slightly red with a bashful expression. Lin Chen lightly tapped his finger. The photo was taken. Lin Xiaoxian laughed heartily, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Su Mangao's shy and bashful demeanor was utterly captivating, stirring an urge in Lin Chen to plant a kiss on her cheek. This was the first photo of Su Mangao in Lin Chen's phone. Mom and Dad, I'm so happy. I love you all so much. Lin Xiaoxian chirped sweetly. Su Mangao looked at Lin Xiaoxian. She had naturally taken her to amusement parks before, but she had never been this happy. Sometimes, seeing other families enjoying themselves together, she would feel sad and ask why she didn't have a father. This had happened a few times, and Su Mangao couldn't bear to see her so upset. That's why she made up her mind to take her to find Lin Chen. The previous decision turned out to be quite right. Regardless of anything else, at least Cici is happy now. Su Mangao thought to herself. Lin Chen looked at Su Mangao, noticing a faint smile on her face. For someone like her bearing psychological scars, taking her for merry-go-round rides was ideal. The childlike innocence and the laughter of children could help fade some shadows in her heart. Let's go play bumper cars. Daddy, you get one car, and Mommy and I will share one. After riding the carousel, Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Sure. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Before long, Lin Chen and his family were in the bumper cars. Xiao Qian, careful now, I'm coming at you. Lin Chen's bumper car crashed forward. Ouch. Mom, hurry, and hit Dad. Dad's the big bad guy now, let's defeat the big bad guy together. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Lin Chen and the others enjoyed many attractions in the morning, had lunch inside, and in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian still showed no signs of wanting to nap yet. The amusement park had water rides, and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to play, though Su Mangao didn't join in the water fun. See, this is how you swim. Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian how to swim. The weather was getting hotter, so swimming could be scheduled more often. 5 minutes passed. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim, you've gained swimming skills reaching master level in 10 hours and grandmaster level in 20. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim and gaining swimming skills is normal, but acquiring grass flying by running on the lawn is a system glitch. On the shore, Su Mangao gazed at Lin Chen and the others. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Chen's physique was too impressive. With 8 distinct, sharply defined abdominal muscles, Lin Chen appeared lean yet surprisingly robust. During the basketball game, Su Mangao had only glanced at Lin Chen twice when he lifted his shirt to wipe off sweat, but now she was seeing everything clearly. Some women nearby were also seeing everything clearly. So many pervy girls around. Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. Some women and girls stole only furtive glances, while the bolder ones couldn't take their eyes off Lin Chen. Men enjoy lust, but in reality many women are even more so. Conversations between men are mostly presentable to outsiders, whereas if many of the intimate chats between close girlfriends were exposed, each would likely face instant social death. Time ticked by minute after minute. Lin Xiaoxi played for over half an hour, but Lin Chen didn't dare let her continue any longer, fearing she might catch another cold and fall ill. Improving swimming skills isn't something to rush. There will certainly be plenty of time to take Lin Xiaoqian swimming later. Achoo! After changing clothes, Lin Xiaoqian sneezed. Su Mangao, Lin Chen, I have a bad feeling about this. Lin Chen. Lin Xiaoqian quickly fell asleep in the car, her breathing growing heavy and her nostrils slightly stuffy. Mangyao, you jinx. Lin Chen said helplessly. Lin Xiaoqian definitely has a cold. It's still in the early stages now, but it's likely to get worse later. Su Mangao muttered, does keeping quiet make it go away? Xianxian's constitution isn't very strong, she catches colds easily. Lin Chen, I have a question. Yet I've never seen you practice much. How did you build such a good physique? Lin Chen glanced at Su Mangao. Are you lusting after my body? Su Mangao. Chapter 71, The Twin Symbols of Wealth and Longevity. Su Mangao said irritably, don't be narcissistic. I just want to know how you train, I need to work out too. Lin Chen chuckled and said, how I train? You'll find out once we live together. Had ha. Su Mangao sniffed lightly, always dreaming. Lin Chen suggested, Mangao, once your parents return, I really think you should consider moving in with me. Are you not working or have plenty of vacation time? Would you just stay alone at home for days before coming to see Xiaoxi? Or are you going to come here every day just like going to work? Su Mangao pondered. Before, she had no choice because she had to work. Now, having time but not spending it with her daughter was unacceptable. Besides, she truly enjoyed her time with Lin Xiaoxi. We'll talk about it later. After a long while, Su Mangao finally spoke in a calm voice. She moved in, which means they were living together already. Even if they stayed in separate rooms, in others' eyes, they were cohabiting. When feelings have reached a certain depth, it naturally goes without saying. But if that depth isn't there, other methods must undoubtedly be considered. Like buying another apartment in the same neighborhood. This method wouldn't work for ordinary people, they simply don't have that kind of money. But for Su Mangao, it's merely a question of willingness. That amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for her. Fine, we'll talk about it later. Lin Chen smiled and said. Su Mangao's response suggests the possibility isn't low. Had it been very unlikely, she would have outright refused. I'll take a quick nap. Su Mangao closed her eyes after speaking. She didn't want to discuss this topic with Lin Chen right now. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Su Mangao. Su Mangao's ears were noticeably redder than usual. Still quite shy, Lin Chen muttered to himself. After about 20 minutes had passed, Lin Chen returned to the residential area. Su Mangao, who hadn't been asleep but had been pretending to be, opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiaoxi with some concern. She heard Lin Xiaoqian's nasal congestion getting worse, and along the way, Lin Xiaoqian had coughed several times. It seemed inevitable that Lin Xiaoqian would catch a cold and start coughing. Don't worry, my love. I'm here for you. Lin Chen said with a smile, I'll study medicine more in the future. Treating Xiaoqian's minor illnesses will be a breeze. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Chen. He called her my love. Calling each other that way in public was to deliberately show off their relationship. But isn't it a bit redundant to use such terms privately? Wifey, any problems here? Lin Chen pretended to play dumb. Su Mangao rolled her eyes at him and said, First it was Su Mangao, then you switched to Mangao and I let it slide. Now you've gone straight to calling me wifey. Calm down, it's just a name. Lin Chen chuckled. Su Mangao, don't wake Xiaoxi. Lin Chen opened the rear car door and slowly picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxian drowsily opened her eyes and saw that it was Lin Chen holding her. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Returning home, Su Mangao said, Lin Chen, I'm heading to the company. There's still a lot of work to handle there. Please think about the gift. Keep an eye on CC. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't worry, CC. Children's immune systems aren't that strong yet, catching colds is perfectly normal. Kids who never get sick at all might not be ideal either. An occasional cold can actually help boost immunity. Su Mangao nodded and replied, I feel much more at ease with you looking after Cici. When she was with the nanny before and caught colds, I'd spend entire workdays constantly worrying. Be right back. Su Mangao left. Lin Chen fell into thought. What should he paint for the gift artwork? The longevity painting of pine trees and cranes he gifted to Su Mangao's parents would actually make a perfect birthday present, but since it had already been given, he naturally couldn't paint the same one again now. How about a double happiness and longevity painting? Lin Chen pondered for a moment while inwardly making his decision. Lin Xiaoqian's afternoon naps typically lasted 2 hours. Knowing there was still time, Lin Chen quickly gathered his materials and began painting. Lin Chen finished work in less than an hour. He painted a paradise flycatcher in peonies. The paradise flycatcher was beautiful, the longest lived among small birds and beasts. The peony is the national flower, the king of flowers, a symbol of wealth and prosperity. This painting makes a perfect gift for a 50-year-old. Something seems to be missing. Lin Chen stared at the painting before him and murmured to himself. Lin Chen realized quickly. A character is missing. The calligraphy styles I've mastered are all-encompassing. As long as I don't use Lin Yu's signature style and write more ordinarily, there shouldn't be any issues. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Yu's identity has gained significant online popularity recently. Now isn't the right time to reveal this particular layer of distinction. First, quietly make yourself stronger, that's what matters most. Soon, Lin Chen added a few words to the painting. These characters were noticeably different from his usual handwriting, plain and unadorned. They wouldn't draw attention, but neither would they disgrace the painting. Many painters aren't particularly skilled with calligraphy, this is perfectly normal. Let Mangao handle the framing herself. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Chen took a photo and sent it to Su Mangao. Mangao, the painting is done. Come pick it up when you have time and find someone to frame it yourself. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mangao. Su Mangao had just arrived at the company and hadn't started working yet. Upon receiving the message, she quickly opened the photo. Su Mangao stared blankly at the photo. Even just looking at the photo, she could tell the painting was exceptionally well done. Seeing the actual piece would undoubtedly have an even greater impact on her. A painting like this, finished in under an hour. Lin Chen's skills are truly unmatched. Su Mangao silently murmured to herself. Thank you. I'll have time to pick it up tomorrow or the day after. Su Mangao replied to Lin Chen's message. Mother, you should say thank you, dear husband. Su Mangao. CC, are you awake? No, I was speaking for her. Su Mangao sent an emoji expressing speechlessness. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to work. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed herself awake. Lin Chen quickly walked into the bedroom where Lin Xiaoqian was already sitting up. She said in an innocent, dazed voice, Daddy, help me check. There's a buggy in my nose. A bug got in? Lin Chen felt a bit nervous. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her nose. My nose is stuffed. Lin Chen chuckled. It's not a bug crawling in, Xiaoqian. You've caught a cold, and your nose is blocked. Daddy will give you some medicine, and you'll feel better in a couple of days. His medical skills had already reached the level of an experienced traditional Chinese doctor. Moreover, it's not just about treating the common cold. Daddy, where's Mommy? After getting dressed and stepping outside, Lin Xiaoqi asked curiously. Mommy went to work. She brought you home, but you were still asleep, so she went to the company. Play by yourself for a while, Daddy's going to brew your medicine. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian as he spoke. MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded understandingly. Lin Chen quickly got to work. The house was stocked with all kinds of medicinal ingredients. Last time Xiaoqian caught a cold, he'd had the medicine delivered by courier, but some of the herbs hadn't been very potent. Later, he personally bought quite a lot from the pharmacy. With skills comparable to an experienced traditional Chinese doctor, he could discern that the medicinal herbs he bought himself were significantly better than before. Before, it was just medicinal baths. This time, let's add a tonic for Sisai to drink as well. Lin Chen thought to himself. Last time his medical skills weren't quite sufficient, so he didn't dare brew medicine for Lin Xiaoqian to drink. But now, with his current level of expertise, it's no problem at all. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Dad, can I not drink it, please? This medicine tastes awful. Lin Xiaoqian pouted pitifully as she looked at Lin Chen. Chapter 72, Xinqing feels a little melancholy. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, have you taken medicine like this before? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. It's yucky medicine. I don't want to drink yucky medicine. Lin Chen squatted down and comforted. Daddy knows this medicine is a bit yucky, but when we're sick, lots of tiny viruses and bacteria get inside our bodies. They're as annoying as little bugs. Right now, many cells inside our bodies are fighting too. The medicine can make them stronger. Xiaoqian, do you want to help them? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Daddy knows you're the bravest. After you drink the medicine, Daddy will take you drawing. Let's draw the little cells defeating those viruses and bacteria, okay? MHM. Lin Xiaoqian drank it with a bitter little face. You're amazing, Xiaoxi. Even mommy doesn't take bitter medicine as quickly as you. Here's a candy for you as a reward. Lin Chen praised. He gave Lin Xiaoqian a piece of rock candy. Her mouth sweetened, and a smile appeared on Lin Xiaoqian's little face. Daddy, did I help the little cells? Of course you did. Come on, let's go draw some pictures. At night, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Ding ding. Lin Chen had just finished updating a fairy tale when his mother video called. He answered quickly. Son, is Qian asleep? How are things between you and Mangao now? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen, would you say we're friends now? What? Lin Hai leaned in beside him. Your mom wants to know if there's been any progress between you and Su Mangao? Any future potential? Lin Chen replied, Mangao's dealing with mental health issues. These things take time. No immediate prospects, but there might be something down the road. Dad, Mom, don't worry about me here. Just focus on building the house properly so we won't be without a home when it's time for the wedding. Don't skimp on the house. I know you're used to being thrifty, but some expenses are necessary. Don't try to save money here and there. Chen Mei, your father really is trying to save every penny he can. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, you get what you pay for. There's something I didn't tell you. I've bought this apartment, and it cost me around 12 million in total. I paid for it in full with my own earnings. You don't need to save on such small expenses. Chen Mei and Lin Hai exchanged looks of disbelief. Son, writing fairy tales makes that much money? Lin Chen chuckled. Mom, your son is a genius. I'm telling you this so you know I'm not short on money. No need to pinch pennies for my sake. And don't go looking for hardship where there isn't any. The best support you can give me is to take good care of yourselves. Lin Hai nodded. Since Lin Chen was making money so quickly, being frugal made little sense. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen ended the video call. I'll transfer some more money to Dad. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The shop's renovation wasn't his responsibility, and he still had 2 million in his bank account. Money gives a person confidence. With money in the account, Lin Hai and the others felt much more secure. Logging into his online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his father. For ordinary people, this is a substantial amount, but for him, earning 1 million might take just 3 or 4 days. Ding! Lin Hai received a bank notification text. Reading the message, he froze. Honey, our son transferred me another 1 million. Chen Mei watched the text message and called Lin Chen on video again. Son, why did you send us money again? We have enough to get by. Lin Chen laughed. Dad only spends freely when there's money flowing in. Don't pinch pennies like that. In the future, Mangyao and even her parents might be visiting our home. You don't want to lose face in front of our in-laws either, do you? Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Lin Chen's reasoning was quite solid, it had to be accepted. After ending the video call, Lin Chen opened a Tai Chi tutorial video. This thing still needs more practice. Right now, he's following along with videos but still stumbling through it. 2 days passed. Lin Xiaoqian had recovered mostly. These 2 days, Lin Chen had been busy brewing medicinal decoctions for her to drink and preparing her herbal baths, both proving quite effective. His own medical skills had also improved considerably. He already surpassed most veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but even among them, his medical skills weren't particularly outstanding. Lin Chen's medical skills now surpassed 99% of veteran traditional Chinese physicians. Such medical skills would already be considered miraculous in the eyes of ordinary people. Mom! Aunt Xingqing! Lin Xiaoqian cried out joyfully. Su Mangao and Xinsheng arrived together. As soon as they entered the house, they caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, and Xinsheng's eyes lit up. Xinsheng, wipe your drool. Su Mangao said. Xinsheng wiped her hand, there wasn't any drool at all. She shot Su Mangao a resentful look and said, Mangao, you've got yourself a good husband. The well-fed can't understand the hungry. Do you know how hard it was for me to come here for just this one meal? Cici, tell me, does Auntie Qingqing have it easy? Lin Xiaoxi thought for a moment. Aunt Qingqing, you should find a husband. That way you'll have delicious food to eat. Su Mangao burst into laughter. Cici is teasing you for being single. Thanks so much. Xinsheng retorted with exasperation as she picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Cici, not everyone can cook as well as your dad, you know. You little one are the luckiest, eating delicious food every day. Lin Chen came out of the kitchen. Mangao, why are you all crowding at the entrance? Come inside. Xinqing, Lin Chen, I've put in a good word for you many times. Dropping by for a meal isn't too much to ask, is it? Not at all. You'll get the matchmaker's seat at Mingyao's and my wedding banquet. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Xinqiang wasn't bad as a wingwoman. Su Mangao flushed red. Who said anything about having a banquet with you? Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously. Daddy, what does holding a banquet mean? Lin Chen smiled and explained. Holding a banquet means having a feast, enjoying a grand meal. Would you like mommy and daddy to hold one? Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Daddy, when would that be? Lin Chen glanced at Su Mangao and said, Xiaoxi, that depends on mommy's decision. Daddy's ready anytime. Mom, when is it going to be? Lin Xiaoqian turned to Su Mangao again and asked in her childish voice. Su Mangao. She replied impatiently, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You eat so well every day, what more do you want? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Xinqing gently rubbed her stomach and sighed lightly. Mangao, I haven't even eaten yet but I already feel somewhat full. Lin Xiaoqian, Auntie Xinqing, then you shouldn't eat anymore. If you eat too much, your tummy will get upset. Su Mangao, what Xiaoxi said is right, you'd better not eat. Xinqiang. She felt a little melancholy. Chapter 73, The Idea of a Top Private Chef. Ha! The first bite of the dish made Xinqing freeze in astonishment. Lin Chen, is it just me, or has your cooking improved noticeably compared to before? Xinqing turned to Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Lin Chen chuckled, there's indeed a slight improvement. You're quite perceptive, being able to taste even this small progress in my cooking. Xinqing shook her head. Not at all. This isn't just a slight improvement, the progress is quite noticeable. I've never been particularly interested in clothes or handbags, but food has always been my passion. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and Lin Chen's culinary skills had indeed shown remarkable improvement. Su Mangao visited often, with short intervals between visits, so she didn't notice much difference. But Xinqing felt the change quite distinctly. I thought your cooking skills had already peaked, that there was no room for further improvement. Yet you've managed to elevate them noticeably. Xinqing marveled incessantly. Lin Chen muttered to himself, this is only the beginning? Just wait and see. His cooking skills haven't reached legendary status yet, but he's getting close, probably just a matter of days now. Aunt Xinqing, my daddy is the best. He. Lin Xiaoxi replied with a sweet smile. Xinqing nodded. Cici, your father's culinary skills are practically peerless. Mangao, have you considered investing in Lin Chen to start a top-tier private kitchen? The kind that only takes reservations, and each dish costs at least 10,000 yuan. The prestige is off the charts, only the top brass can afford it. You'll definitely have no shortage of powerful connections then. Lin Chen's heart stirred at the thought. Opening an ordinary hotel or restaurant was out of the question for him, but once his culinary skills improved further, establishing an exclusive high-end private kitchen wasn't impossible. Connections are indeed quite useful. Writing fairy tales earns him a decent amount of money, but they offer limited potential for building powerful connections. Ultimately, connections boil down to mutual needs. When others have demands from him, his importance in their eyes grows. Fairy tales cover a broad spectrum, but how much can a single book cost? Most people don't have much demand for this. Some might look at him differently because of this exposure, but that's all there is to it. Cooking is different. His culinary skills may not yet be dominant, but once he reaches legendary status, even the world's top chefs will seem like mere apprentices before him. Most food connoisseurs are wealthy individuals. When his cooking attains that level of mastery, he'll never lack for clientele. It'll be customers begging to secure a reservation at his establishment. Others naturally sought his connections, and within such a network, he held the dominant position. Lin Chen, do you have such an idea? Su Mangao turned to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen smiled and replied, we'll talk about it later, when my culinary skills improve and the sophistication level rises a bit more. Only accepting bookings for 1 or 2 tables per week. Ingredients must be provided by the guests, with each table's preparation fee no less than 1 million. Xinqing's mouth hung open wide. She thought saying every dish cost no less than 10,000 was already outrageous. Lin Chen went even further, no less than 1 million per table, and the ingredients had to be prepared by the guests themselves with advance notice. Lin Chen, your standards are too high. Anyone with assets under 100 million simply can't afford this, Xinqiang remarked. At this price, she was immediately out of the running. Lin Chen smiled and said, only 1 or 2 meals a week, I don't need that many guests. My goal here is to build connections, not cater to a crowd. Su Mangao asked, Lin Chen, with ingredients included, over 1 million yuan for 1 meal, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Even though the Su family was wealthy, she still thought it was too expensive. Lin Chen said, once my cooking skills improve even more, I believe people will be scrambling to make reservations even at this price. Let's talk about that later. There's no hurry now. Su Mangao nodded. Xinqiang asked, Lin Chen, can your cooking skills still improve? They should be allowed. Lin Chen said with a smile, there are still legendary and mythical ranks above. After finishing the meal, Xinsheng clutched her stomach. She felt she needed to lean against the wall just to walk out. Aunt Qingqing, does your tummy hurt? Lin Xiaoqi looked at Xinsheng with some concern and asked. Xinsheng's face flushed slightly. Cici, Aunt Qingqing doesn't have a stomachache, I just ate too much. Mangyao, you two go enjoy your romantic time. I'll stay home with Cici. Lin Chen, don't move. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Can you even wash dishes in your current state? Xinsheng, just give me a moment to rest and I'll wash them. You two hurry up and go out. Alright then. Lin Chen and Su Mangao went out. Lin Xiaoqian didn't fuss about following Lin Chen and the others. Xinsheng had brought her along quite often before. After not seeing Xinsheng for several days, she missed her a little. Lin Chen and Su Mangao arrived by the riverside. Lin Chen, when you mentioned starting a private kitchen earlier, were you serious? Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen nodded. I do have some thoughts about it. Going to this birthday banquet in a couple days, aside from your family's relationship with the hosts, it's also to maintain this connection, isn't it? Maintaining relations while in a weaker position like this. If I can make it work, I could take the leading position. Su Mangao gave a slight nod. When my grandfather was alive, our family didn't have to worry too much, but now we're genuinely lacking some connections. Some powerful factions have been eyeing my family's company. Lin Chen wasn't the slightest bit surprised. The Su family's assets exceeded 30 billion, truly a fat piece of meat. When the man departs, the tea cools each favor left behind by Su Mangao's grandfather is diminished with use, a finite resource bound to run dry one day. Yao Yao, don't worry too much. Even if you run out of money, I can support you without any problem. Lin Chen said with a cheerful laugh. Who asked you to support me? Su Mangao cooed with a playful pout. Lin Chen reached out and instantly caught Su Mangao's hand, making her instinctively try to pull away. Lin Chen held on tightly without letting go. Mangao, didn't we hold hands just fine when we went for a walk last time? That was only because Cici was there. I'm afraid Cici will be upset. Su Mangao glared at Lin Chen with annoyance. Lin Chen grinned. We held hands last time too, so doing it again shouldn't be a problem. Don't be stingy, holding hands won't make you lose a piece of flesh. Su Mangao, you shameless jerk. Lin Chen, I call this striking while the iron's hot. Xinsheng went out of her way to create this opportunity for us. Wouldn't it be a waste of her kindness if we didn't even hold hands? In a couple of days, we'll be attending a birthday banquet. There might even be some intimate moments then. You should get acclimated in advance. Xin Mengyao said exasperatedly. Lin Chen, you used to be quite honest, what happened to that now? Lin Chen, you're the patient, you shouldn't take initiative. As your caregiver, I'll be the proactive one here. Let's go. People are staring at us. Su Mangao had no choice but to let Lin Chen lead her forward. Truth be told, she didn't really mind it in her heart. About 10 minutes passed. Mangao? A surprised voice rang out. Two girls walked towards them, looking at Lin Chen and his companions in astonishment. Chapter 74, It's not like we're having an affair. Su Mangao withdrew her hand and said, Lili, Lusiki, long time no see. Do you live nearby? The other girl shook her head. No, we're just hanging out around here. Mangao, who is this handsome guy? Su Mangao, he's my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these two were my high school classmates, from the same dorm. Hello there. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lili and Lusiki said in unison, Hello, brother Lin. Mangao, when did you get married? You hit it so well, we had no idea. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, go ahead and wait for me. I'll chat with Lili and the others for a while. Sure. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. He walked about 100 meters away when Su Mangao called out, Lin Chen and I just got our marriage certificate, we haven't held the wedding banquet yet. Keep it a secret for us, okay? MHM. Lili and the others nodded in agreement. After chatting for about 6 or 7 minutes, Lili chuckled, Mangao, we won't interrupt your precious time with your husband anymore. Go ahead and enjoy your romantic moments. Bye. Lili and the others then left. Su Mangao approached Lin Chen and said angrily, You wanted to hold hands, and they saw us, didn't they? Lin Chen laughed. Mangao, what are you afraid of? We're certified, legal. It's not like we're having an affair. Su Mangao, I asked them to keep it a secret, but there's no way that'll last long. Lin Chen said, If you're worried they'll spill the beans, why did you introduce me as your husband? You could have just said I'm your boyfriend. Su Mangao froze for a moment. She and Lin Chen had already registered their marriage, she hadn't even considered that point. Lin Chen smiled teasingly and said, Mangao, they say a woman in love loses some of her IQ. But you're a top CEO, your normal intelligence ought to be higher, right? Could it be? Su Mangao flushed red. She hastily denied it. Stop talking nonsense, who's in love with you? I don't want to walk anymore. Let's take a taxi home. Lin Chen nodded. The phrase going home is well put. Thumbs up for you. Su Mangao glared at Lin Chen, go back to your place. Returning home, Xinsheng exclaimed in amazement, Mangao, come quick and look, this painting was actually done by Cici. She's barely over 2 years old. I feel like I can't even compare to her. Mangao, I think we should find an art teacher for Cici. She definitely has a talent for painting. She'll be the next Da Vinci. Lin Xiaoqi shook her head and said, Auntie Qingqing, I don't want an art teacher. My dad is the best. Su Mangao looked at what Lin Xiaoqian had drawn. It was indeed very well drawn, unlike something a 2-year-old child would typically create. Xianxian, keep drawing. Mangyao, Linchen, come here for a moment. Lin Chen and Su Mangao followed Xinxing to the study. Lin Chen, Cici says you're good at drawing, but since you're not a professional, teaching her might waste her talent. Mangyao might feel too awkward to tell you this, but for Cici's future, I have to speak up. Xinxing said solemnly. She had no idea about Lin Chen's artistic abilities. Su Mangao, Xinxing, Lin Chen is incredibly skilled at painting. Xinxing furrowed her brows slightly. If Cici had ordinary talent, casually learning would be fine, but her innate gift is truly extraordinary. I've never seen anyone with greater painting potential. No, you have seen one. Su Mangao said softly. My artistic talent is poor. Cici inherited hers from Lin Chen. Xincheng was stunned for a moment. Su Mangao continued, I consulted with teacher Zhao Yanming, the foremost authority on painting here in Magic City. And yet, he offered 800,000 to buy one of Lin Chen's paintings. Lin Chen didn't sell. Xincheng's mouth fell open in disbelief. Lin Chen is not only an exceptional cook and basketball player but also remarkably talented in painting? How is he this skilled in everything? Yao Yao, this is the painting you asked for. Lin Chen took out a painting tube from the cabinet. Can I take a look? Xinxing's eyes lit up as she said. Lin Chen nodded. Just don't tell anyone. For now, I don't want fame interfering with taking care of Xiaoqian. Su Mengyao poured out the painting. As the scroll unfurled, amazement flashed in her eyes. The real artwork was indeed far more beautiful than photos on a phone. Unlike Western abstract paintings that may be completely unappreciable to ordinary people, Chinese paintings allow even laymen to savor their beauty. You two really kept it under wraps. Xinxing sighed softly, and here I was worrying that Xianxian would be held back. Turns out, it's because of Lin Chen that she's become so capable. Su Mengyao, it's not that I meant to hide it from you. Lin Chen asked me not to tell, and I haven't known for long either. Let me take a closer look and admire it properly. Xinsheng stared at the painting. Lin Chen said, you all enjoy yourselves. I'm going to prepare Xiaoxi's medicine. She still needs to take her doses and have her medicated bath tonight. Lin Chen walked out, and Xinxing closed the study door behind him. Meng Yao, you've got to hurry and win Lin Chen over. He's such a skilled cook, plays basketball so well, and even his painting is amazing. He's practically the perfect man. You'll definitely regret it if you miss out on him. Xinxing said softly. Su Mengyao, I'm not bad either. Xinxing urged anxiously, you two are perfect for each other. If you stay together, Cici would have a complete family. Isn't that wonderful? It's just that Lin Chen keeps a low profile. If he were more high profile, you'd see how many would be competing for his attention. Even though you've registered your marriage, so many couples are getting divorced these days. Su Mengyao gazed at Xinchang. You're more impatient than I am. Xinxing, I'm not just here for a free meal, you know. I'm doing this for your sake, and for Cici's too. Oh, Su Mengyao wore a look of understanding. Xinxing, you're really acting like the emperor who doesn't worry while the eunuchs fret. Go on. Su Mengyao giggled coyly. Xinxing, the emperor isn't worried, but the empress dowager is dying from anxiety. Su Mengyao said softly, actually, I know Lin Chen is very good, but I'm afraid of physical intimacy. If he can't wait for me and ends up leaving with someone else, there's nothing I can do about it. Xinxing, my illness should be gradually getting better. He just held my hand when we went out. Although I instinctively wanted to pull it back, I didn't. Xinxing's eyes lit up. At least there's progress. This is different from when you two were deliberately showing off your affection in front of Cici. You can sleep here tonight. I'm heading out. Su Mengyao quickly added, I'll leave with you. I still need to find someone to frame this painting properly. Soon Su Mengyao and her friends bid farewell to Lin Xiaoqian and left. Daddy, I don't want an art teacher. I only want you. Lin Xiaoqian ran to the kitchen and clung to Lin Chen's leg, saying. Lin Chen crouched down. He kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said with a smile, Xiaoxi, we're not looking for another drawing teacher. Aunt Qingqing just doesn't know how amazing Daddy is at drawing. She cares about you, that's why she wants to find you a good teacher. Lin Xiaoqian patted her chest. You scared me to death. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Xiaoqian, where did you learn that from? From Aunt Qingqing. Daddy, Aunt Qingqing is wrong. She's not the baby. Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Lin Chen gently pinched Lin Xiaoxi's little nose. She is wrong indeed. Our Xiaoxi is the real baby, right? MHM. Lin Xiaoqian nodded earnestly. Chapter 75 Artistic Skills Improved. Lin Chen smiled and asked, is the little one behaving well? Daddy, I'm being good. I'm the goodest girl, hee hee. Lin Chen said, little Qian, you must take your medicine nicely. Lin Xiaoqian's smile froze on her face. Daddy, sometimes I'm a good girl, and sometimes I'm not. Lin Chen said with amusement, not being a good boy now? Right. Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, take this last drink, then have a nice bath, and tomorrow you'll be all better. Then we can go play with Nan Nan and Chi Chi. Kiki was one of Lin Xiaoqian's new friends. They had met when Su Mangao took her to play downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated. She also wanted to go out and play with friends. Daddy, I want 2 candies. Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. All right. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian's forehead affectionately. At 10:30 in the evening, Su Mangao turned off her computer. She had brought some work home and had just finished it. There was a birthday party to attend the day after tomorrow, so she needed to complete whatever tasks she could in advance. President Su, couldn't you get better frames for your paintings? I'll even give you discounted mounting at cost price. Su Mangao saw a message. It was from the master framer she had commissioned. Though particular about framing techniques, Su Mangao had specifically requested the artisan to use the most ordinary framing materials. Master Pei, it's not about the money. This is a gift for someone else. Expensive materials wouldn't be appropriate. Su Mangao sent a reply message. The recipient was still awake and quickly responded, President Su, compared to your painting, even using the most expensive framing wouldn't add much to its value. Su Mangao was silent for a few seconds before replying, the painting was done by my husband. What's wrong with giving away a painting by my own husband? Buying someone else's painting for 10,000 might be expensive, but when it's my husband's work, there's practically no cost involved. Even if someone reports it to the disciplinary committee for investigation, there won't be any issues. The man opposite was named Pei Gongyi, and his eyes revealed amazement. This painting was actually done by Su Mangao's husband. He's a true genius, Pei Gongyi thought to himself. Su Mangao was quite young, so her husband probably wasn't much older either. Understood, President Su. I'll do my best with ordinary materials to make the framing as good as possible. Pei Gongyi replied. Thank you. Pei Gongyi got out of bed. He unfolded the painting that Lin Chen had drawn. As a master framer who had spent a lifetime mounting calligraphy and paintings, his standards were naturally very high. In his eyes, this artwork could completely rival the finest masterpieces. What a waste of heavenly gifts. Some people come to me wanting to gild their chamber pots, but this one's different. They want to adorn peerless jade with scrap metal. Pei Gongyi muttered to himself. He decided to begin right away. He had to use the most ordinary materials to achieve the best possible effect. This would require quite some time. The next day, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoxi how to paint. Host, your painting skills have reached legendary level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A flood of information quickly poured into Lin Chen's mind. Subtle changes also occurred in Lin Chen's body, with the most noticeable transformation being in his hands. Supreme painting skills naturally demanded refined hand control. His hands were now steadier than a surgeon's. Dad, I don't want this one anymore. This painting isn't good. Immersive translate, Lin Xiaoqian murmured in surprise. Lin Chen advanced to the legendary rank, and her talent also improved. Lin Xiaoqian's natural talent for painting was already quite good, around 30 points to begin with. Now doubled, it should reach around 60 points. Immersive translate. Now her painting talent can be doubled. Lin Xiaoqian's painting talent must have exceeded 90 points. Above 90 is world-class genius level. Her talents surged uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoqian noticed some issues with the drawing she had just completed and came up with a better idea. Xiaoqian, why don't you start over with a new drawing? Lin Chen smiled and said. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and quickly began anew. Lin Chen watched quietly. He noticed Xiaoqian working with even greater focus. The concentration of a top-tier prodigy was never lacking. Half an hour later, with just a slight reminder from Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqian had already completed a rather decent artwork on her own. Compared to the previous one, this painting is far superior, brimming with more creativity and more beautiful lines. They're simply not in the same league. Hard work really amounts to nothing when compared to innate talent. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Lin Xiaoqi loved painting. He taught with dedication, and while there had been progress before, the pace wasn't particularly fast. Now, however, the improvement has been a dramatic, exponential leap. Of course, the current progress is also built upon the foundation of earlier learning. At first, Lin Xiaoqian didn't quite understand what he was saying, but now with enhanced talent, everything suddenly clicked into place for her. Daddy, do you like my drawing? Lin Xiaoqian asked cheerfully. Lin Chen nodded. Your drawing is wonderful, Xiaoqian. If you keep working hard, you'll only get better and better. Daddy, drawing is so much fun. Can I draw one more picture? Lin Xiaoqi asked hopefully. Lin Chen shook his head. No more now. We need some outdoor exercise. You're still young. If you don't get enough outdoor activity, it'll deplete your hyperopia reserve too early. What's this hyperopia reserve you're talking about? Lin Xiaoxi asked doubtfully. Well, you'll understand when you're older. Go get the basketball now. Let's go play outside. Maybe Nan Nan and the others are downstairs already. MHM. Lin Xiaoxian went over and picked up the basketball. Lin Chen, Xiaoxian, how come you always choose basketball these days? Because daddy, you're so handsome, especially when you play basketball. Mommy and I can cheer for you together. Daddy, when will you play basketball again? Lin Xiaoqi looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Xiaoqi. For her, cheering for daddy's games together with mommy was the happiest thing. There will be a chance, Xiaoqian. You should practice more with your dad now. After finishing a meeting, Su Mangao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her several messages, but they were all just ordinary photos of Lin Xiaoxian. Why are there so many messages in the class group chat? Su Mangao felt an ominous premonition stirring within her. Su Mangao actually got married in secret without telling anyone. The school beauty got married, and my youth is gone. When's the wedding banquet? At Su Mangao. Hundreds of messages in the group were all discussing her. Su Mangao. Yao, I'm so sorry. I couldn't help but tell Zhang Yan about it. I made her promise to keep it secret, but who would have thought? Lu Siki had already sent her a private message. Su Mangao. She knew the secret would get out, but she didn't expect it to happen this fast. Whatever, it doesn't matter if they know now. Su Mangao sent a message to Lu Siki. It's already spread out. What else can she do? Lin Chen, I told Li and the others to keep it secret, but Lu Siki told a friend, who probably told another, and now it's already spreading in the group chat. Su Mangao also sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's fine. Anyway, I've decided to hang myself from your twisted tree. Doesn't affect me. Su Mangao, you're the crooked-necked tree. Is that so? Well then, we're a perfect match. Su Mangao's lips curled slightly upward. Chapter 76, My daughter actually got married? United States, early morning. Yang Qingyue woke up. She always slept early and rose early. Su Guofeng hadn't arrived at the hospital yet. He probably hadn't even gotten out of bed. Qingyue, has Mangyao gotten married? General Manager Yang, I heard Mangyao got married, congratulations. Yang Qingyue opened her phone to see two messages. One was from Su Mengyao's Aunt Liang, the other from the mother of one of Su Mengyao's university classmates. Yang Qingyue was stunned. Her daughter got married? How could she, as the mother, not know about it? Could it be that they saw Lin Chen's basketball video? In the video, did Su Mangao call Lin Chen husband? But that was just to trick Lin Xiaoqian. President Shui, where did you hear that Mangyao got married? Yang Qingyue sent a message to her classmate Su Mengyao's mother. The recipient was the mother of Su Mengyao's college roommate, who came from a business-owning family with good financial means. They had previously connected on WeChat when their companies collaborated once. President Yang, my daughter told me. Their class chat group was buzzing about it. Mangyao herself admitted it. This person quickly replied with a message. On Yang Qingyue's side, it was morning, while in China, the sun hadn't set yet. Surprise flashed in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Beep beep. Yang Qingyue made a video call to Su Mangao. Mom, is something wrong? I'm still at work. Su Mangao was puzzled. Yang Qingyue usually made video calls between 8 and 9 in the evening, when she'd typically already be home. At this hour, she was either still working or, though off duty, still on the commute either way, too busy to answer a video call. Mangyao, you're still in the office. I heard from Huang Jiayun's mom that you said you got married yourself? How come I, as your mother, didn't know about this? Yang Qingyue said with exasperation. Su Mangao. She sighed helplessly. I took a walk with Lin Chen yesterday, and he held my hand, which happened to be seen by two classmates. When I introduced him, I said Lin Chen was my husband and swore them to secrecy, but then... Yang Qingyue, you went for a walk with Lin Chen and Cici? Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. No, Qingqing came over for dinner yesterday. She was looking after Cici, so she urged Lin Chen and me to go out for a walk. Yang Qingyue's eyes lit up. Things are progressing between your daughter and Lin Chen. If Cici wasn't here, why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband? Isn't that introduction a bit problematic? You could have introduced him as your boyfriend instead. Su Mangao. Mom, actually, Lin Chen and I already got our marriage certificate. Yang Qingyue froze. When did this happen? Su Mangao, it's been a while. We did a property notarization first, then got registered. We agreed that all assets would remain separate, both before and after marriage. Yang Qingyue stared blankly at Su Mangao. Mom, I don't plan to get married anytime soon, and Lin Chen says he feels the same way. We just got the certificate, maybe this arrangement will be better for Cici. Yang Qingyue, was it your idea or Lin Chen's? It was mine. Yang Qingyue shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen's suggestion. With your personality, would you ever propose getting a marriage certificate with him? Mangyao, Lin Chen fooled you into getting that marriage license. Su Mangao. Both Shen Cheng and her mother could see through it at a glance. How could I have been so foolish to fall for Lin Chen's sweet talk back then? Lin Chen probably thought it would be better to establish the relationship first and then gradually nurture feelings between you. That's actually quite sensible. Su Mangao, Mom, how is that good? I've been tricked. You should scold Lin Chen harshly later. Don't be like Xing, siding with him just because you've eaten his cooking. Yang Qingyue, if you were deceived by some scumbag, your father and I would stand up for you. But if Lin Chen fooled you, well, being fooled by him is perfectly fine. This works out nicely. Su Mangao, does Lin Chen's family still not know either? Su Mangao nodded. We agreed this is just between the two of us, separate from both our families. Mom, don't go spreading it around. Yang Qingyue, no wonder you called him husband during basketball, and introduced Lin Chen as your husband to others too. He really is your husband now. Sounds fine to me. Su Mangao blushed. Mom, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I have things to do. Please don't say anything strange to Lin Chen. With that, Su Mangao quickly hung up the video call. She could feel her heartbeat quickening noticeably. An hour passed before Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Darling, what's the matter? Did the doctor share some good news with you? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingyue's expression carried a hint of joy. Aren't we worried that Chen Lin and Mangyao might not stay together? Well, we don't need to worry about that anymore. Su Guofeng exclaimed in surprise. They're together? With Mangyao's condition, that shouldn't be possible so soon. Yang Qingyue shook her head. They've already registered their marriage. Su Guofeng. Holy cow, his daughter had gotten married, and he didn't even know. What's going on? Yang Qingyue explained some of the situation to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng, though it's a bit sad to only find out now, them getting their marriage certificate is a good thing. That greatly increases their chances of staying together. Got it. Yang Qingyue nodded. Honey, even though they've gotten their marriage certificate, which increases their chances of being together, whether they'll truly stay together still depends on whether their feelings are genuine by then. Got it. Su Guofeng nodded. Let's not worry about it, they can handle it themselves. They're parents now too, not kids anymore. Yang Qingyue laughed. Marriage certificate filed, baby born, hands held. Do you think a cooked duck could still fly away? Right now I just want to recover quickly and go home early. After going home, have Mangyao stay at Lin Chen's place. They've already gotten their marriage certificate. What's she still doing living with her parents? The next afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Su Mangyao's company. Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was in the evening, and since today wasn't a weekend, her husband had to work. The other guests were either busy with work or school. Most birthday banquets are held at noon, but these days people aren't so particular about traditions. Evening celebrations have become quite common too. With work done by evening, people can relax and enjoy the feast more thoroughly. Mom! Spotting Su Mangao emerging, Lin Xiaoqi cried out joyfully. Su Mangao approached. Lin Chen asked, Mangao, do we need to change cars? His car was just an ordinary family vehicle. Su Mangao shook her head. No need. Given Aunt Liang's family situation, arriving in a luxury car might actually be inappropriate. Besides, we don't need fancy cars to prove anything. As she spoke, Su Mangao opened the rear car door. Mom, you sit in the front. I like it when you and Dad sit together. Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Su Mangao kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Alright, I'll sit in front since I need to give your dad directions later anyway. Su Mangao quickly took her seat in the front passenger side. Lin Chen, before we go to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's place, we need to pick up the painting first. It's already been framed. Su Mangao said. Mom, you should call him hubby. Lin Xiaoqi, seated in the child's safety seat, chimed in. Su Mangao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. Look at you being so picky. Where does a little thing like you get so many demands? Honey, let's go. Su Mangao still went along with Lin Xiaoqian's wishes. Chapter 77. A great way to avoid drinking. Alright, Daddy's setting off now. Lin Xiaoqi cheered from the back seat. Su Mangao turned to look at Lin Xiaoqi, suspecting the child had noticed something unusual between her and Lin Chen. Normally, children want their mothers to sit with them in the back, yet Lin Xiaoqi had wanted her and Lin Chen to sit up front instead. Lin Chen, honey, your Aunt Liang's birthday is today, so there will be many guests, right? Anything we should pay attention to? Su Mangao replied, there probably won't be too many guests. Nowadays, lavish banquets aren't allowed, and Uncle Zhao wouldn't make such a mistake on this matter. The guests attending will either be close relatives or people of considerable status, so it's best not to take photos during the banquet. Even if you do, avoid capturing others in the frame. Lin Chen nodded. After a moment's thought, Su Mangao added, don't be too flashy, but don't be too reserved either. There'll definitely be drinking during the banquet. If you can't handle alcohol, it's better to abstain from the start. If you can drink, don't lie and say you can't, otherwise it'll be awkward when people find out later that you actually can. Lin Chen smiled. His alcohol tolerance used to be just average in the past, but now, improved physical condition must have significantly increased his capacity. Casual drinking shouldn't be a problem. There are some people we need to toast. I'll accompany you. Su Mangao added another remark. Got it. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian, Daddy, don't drink too much, okay? If you get drunk, you'll feel really, really terrible later. Su Mangao, Cece, do you only care about daddy and not mommy? That makes mommy sad. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mommy, didn't I say that before? Don't you remember? You shouldn't drink too much either. Last time you got drunk, you felt awful, just awful. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mangao. Still getting drunk? Su Mangao shook her head, not too drunk, and Liang always accompanies me when I go out for business dinners now. It's just that sometimes drinking some alcohol is unavoidable. Even if it's not heavily drunk, it's still uncomfortable. The Su family's assets are considerable, but there are still many in the country whose wealth surpasses theirs, not to mention all those powerful figures. Top-tier big shots might drink if they feel like it or abstain if they don't. It's clear the Su family hasn't reached that level yet. Lin Chen smiled and said, if you want to stop drinking in the future, I can tell you a great method. One that won't offend anyone when you tell them. What method? Su Mangao's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked. She wasn't much of a drinker to begin with, and would always refrain whenever possible. Lin Chen suggested, just tell them you're preparing for pregnancy and need to keep your body healthy, so you can have a second child later. Su Mangao. She was speechless. What had she been expecting? What kind of brilliant idea did she think would come out of Lin Chen's mouth? Lin Chen said with a smile, isn't this method great? If you use it, no one can talk you into changing your mind anymore. Thank you very much. Su Mangao said irritably. Lin Xiaoqian asked, Mom, what does second child mean? Is it a little brother or sister? I want a little brother or sister. Chi-Chi has a baby brother. Su Mangao said, Cece, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Having you makes us perfectly happy. Our Cece is the best, worth several other children combined. Mom, but I want little brothers and sisters. If I had a sister, I'd share my stuffed dolls with her and teach her how to draw. If it's a brother, I'll play ball with him. Lin Xiaoxi said with eager anticipation in her eyes. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mangao, whose face was slightly flushed. The doctor said the chance of her getting pregnant again is very low, but very low doesn't mean it's impossible. Cece, let's talk about this later. Mommy is still very busy right now. Lin Chen smiled and said. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Mom and Dad, when Mom's not too busy, give me a little brother or sister. Su Mangao was speechless. Did she think they could just snap their fingers and make that happen? Lin Chen, turn left up ahead. Cece, stop talking now, don't distract Dad while he's driving. Su Mangao said. She didn't want to continue this topic any longer. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove into an old residential area. The location of this neighborhood was excellent. It used to be a luxury residential area. However, since the buildings here were over 20 years old, many aspects had fallen behind the times. Lin Chen, Elder Pei wants to see you. Master Pei has been in the mounting industry his entire life. He's a true master in this field. You might need to work with him someday. Why not go up and introduce yourself? Su Mangao said. Lin Chen nodded. All right. Lin Chen held Lin Xiaoqian in his arms while Su Mangao carried a bag of gifts. The three of them took the elevator upstairs. Ding dong. Su Mangao rang the doorbell, and the door soon opened to reveal Pei Gongyi, a man in his 70s. Grandfather Pei. Hello, Grandfather Pei. Su Mangao and Lin Chen spoke up. Grandpa Pei, my name is Cece. Lin Xiaoqian also spoke up in her childish voice. Pei Gongyi quickly responded warmly, President Su, Master Lin, and Qianqian, please come right in. I was just wondering when you'd arrive, and here you are. Lin Chen quickly responded, Old Master Pei, please don't call me Master Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin, I'm no master. Pei Gongyi laughed and said, in the art of painting, if someone of your skill can't be called a master, then who else could possibly qualify? Old as I am, I haven't lost my wits yet. If I call you Xiao Lin, people will accuse me of flaunting my seniority. You've truly earned the title of master. Lin Chen could only look helplessly at Su Mangao. Pei Gongyi said, President Su, don't try to persuade me. I respect him for his skills, not his age. Please have a seat for now. I'll go to the study to fetch the painting. Soon Pei Gongyi returned with the painting. He slowly unrolled the painting from the tube and said, Director Su, Master Lin, with ordinary materials, this is the best I can do. It's a bit of a disservice to this painting. Lin Chen gazed at the painting he had created. Framed, it looked considerably more refined. Though Pei Gongyi had used ordinary materials, his craftsmanship was impeccable even with basic framing materials. The result was excellent. Daddy, it's so pretty. Daddy, when will you teach me how to draw flowers? I want to draw those little birds too. Lin Xiaoqian stared intently at the painting as she asked. Pei Gongyi exclaimed with surprise, isn't Cece just over 2 years old? Is she already learning to paint at such a young age? Grandpa Pei, yes, she is. I really love painting. Lin Xiaoxi said earnestly. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi is quite talented. Mr. Pei, she and I might have to trouble you more in the future. Pei Gongyi chuckled, it's you two who honor this old man. You're the ones taking care of my business. President Su, if it's alright, I'll put this away now. Su Mangao nodded and replied, of course, go ahead. Pei Gongyi carefully placed the painting back into its cylindrical case. Old Master Pei, we must attend the banquet today. We'll pay you another visit soon. Su Mangao said. Lin Chen said, Mangao, why don't you wait outside with the others? I just need a couple minutes to talk with Elder Pei. Su Mangao was somewhat puzzled. Still, she carried Lin Xiaoqi out with her. Elder Pei, I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. Let me check your pulse. Lin Chen said. Pei Gongyi looked puzzled. Grandmaster Lin, am I sick? Old Pei, let me check your pulse to be sure. Perhaps my skills aren't sufficient and I misjudged. Pei Gongyi nodded, sitting down and extending his hand. Lin Chen's fingers rested on Pei Gongyi's pulse point. Half a minute later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Old Pei, if you have time, go to the hospital for a checkup, with a focus on your heart. Chapter 78, Mangao, this is personal worship. Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest. I do feel occasional tightness in my chest. It's nothing serious, is it? Lin Chen, Old Pei, there shouldn't be any major issues. Master Lin, thank you. Pei Gongyi said gratefully. Lin Chen stood up. Old Pei, you should go get checked quickly. Since Mangao and the others are waiting for me, I'll take my leave now. Soon, Lin Chen departed. Getting into the car, Su Mangao asked curiously, Honey, what did you stay behind to talk about with Old Pei alone? If it's a secret and inconvenient to say, just forget it. Lin Chen started the car and continued their journey. I noticed Old Pei has some heart problems. Some people don't want others to know when they're sick, so I had you leave first, but Old Pei doesn't seem to mind mentioning it. Su Mangao said in surprise, but Old Pei looks perfectly fine. Lin Chen smiled and said, you could tell? His breathing and complexion were a bit off. I just checked his pulse, he has coronary heart disease, and it's quite serious. Su Mangao stared at Lin Chen in amazement. How's my mom doing? Did you check mom's pulse when you and Cici went to America? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. Back then, I could only treat Cici's cold. Even now, my medical skills don't compare to those of top American hospitals. Renovating, this is personal idolization. Su Mangao rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen, who's idolizing you. I do. Little Lin Xiaoqia from the backseat car seat quickly chimed in. Daddy's the most amazing, hee hee. Lin Chen smiled faintly. See, Mangao? Even if you don't idolize me, I still have a diehard little fan. Su Mangao asked, Cici, do you know what idolize means? I do, I read it in storybooks. Lin Chen gave a quiet smile. His stories were not just entertaining, but also taught children a thing or two. Cici, can you tell us a story now? MHM. Lin Xiaoxi thought for a moment and began telling it. Su Mangao listened quietly as Lin Xiaoxi told the story. She was very surprised. Although Lin Xiaoxi hadn't been with Lin Chen for very long, she seemed to have become much smarter. Su Mangao had no idea that Lin Chen's skill improvement could enhance Lin Xiaoxi's talents, and her intelligence would also increase. Now that Lin Chen had reached legendary status in fairy tale creation, under his guidance, Lin Xiaoxi's storytelling ability was naturally quite good. Mommy, I'm done telling the story. Did you like it? Lin Xiaoqian giggled playfully. Su Mangao clapped her hands. That was really beautiful. Lin Xiaoqian, Mom, why don't you sing a song? I love hearing you sing. Dad, have you ever heard her sing? Not yet, Lin Chen said. Su Mangao felt slightly embarrassed. Singing for Xiaoqian wouldn't be a problem, but now Lin Chen was here too. Now she couldn't quite bring herself to sing. Mommy, hurry up. After you finish singing, it's Daddy's turn, hee hee. Hearing Lin Xiaoqian say this made Su Mangao feel a bit better. She began to hum softly. Su Mangao was beautiful, had a pleasant voice, and sang sweetly. Lin Chen found it thoroughly enjoyable to listen to her. Dad, it's your turn now. Mom, Dad is really good at singing too, Lin Xiaoqian said in her tiny, babyish voice. Su Mangao was surprised. Was Lin Chen actually good at singing? With a gentle smile, Lin Chen said, let me sing fairy tale for you. I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard you. Tell me the story you love most. He spent far less time teaching Lin Xiaoqi to sing than to paint, but even so, it had added up to nearly 10 hours by now. 10 hours would qualify as master-level expertise. How many singers in the entertainment industry can reach the level of a grandmaster in vocal skills? Lin Chen's singing ability is already exceptionally high. Su Mangao listened in a daze. I'm willing to become the angel in the fairy tale, the one you love, spreading my arms to turn into wings to protect you. Hearing Lin Chen sing this part, Su Mangao's heart trembled slightly. His voice seemed to touch her soul. Tap tap. Lin Chen finished singing, and Lin Xiaoqian clapped her little hands. Mommy, you should clap too. Is Daddy singing also amazing? Lin Xiaoxi said happily. Su Mangao softly applauded, turning to gaze at Lin Chen. The longer time passed, the more virtues she discovered in him. Lin Chen, you're so good you could release an album, Su Mangao said. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in joining the entertainment industry. If I wanted fame, I might as well choose calligraphy or painting. Even playing basketball would be better than entering showbiz. Dad, I want you to sing to me again, Lin Xiaoxi asked. Time ticked by minute after minute. Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing skills have reached the Grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A flood of information surged into Lin Chen's mind, rapidly improving his singing skills and even altering the quality of his voice. Su Mangao was somewhat surprised. The last few sentences just now seemed to sound a bit different. It sounded a bit better now. Right ahead, we're almost there. Su Mangao spoke up, but she had no time to think. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he parked the car in front of an ordinary restaurant. Su Mangao's Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang were quite well off, but given Uncle Zhao's official position, hosting a banquet at a luxury hotel might raise eyebrows. A modest restaurant would be far more appropriate. The food certainly wouldn't be lacking in quality. They'd reserved the entire restaurant for the evening, and the chef preparing the dishes wasn't even the establishment's regular cook. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li is waiting inside. Director Lu, please come in. We'll have a good drink later. At the restaurant entrance, Su Mangao, Uncle Zhao, and Zhao Jing were waiting to greet the guests. Lin Chen, that's Uncle Zhao at the door. Su Mangao said. She and Lin Chen got out of the car. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian down, while Su Mangao went to fetch the painting tube from the trunk. Uncle Zhao. As Lin Chen and the others approached, Su Mangao smiled and said. Zhao Jingshou's gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Su Mangao added, Uncle Zhao, let me introduce you, this is my husband, Lin Chen. Honey, you can call him Uncle Zhao too. Lin Chen nodded and greeted, hello, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Jingshou smiled and said, Mangao, Aunt Liang told me you got married. It seems the news is true. Xiao Lin, you're a lucky man. Cici, don't you recognize Grandpa Zhao? Come here, let Grandpa Zhao hold you and see if you've gained any weight. Grandpa Zhao. Lin Xiao she let out a little cry. Zhao Jingshou took Lin Xiaoxi from Lin Chen's arms. Cici, you've grown so much since I last saw you. If you keep growing like this, Grandpa Zhao won't be able to carry you anymore. Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, because I've been eating all my meals properly. Is that so? What a good girl Cici is. Zhao Jingshou smiled and said, Mangyao, why don't you carry Cici inside? Shaolin, could you help me welcome some guests? Su Mangyao glanced at Lin Chen. Zhao Jingshou probably had something to say to Lin Chen. Honey, Cici and I are going in first. Su Mangyao hugged Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. As Su Mangyao and the others went inside, Zhao Jingshou handed Lin Chen a cigarette. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke, and it's not convenient with Xiaoqian around either. Zhao Jingshou said somewhat apologetically, Shaolin, there's something I want to apologize for. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jingshou in confusion. Zhao Jingshou said awkwardly, 2 months ago, someone asked me to introduce their son to Mangyao. At the time, I thought since Mangyao didn't have anyone by her side, it wouldn't hurt to introduce them, maybe it could even help Mangyao move on. I never expected you two to already be married. Lin Chen, will they be coming today as well? I wasn't aware of your situation earlier, so I invited them over. I'll explain the circumstances to them later. Just then, an old model Audi rolled up. Zhao Jingshou, speak of the devil, here they come. Chapter 79, this script doesn't seem right. The Audi was parking when Zhao Jingshou said, Xiaolin, the person I want to introduce to Mangyao is named Zhang Su. His father, Zheng Qingyun, is also a businessman, their family assets total several billion. Zheng Su's maternal family is politically influential. His grandfather's position is even higher than mine. Lin Chen was inwardly astonished, assets worth billions and maternal relatives in positions of power? This was truly impressive. Had he not gained various abilities through the system, he would have been no different from an ant in the face of such a powerful family. But it would be hard to encounter someone like him anyway. CEO Zheng, Xiao Su. The two people from the Audi got out and walked over. Zhao Jingshou took a few steps forward, greeting them with a smile. Lin Chen also moved 2 steps closer. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao. Zheng Qingyun was enthusiastic while Zheng Su spoke respectfully. Zhao Jingshou shook hands with Zheng Qingyun. President Zhang, the young man beside me is Lin Chen. He and Mangyao got married, so I owe you an apology for keeping you in the dark. I just found out about this myself. Zheng Qingyun and Zhang Su's expressions changed slightly. Their main purpose in coming was Su Mangao, as they weren't from Magic City and most of their business wasn't conducted here. President Zhang. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Zheng Qingyun nodded apologetically. Lin, we must also apologize for this matter. It's our fault for not understanding the situation properly beforehand. Zheng Su cleared his throat. Lin Chen, sorry about this. I genuinely didn't know President Su was already married. Lin Chen smiled. It's fine. Mangyao and I registered privately, so it's completely normal that others wouldn't know. Zhao Jingshou said, President Zhang, this is my fault. My lack of understanding made you make this trip unnecessarily. Zheng Qingyun smiled and said, it's only right that we came for sister-in-law's birthday. There's no harm meant at all. Zhao Jingshou gave a slight nod. President Zhang, please go on ahead. I'll make it up to you with a few more drinks later as an apology. Zheng Qingyun, old brother Zhao, you go ahead with your work then. Xiaolin, we were in the wrong about this matter. Later I'll have Xiaoshu toast you a few more glasses to make it up, please don't take offense. Soon Zheng Qingyun and the others went inside. Zhao Jingshou walked out a few steps, Lin Chen following along. When Zhao inquired, Xiaolin, how do you feel? Lin Chen replied, not what I expected. In TV dramas or novels, in situations like this, they'd usually get angry and pressure me to leave Mangao or something. Had ha. Zhao Jingshou chuckled. People at Zhang Qingyun's level are essentially all polished elites, such scenarios rarely occur. Plus, today's my wife's birthday, they wouldn't act that way. Any other feelings? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying, they were very polite, but I felt their politeness was only superficial. The Su family might face troubles in the future. Zhao Jingshou looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Instead of saying you might have troubles, you're saying the Su family would, that's quite unusual. Analyze it further for me. Lin Chen shook his head, Uncle Zhao, I can't analyze anything more. My skills are just average. Zhao Jingshou gazed deeply at Lin Chen. A smile appeared on his face. Xiaolin, very good. It seems you also understand that speaking too frankly without deep friendship isn't a good thing. I hope you and Mangyao can cultivate a positive outcome when the time comes. Uncle Zhao, I'll head inside now. Lin Chen said. Zhao Jingshou nodded, and Lin Chen entered the restaurant. A look of worry appeared in Zhao Jingshou's eyes. The Su family was indeed going to face trouble. He had already caught wind of some rumors, but such matters were difficult for him to change. The Su family's assets exceeded 30 billion, their company was sound, and their wealth was still growing. More than one or two would crave a share of the pie. He had originally planned to introduce Su Mangao and Zhang Su, thinking that if they could marry, the pressure on the Su family would lessen. Even if a portion of the Su family's assets might be swallowed by the Zhang family in the future, it wouldn't happen so quickly. The Su family's over 30 billion in assets should at least preserve half. But it turned out Su Mangao was already married. Sigh. If only the old leader could have lived a few more years. Zhao Jingshou sighed inwardly. If Yang Qingyue's father had lived a few more years, the Su family's foundation would have been more stable. Now their footing is insecure. Some of Yang Qingyue's father's connections still remain, temporarily maintaining stability, but favors will gradually diminish. How can outsiders continue helping the Su family unconditionally forever? If they start making demands, how would they differ from those hungry wolves? Perhaps we could have held steady for another 2 years with no issues, but this young family affair, who knows if it might accelerate the worsening of the situation. Zhao Jingshou felt helpless in his heart. Inside the restaurant, Lin Chen walked toward Su Mangao. Daddy! Lin Chen approached Lin Xiaoqian and called out sweetly. Hey! Lin Chen called out with a smile, extending his hand. Su Mangao naturally transferred Lin Xiaoxi into his arms. Aunt Liang, this is my husband Lin Chen. Husband, Aunt Liang might look like she could be my sister, but don't you dare call her that by mistake. Su Mangao smiled. Aunt Liang. Lin Chen greeted. Aunt Liang, whose full name was Liang Chunhua, said with a smile, Lin, you're really blessed. Having a wife like Mangao and such a well-behaved daughter like Cici. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mangao. Perhaps it was fate that brought Mangao and me together. As for little she's the best gift heaven could have given us. Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. Liang Chunhua watched them silently. Su Mangao probably already had Lin Chen in her heart. In this case, there was absolutely no need for her and her husband to persuade Su Mangao to divorce and choose someone else. Mangao, Xiaolin, I wish you both happiness. And thank you for the gifts too. Liang Chunhua said with a smile. Su Mangao had already given her the gift. The painting tube was beside her now, but it hadn't been opened yet. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua turned her gaze elsewhere. Xiaolin, excuse me for a moment. Mangao, please take good care of Xiaolin. Okay. Su Mangao nodded. Liang Chunhua walked toward a guest who had just arrived. Su Mangao leaned in and whispered, Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Zhao asked when we're going to hold our wedding banquet. He can't wait to drink at our celebration banquet. Su Mangao. Zheng Qingshan and Zhang Su walked over together. Zheng Qingshan said apologetically, President Su, there's something we need to apologize to you about. We've already talked to Lin Chen, but we still have to inform you as well. Originally, we didn't know you were married, so we asked Brother Zhao to arrange for us to meet you today. Brother Zhao has already informed us about your marriage. Zhang Su, I was the one who pestered my dad to come over. I almost made a scene, hope you don't mind. Su Mangao smiled gently. No harm done. We kept it private, so it's natural you wouldn't know. After chatting for a few more sentences, Zheng Qingshan and his group moved away. Su Mangao frowned imperceptibly to herself. The Zheng father and son behaved quite graciously, but she had a feeling things weren't that simple. This matter might bring unfavorable consequences for their Su family. Cici, there's a little girl over there. Would you like to go play with her? Mom and Dad will be watching you from nearby. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi and asked. MHM. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen set Lin Xiaoqixi down, and the little girl walked over. Soon enough, the two children were playing together happily. Lin Chen, did they give you any trouble just now? Su Mangao asked softly. Lin Chen whispered back, Mangao, I suggest you call me hubby. It's not good if others hear you calling me Lin Chen. Su Mangao. Chapter 80, The Drinking Table Showdown. Lin Chen said, President Zhang and his crew were quite polite. I actually expected them to put on airs and humiliate me. Miscalculated that one. Su Mangao remarked, upper echelons operate differently from the grassroots. Smiling to your face while stabbing you in the back, that's standard procedure. Today they're clinking glasses and calling you brother. Tomorrow they'll seize any chance to ruin you. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyou's scheming is amateurish compared to Zhang Su's. Su Mangao, this is perfectly normal. The Zhao family rose alongside our Su family, with neither having stable foundations. We've only truly become wealthy in the past 20-odd years. The Zheng family's grandfather's generation was already wealthy. The education their father and son received was completely different from ours. Lin Chen nodded slightly. My intuition tells me they'll make another move. Su Mangao, the likelihood is indeed quite high. Newly wealthy families like ours have earned more money than their old money counterparts, which deeply displeases these established families. My grandfather passed away early, so our Su family lacks deep-rooted heritage. Heritage isn't just about money. Building various social networks takes time to cultivate gradually. Established families might not be particularly wealthy, but they likely have marriage alliances with numerous other families. Perhaps one of their family members became powerful. Or maybe someone became a teacher and mentored many students, some of whom went on to achieve great success. The goodwill earned by Su Mangao's grandfather has sustained the Su family up to this day, and they still enjoy protection. One can only imagine how formidable the foundation of an established family must be. Mangao, I guess you're not particularly skilled in these matters. Your parents will be back next month, let your father handle this headache. Your father's experience and struggles is definitely far superior to yours. Lin Chen said. Su Mangao nodded. My father is certainly much stronger than I am. I can lead the company through smooth sailing, but that's about it. Let's drop this subject for now. They probably won't make a move anytime soon. Our Su family isn't so easy to provoke either. Whoever dares to be the first to strike will have to pay a hefty price. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Don't worry too much. Even if we lose it all, you and Xiao Qian won't go hungry. I can afford to take care of you both. Su Mangao's face flushed slightly. I don't need you to take care of me. Time ticked by minute after minute. Half an hour later, most of the expected guests had arrived. There weren't too many people, just about 100 in total, filling 10 tables, with 2 large tables that could each seat over 20 guests. One of these large tables accommodated government officials, while the other seated business magnates. Lin Chen's group was seated at this very table. With assets in the tens of billions, the Su family wasn't insignificant anywhere. After all, Zhao Jingshou was just a district chief. How many business tycoons would attend his wife's birthday banquet? Dear friends and family, today marks my wife's 50th birthday. Thank you all for coming. Please eat and drink to your heart's content. I'll drink first to show my respect. Zhao Jingshou stood up with a glass in hand and said. With these words, he downed the entire glass of baijiu in one go. Okay. Whoosh. Some cheered, others applauded. Zhao Jingshou's official rank wasn't particularly high, but the position of district head in this metropolis absolutely wasn't low either. The power he wielded was still considerable. The banquet officially began soon after, and the scene was extremely lively. Daddy, I want to eat that. And that me too. Lin Xiaoqian sat at the dining chair. She was seated to Lin Chen's left, while Su Mangao took the seat to his right. Su Mangao had considered having Lin Xiaoqian sit between them, but when it came time to sit, she ended up seated on Lin Chen's right. This would send a signal to others that she and Lin Chen had a close relationship, deterring anyone from casually provoking him. The Zheng family was an established lineage, with Zheng Qingshan and his son being deeply calculating, but their table also included those with comparatively fewer assets. Their scheming nature might not run as deep. Some people might start talking nonsense after a few drinks. Let me get some for you, Dad. Lin Chen said gently. He helped Lin Xiaoqian pick up some dishes. Lin Xiaoqian took a taste and immediately pursed her little lips. Daddy, I want to tell you a secret. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen and said. Lin Chen leaned his ear close to Lin Xiaoqian as she whispered, the food here isn't yummy. Daddy, you make the best food. Xiaoxi, you shouldn't be picky with your food, or else Mom will cook for you instead. Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoqian hastily shoved a big spoonful of rice into her mouth. She knew all too well how her mother cooked. Compared to the dishes at this restaurant, Su Mangao's cooking was far worse. Mr. Su, I never imagined you were already married. Let me propose a toast to you both, dear husband and wife. At Lin Chen's table, someone took the lead in proposing a toast. The Zheng Qingshan father-son duo weren't at this table. Although the Zheng family was a business clan, Zhang Su's maternal relatives came from influential political circles. They were seated at another VIP table. President Li, you're too kind. Director Li, you're the senior here. We should be toasting you, Su Mangao said with a smile. She was drinking red wine, while Lin Chen naturally had white liquor. About 20 minutes had passed, and Lin Chen had already downed quite a few drinks. By then, everyone at their table had already taken turns toasting. Zheng Qingshan came over with a wine glass and a decanter in hand. Shaolin, that matter was our fault. I'll punish myself with a drink. Please don't take it to heart. With that, Zheng Qingshan drained his glass. Lin Chen naturally raised his glass in response. President Su, Shaolin, may your love be sweet. Zheng Qingshan poured himself another full glass and said with a smile, given his toast, what else could they do but drink? Definitely have to drink. Another cup down the hatch. The cups Lin Chen's group were using weren't large, but filled 7 or 8 parts full, roughly 50 grams per serving. 2 cups in meant they'd already knocked back 100 grams of liquor. President Li, it's been ages. After drinking with Lin Chen and the others, Zheng Qingshan went on to drink with the remaining guests. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed completely fine, clearly a battle-hardened veteran when it came to alcohol. Lin Chen, how are you holding up? You don't usually drink. Don't push yourself if you can't handle it. Su Mangao leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear and whispered. Already having consumed 2 or 3 taels earlier, gulping down another tael so quickly might make someone with a weaker constitution throw up. Don't worry, I can hold my liquor quite well. If you can't handle it later, I can help you drink some of yours, Lin Chen said quietly. He used to have a drinking capacity of maybe half a jin, and after 3 or 4 liang, he'd definitely feel dizzy-headed. Now he doesn't feel anything at all. His constitution has improved tremendously compared to before. His constitution now exceeds 180 points. That already surpasses top-tier boxers. Though his combat strength still doesn't match top-tier boxers yet, with such formidable constitution backing him, his drinking capacity is absolutely rock-solid. Lin Chen, no need for words, I'll drink first to show my respect. Zheng Su also came over to share a drink with Lin Chen. They were shrewd, but if an overt apology could get Lin Chen drunk and humiliated, they'd gladly take that opportunity. Lin Chen, President Su, congratulations to you both. The second cup came quickly again. Lin Chen, I'll punish myself with another drink. After finishing the second cup, Zheng Su poured the third round of liquor. Before Lin Chen could speak, he downed it in one gulp. Lin Chen also downed a cup. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Would they really let Zheng Su drink that penalty toast alone? Lin Chen, I can't hold my liquor well. I'll go back and snack on some dishes to recover, then toast you again later. With that, Zheng Su withdrew. Su Mangao looked at Lin Chen with some concern. In just a short time, he had downed another shot of baijiu. Honey, are you okay? We should really go toast others too, Su Mangao inquired. Lin Chen smiled faintly, no problem, dear.